In the opulent study of the most luxurious riverside manor in Manhattan, Locke suddenly awoke from a restless sleep. As his eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by an unfamiliar room, its lavish furnishings and grandeur far removed from anything he had known. Before he could piece together what was happening, a flood of alien memories surged into his mind, consuming him. The pain was excruciating, like molten lava coursing through his brain. He let out a sharp cry as the memories integrated with his own, leaving him breathless. In mere seconds, the agony subsided, replaced by a sense of clarity. A spark of realization lit up in Locke's eyes. The Rockefellers? Did I transmigrate? And into the perilous Marvel world, no less. He stared at his hands in disbelief. Gone were the calloused, weathered hands of a man who had toiled for survival. In their place were smooth, fair hands, so delicate they could have belonged to a woman. Yet he was keenly aware that his body, while youthful, was still male. Through the assimilated memories, he confirmed his new identity. He was Rockefeller, the sole heir of one of America's wealthiest financial empires. At just 14 years old, he was a junior high school student, a far cry from the 30-year-old man who had struggled and ultimately succumbed to overwork in his past life. A wry smile crossed Locke's face as he processed his new reality. From a life of poverty and hardship to this. Could it be a reward from the heavens for all I endured before? His excitement was palpable. He had gone from a life of constant struggle to a world of limitless opportunity, wealth, and influence. As Locke reveled in his thoughts, a soft knock at the door interrupted him. A moment later, an elderly man entered. His white hair was neatly combed, and his demeanor radiated professionalism and loyalty. "Master, did you have another nightmare? Shall I stay with you tonight?" The man inquired, his voice deep and soothing. Locke immediately recognized him from the memories. Mo, the Rockefellers' butler. A man who had served the family faithfully for over 5 decades, he was a cornerstone of the household. Locke shook his head. "I'm fine, Mo. Just pour me a glass of water." As Mo moved to fulfill the request, Locke's integrated memories brought forth flashes of the old man's unwavering loyalty. Despite the memories belonging to his predecessor, they felt like Locke's own. The butler returned with a glass of water, his expression a mix of concern and hesitation. "Master, if my presence isn't enough, perhaps I could arrange for a maid to keep you company? They might be more comforting." Locke's mind conjured an image of the elderly maids employed by the household. Their wrinkled faces and frail appearances were enough to churn his stomach. He grimaced, barely suppressing a gag. "If you want me to have nightmares, by all means, send them in," Locke said dryly, shooting Mo a pointed look. The butler chuckled. "Ah, those maids may be older now, but they were quite the beauties in their youth. Your father had a fondness for them, which is why they've remained with us for so long." Locke rolled his eyes. "I'm sure my father was sentimental, but I'd prefer something different. Tomorrow, hire some younger staff. Oh, and prepare a laboratory for me. I'll provide a list of equipment in the morning." Mo's curiosity was piqued. "A laboratory? What for, master?" Locke's tone turned sharp. "Don't ask questions you don't need to know. Now, I'm going back to bed. Good night." Recognizing the dismissal, Mo bowed respectfully. "Yes, young master. Good night." He quietly exited the room, leaving Locke alone with his thoughts. Outside the room, Mo paused and glanced at the closed door, a trace of melancholy on his face. Since the master's untimely death, the young master has matured so quickly. The carefree boy he once was is gone. His eyes darkened with determination. "Damn the murderer who tore this family apart. I swear I'll find them and make them pay in blood." With that vow, Mo turned and walked down the dimly lit hallway, leaving Locke to dream of the future he intended to shape. As Mo quietly exited the room, Locke let out a long sigh of relief. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. As a transmigrator, the last thing I need is someone figuring out I'm not the real Locke, he thought. From Mo's earlier expression, it was clear the old butler had no suspicions. That was a small victory. For now, all Locke needed to do was convincingly play the role of the young heir. From the memories he'd inherited, Locke learned the grim truth about his predecessor's past. His father, the head of the Rockefeller family, had been tragically murdered a few days ago while returning from a party. Locke, merely 14 at the time, had witnessed the event firsthand: the sound of gunfire, the sight of his father falling, the blood. It had left a deep scar on the boy's psyche, haunting his nights with relentless nightmares. The previous Locke would wake screaming, and Mo had made it a habit to check on him immediately. Tonight was no different. "This setup feels like a page ripped straight out of Batman's origin story," Locke mused with a wry smile. "If that's the case, I'd be remiss not to make the most of it. ##### the gift of a system." As a transmigrator, Locke knew one thing: no journey across worlds was complete without a gold finger, a miraculous power or advantage exclusive to those like him. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Not long after arriving in this world, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for binding to the Big Bang of the tech world system, dedicated to making you the ultimate technological overlord in the universe. As a first-time user, you've been rewarded with a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it now? A translucent selection box appeared in front of Locke, offering two options: open now or open later. Without hesitation, Locke chose to open it immediately. What's the point of waiting? This is Marvel. Death could come at any moment. Hashtag the newbie gift. The system acknowledged his choice with a pleasant chime. Ding. Congratulations, the newbie gift pack has been opened. You've been awarded one big draw ticket for the world of science and technology. Would you like to use it now? Locke rolled his eyes. Another question? Is this a system or an endless survey? But there was no point in delaying. He selected yes without hesitation, and a massive compass materialized before him. The compass was adorned with images of sci-fi works, movies, novels, games and animations. Titles like Nier Automata, Dragon Ball, Transformers, Resident Evil, Pacific Rim, and The Three-Body Problem filled its surface. Locke's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, does the tech world refer to these franchises? The system's mechanical voice confirmed his suspicions. Correct, host. This system can unlock and implement the technology from any of these sci-fi universes. The possibilities are endless. Locke's heart raced with excitement. If that's the case, let's spin the wheel. The sooner, the better. Hashtag the spin of fate. With a press of a virtual button, the compass spun rapidly, the images blurring into a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Slowly, the wheel began to decelerate, its needle creeping to a halt. When the motion ceased, the needle pointed to the iconic cover of Nier Automata, featuring a striking white-haired woman in a blindfold. Locke's breath hitched, his lips curving into a grin. Nier Automata? Does that mean I can recreate the androids? Miss 2B and A2. His excitement was palpable. The Nier Automata universe wasn't the most technologically advanced, but its combat androids were leagues ahead of anything Earth, or even the Marvel universe, had to offer. With Miss 2B and A2 by his side, his survival chances would skyrocket. Hashtag the path forward. Locke's attribute panel flickered into view, displaying his current status. Host, *Locke. Tech World, *Nier Automata. Points, *0. This is just the beginning, Locke murmured, his excitement bubbling over. With the Big Bang of the tech world, I'll build not just a defense system, but a world of my own. As he stared at the blank space for his first creation, his thoughts turned mischievous. And maybe a little companion to make this life more interesting. Locke grinned. The Marvel universe might be dangerous, but with his system, it was a sandbox waiting to be shaped to his will. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
Use points to exchange, so it seems that the system is forcing me to participate in the Marvel event. That's fine, so that my life won't be too boring. Locke smiled. As a systematic man, if he has nothing to do, eats, and waits for death every day, it is too out of his personality. He even came to the Marvel world, and what he said would stir up the storm? Otherwise, wouldn't life be too boring? Congratulations to the host Locke Neil Mechanical Era Technology Template. The technology template is integrating 1%, 2%, 10%, 100%. Congratulations to the host, the technology template of Neil Mechanical Era has been successfully integrated. With the sound of system prompts, Locke immediately noticed the abnormality. He only felt a strange energy coming into his mind out of nowhere. Then one formula, one algorithm, and one design template were all stuffed into his memory, which made him feel empowered. In just an instant, he completely learned all the technological knowledge in Neil's mechanical age. In the process, his intelligence has grown rapidly. And this is also the defying part of the system of infinite technology world. In order to make the host a qualified technological overlord. In the process of integrating the world of science and technology, you can not only learn the scientific and technological knowledge of the whole world, it can also improve the intelligence of the host accordingly, so that it has the ability to infer other things. With the end of integration, a look of satisfaction appeared on Locke's face. I have to say, this feeling of being able to become stronger and smarter without doing anything is really great. Science and technology is really good, Locke said to himself, his eyes full of excitement. But a moment later, a sense of sleepiness swept over him, causing him to yawn. Because too much intelligence has been improved in a short period of time, the side effects are inevitable. Locke also knew this. He didn't force it, he just fell down and fell asleep. Before I knew it, it was the next morning. Locke was awakened by a rush of alarm clocks. Master, it's getting late, you should get up and go to school. While Locke was still in a daze, the voice of the housekeeper Lao-Mo rang in his ears. This could not help but startle him. Uncle Mo, can you knock on the door next time you enter? I knocked, but you didn't respond, young master, so you just barged in. Okay, it's an alarm clock again this early morning, and it's an artificial wake-up call. What are you doing? What are you doing? Young master, today is Monday. Monday? Then what? You should go to school. School? Oh, forget I'm still a student. In the last life, Locke only read one junior high school due to family reasons, and dropped out hastily. This has always been a regret of Locke, but what he didn't expect was that after he crossed over, he became a junior high school student again. He suspected that this was deliberately arranged by God to make up for the regrets of his previous life. Although it's my regret to drop out of junior high school, but I didn't say I want to make up for this regret. After all, regret is also a defective beauty. Locke shook his head with a wry smile. Uncle Mo, I'm not feeling very well, you can drop me out of school for me. Locke said calmly. Today, he has super intelligence, and the school can no longer teach him knowledge. And he's not a poor kid who needs a diploma to make a living. So just drop out of school. Okay, young master, I'm going to invite. Wait a minute, young master, did I hear it wrong? What did you just say about dropping out? Lao-Mo looked at him with a stunned expression as if he had just reacted. Asked Locke. Yes, you heard right, drop out. Locke said as he got up and stretched. Master, I'm afraid this is not right. Lao-Mo looked at Locke with a hesitation on his face. There's nothing wrong, you just do it. Locke said unquestionably. Master, did someone bully you in the school? Tell me who it is, and I'll find someone to take care of him. Lao-Mo said with an angry face, looking like a fierce beast protecting a calf. Seeing this, Locke froze for a moment, then laughed. Who dares to bully me? It's just that I don't want to study anymore. Master, you are only 14 years old. Now is the time for you to learn knowledge. What are you doing if you don't study? Why don't you study? That's a good question for you. Picking up girls and dancing, messing around, fighting, you can try all of these. Locke touched his chin with a distressed look. Master, this is not good for you. Besides, you are only 14 years old now, and you are still a minor. Although I am underage, my body is already very mature. Besides, going to school and learning knowledge are two different things. Just because I don't go to school doesn't mean I don't learn knowledge. By the way, did you get the lab you prepared for me last night? Locke asked. I have already sent someone to prepare, but what do you want a laboratory for suddenly, young master? You'll know what I do in the future. According to this manual, get me all the materials. In the future, my study venue will be in the laboratory. Locke said and threw a prepared manual into Lao-Mo's hands. The materials recorded here are all the materials needed for the technological invention of the world of Neil's mechanical age. Seeing that Locke was tinkering with his laboratory, Lao-Mo could only sigh and stop talking. At this moment, he just thinks that his young master is too sad and unintentional to study because the master passed away. As long as you wait for a while to cultivate, it will slowly recover. It's not too late to talk to him about going back to school then. So he didn't say anything and went out with the manual provided by Locke. Asterisk. Previous a few days later, a science and technology laboratory with an area of about 1,000 square meters appeared in the underground of Rockefeller Manor. The laboratory is full of various scientific research materials that Lao-Mo has brought from all over the world. Each of these materials is valuable, and the entire laboratory material cost tens of millions of dollars. Just because Locke suddenly wanted to set up a scientific laboratory, the entire Rockefeller family mobilized all over the world to find materials. In the end, they spent tens of millions of dollars to buy all these materials back. I have to say that the happiness of rich people is something most people would not dare to think about. Tens of millions, this is the money that ordinary people can't earn in a lifetime. But for the Rockefeller family, it was just pocket money. This shows how rich Locke is today. Like Bruce Wayne in the DC world, he has the banknote ability, but there are differences between them. That is, Bruce Wayne likes to use the money ability to buy high-tech equipment. He is different. He buys materials with the money ability, and then builds the equipment himself. Two kinds of happiness are completely different. 1 month later, in front of Locke, a tall, bumpy white-haired beauty with a blindfold appeared. This white-haired beauty is a general-purpose battle line robot of the Yulha-2B type. Locke has been sleeping and eating for more than a month, and all his food and lodging are in his research room, and no one can enter. In order to create the 2B lady in front of you, as expected of the high-tech combined with biochemical technology, this touch is no different from a real person. Locke's hand kneaded on Miss 2B's body, and immediately felt a dry mouth. Looking at the stunning beauty in front of him, Locke has a strange feeling. This is obviously a robot created by himself. But why can't I hold it all together after putting all the pieces together? It must be because I am still in adolescence, it must be. With a wry smile, Locke raised his hand and pressed it on the controller in his hand. Nightblade number 2 Type B, being activated. Start self-test. All body parts are normal, body temperature is normal, visual system is normal. The memory system is being imported. The emotional system is self-generating. The memory import is completed, the emotional system is generated, and the activation is successful. A series of very mechanical voices came from Miss 2B's mouth. In order to achieve the most perfect state, Locke made a personalized upgrade to Miss 2B. Miss 2B in front of her is not an emotionless killing machine. First of all, he transformed Miss 2B's original mechanical body into a biochemical body. All body structures are created through biochemical technology. In addition to the absence of blood, organs can be replaced at will. Her touch and body temperature are almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Even if Miss 2B is thrown into the crowd, no one will ever say that he is actually a robot. What's even more insane is the emotional system that Locke specially created for Miss 2B. You must know that in the original world, Miss 2B is emotionless, just a highly intelligent robot. But in order to increase the difficulty of manufacturing, Locke deliberately added a task to develop an emotional system. And he originally prefers Miss 2B who has feelings. After all, there are some things, there is a big difference between those who have feelings and those who don't. As Miss 2B was successfully activated, Miss 2B, who was originally like a sculpture, moved. Stretching her waist like a water snake, Miss 2B let out a lazy yawn. Seeing this, Locke threw the prepared clothes in front of Miss 2B. Put it on. Locke resisted the urge to spray nosebleed, turned around and said, "It was already exciting enough when I didn't move, and now I'm moving, it feels even more exciting." Mad, is it really because he is still a teenager? What happened to your body? I saw. Suddenly, a pleasant voice came from Miss 2B's mouth. What did you see? Locke turned to look at Miss 2B and asked. Suddenly, something was wrong with him now, and he quickly turned his body around. You put on your clothes first, after all, there are differences between men and women, and I'm still underage. Locke said helplessly. Seeing Locke's performance like this, Miss 2B smiled. He quickly put on his clothes, walked directly to Locke's back with catwalk, and then pressed against Locke's ear. The list of young masters, underage, but already very mature. Do you need me to help you? Locke was shocked. He didn't expect that he would enter into the directory of Miss 2B's memory system for fun, and she would actually learn and use it. What help? Miss 2B didn't answer, but gently twisted Locke's body to face her face, and then gently placed her warm red lips on Locke's mouth. The first rule of robotics, a robot must never harm the creator, nor disobey any order of the creator. The second rule of robotics, observe the words, discover the needs of the creator, and take the initiative to meet the needs of the creator. The precondition is that the first rule must be followed. Master, am I right? Miss 2B looked at Locke with a soft smile and said, "That's right." Locke nodded. Well, now the young master can give orders. Well, I'm not good at this topic, you can make up for me. Tutor, I know. A long time. Under the guidance of Miss Nightblade No. 2 Type B, hereafter referred to as Nightblade, Locke finally overcomes the problem that he does not know. Although Locke is not the first time to hand in homework, it should be the first time in this world. It was a wonderful experience that made him feel like he was back in the green years of his previous life. The key point is that his current body is only 14 years old, and the key object to help him with his homework is the general-purpose combat robot he built himself. Technology has really changed life, and it's okay to have a wife for yourself. In the mist-shrouded bathroom, through the frosted glass, you could vaguely see the exploding figure of the Nightblade. There was a wretched smile on Locke's face. With this tutor, you will no longer have to worry about not being able to write your homework or ordering anywhere. Turning on the TV, Locke crossed Erlang's legs and hummed a little song, waiting for a brace. At this moment, a hot news was broadcast on the TV. Yes, Iron Man is me. A man with a mustache looked at the camera and said very forcefully. Anyone who has seen Marvel knows that this man is not the famous New York playboy Tony Stark, but who else? What is Iron Man? Mr. Yeblade walked over to Locke while wiping his hair while wearing a pure white bath towel. Like a well-behaved cat, he sat in Locke's arms. A guy who likes to pretend, but a technological genius. Locke rudely put his hand into the bath towel and said after thinking for a while. For Locke's rude behavior, a warm smile appeared on Yeblade's face. According to the first rule of robotics, she must not disobey Locke's orders. As for this kind of small gesture between couples, it goes without saying that it is simply too much to ask for. Technical genius? His suit of armor is nothing more than that. You are much worse than you, Master. As a robot, Nightblade quickly connected to the internet and analyzed Tony Stark's equipment. The conclusion is very simple, just so. This is not much more advanced than the technology of the neo-mechanical era in her memory, and it is even a lot worse. After all, in that world, it is possible to create a general-purpose combat robot like her. And the creator in front of her is even more amazing, able to implant her emotional system, so that she has the same thinking mode and physiological experience as human beings. It's not something that Iron Man can compare to. I like to hear compliments, but Tony Stark still has 2 brushes, so don't underestimate him. Locke said while squeezing Nightblade's soft chin. Master, is it time to do your homework again? Yeren said with a charming smile. No, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable this time, you can take a look at me. Locke said pretending to be weak. Nurse, I know. Yeren smiled, got up and left the room to change clothes. But at this moment, there was a knock on Locke's door, and without looking, Locke knew who it was. Master, are you asleep? Lao Mo's caring voice sounded outside the door. Not yet, what's the matter? Locke said while waving at Yurin, who was changing into the nurse's costume and walking out, motioning her to enter the bedroom. Seeing this, Yurin nodded obediently, and closed the door with a smile. At this time, Lao Mo pushed in the door, and glanced around Locke's room with a puzzled look, feeling like he was caught. Butler Mo, what are you doing? Locke looked at Lao Mo speechlessly and asked. Master, who were you talking to in the room just now? Is there anyone else in the room? Lao Mo asked with concern, with a worried look in his eyes. He thought at first that Locke dropped out of school at home, just because he would not be able to accept the sad news of his father's unfortunate death for a while. So I want to change the environment to adjust my mood, and then I will arrange a private school for the young master in a few days, and then I can continue to send him to school. After all, this age is the time to study, and it is impossible not to read. But I didn't expect that more than a month had passed, and not only did this young master not mention going to school, he didn't even stay in the laboratory he established day and night, not knowing what he was tinkering with, forgetting to eat and sleep. And it was so late at the moment that he was still talking to himself in the room, which really made him worry. In the entire Rockefeller family, there is only one seed like Locke, and he will be in charge of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D family in the future. So, how can you do without reading? In this huge manner, besides Butler Mo, you and those old pickle maids, where are there other living people? Locke said solemnly. The old Mo in front of him is now playing the role of his father, and he wants to train him well. He is naturally very grateful for this, but this is obviously not the time to introduce Miss 2B. After all, it's really inconvenient for Miss 2B, who is wearing a nurse's uniform. Why is there a strange smell in the room? Lao Mo said, sniffing his nose. Then he saw a pile of toilet paper on the ground. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Young master, you are still young, there are some things you can't grasp, or... Lao Mo hesitated. Locke was speechless, obviously Lao Mo had misunderstood him. It's not what you think, if you're alright, go back and rest. It's not too early, I can live with it when I'm young, don't toss yourself. Seeing that Locke was in a hurry to let him leave, Lao Mo thought it was a secret being discovered, and he was afraid of embarrassment. He got up quickly and said, the old servant didn't mean to talk about you because he was looking for you so late. In fact, there is something to tell you that the murderer of your father has been found and is now on trial at the police station. I believe there will be a result soon. Young master, the dead can't be resurrected, you can't continue to be decadent, you are still young, you should look forward. This is the information of the criminal. If you want to vent your anger, I will take you directly to the police station tomorrow. I have already dealt with the people over their roar. As long as you don't die, you can do it. Lao Mo gently put down a card on the table, sighed and left. In his opinion, Locke has a heart disease, and a heart disease is such a thing as a person who needs to tie the bell. So he didn't hesitate to buy into the police station, and he also gave Locke a chance to vent his anger. You can see his savior's heartfelt mood? Butler Mo, thank you. Looking at Lao Mo's back, Locke thanked him from the bottom of his heart. What I should do, young master, have a good rest, I will retire first. After leaving Locke's room, Lao Mo, who was standing at the door, was full of emotion. In a month's time, the 14-year-old young master seems to have changed and matured too much. And the more mature Locke is, the more worried he is. Instead of letting the young master do it himself, it is better to find a trustworthy woman for the young master. This may help him untie the knot. Lao Mo muttered to himself. At this moment, if Locke knew that his old butler was going to find a woman for him when he was still a minor in order to untie the so-called knot in his heart, he would not know how he would feel. I guess you will be impressed. This old butler deserves a deep friendship. In the room, Locke picked up the card on the table with a bloodthirsty sneer on his face. Looks like there's a new event tonight. Asterisk. Pushing open the bedroom door, the first person to see is the Nightblade wearing a nurse's uniform. Lying on the soft big bed like a cat, he flipped through a middle school biology textbook. The slightly pouted hills blocked Locke's sight, making him unable to move away. Nightblade is very careful, and wears a stethoscope around her neck, which adds the finishing touch to her cosplay. The cold stethoscope landed on the towering tower, and it was estimated that it had been warmed by her body temperature. The dim yellow light reflected Yurin's figure loomingly, with a hazy beauty that was still half covered by a pipa. In this situation, the hormones that are already surging in adolescence can't help but secrete even more vigorously. Master, the book says that spring is here, and it's time for animals to mate. Is it spring now? Gently closing the book in his hand, Yaren looked at Locke with a half smile and asked. Hearing this, Locke shook his head with a smile and said, it should be. Otherwise, I won't have a runny nose and catch a cold. This is obviously the rhythm of the spring flu. Well, I think so too. The nurse sister will give you a look. That's troublesome. Locke walked towards the Nightblade with a smile. In the middle of the night, with the bright moon in the sky, a silver-haired woman in a black battlesuit with two long swords suspended on her back looked extraordinarily coquettish under the moonlight. This woman is none other than Miss 2B, who watched the flu for Locke not long ago. As a robot, Nightblade has the same emotions, the same thinking patterns, and the same physical experience as humans. But she is still not a real human. Humans need sleep, but she does not. In fact, at this time, she could continue to rest in Locke's arms like a cat. Although you don't need to sleep, but occasionally stand by, it is equivalent to rest. But Locke gave her a new mission, one that required a fight. Find that guy, find out who's behind it, and kill him. The icy voice came from the anti-gravity small drone beside Nightblade. This is Locke's voice. After learning about the murderer of his S.H.I.E.L.D father from Lao-Mo, Locke could not be indifferent. Although he came through, but the good life in this life was left to him by the old man. That alone gave him reason to avenge him. Like what Lao-Mo said, just vent your anger and save his life. How could this kind of thing be found in him? And there is only one way to deal with the enemy, and that is to kill. It's just that with his current weak body, it is obviously impossible to do so. In this way, he can only leave this opportunity to his wife, the Nightblade. However, although he has not been able to personally participate in such violent actions for the time being, but remotely controlling an anti-gravity drone to follow the Nightblade, he could easily do it. Understood. Yaren nodded and jumped directly from the 10-story high-rise building. Opposite is the police station that Lao-Mo mentioned. Leaping from a height of tens of meters, Blade seemed to have a shock absorber installed under his feet, which easily removed most of the impact force, and landed safely and lightly without alarming anyone. With the help of Locke's high-tech, all the monitoring equipment in the police station was completely paralyzed and failed at this moment. Nightblade, who didn't care at all, came to the door of the cell directly based on the information provided by Locke. Under the terrifying power of the Nightblade, the heavy iron prison door was easily pulled open. The murderer, who was still in his sleep, was directly strangled by Yaren's neck and lifted up. The man who was still awake immediately showed a look of horror in his eyes. He wanted to roar loudly, but he couldn't make a sound. From now on, I will ask you to answer, Yaren said with an expressionless face. Hearing Yaren's words, the man nodded desperately, as if he was worried that he was slow to nod, and this strange woman with a blindfold in front of him would kill him directly. Who instructed you about the shooting of the old man of the Locke family? Don't tell me you have no accomplices for such a stupid answer? The cold voice came from the drone beside Blade, and it was Locke who was questioning. Kim. Boss Jin, it's Boss Jin Kim and asked me to do it. Please don't kill me, I'm just a tool, kill me. Card wipe. Kill you? This is the first time I've heard of such a request. If I don't satisfy you, wouldn't I be so sorry for you? Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, Locke directly ordered Nightblade to do it. His purpose for letting Yaren come out today is very simple, to find clues to the people behind the scenes, then kill him, and then continue to kill. The first two have been completed, and now there is the last one left to continue killing. Who to kill? Naturally, it was to kill the boss of Jin, the so-called emperor of the underworld, Jin Merged. I should have thought that this had something to do with Jinping, but it's not too late now. Nightblade, go to Jinbian building and slaughter them all. I hate the smell of blood, so make it as clean as possible? Well, I'm sure I won't touch a drop of blood. Yaren smiled and nodded, jumping out of the police station, like a ghost, disappearing into the night. Not long after Yaren left, all surveillance at the police station returned to normal. An old fritter with a baton yawned and patrolled as usual. When he came to the entrance of the cell, he was half awake immediately after being sleepy. The iron door that was violently torn apart was so dazzling and shocking. Roar is called the duty room, Roar is called the duty room. There is an abnormal situation here, and immediate reinforcements are needed. While shouting at the nervous Roar on the walkie-talkie, the old fritter policeman quickly took out his pistol from the lower back and walked slowly towards the door of the cell that was torn apart. A man who thought he was pretty cool turned around and went into the hole, aiming his gun at the cell, but he was stunned. It didn't take long for the urgent siren to sound at the police station, indicating that today's unrest has officially begun. On the other side, Jinbing building. The ancient and precious Swiss clocks hung on the office walls, ticking, and the hour hand pointed to 2 o'clock. In the silent room, the air seemed to freeze. At the time when he should have rested, an unusually tall and strong man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows like a sculpture. The ash fell from the cigar head between his fingers, and he exhaled a thick puff of white smoke. The man turned around and looked at the trash man who was kneeling at the door, with a grin on his face. There are 2 paths in front of you now. The first one is to sneak into the police station and kill him to avoid future troubles, and then you commit suicide. The second rule, I'll kill you now, and your whole family. You can start choosing. I choose the first one. Choose the first one. Don't touch my family. The man kneeling on the ground cried bitterly. Why did you go so early? The man pressed the cigar into the ashtray fiercely, and the hot cigarette butt seemed to be pressed into the man's heart, making him terrified. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart for this unusually strong man in front of him. Because this man is none other than Jinbing, who enjoys the reputation of the underworld emperor. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Enter. His eyes moved to the door, and a subordinate walked in a hurry. Boss, Jace is dead. Dead. Jinbing frowned slightly, showing a hint of curiosity. The Jess mentioned by his subordinates is the murderer he sent to shoot the old man of the Rockefeller family. According to his original arrangement, Jace shot the old man, and then the guy in front of him shot Jace. Then, the guy in front of him committed suicide, leaving his beautiful wife for his own enjoyment. In this way, a perfect plan has reached a closed loop, and there is no proof. And he and the forces behind him are very happy, taking advantage of the fisherman. However, accidents always occur inadvertently, and due to some unknown reasons, Jace ran away. To make matters worse, he was caught by the police ahead of time. While he had confidence in Jace's tight-lippedness, he believed in Deadman more. After all, Deadman's mouth is the best-kept secret. So, there is the present scene. How did you die? Who did it? Jin took another cigar and inadvertently took out the pistol from the drawer. While lighting a precious Cuban cigar, he asked blankly, "The news from over there is that someone broke his neck directly. As for the murderer, to be investigated." To be investigated? A group of rice buckets, thinking about it with their heads, knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Rockefeller family. Keeping that little BD always makes people feel uneasy. Find someone to do it for him sooner. Boss, the wind is a little tight now. If it's tight and tight gameplay, I'd still be afraid of it before. But now, there is such a big backer behind it. Oh, play to the death. After that, Jinbian picked up the cigar, picked up the pistol on the table, and shot at the kneeling man without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and the man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, unable to rest his eyes. Pull it out to feed the dog, pick up his wife, and repay the husband's debt to his wife. Yes, boss. The subordinate nodded, turned around and went to work, but he hadn't waited for him to go far. A rapid alarm sounded. Hearing the sudden alarm sound, everyone's faces showed surprise. Jinbian frowned, exhaled a smoke ring, raised his hand and pressed it on the desk. Surveillance footage appeared on the screen on the wall of the room. I saw a woman appearing on the surveillance screen. The woman has silver hair, wears a black tight leather jacket, and has a blindfold on her face, so she can't see her true face. However, from the aura emanating from her body and her bumpy figure, it could be faintly seen that this woman was an extremely rare stunner. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to her not just because of her beautiful figure. It is also because of her strong fighting power. You must know that their Jinbing building can be said to be heavily guarded, and their armed forces are no less than a special army. On weekdays, let alone a person, even if a fly wants to come in, it is impossible. But now this woman entered their mansion as if she were no one. All those who tried to stop him from coming in didn't even touch her, and were instantly killed by a laser shot by a strange machine suspended beside her. So much so that a group of security personnel had to rely on armed fire to attack the woman. But that woman was like a cheetah, and her movement speed and reaction speed were comparable to that of a monster. The overwhelming bullets were all chopped off by the long sword in her hand. In the end, she was approached by her ghostly body, and her head was separated. A woman is like a witch who came out of the abyss of hell, walking all the way, but no one survives wherever she goes. With such a ruthless method, even Jin couldn't help taking a deep breath, and his scalp became numb. The silver-haired witch who walked in was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D. Asterisk. Where is this monster crawling out of? Jin Bing's man looked at the screen, his tongue was a little dry, and his legs were a little weak. Only Jin Bing's face was gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He snuffed out the cigar in his hand again and exhaled the last puff of thick white smoke. Go upstairs. Rao is an existence like him, and at this moment he can't help but need to retreat from the edge. This woman is not easy to mess with. Rockefeller family estate. Locke wears a VR goggle and holds a gamepad in his hand. There was an unruly smile unique to a bad boy on his face. Mortal Kombat is okay. Locke muttered to himself, very excited. Since the Night Blade was adjusted to remote manual control, he has completely taken over the body of Ms. 2B. Yes, the Night Blade, whose combat performance is now breaking the table, is controlled by Locke using the remote control. I have to say, this general-purpose combat robot wife is simply stunned. If you can go to the hall and go down to the kitchen, you can warm the bed to accompany you, roll up your sleeves to fight monsters, and the key can be divided into automatic and manual. Cool. Sure enough, technology changes life. Simply rubbing his fingers on the remote control, the Night Blade on the other side of the Jin and building, the sword, and the long sword are used alternately, and the joint moves continue to output one by one. Single kill, double kill, triple kill. 58 kills. All the way to kill, all the way to send? It didn't take long for the entire Jinbing building to be filled with corpses and blood, and all those who tried to attack the Night Blade survived. Clear the SSS rating, and the Night Blade has not lost a drop of blood. For the scene in front of him, S.H.I.E.L.D. himself kept a soft smile on his face. As a general-purpose combat robot, she obviously has no compassion for life. At least until the emotional system has not been fully developed, it should not appear. So the bloody scene has no effect on her. All she cares about is whether her creator is happy, and then she is happy. Now this feeling that she can't move, but can easily solve the enemy, makes her very happy. Definitely, the key to being cool is that you don't have to move it. In the manner, the sound of the drone warning sounded in Locke's ears. As early as when the manual mode was turned on, he dispatched the anti-gravity drone suspended beside the Night Blade and carried out a separate action. From what he knew about Jinbing, this guy was not the kind of person who would just sit back and wait. Escaping the scene and fighting for a counter-kill in the later period should be the most likely thing for him to do. And Locke was not in the mood to play with him for so long, and he even killed him. Do you think the king is back? Threats that can be solved now, but left to the future, are obviously not something that our tech prodigies will do. Eat the meal on the same day, sleep on the girl on the same day, and repay the revenge on the same day. This is the life dogma that Locke has always enveloped in his previous life. As the name suggests, it's time to have fun. Body takeover has been disconnected. Jinping is on the top of the building, planning to escape. I will stop him first, and you will come by yourself. Locke's voice sounded in Yuren's mind. Is this the end? It's really a disappointment. I'm not happy enough. Yuren said with a charming smile. Obviously, she likes the feeling of not having to move, and then being under the full control of the young master. After solving this trouble, there will be time in the future. I can keep you still for a day. That's okay, it's not moving for a day. I'll just say it. Can you not believe it all? After all, I'm human and my physical strength is limited. Master, didn't you say that there is a strengthening potion in this world, or I'll get it for you? Several meanings, dislike the battery life is not enough, want me to take medicine. You said it yourself. The strengthening potion can be considered, but can I get 10 copies? 10 copies. Are you going to drill wood to make fire? Take your sister's fire. It's not just to take my sister's fire. Locke was speechless, and the robot that would talk back was a little bit unbearable. Go back and I will tear down your emotional system. Cut, you can't bear it. One person and one robot are flirting and acting separately. Locke took over the control of the anti-gravity drone just by switching the screen. Under the surveillance of the drone, a tall man in a white suit came to the roof of the Jinning building with a cane. A helicopter had already launched, waiting for Kim to get on. Jinbing's face was gloomy. As the emperor of the underworld, it was the first time that he was so embarrassed that he was driven away like a lost dog. He knocked the cane hard on the ground to vent his dissatisfaction. With a trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he looked at the Jinbing building that belonged to him, his fists clenched, and his heart was filled with anger. There is quite a situation where the hero of the novel is being suppressed and ready to make a 3-year oath. Now, it is only necessary for him to say something like 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people and poor people. But Locke didn't give him this chance, and a laser shot from the drone. Immediately, a slice was made of the helicopter, along with the driver inside. The picture is a little bloody, but who cares? At this moment, a silver-haired figure landed on the top balcony of the building from the sky. Under the moonlight, his tall and slender figure pulled out a long shadow to cover Jin and his group. The black skirt dances with the wind, hazy and beautiful. Looking at Locke was stunned. My wife is so sassy and beautiful. Not only Locke was shocked, everyone present was shocked. But after the shock, the group raised the guns in their hands and pointed at the night blade. But they were afraid that the drones not far away would attack them, and they quickly turned their guns to the drones. Suddenly, a slightly comical scene appeared. A group of people pointed to the drone and pointed to the night blade, completely confused. This shouldn't be the case on a gold tie board, and it's clear that they're really panicking. Looking at such a scene, Locke in the manner sneered, killing intent in his eyes. The matter of the old man of the Rockefeller family is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Even if Jinbing, the so-called underworld emperor, is found, it should never be the end. Because he knows very well what kind of status a top-table family has in the beautiful country. Such a supreme existence, let alone a little underworld BD, even if people in Congress want to move them, they have to weigh how much they have. But what should have been impossible happened unexpectedly. When things go wrong, there must be demons, and behind this absolutely unimaginable predators are at work. And what he wants is to catch this predator, then tear him up, chop him, and serve him on his wine table. At that time, guests from all over the world will be invited to congratulate, and the chickens will be killed for the monkeys to see. If the gun in your hand is useful, you won't be forced into this. The cold voice of the night blade rang in the ears of everyone. She did not act immediately, but sat in a hurry on the high balcony, bathed in the bright moonlight, enjoying the elegance. Wrapped in tight leather pants, her long, thin, straight legs swayed lightly without any order. In fact, she didn't like to wrap her body parts so tightly. However, his creator, master and husband, Locke, doesn't like his tutor and nurse being watched by other men. As that song sings, I don't want to see you get drunk in the middle of the night anymore. Don't want other men to see your charm. You should know this will break my heart. She didn't want to break her creator's heart, so she wrapped herself up obediently. Who are you? Jinbian said with a cane in hand, looking at Nightblade with a frown. No nutritious question, no need to answer. Jinbing's question was not answered. Blade turned over, and during the process of turning over, the long sword behind her spun out. Like a crescent moon, it flew in front of Jin and his men at an unimaginable speed. When the night blade fell to the ground, the long blade automatically flew back to the back, and all the men around Jinbing fell to the ground. Looking closely, there was a red bloodshot on their necks. Seeing that his subordinates were killed by this woman in an instant, Jinbing couldn't help feeling chills on his back. The move the woman used just now was too aggressive and domineering, and the speed was so fast that he was not in a hurry to react. If the woman attacked him just now, he might not be able to stop it. This woman is terrible, terrible. Actually, you already have the answer in your heart, so why bother talking nonsense with me here? Yaren sneered, and strode in at a high speed. Appeared in front of Jinbing in an instant, without using weapons, just pure fist strength. This is Locke's request, because he really wants to see how strong Miss 2B can be in this world. A punch was thrown, but before it hit Jinping, the strong wind arrived first, causing Jinping to close his eyes slightly. Jinping was horrified, his hands quickly blocked in front of him, and collided with Yaren's fist. But what he didn't expect was that a strange force burst out from the fist of the woman in front of him, and he couldn't bear it at all. The sturdy body began to retreat backwards in embarrassment. Boom! He slammed heavily against the wall. Fissures like spider webs begin to spread. At the same time, two sharp pains appeared in his arms and back. The severe pain in the arm was caused by Blade's fist, and the severe pain in the back was naturally hit. In just one encounter, he deeply felt the horror of the woman in front of him. Terrifying reaction speed, terrifying explosive power, terrifying physical strength. Everything is terrifying. Is this woman human? Why is her fist so hard? He claims that more than 90% of his body is muscle, and his strength is amazing, and he can punch through a wall with his bare hands. Moreover, he is also a top martial artist in the world, with the highest level of human combat power. But in front of the woman in front of him, he was like a doll. Her fists were like steel. If it weren't for the woman in front of her that was no different from a human being. He had to suspect that her body was made of iron. You can barely take my punch, you are very good, but that's it. Blade's face was expressionless, and his body moved again, faster than before. When he was approaching Jin and he couldn't react at all, when he did, a long sword had already pierced through his body. Nail him to the wall like a string. Now, it's my turn to ask you a question. The Night Blade flicked the long sword gracefully. The long sword vibrated violently, and Vibe tugged at Jin Bing's wound, causing him to let out a painful wailing. Looking at the abused and powerless Jin Ning, Locke looked satisfied. Obviously, Jin Bing, a well-known macho in the Marvel world, still can't resist the terrifying charm of Miss 2B. According to preliminary calculations, Miss 2B's strength has at least reached the level of surface-level superhero, and she is still relatively upstream. Maybe next time he can use the Hulk as an experimental control group. Speaking of the Hulk, Locke's heart showed a hint of anticipation. The Iron Man has come out, will the Hulk still be far away? Hey, my pockets are empty, I have to find a chance to do something and earn some points. Locke said. Asterisk. Night Blade clasped his hands in front of his chest and stared blankly at Jin Ning in front of him. At this moment, her body was taken over by Locke again, and Yan's own consciousness was put aside to rest as she wished. The Underworld Emperor is just a false name, you shouldn't really believe it, right? Confess the guy behind you? This way I can make your death a little easier? Locke, who borrowed the body of the Night Blade, said calmly. Jin clenched his teeth and struggled desperately, trying to break free from the long sword that nailed him. But the rapid loss of blood made his lips pale, and the power he used to be proud of disappeared completely. Right now, he is in vain. Seeing that he was powerless to resist, Jin Bing looked fierce and stared at the Night Blade in front of him. Kill me. Seeking death? Very bloody, but stupid. You are dead, the people behind you are still happy, and there is no impact. Are you willing? Locke sneered. Killing people. Actually, I don't have to interrogate you at all. Do you know what this mechanical bug in my hand is? This thing can easily read other people's memories, but the process is a bit bloody. He'll get into your brain and slowly devour your brainstem. And you're not going to die right away, you're going to experience the pain of this brain being eaten away bit by bit. If the pain level of a woman giving birth is 10, then the pain level is 100. In this world, people who can endure such pain have not yet been born. Do you want to try? Night Blade took out a mechanical bug the size of his little finger and put it on Jin Bing's bald head. This is a mechanical bug specially created by Locke to read the memory using the mechanical life technology in the Neil technology world. It's just that it takes a long time for the mechanical bug to read the memory of the other party, and there is still a certain failure rate. So unless it is a last resort, Locke doesn't want to use it, but it's a good choice to use this thing to scare people. Hearing Yaren's emotionless voice, a guy like Raushi Jin Bing couldn't help but swallow his saliva, panicking in his heart. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of being tortured to death. These are two completely different outcomes. And Locke was right about one thing, that he was really unwilling. He is a dignified underworld emperor, and he has always been the only one who takes people as chess pieces. No one has ever dared to make him a pawn. If this kind of thing happened, he wouldn't make it easier for them. A grasshopper on a boat, the big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken, and you will die. Lao Tzu's life is gone, can you still be happy? In an instant, Jin Ning completely figured it out. I can tell you, but promise me, give me a treat. Make a deal. Pierce. Kim said weakly, his blood was almost dry. Even if Locke didn't kill him, he would be dead soon. Secretary of the World Security Council, Pierce, Locke mused. Jin nodded, as a default. Very well, it would be even better if you could tell me their purpose. I don't know the specifics, but Pierce didn't mean to mention that once. Your father was a participant in a World War II program and they were looking for something? Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, a mouthful of blood poured out of Jin Bing's mouth, and he would not live long. Looking for something? Interesting, you can die. Locke nodded, and the drone suspended not far away fired a laser. In an instant, Jin and the corpse were separated. Looking at the dead Jin Ning, Yaya withdrew the long sword and wiped the blood on the long sword without hesitation. Master, I'll do what I say, no blood. Miss 2B said with a smile. Well, you did a good job, come back with a prize. I like rewards. What's the reward today? Governess, or Miss Nurse? No, it's better for me today. What are you here for? Today I'm a repairman repairing sewers? Professional sewer access? Bio. Bio your sister. Yaren rolled his eyes and said. Yo, I learned to answer quickly, isn't it your sister Bio? I think it's better to destroy my emotional system. Cut, you can't bear it. That sounds familiar. In the Rockefeller manner, Locke laughed, finally curing the robot wife once. This feeling, what a cool word. Whoa. At this moment, a series of rapid sirens sounded. Obviously, what happened here in Jinbing building was known. The bright moonlight pulled Yuren's shadow even more slender, and the silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. Standing on the edge of the roof of the building, the corner of Ye-Blade's mouth was slightly upturned, revealing a beautiful smile. Look at the constantly flashing red and blue light. There was a wanton smile on Locke's face in the room. Let the world become more and more chaotic? This is interesting, isn't it? In the Rockefeller estate, Nightblade has quietly returned. She put on a housewife's clothes and was cleaning the room, just like a little daughter-in-law. At this moment, Locke, who was wearing a repairman's clothes, walked in unhurriedly. Dong dong. Pretend there is a knock on the door. Mrs. 2B, is your sewer blocked? I'm here to open the sewer. Ye-Yen turned his head, showing a beautiful smile, a beautiful smile. Master, you call it roar, how can I hear that you are cursing? And can the knock on the door not come out of your mouth? You can pretend to knock on the door. Nightblade said helplessly. We're just cosplaying, can we stop being so critical? Seriously, you're not doing too well? Other wives are doing hygiene while lying on their stomachs. It's obviously wrong for you to do it while you are standing. I'm not an islander, I'm definitely standing up for hygiene. You can be now. Okay, then do it all over again. Forget it, I am a 14-year-old boy, still too immature, not suitable for the role of Cos. I think I should be a student again. Teacher Yuren. I also think, classmate Locke, let's start making up lessons now. The next morning, Locke got up early and went for a morning run in the manor. In the past life, he became ill from overwork, and finally died of illness, and he died young. The main reason is that they do not cherish their own body too much. Now that he has lived a new life, he can't repeat the same mistakes. The key is that he has no worries about food and clothing in this life, and he doesn't need to worry about money at all. Now he just needs to take good care of himself. After all, there is still a robot wife at home, and his A2 sister is also under construction. Therefore, you still need to exercise more for your body, especially your waist strength, which is particularly important. But just as he thought of it, an old figure slowly ran past him and overtook him. That figure is none other than his old housekeeper, Emo, who is close to 80 years old. Master, you can't do it. Damn old man, you are courting death. Locke caught up with Lao Emo with difficulty, and his legs were a little weak. The old butler who is nearly 80 years old in front of him is unusual, and his running speed is not inferior to that of a teenager, which is very abnormal. He didn't care too much about his predecessor, but Locke, who was a traveler, found a clue. In his memory, this old housekeeper has always been very tough, and has always dutifully guarded the manor. For nearly 100 years, there has never been any problem. This may seem like a no-brainer, but when you think about it, it's quite unreasonable. Not to mention how many terrible opponents the Rockefeller family offended in the process of business. It is absolutely impossible for a manor without security forces to be as peaceful as the security issue in the beautiful country. Now that I think about it, all of this is really unreasonable. According to his intuition, this is most likely related to the old housekeeper in front of him. This guy, who is almost 80 years old, still walks with wind, and his movement speed is not weaker than his own youth. This is clearly abnormal. He suddenly thought of Kim and said before his death that his father seemed to be involved in a World War II era project. As far as he knew, Lao Emo should have been by his father's side at that time. Perhaps the thing that Jinbing has been looking for, Lao Emo knows? Thinking of this, he felt that it was necessary for him to talk to Lao Emo. But if that's the case, then what happened last night is likely to be discovered. This is a bit tricky. Young master, you are so worried, what's the matter? Lao Emo looked at Locke curiously and asked. Oh, nothing, I just couldn't do a question yesterday, and I'm still thinking about it. The question is not good, that's a problem. You don't have a teacher by your side now, you can only rely on yourself. This is not acceptable. By the way, since you don't want to go to school, master, otherwise I will invite all the teachers to my house. With this one-on-one tutoring, you can always ask a teacher for help. Lao Emo thought about it and said, he still didn't give up sending Locke to study. Hearing this, Locke was naturally not interested, he just said it casually. No teacher can help him with his homework now, but he can help them in turn. Forget it, I think self-study is pretty good. By the way, Lao Emo, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Master, please tell me, I will give you a detailed answer. That is, our old man, apart from leaving me this large family business, have you left anything else? Locke thought for a while and asked. Other things? I don't have an impression of it, but everything the old man has is now yours. Maybe you can go to the old man's study, there should be some of his personal belongings there. A study room. Master, are you looking for something? Lao Emo asked curiously. Hehe, not really, I just thought of the great cause of this family, after a little worry. After all, I am the person in charge of this family, so I can't let him down. So I just wanted to see if the old man left any business experience, and he wanted me to study so that I could better manage the family's business. Hearing what Locke said, Lao Mo's face was full of relief. Young master, it's really nice of you to think so, but you can go to the study and have a look, maybe you will gain something. Lao Emo said, his hands behind his back, and he left slowly. Looking at Lao Emo who was leaving, Locke always had a strange feeling. The last sentence of this guy is a bit interesting. Ask for some data, thank you. In the old man's study, Locke sat quietly at the desk, his fingers like light dancers, tapping gently on the table. Pierce, who is the Minister of the World Security Council, is actually one of the leaders of the Hydra organization behind the scenes. What is it that makes the Hydra organization look for it? And the plan during World War II, which plan? Locke muttered to himself, had a headache, and sat in the study for some time, but he didn't find any useful clues. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. Master, I made you a cup of coffee. I'm thinking about things. Drinking some coffee will be better. It's not Lao Mo, who else could it be? Well, thank you Butler Mo, but I'm underage, can I drink it? Locke took a sip of coffee and asked. Seeing this, Lao Mo's face showed a hint of helplessness. If you were really worried about not being able to drink, you wouldn't drink first and then ask. This is not taking off your pants and farting, is it unnecessary? This young master is getting more and more naughty. Master, didn't you say that you are underage, but are you already an adult? Drinking a little less will not get in the way, and other things are the same, as long as you control the frequency and pay attention to moderation, there is no problem. By the way, when I passed by your room just now, I saw a wax figure of a girl in your room. Did you make it in the laboratory during this time? It was so well done, it looked like it was real, I was taken aback. Wax. Damn, Locke was shocked. Obviously, Lao Mo found Miss 2B in his room. However, the guy in the night blade is also smart. He even pretended to be a wax figure. This is a smart way. All she had to do was take her body temperature away and stay still, and it did look like a wax figure. It's just that the thought of this word made him a little uncomfortable. The guy who pushes himself hard every night, if it is really a wax figure, always feels a little nervous. Hehe, it's a wax figure I made, but it's not an ordinary wax figure. She has a voice function and can have a simple conversation with me. Locke smiled. Yes, Master, you are really amazing. This is already considered knowledge in the field of intelligent AI. It's not that exaggerated, you can do it by downloading a few voice packs online. Locke smiled. Thank you for the coffee. Locke took a sip of coffee and placed it lightly on the table. Taking a look in the study, Lao Mo suddenly sighed. Master, I've watched you grow up all the way. The people who used to sit in this position were all masters. I really miss them. From you, I can see the shadow of the old man. You really look alike. Yeah. Locke nodded, always feeling that Lao Mo was a little strange today. By the way, I just remembered that I have an old photo here. It was left by the old man at the beginning, and now I will give it to you. As Lao Mo said, he took out a photo from his pocket and placed it gently on the table in front of Locke. After taking the photo, there was a flash of surprise in Locke's eyes, but he hid it well and didn't show the expression he shouldn't have on his face. It's really an old photo, the old man was so young back then, and so were you. By the way, who are the two standing beside you and the master? Oh, standing beside the old man is the old man's former investment object, Howard Stark, an inventor. Standing beside me is a genius scientist, Abraham Erskine. However, the two of them passed away many years ago, and now the old man has passed away. Hey, now I'm left with the old bones. I don't know, there are still a few days. Lao Mo sighed. What are you talking about? Lao Mo, you are my only relative now, give me a good life, work hard, at least live 100 years. 100 years old, then there are still more than 20 years. It's at least 100 years old. Ha ha ha, as long as the young master doesn't dislike my broken mouth, I will always accompany the young master. Lao Mo smiled, his face full of emotion. At this moment, there were several noisy voices outside. Lao Mo frowned. It must be those old maids who are arguing again. Young master, I'll go out and deal with it. Well, let's go. Locke nodded and moved his gaze to the photo in front of him again. He really didn't expect that his old man knew Howard and Abraham Erskine. And he is also an investor in Howard. So, he is very likely to be a shareholder of Stark Group. As expected of an old man, as expected of a Chable? Bulls. Locke smiled. Immediately, several problems that he had been unable to figure out all the time were solved. Howard was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D, and Erskine was the scientist who developed the super soldier serum. Substituting these 2 points into it, it is not difficult to imagine that the plan in Jinbing's mouth should be the super soldier plan. I really did not expect that the old man was also a participant in the super soldier program. So, what Hydra is looking for is the super soldier serum. No, the super soldier serum is long gone. And the Hydra organization themselves have come up with a killing machine like the Winter Soldier, and they must be looking for more than just ready-made super soldier serum. Not an off-the-shelf super soldier serum, could it be a recipe? Locke thought silently in his heart, and his heart shook. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and immediately rummaged in the study. Being able to make the Hydra organization mobilize the masses, and not hesitate to fight against a Chable family like the Rockefellers, is obviously more important than imagined. If it is just a ready-made super soldier serum, it obviously does not have such a large amount of energy. In this way, all Locke can think of is the real formula of super serum soldiers. But in the original Marvel universe, this thing has long disappeared. It is precisely because of this that the Hydra organization spends a lot of energy to develop a new super soldier serum, thus creating an irrational killing machine like the Winter Soldier. Not just the Winter Soldier, Bruce Banner, General Ross, Green Goblin, and more. They are also affected by the super soldier serum, trying to copy a new super soldier serum to create a more powerful super soldier. However, due to different reasons, there was a problem with the formula, which created one monster after another. It's not that Locke didn't think about looking for strengthening potions from these guys before, but the risks of these potions were not what he wanted to take. In order to strengthen yourself, turn yourself into a monster? What a joke! I am a rich man, do the poor rely on mutating to become better, and the rich rely on technology. However, if you can get the genuine super soldier serum, you can consider injecting it. After all, the side effects of this stuff are almost negligible, and it can greatly improve his physical fitness, which is also of great help to him. He is so weak now that an ordinary person can easily kill him with a gun. And this weak body makes him always feel that he has enough energy when communicating with teacher to be. If you want to be obedient to your robot wife, a strong physique is essential. It's time to improve this situation. At this moment, he found a yellowed notebook on the old man's bookshelf. Opening the notebook, a thin piece of paper slipped out. What is this? Locke picked it up curiously and opened it gently. There are several formulas written in a disorderly manner, and it looks like a ghost drawing. If Locke was still an ordinary person, he would have thrown it away as trash. But today's Locke has an IQ far beyond ordinary people, and he can see the extraordinariness of these formulas just by looking at them. Looking down, he faintly saw a very vague name at the bottom corner of the paper. Erkins? This is Erkins' manuscript. Immediately, Locke reacted. The almost damaged piece of paper in his hand was actually a manuscript left by Dr. Erkins. And these formulas are very likely to be the formulas of super soldiers. Why is this thing in the old man's place? Locke looked puzzled. He really couldn't understand why Dr. Erkins' manuscript was in the old man's study. Judging from the randomness of this manuscript, it is clear that Erkins wrote it quickly in an emergency. As for whether this is the real super soldier serum formula, it remains to be verified by himself. However, now he finally knows why Dr. Erkins' genuine formula has not been handed down. Just this random manuscript that looks like a ghostly talisman, a normal person would throw it away as garbage. It was also thanks to his brain that had been strengthened by the system, otherwise he would have thrown it into the trash with a high probability. After reading the manuscript carefully, make sure that all the details are clearly written down. Locke took out the lighter and burned it without hesitation. Some things, as long as you remember it in your mind. Keep it, it's a hassle after all. S.H.I.E.L.D, Fort Johnson Base. All dead. A man with a blindfold tapped the table with his fingers, his face full of doubts. This man is none other than the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Nick Fury. Yes, sir, all dead, no one alive. In front of him, a woman in a black outfit showing the beautiful scenery on her chest nodded and said, "This woman is Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow. Any clues to the murderer?" Nick Fury asked Natasha Romanoff in front of him with a solemn expression. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, saying no. Sir, Natasha Romanoff and I went to the scene to see that there were 63 dead, including Jinbing who died on the rooftop. I analyzed all decedent wounds, just 2. One was wounded by a sharp weapon, and a preliminary guess was that it was a long sword. And the means are very ruthless, almost killing them with a single sword. The second is a wound caused by a high-heat weapon, and the wound has obvious burn marks. According to the analysis of our professionals, the initial suspicion is laser. Moreover, the murderer was extremely cautious, and all the surveillance videos during that night were inexplicably black. No fingerprints were left at the scene, and the murderer was obviously premeditated. Phil Coulson, the level 8 agent beside the two, said calmly. Longsword plus laser, what combination is this? Can we match such a guy in our database? Nick Fury tapped the table and asked curiously. Database not found. Phil Coulson shook his head. In other words, a brand new guy appeared. Yes. This is interesting. With a laser weapon and a powerful hacking ability, this is a high-tech criminal. Nick Fury's face became more and more solemn. At this time, Natasha Romanoff on the side looked like he was hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Nick Fury frowned. What do you want to say? Sir, in fact, besides the Jinbing building, there is another place where a person died. Where? A police station in Manhattan. Before the incident at the Kingpin building, one person died at that police station. After investigation, it was also Jinbing's subordinate, but the method of death was a little different, because his neck was crushed. That is to say, this is a massacre specifically aimed at Jinbing's forces. Probably. The guy who died at the police station, do you know why he was arrested? We asked the people at the police station. That guy named Jace was the murderer who shot and killed Mr. Rockefeller. The Rockefeller family. Hearing the name of the Rockefeller family, roused Nick Fury, can't help but take a breath. This family is a behemoth? He finally understood why Jinbing, the underworld emperor, had such a tragic end. Asterisk. Not to mention Jinbing, a small underworld boss, even if they are S.H.I.E.L.D, they are still small shrimps in front of this behemoth. He really couldn't figure out how, with Jinbing's cautious mind, how could he touch the Rockefeller family? What was the difference between this and courting death? Should we take a trip to Rockefeller Manor? Natasha Romanoff asked tentatively. She also knew very well what kind of status this family had in the beautiful country. It is also because of this that she just thought about whether or not to speak out about the police station. Not for the time being. Don't act rashly until there is not enough evidence to prove that the Rockefeller family did this. Even if there is sufficient evidence, you have to report to me first, and then I report to the top. This is a behemoth, don't touch it unless it's a last resort, it's taboo? Nick Fury sighed, his face complicated. Any S.H.I.E.L.D family has a special and unshakable status in their country. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he felt it even more deeply. Soon, the presidential election will begin, and the most promising candidate for Locke's success is the Rockefeller family. In other words, if he moves the Rockefeller family now, he will be against the future president, or even the Congress. No matter how fat his guts were, he was not fat enough to damage his brain. Got it. Natasha Romanoff nodded. By the way, what happened to the Rockefeller family recently? Nick Fury took out a cigarette from the cigarette case by the table and lit it, curiously. A special thing? Is it a special thing for the prince to drop out of school? Natasha Romanoff shrugged and laughed. Drop out. Nick Fury looked suspicious as he stopped the cigarette he was about to put in his mouth. I heard that a month ago, the 14-year-old prince of the Rockefeller family, Rockefeller, dropped out of school. Any reason? I heard that the reason for dropping out of school was because of the death of the old man, which caused serious psychological trauma to Locke. He needed to recuperate at home, and his studies were taught by private teachers. However, according to my investigation, the Rockefeller family has not hired teachers for more than a month. On the contrary, on the second day of dropping out, they bought all kinds of experimental equipment and materials. By the way, here is a list of the materials and lab equipment they purchased. Phil Coulson said as he handed over the prepared materials to Nick Fury. Take it, open it. It is densely recorded with countless experimental equipment and materials. Everything from biological lab materials to physics lab materials. Finally, his eyes stopped on the final purchase price. More than 50 million USD. Nick Fury gasped. The price was really dazzling. Yes. Why do you spend so much money to set up a laboratory? I don't know about this. Anyway, these things were finally transported into the manor where Locke lived. From what the porter said at the time, it seemed that the prince was very interested and wanted to do a small scientific experiment. So their housekeeper built a laboratory for him. Phil Coulson recalled. What science experiment would a 14-year-old kid do? Just kidding? This kind of rich kid is really stupid. Just because of a whim, he spent $50 million to build a laboratory. Isn't it good to use this money for other things? Natasha Romanoff shook his head and said with a look of disdain. Natasha Romanoff, you're a little underestimated. Now a young, 14-year-old can do a lot of things. There are many such children in those unhealthy places, Phil Coulson said with a smile. What do you mean? Natasha Romanoff frowned. Don't say it's a small experiment, even a woman, he's already, you know. Phil Coulson shrugged. 14? Cut, little thing. Natasha Romanoff sneered. Okay, don't digress, do you guys investigate this stuff and does anyone else know about it? Nick Fury asked, changing the subject. Don't worry, we just did a routine investigation, and it was approved by the Rockefeller family. That's good. By the way, Jin and died. This time the underworld will definitely lead to a big reshuffle. You pay more attention. If there is any abnormal situation, report it in time. Okay, let's go first. Yeah. Nick Fury nodded, pressing the cigarette that was about to burn to the bottom of the cigarette in the ashtray. Then, as if thinking of something, he said, by the way, Natasha Romanoff, you stay here. I have something to explain to you. Natasha Romanoff. Then I'll go first. Phil Coulson left, closing the door. Sir, what do you want to explain? You secretly visit the former classmates and teachers of Prince Locke these days. Sir, you didn't say. We didn't directly investigate the Rockefeller family, do you think so? Nick Fury said slyly. I see. Natasha Romanoff nodded with a smile and got up to leave. Inside the room, Nick Fury flicked his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Rockefeller Manor, underground laboratory. Locke was typing fast on the keyboard when the last space bar was pressed. A very mechanical electronic synthesis sound sounded in the laboratory. The hologram in front of him also changed. The data entry is completed, the data model is being built, the building is successful, and the pass rate is 100%. Hearing this voice, a happy smile appeared on the faces of Locke and the Nightblade beside him. The best solution for enhanced super soldier serum has really become. Continue to ask for data. An optimal solution enhanced super soldier serum, as the name suggests, is the top configuration of super soldier serum. It has the characteristics of almost no side effects with the genuine super soldier serum, but it can greatly improve the physical function of the injector. Definitely, the so-called near no side effects here are only relative to those serums that turn the injector into a monster. For example, the Winter Soldier created by the Hydra organization, and the Green Goblin with split personality. The biggest side effect of the genuine super soldier serum is to amplify the personality traits of the injector. It's understandable that evil injections become more evil, such as Red Skull. The righteous will become even more brilliant after the injection, such as Captain America Rogers. And Locke has always felt that his characteristics are just like you in front of the screen, a little lewd. Therefore, even if this trait is magnified, he will just become a super pervert. It shouldn't pose too much threat to this society. At most there is one more flower thief in this world. But with his family, with his banknotes ability, why pick flowers? He threw the banknotes on the bed, fearing that there would be countless flowers waiting to be picked by him. The so-called side effects of genuine super soldier serum really have no effect on his wool. I quickly typed a few lines of code on the computer, and the medicine synthesis machine around me started running quickly. It didn't take long for a bottle of green medicine to automatically synthesize. This is exactly what Locke has optimized for the enhanced super soldier serum. Come on, get on the experimental bench and start the human experiment. Locke took off his shirt and walked onto the experimental bench. Master, what are you joking? This thing has not even been tested on animals in the level 1 section, so you just tested on humans, and the test subject is still you? If you don't take care of your own body, you have to think about me as your tutor and wife. If something happens to you, what will I do? Seeing that Locke walked directly to the experimental bench, Yeren hurriedly pulled him and said, "What else can I do? I'm definitely a widow. Why, you still want to remarry?" Locke said mockingly, "Keep your sister's widow, happy things can't stop for a day, and I want this young lady to be a widow, there is no door." Article 3 of the Robot Guidelines, always take the safety of the creator's life as its own responsibility, and never put the creator in danger. If the creator is in danger due to force majeure, it will do whatever it takes to save the creator. Young master, please think twice, don't use your body to make jokes, find a few white mice, and start with animal experiments? Blade said with a serious look on his face. It felt like if he said no, the Nightblade would just tie him up. Locke didn't doubt that she would, since the robot code was his own. Once he is really in danger, the Nightblade will really do anything. It is good to tie himself up, and it may directly smash the super soldier serum in his hand. The super soldier serum he finally came up with can't be destroyed like this. I have to say that the robot wife loves herself too much, and she is also worried. Locke thought helplessly. If a man knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would probably be hammered to death. Get cheap and sell well. Okay, I'll listen to you, teacher 2B, do animal experiments first, so that's the head office. Locke shook his head, dumbfounded. Why do you sound like you're cursing? Why, don't you just call it 2B? You are only 2B, this 2B is not that 2B, anyway, it's not the 2B you understand. Yes, it's not 2B that I understand, it's 2B that you understand yourself. Is this the head office? Don't 2B come 2B, hurry up to carry out animal experiments. Young master, I'm still in a hurry to get bigger and stronger? Don't you want to see how deep the stronger young master can reach earlier? Locke squeezed his fist and said domineeringly. Think. Nightblade nodded. What nonsense is that? Hurry up. A week later, after a series of rigorous tests, Locke was finally able to walk onto the test bench unhindered. The human experiment that belongs to him has officially started. According to the test data of the past few days, after the injection, the body will produce a short-term rejection reaction, and there will be unimaginable pain. Young master, you can bear it. Nightblade wearing a white coat said very seriously. Before, she was only a cosplay nurse, but this time, he really wanted to be a nurse once. After all, she held a needle and stabbed a needle directly into the arm of Locke, who was tied up with 5 flowers. Locke, who was originally calm, immediately turned hideous. The experimental warehouse is closed. The subject's vital signs fluctuated, and the body temperature began to rise. Turn on the cooling mode, the body temperature begins to drop, the secretion of the adrenal glands rises abnormally, and the body functions are strengthening. Progress 1%, 10%. A series of electronic alarms sounded in the laboratory, nervous and exciting. Blade, who has been staring at the computer screen, has a solemn face and frowns, very worried. 98%, 99%, 100%. Ding, the progress is 100%, the strengthening is successful. When the last electronic alarm ended, the entire laboratory fell into silence, and Blade could hear his own heartbeat. Her eyes were fixed on the experimental warehouse. At this moment, the warehouse body opened with a bang. The figure was taller, and the new Locke, whose body was covered with beautiful streamlined muscles, appeared in front of her. Asterisk. Locke, who had slightly closed his eyes, slowly opened his eyes, and his originally grim face slowly stretched out and turned into enjoyment. Raise your hands and hold them tightly. Crackling. A powerful force filled his fists, which made him have the illusion that one punch could break the sky. This is a normal reaction to a sudden surge of power in a short period of time. Think of ordinary super soldier potions, which can turn Rogers, a weak dwarf, into a 1.8-meter soldier. And it's the kind that can pull a plane by hand. At this moment, it is not difficult to imagine how the strength of Locke, who was injected with the optimal solution enhanced super soldier serum, has been improved. Is this the power beyond human beings? So cool. Locke couldn't hide his excitement and looked at his body. From the palms to the arms, to the pecs, to the ABS, and then under the ABS. Wait, what the hell? I wipe, where are my pants? Locke was shocked, because he suddenly found that the pants he was wearing were bursting out by his beautiful muscles. This is not to say that his current physique is so sturdy and terrifying, on the contrary, his body is still incomparably well proportioned. The file size of each muscle is just right, it is the kind of streamlined living muscle. It's the kind of muscle line that you can easily control, the kind that is firm if you want to be strong, and soft if you want to be soft. The main reason why his pants were bursting at the moment was because he was too weak before. After all, he was only passing through the body of a 14-year-old underage. No matter how strong this young man's physique was, how strong could he be? And now with the injection of the enhanced super soldier serum, it is equivalent to speeding up his development. No, it's not just about speeding up his growth, more precisely, it's maximizing his growth. Let him complete the development of the next few years in a few minutes, and it is still a monster-level strengthening. In this way, his previous clothes and trousers naturally couldn't bear it, and it was absolutely certain that he was bursting. Oops. At this moment, Locke was startled, as if thinking of something. He turned around quickly, but it was too late. A soft, warm palm stopped him one step ahead of him. Hiss. Locke took a deep breath. His eyes moved to a night blade that rushed to the front of him. What are you doing? Locke looked at her speechlessly. Are you really that underage young master? It's completely different? You've grown a lot taller. Nightblade said incredulously while touching Locke's completely different, but almost beautiful body. I'm definitely still me, but I just grew up earlier. Locke said with a smile, tore off the bandage that bound him, and walked out of the experimental chamber with one foot. Pinch Yaren's chin, forcing her to step back step by step. Looking down at her, the beautiful scenery on her chest comes into view. Suddenly, with the sound of a king, Blade startled roar, winking and blurring. Is this the young master who became stronger, so strong? The Nightblade deer rammed around, full of thoughts. What are you doing? Bring me a new set of clothes. Oh, I almost forgot. Nightblade turned around and ran out. It didn't take long before she took a new set of clothes and came to Locke. However, she did not immediately hand over the clothes to Locke. And as if suddenly remembered, he looked at Locke with a playful face. Master, I almost forgot, the experimental process has not been completed, there is still the last step. The last step? What? Locke was curious that his strengthening had obviously ended. What is the so-called last step of this robot wife in front of you? Strength test, see how much stronger you are than before. Yaren said solemnly. It turns out that the last step you said refers to this. Locke was dumbfounded. What? Want to compare with me? BB? Come on then, you choose the battle mode. Let's start with hand-to-hand combat with bare hands. With bare hands, that's exactly what I mean. Very well, then I can start. Blade said, and tore off his black battlesuit. Your sister, with bare hands, what are you taking off? Young master, you need to listen to everything. It's hand-to-hand combat with bare hands. The focus is on hand-to-hand combat, not bare hands. I'm sorry. A long time. Locke was panting, and Nightblade had fallen to the ground. Obviously, the victory of the battle belongs to Locke, whose body has been terribly strengthened. How, are you convinced now? From his pocket, Locke took out a piece of chewing gum and threw it into his mouth, chewing, and smiled at the Nightblade lying on the ground, said. The Nightblade staggered up from the ground, and the defeat of the battle did not make her sad. Instead, a very satisfied and excited smile appeared on her face. Young master, you are so strong. I am very happy, I like it very much. Blade seemed to be drunk, his beautiful face was blushing, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Locke. Obviously, she is really convinced. Convinced? Oral? Although the battle with the Nightblade just now was not a real fighting battle, but Locke has a relatively comprehensive understanding of his current body. If I had to describe it, it would be as powerful as a beast, as fast as lightning, as strong as a rock, and enduring for a long time. Simply, doll fight? Bah, it's a humanoid monster. Just imagine how strong it is to be able to win against the robot wife who has let go of her full strength and win. He has a strong intuition that his current self, even in the face of a monster of the level of a regular Hulk, will definitely not be inferior. After all, what he injected was the optimal enhanced super soldier serum. Its effect is several times stronger than the original super soldier serum. Sentry with the explosive force of 1,000,000 fixed stars is a good example. However, Locke is definitely not comparable to Sentry now, and he is currently limited to the upper reaches of the surface-level combat power. Definitely, the above-mentioned things require him to have a strong foundation of fighting ability. And now, he obviously hasn't. Sora has a strong body and almost zero fighting skills. You can also clean up the robot wife at home. It seems that I have to find some fighting teachers. Locke muttered to himself. Why, I'm not enough to be your teacher. Nightblade twisted the water snake's waist, walked to Locke, and hung on Locke's body like a koala. With a slight smile, he squeezed Nightblade's soft chin. Definitely yes, in the future you will not only be my tutor, but also my fighting teacher. However, I have a lot of fighting skills to learn, not just you, Locke said thoughtfully. He said that because Super Serum not only strengthened his physique, but also his brain. He already had an extraordinary IQ, but now he has an unforgettable memory and photographic responsibility. When it comes to the ability to respond to photography, the first thing that comes to mind is the classic villain imitation master of the Marvel world, Tony Masters. He is a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who has the photoreaction ability due to the accidental injection of special serum. Locke has the ability to copy other people's fighting moves. The body movements of the target can be perfectly and precisely replicated, and no matter how complex the target's body movements are, it can be accurately restored. He can even learn movement skills by watching TV, videotape, DVD, movies, etc. Therefore, he is proficient in a variety of fighting skills including but not limited to karate, modern fighting, Western swordsmanship, dragon country traditional martial arts, etc., and is a veritable martial arts master. Through the photographic reaction ability, the master imitator skillfully copied the unarmed combat and various cold and hot weapon combat skills of countless combat masters. Combining them in a targeted manner creates a fighting style of its own. From this, it can be seen that the photographic reaction ability has a perverted bonus effect for the learners of physical arts. But although they are all photographic reaction abilities, there are also strong and weak points. The photographic response ability of mimicking the master is flawed. Although the imitation master has a strong memory and can quickly learn the ability of others, but his brain capacity has not been strengthened, so every time the new ability accumulates to a stage, the old memory will be removed from his brain, so that he never remembers his wife. This is just like our mobile phones and computers. It is not enough to have a powerful CPU. The space capacity should also be increased accordingly, otherwise every time a new film is downloaded, the old film must be deleted, which is a pity. And Locke does not have such a problem. Not only is his photographic response more perverted than that of the master imitator, his brain capacity has also been double strengthened by the system and the super soldier serum, so the capacity is very sufficient. If the CPU of the imitation master is i3 and the brain capacity is 256G, then his CPU is i7 and the brain capacity is 2T. The two cannot be compared at all, and at this point, he couldn't help but look forward to it. When you watch all the fighting movies, how will your fighting skills improve? Wouldn't it be better to watch some more romantic movies? Thinking of this, Locke looked at the night blade with a wretched smile on his face. Looking forward to it. Okay, put on your clothes. Gently put down the night blade hanging around his neck. Locke, who was dressed, threw the black silk of the night blade in front of her. After taking the black silk, Yaren smiled and threw it into the trash can next to it. It's all torn like this, how can I wear it? I have a new one. Having said that, he got up, twisted the waist of the water snake, and walked into the room along the stairs. Locke's underground laboratory, right under the ground of his villa, leads directly to his bedroom. The reason for this design is also for convenience, but now it seems that this is also convenient for Yaren, the robot wife. There is one more place on the battlefield for herself and her. Walking out of the underground laboratory, the knock on the door sounded at the right time. Master, are you up yet? Lao Mo's voice. During this period of time, because of the super soldier serum, he forgot to eat and sleep. He didn't sleep last night, how did he get up? But of course he couldn't tell Lao Mo. Wake up, what's the matter? Locke tidied up his clothes. But what embarrassed him was that the clothes were too small and the heels were exposed. This is also impossible. The super soldier serum made him grow more than 10 centimeters in a few minutes, and his body also became stronger. He was already tall, but he looked even taller, and it was a trivial matter that his clothes were too small. When Lao Mo sees him like this, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain. But just think about it, it's not easy to explain, so don't explain it, don't worry about it. Anyway, he was thinking of a showdown with Lao Mo? Yes, there is something I want to report to the young master. Come in. Lao Mo pushed open the door, walked in, and first saw Locke sitting on the sofa. Immediately, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon, the surprise disappeared, replaced by a meaningful smile. Looks like, young master, you have something to tell me too. Lao Mo smiled and came to Locke unhurriedly. Some hunched bodies sat directly opposite Locke. Looking at Lao Mo's reaction, Locke smiled and sat upright. His guess was right, and the old butler in front of him was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Do you speak first or I speak first? Locke said directly, not to blame. It's better for the young master to speak first. Presumably the young master wants to ask more things than me. Lao Mo said with a smile. Really? First question, who are you? Who is it? I've always been the housekeeper of the Rockefeller family. It was in the past, it is now, and it will be in the future. It depends on your wishes, master. Lao Mo smiled. I'm not asking about your occupation, but your identity, or more precisely, your hidden identity. Locke crossed his fingers and placed it lightly on his chin, staring at Lao Mo with deep eyes, as if to see through him. However, Lao Mo had a kind smile on his face and a sincere look on his face. My clear identity is the big housekeeper of the Rockefeller family, responsible for the family's internal affairs, including but not limited to health management, subordinate management, manor security, and a series of work. But secretly, I do have an identity, the chief bodyguard beside the old man, responsible for the personal safety of the old man. However, I am remiss. Speaking of this, Lao Mo's face showed a touch of sadness, and his heart was aching. That day, he instinctively protected the young master Locke first, but the old man was shot and died unfortunately. During this time, he was tortured a lot, and he was surrounded by negative emotions such as annoyance and guilt, which made him physically and mentally exhausted. But it has never been revealed in front of the young master Locke. It's not your fault, you have done a good job, otherwise I would have died. Locke said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. I can do better. Lao Mo shook his head with a sad expression. Okay, think about what you said to me before, what we have to do now is how to live better. Second question, your body seems to be different from ordinary people. Locke continued to ask. Looks like you've already discovered it, master. It's also normal for a genius master who can create a super soldier serum by using the formula left by Dr. Erkins to discover the old servant's secret. I won't hide it. Yes, Dr. Erkins made a total of 3 super soldier serums. The first experimental super soldier serum was injected by John Schmidt. As for who John Schmidt is, I will explain it to you later. Hearing Lao Mo's words, Locke showed a meaningful smile. As a traveler, others may not know who John Schmidt is, but he is very clear. This guy has a popular nickname, Red Skull. It's just that he didn't expect that Lao Mo actually knew Red Skull. And it seems that there are some unknown grievances between the two. The second improved version of the super soldier serum, the injector, is me. At that time, I was a small follower under the old man, and I was responsible for helping him. That night, the fires of World War II burned into the hotel we were staying, and one was unfortunately shot and my life was in danger. In order to save me, the old man carried me under fire all the way and took me to Dr. Erkin's. Then I was injected with the still improving super soldier serum, and I saved my life. My second life was given by the old man and Dr. Erkin's, which I will always remember. Since then, I have been by the old man's side, and since childhood, I have become the big housekeeper of the Rockefeller family. At the same time, he is also the bodyguard of the old man. It's been so many years since this flash, all the people from that year have left, and I'm the only one left. Old Mo sighed, feeling very much. In this world, people are the most embarrassing? It turns out that, but I didn't expect that there is such a bizarre and twisted story in it. Locke was enlightened, and finally understood why the old Mo in front of him had such a strong physique. It turns out that this guy, like Captain America Rogers, is also a Superman type injected with super soldier serum. I just don't know who was stronger than Captain America in his combat effectiveness back then. Haha, this is an old adult affair half a century ago. If the young master didn't ask about it, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Lao Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. By the way, what about the third super soldier potion? Locke asked knowingly. The infuser of the third super soldier serum is Captain America Rogers, the one from the comics. At that time, he was the spiritual food of the soldiers in the army, but unfortunately, he died. Lao Mo shook his head, as if caught in a memory. So that's the case. So, you have the same outstanding strength as Captain America? Which of you is stronger? Locke asked curiously. Ha ha ha, I guessed you would ask this, young master. But I did compete with Rogers back then. Result: tie. So, Lao Mo, you are really a master. Hee, no matter how high it is, it can't withstand the ravages of time. I am an old bone. Don't talk about this, young master. Should I ask you? Old Mo turned around and looked at Locke and said. You ask. Locke nodded, sat up straight, and looked at Lao Mo. Are you still my young master? Lao Mo looked at Locke meaningfully and asked. Hearing this, Locke smiled and was silent for a moment. Definitely, I will always be the heir to the Rockefeller family, and always your young master. Hearing Locke's firm words, a relieved smile appeared on Lao Mo's face. I understand. Nodding, getting up. Master, you've been making too much noise recently. Someone wants to investigate you? But they were blocked by me, but they did not give up in secret. But don't worry, I'll take care of it, said Mo pointedly. Sure enough, Lao Mo had long known that Jinbing was the one who did it. But it doesn't matter anymore, the showdown has already been done. It's good to know. If you can deal with it, deal with it. If you can't deal with it, I will let someone deal with it. Understood. Lao Mo nodded and left respectfully. But when he reached the door, he stopped again and turned to look at Locke. Master, the robot you built is beautiful. However, it's better to be restrained. After all, you are still underage. This guy, Lao Mo, really knows everything, but he doesn't say anything. Jumping out at this time and putting yourself in moderation? What a joke, just having fun, but it has always been his life creed. Moreover, Miss 2B is really fragrant. He is still young, so what does he think so much about? Sighing, Lao Mo hunched his body and shook his head. You are so similar to the old man, as expected. If you have a father, you must have a son. Damn old man, if you don't come here, I don't believe that you can sit still when you are young, and I pretend to be innocent with the young master. Don't think that I don't know about you and those old pickle maids. I'm embarrassed to point you out. I used to think that it was the old man's good old friend, so I was specially taken care of. But guess what I've found recently? The guy who knocks on the maid's door in the middle of the night. Is that you? The reason why the maids quarrel every day is because you are not ashamed? Master, you. Lao Mo never thought that his young master even knew these little secrets of him. Immediately, he was embarrassed. If there was a crack on the ground, he would want to get in. Master, it's not what you think. We are just ordinary friends. Still pretend to me. Go 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 go. The old slave will retire first. By the way, the old slave originally planned to recruit some younger maids for the young master. But now that the young master has a robot servant, I will put the recruitment of maids on hold for the time being. Lao Mo thought about it and said. Wait, I think this can happen. Locke said with a smile. King. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of drawing a knife in the bedroom behind him. Immediately, his back felt a chill. It's over. The voice was too loud, and was heard by Miss 2B. You're right, shelving. It must be shelved. Hehe, I see, the old slave has retired. Lao Mo glanced meaningfully at the direction of the bedroom, then bowed and walked away. It's not bad to have a robot in charge of the young master. He can also save a lot of worry. The old man thought so. Locke, on the other hand, thought differently. It's not good to create something by yourself. You have to create an emotional system for Miss 2B. It's all right now, I'm suffering myself. In the room, Locke sat naked on the sofa, closing his eyes and resting. In the bathroom, the sound of running water was like a beautiful musical instrument playing. Through the ground glass, Locke could see the beautiful silhouette of the Nightblade swaying. Shaking his head with a wry smile, just now, he paid the price he deserved for his wrong words. Feeling the body being hollowed out at the moment. Taking advantage of Yaren's spare time while taking a bath, he closed his eyes and entered the system. Host, Locke. Technology World, Neil Mechanical Age. Points, 10. The 10 points were earned by the last time Locke saw Tony Stark admit he was Iron Man on TV. According to the rules of the system, you can get rewards for witnessing and participating in Marvel events. Although I saw the news of Tony Stark on TV, it was a witness. However, there is still a big gap in the reward points of Locke for witnessing major events and participating in major events. If you really want to earn points, the fastest way is to directly participate in various Marvel events. Looking at the poor points, Locke withdrew directly from the system. Only by accumulating 100 points can we proceed to the next round of the lottery, and now there are only 10 points, so nothing can be done. It seems that it's time to take the initiative to find something to do, Locke muttered to himself. Just then, a text message alert sounded on his cell phone. Take your phone, click it. See you at the old place tonight. Sender, Gwen. Looking at the sender's name, a gentle smile appeared on Locke's face. That's right, the person who texted him was none other than Gwen Stacy, one of Spider-Man's ex-girlfriends in the Marvel world. But in the timeline he is in now, Gwen is his senior sister and the object of his puppy love. Currently 16 years old and still in high school. As for Spider-Man Pete Parker, no one was seen. Probably still playing mud at Midtown High School in Queens? Or, still in love with Flash Thompson's girlfriend Mary Jane Watson? Anyway, according to Locke's guess, at this time Pete Parker should still be a Diosy. See you at the old place, alright. Locke replied to a text message with a smile, and a warm scene with Gwen appeared in his mind unconsciously. The relationship between the two of them is pure love, at least for now. New York, an expensive private high school, a youthful and beautiful girl, her face is flushed, like a fire. Stinky boy, what's the matter with hair? Don't be ashamed. Even so, she was as happy as eating honey. Asterisk. Turning off the phone, a gentle smile appeared on Locke's face. Gwen Stacy is a love wealth left to him by his predecessor. This is a surprise, because he has always had a good impression of Gwen himself. Gwen is a typical Western beauty, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, sweet-looking, and is now at the age of youth and beauty. It goes well with the underage him? Definitely, the so-called match refers to the pure love aspect. As a transmigrator, Locke has not yet perverted to the point where he wants to reach out to underage girls. Although he is considered a minor now, it feels a bit funny to say this. But, this is his real idea. What he can do and what he can't do, he has his own bottom line. Between him and Gwen, it is enough to maintain a sweet love. The time he has is that one day Gwen will grow up. Before Gwen grew up, Miss 2B was his best companion. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Nightblade, wrapped in a white towel as usual, came to Locke. Like a cat, snuggling in Locke's arms. Locke smiled, and slipped his fingers between the silver white hair, giving her a gentle massage. It looks like he's playing a cat. Young master, the task you explained to me has been completed. Yaren said softly. So fast? It seems to be less than 10 minutes, right? I asked you to do it before taking a shower. Locke was shocked. The matter of the old man is his hatred, and it is impossible for him to give up until he sends the ultimate murderer to the west. It's just that in the past few days, he has been busy with the super soldier serum, which has delayed the progress of the matter for a while. After you have successfully strengthened your body, this matter will naturally be put on the agenda again. So Locke lets Nightblade use his hacking skills to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's repository to find everything about Hydra and Pierce, the old thief. This thing seems to be easy to say, but its difficulty is like climbing to the sky. You must know that the technological power of beautiful country has always been a global leader. Not to mention, the technological power of S.H.I.E.L.D, which is the top level in this world. Wanting to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's information base is simply impossible for ordinary people. But at this moment, Miss 2B quietly broke it in less than 10 minutes. And also filter out the information you want from the massive data. So, how could he not be shocked? It's just a trivial matter. It only took a minute to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D's information database. Most of the time is spent on massive queries, otherwise it can be faster. Nightblade said proudly. Ms. 2B, who has a self-learning function, is only making up for hacking techniques during this time. Up to now, even Locke's own skills are no match for her. However, Locke doesn't care about this. He specializes in surgery, and it is meaningless to compare hacking skills with a robot. Ms. 2B is made by him, as long as you know this is enough. For him, the stronger Ms. 2B is, the better it will be for him, and he can't ask for it. As expected of my good wife, she did a great job. Locke stroked Ms. 2B's hair and praised her softly. Is there a reward for that? Ms. 2B raised her head and looked at Locke with her bewildered eyes. Seeing this, Locke immediately smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, 10 minutes ago, the battle just ended. Do you want me to die young? Giggle, look, I scared you. I'm joking with you. The third rule of robotics is that the creator must not be put into danger. I know this very well. It's good to be clear. If happy things happen every day, they will become sparse and ordinary, and thus lose the essence of happiness. So keep it in moderation. My robot wife? Locke was dumbfounded. He never thought that such words would come out of his mouth. I never thought that my robot wife would become a life-threatening existence. This is simply off the mark. Sure enough, the drought died from the drought, the flood died from the flood, and now Locke is in the flood disaster period. List of young masters, life is too short to have fun. Miss 2B said with a smile. Locke, don't be poor with me, since the information has been collected, let's start the action. The target of this mission, Pierce. The result I want is very simple, that is, let him die. If anyone blocks, then kill without mercy. Locke said coldly. Received. Nightblade nodded with excitement on his face. The fighting consciousness engraved in her emotional center makes her have a strong desire to fight. That's why she always wanted to fight Locke. Because hand-to-hand combat, in her understanding, is also a kind of combat. Get up from Locke's arms and quickly put on the black battlesuit. A two-handed épée and a one-handed longsword automatically floated behind her. Anti-gravity drones followed closely. At this moment, the Nightblade once again incarnates into a ruthless life-seeking witch, sassy and beautiful. Master, are you participating this time? It can be controlled by hand. Nightblade smiled and looked at Locke and said. Locke was a little moved, but thinking of Gwen's text message, he shook his head. This time, it's up to you to handle it completely. I have to watch more martial arts movies at home. Is it a love martial arts movie? Giggle, young master, you are so funny. After all, the Nightblade directly put on his own unique blindfold. A pair of black demonic mechanical wings unfolded from her back, taking her into the sky. This is the anti-gravity flight device that Locke made for her? Looking at the Nightblade that quickly disappeared into the sky, Locke was speechless. This robot wife is simply an old driver among the old drivers, driving at a very slow speed. How could oneself create such a terrifying fairy? Sin. I looked at the time, it was 5 p.m. There are still 2 hours before he meets Gwen on an evening date. 2 hours is neither long nor short, enough for Locke to do a lot of things. For example, take a hard look at an action movie. With the photographic reaction ability, it's time to make up for his fighting skills. On the other side, the Nightblade is still galloping at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The high altitude and low temperature unbearable for ordinary people is not a problem at all for the Nightblade of the biochemical robot. On her unique high-tech black eye patch, there is a flash of light. That was where the target was, according to the intelligence she had intercepted. Pierce's location at the moment is near the S.H.I.E.L.D secret base. But it is not in the base of S.H.I.E.L.D. According to the young master's guess, it should be the secret base of the Hydra organization. As the sworn enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Hydra organization dared to build a secret base near S.H.I.E.L.D. One can imagine how arrogant the old coin Pierce is. This also reflects on the side how far S.H.I.E.L.D has been penetrated today. The mouse is around, but blind to the point of imperceptibility, sad. Just as Nightblade focused on speeding towards Pierce's spot, suddenly, an alarm sounded in her ears. In order to maximize the combat effectiveness of S.H.I.E.L.D, Locke spent a lot of energy on S.H.I.E.L.D's body and carried out a transformation. First, she was equipped with a pair of anti-gravity black mechanical wings. With these wings, Nightblade's actions are not limited to land. The sky can also become her main battlefield, and she can easily break through the speed of sound. The top speed can reach the terrifying 10 times the speed of sound. At such a flight speed, even the most advanced F-22 fighter jets in the beautiful country can't beat it. In addition, he is also equipped with the most advanced radar detectors and a 720-degree surveillance system without dead ends on his body. It can also easily avoid attacks from all directions when S.H.I.E.L.D closes his eyes. The current Miss 2B has a combination of offense and defense, and her strength is far stronger than the original. Dangerous, an unknown flight object is approaching at high speed. Hearing the sound of the alarm ringing in his ear, Nightblade looked in one direction with no expression on his face. Suddenly, in her visual system, a small point was quickly enlarged. In an instant, a golden figure appeared in Uran's eyes. Under the setting sun, the golden figure was particularly dazzling. However, there was a playful look on Uran's face. Because this golden yellow figure that suddenly flew towards him at high speed was not a Gunter, Tony Stark, who else could it be? She didn't expect to meet a genius inventor who even the young master would praise at this time. But it was precisely because of Locke's praise that she became curious and competitive with Tony Stark. She really wanted to see how the steel battlesuit created by this so-called genius inventor looks like. In the Mark III armor, Tony Stark was shocked. He had just returned from killing people in the Middle East, but he didn't expect to see a woman with wings on the way home, and at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He once suspected that he was dazzled, but it was confirmed again and again by his artificial intelligence JARVIS. When he told him it wasn't a hallucination, but that there really was a woman, he was completely stunned. It took him a long time to accept this fact unbelievably. But the facts can be accepted, but curiosity cannot be easily satisfied. Under the intense curiosity that almost exploded, he flew in the direction of the woman unexpectedly. In this way, there is a scene in front of you. Is this an angel or a devil? This woman is so strangely dressed. J.A.R.V.I.S. Turn on the scan function. Okay, Mr. Stark. Scan starts. Ding. Can't scan, there is a strong source of interference, electronics are affected and can't operate. Warning, warning, artificial intelligence systems are under attack, unknown signals are invading. Forced connection, rustling. Strong connection is successful. Issue a shutdown order, the AI system is shutting down. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice had a strong electric current sound, and in the end, it was impossible to hear what was said. But just don't listen, Tony Stark knows what's going on. His artificial intelligence system was hacked, and then it was forced to shut down. Tony Stark was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. How is this possible? Fake, what the hell is going on? Reboot now, Tony Stark said with a look of horror. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that such a thing would happen to him at all. And while he was still anxiously restarting his artificial intelligence system, the woman with wings had already come to him. At this moment, he is looking down at himself, like a supreme king. I don't know if it was because he was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and he suddenly felt breathless. This sense of oppression is so terrifying. Asterisk. Are you the so-called Iron Man? It seems like that. Young Master's compliment to you is a bit too much. Yebla looked at Iron Man expressionlessly and shook his head. Tony Stark. Hearing Yuren's words in front of him, Tony Stark was stunned, completely confused about the situation. The strange woman in front of him seemed to know him, but he himself had no impression of this woman. Who is this woman? A big black question mark popped up in Tony Stark's mind, and he was baffled. You know me? Who are you? What do you want to do? Tony Stark really didn't know what the silver-haired woman with black blindfolds covered most of her face was going to do. It's a non-nutritious question again. The last person who asked me this question is already dead. Do you want to die? Yuren sneered. What do you want to do? I should ask you this. You locked me first and flew towards me at high speed. What do you want to do? Are you courting death? After all, Nightblade didn't have time to explain to Tony. He raised his hand and grabbed it, trying to grab Tony Stark's neck. Seeing this, Tony Stark's face was horrified, and he didn't let it go. Raise your hands. Palms facing the Nightblade are two palm cannons. With the reverse thrust of the palm gun, Tony Stark immediately retreated to a place dozens of meters away. And it seems that the huge amounts of palm cannon didn't even touch the Nightblade, but it was blocked by the invisible protective shield that suddenly appeared in front of the Nightblade. Nightblade, unscathed. After blasting back from Nightblade, Tony didn't run away directly. He seemed to be unconvinced, but instead launched an attack on the Nightblade again. From the shoulder position of the Mark III armor, several precisely positioned bullets flew out. When he rescued those refugee hostages in the Middle East just now, he relied on this precise strike to kill all the robbers who took the hostages. Under the analysis of his high-tech armor, he was able to quickly find the opponent's weakness, then accurately locate it, and kill him with one hit. But what he didn't expect was that this time he didn't succeed. Just when his bullet was about to hit the woman, another invisible barrier appeared in front of the woman. His bullet seemed to be stuck in the quagmire and stopped in front of the woman so strangely. Looking at the bullets in front of him, Yuren had a disdainful expression on his face, raised his hand and lightly pinched one of them, and brought it in front of him. Is this your strength? It's too weak. Yuren shook his head in disdain. With a flick of the finger, the bullet flew out at high speed. Ding! With a crisp crash, the flying bullet hit Tony Stark's steel armor heavily. The terrifying force of the impact immediately knocked Tony upside down and flew out, and there was a deep pit at the impacted position, which was about to be penetrated. He had no doubts that the strange and terrifying woman in front of him might have been a little stronger. Then this bullet will appear in his body, but it will not simply stay on the surface of the steel armor. Horrified in his heart, a huge wave turned up, and an unprecedented crisis of life and death appeared in his heart. Cold sweat poured out, drenching his back. Don't try to shoot at me again, or I'll really kill you. Remember, you are not worthy of the name of a technological genius. It belongs to my young master. Also, don't pretend to be compulsive everywhere, look bored, and hit you once every time you see me. Yuren coldly dropped a sentence, and directly increased the speed of sound by 10 times, and disappeared from Tony Stark's face in an instant, leaving Tony Stark alone in the wind. Tony Stark. So, that woman beat me up because I like to pretend? WTF, who can tell me, who am I offending? Right, sir? The young master in the woman's mouth, who is it? Question after question popped up in Tony Stark's mind, baffling him. Touching the position where his abdomen was almost penetrated, he took a deep breath. Although the steel armor was not penetrated, the deep hit still caused a lot of damage to him. A sharp pain came from the abdomen, it should have been completely purple. Looking at the direction the woman was leaving, Tony's eyes filled with fear. That weird woman is so scary. The artificial intelligence system restarted successfully. Mr. Stark, good evening. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S finally sounded again. I'm not good at all. Detected a wound on your abdomen, identification, bruise. Got it, go back. By the way, pull out the automatic surveillance video of the battle armor. Mr. Stark, the surveillance video was forcibly turned off at the beginning, and we didn't record anything. Have you been prepared, or underestimate her? Who is this guy? Well, I'll always find out. Tony gritted his teeth and shook his head, then turned into a long rainbow and flew towards his seaside villa with extreme speed. Asterisk. At this moment, not only Tony Stark is confused, but Locke, who is watching the action movie, is also confused. Because just now, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully participating in the Marvel event, the Middle East Peace event, the road encounter Iron Man, the forced king who rushed back from the Middle East, and cleaned up and learned a lesson, reward points 20 points. What the hell, the Middle East turmoil incident. You also cleaned up and taught Iron Man a lesson? I'm so special, I've been watching movies at home. Locke looked shocked, and then he seemed to think of something. My second Austrian, shouldn't it be the S.H.I.E.L.D? Didn't she let her assassinate Pierce? Why did you go to Iron Man instead and beat someone else for no reason? Locke's head was big for a while, but he was very happy in his heart. He picked up 20 points for nothing, don't give up. Moreover, these 20 points also made him understand that the so-called participation in major events does not necessarily have to be personally involved. Participation by your own robot wife or subordinates is also counted as participation, and you can also lock points. This is very good news, it shows that the handoff shopkeeper he has always wanted to do is feasible. Don't do it yourself, send your own little brother to take action, a proper behind-the-scenes boss. One word, cool. What the hell did this naughty robot wife do? Call the surveillance camera and see, Locke said, and pressed the device in his hand. All of a sudden, what happened to S.H.I.E.L.D just now was played out in front of Locke from S.H.I.E.L.D's perspective. A few minutes later, with a wry smile on his face, the woman went to try Tony Stark's depth just because of her unintentional compliment. But he also knew that it wasn't Tony Stark that Nightblade was looking for. All this is really a coincidence, the two will meet at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D Stark even took the initiative to attack the Nightblade. To be honest, Locke was sweating for Tony Stark, he just didn't know what to do. Although Tony Stark has the reputation of being a god in the future with a mortal body, but that is in the future, and now he is definitely not S.H.I.E.L.D's opponent. The technological content of his steel armor is much lower than that of the biochemical robot Nightblade. Nightblade was easy enough to finish off Iron Man, and she did. To Locke's relief though, Nightblade didn't really kill Tony Stark. Otherwise, the timeline of this world will probably change. In this way, it will also have a significant impact on his collection of system points in the future. This was not what he expected to see. However, it is harmless to clean up and teach the king to force the king. At this moment, Tony Stark is afraid that he has doubted his life. Interesting. Locke shook his head and smiled bitterly, acquiescing to S.H.I.E.L.D's actions. Who made her his robot wife? Be naughty, it's normal. I turned off the surveillance video and checked the time. It was past 6 o'clock. It was time for the evening appointment. And just after more than an hour of observation and study, his fighting level has skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. This feeling is like Neo, the protagonist of The Matrix. Just watching kung fu movies gave him a powerful fighting ability quickly. This is the case with Locke now, even more perverted. After all, his physical strength is much stronger than Neo of The Matrix. Now, even if he encounters the Hulk or Hates, he can play with them well. This group is so powerful that they are not afraid of everything. It's so good. Locke squeezed his fist, thinking about it. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, I put on my new black sportswear and white sneakers, carrying a Swiss watch worth millions. I took a look in the mirror, the sunshine is handsome, and it is not too weak. This is what a young man looks like. If you just look at his appearance, he doesn't look like a 14-year-old boy at all, but a handsome and promising young man. But in fact, he is a boy, still underage. Put a fake driver's license on the table in your pocket, just in case you need it. After that, Locke went directly to the underground parking garage. Thousands of square meters of underground parking garages are full of dozens of expensive sports cars. Aston Martin, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Bugatti, Pagani, Koenigsegg, etc. Too many to count. This sports car worth millions and tens of millions is the dream of ordinary people for a lifetime. But here are everywhere, and these are all toys that Locke once bought back. Because he is still underage, he cannot drive. The reason why I buy a car is just to buy it and keep it at home. In the words of the predecessor, it looks cool, but now it's cheaper than Locke, and he won't just look at it. The fake driver's license was directly brought up, and with his current image, no one would doubt him. Even if they were found out, with the energy of their Rockefeller family, who would dare to embarrass him? To be rich and powerful is to be willful. Order soldiers and generals, whichever you get, is whichever you get. Locke muttered to himself, moving his fingers among the pile of car keys, and finally stopped on the Koenigsegg 11. Today's car is yours. Locke smiled calmly, picked up the key, and sat in the car. The roaring motor sounded like a beast roaring wildly. With a kick of the accelerator, the Koenigsegg 11 galloped out and quickly drove out of the manor. On the roof of the manor, the housekeeper Lao quietly looked at the distant Locke with a smile on his face. Master, our young master has really grown up and started to be lawless? You don't have to worry anymore. In this world, no one can hurt the young master again. I will continue to help the young master well, our eldest young master of Rockefeller. It is time to step on the stage of this world. Ruth, it's time for our people to come out for activities. Lao said with a smile. Lao, is there really no problem with this? The young master is still young, only 14 years old. A woman standing beside Lao worried. If Locke was here at this moment, he would know that this woman was one of the maids of the manor. Small? Do you think he is small? The sound from the young master's room last night was louder than yours, Lao Mo said with a wry smile, looking at the woman beside him. I hate it, what are you talking about? Don't be ashamed. The woman blushed and gave Lao Mo a light touch. Young master is right, you old fox just loves to pretend. Hey, people are in the rivers and lakes, you can't help yourself, you can't do it without pretending? After all, the young master was still young. If I disrespected the old man, I would teach bad children, and the master would not be happy. But now that I have been dismantled by the young master, I am relieved, and I will not pretend to be in the future. By the way, the young master is going on a date, there is no one at home, how about us? Lao Mo smiled, revealing his big white teeth, as obscene as he wanted. If Locke is here at this moment, it is estimated that the dead old man will be directly hammered to death. This guy will simply perform the old disrespect to the extreme. Go away, in broad daylight, what are you thinking? If other sisters find out, will I still be a human being? Ruth pinched Lao Mo hard and said, what kind of people are you? It's better to be a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water and be happy. Besides, if they dare to talk about the old man will clean up together. Lao Mo said very domineeringly, Che, your old bones are going to die, you want to die? Ruth rolled her eyes at Lao Mo, then turned and left. Looking at Ruth's writhing waist, the half-old MF, Lao Mo smiled and followed. In New York, the flow of people in Times Square is extremely terrifying, and it is the rush hour after get off work. Locke was choking on the time for a date, but it didn't count until the rush hour. No accident was blocked in the central street, crying without tears. What can Koenig Seg-11 do? In front of countless workers, only the blocked ones can move forward. It's still a worker's cowhide? Seeing that the date is getting closer and closer, Locke has the urge to trade the Koenig Seg-11 for a motorcycle. Just like in the movie Mermaid, it's okay to trade a sports car worth tens of millions for a motorcycle. However, he himself is worse than the protagonist of the Mermaid, and the protagonist at least met a delivery man. He is good, because the Koenig Seg-11 is too expensive. The surrounding cars and motorcycles are all far away from him, as if they get too close, they will automatically hit them and be compensated for millions. Millions? That is the pursuit of ordinary people's life. If I accidentally scratched the Koenig Seg-11, I would vomit blood and die. However, in this world, not everyone is seedless, and there are always some pretentious guys who will suddenly appear. At this moment, there was a pouting female rider, driving his pure black Harley-Davidson Coaxley, and parked beside Locke. The female rider wearing a black helmet looked at the Koenig Seg-11 beside her. Then there was a knock on Locke's window. Looking at the woman who suddenly knocked on the car window, Locke was stunned and rolled down the car window. Hey, hello, nice car, but your tire has a nail in it, and if I were you, I'd stop. The beautiful voice of the female rider came, because with the hat, Locke could only see her sexy and warm red lips. Even so, it was enough to provoke Locke's young and restless body. Thank you. Locke nodded with a smile, looked at the woman, and then seemed to think of something. Looking at the watch, the minute hand has already pointed to 10, which is 10 minutes away from the appointment time of 7 o'clock. As the first official date he crossed over, he didn't want to make a bad impression on Gwen. So, he opened the door and walked directly to the front of the female rider. Seeing Locke who got off the car suddenly, the female rider looked surprised. Because he found that the man who came down was so tall and handsome, his handsomeness far exceeded her imagination. Growing up so big, she has seen countless handsome guys, but the one that can make her amazed at a glance is only the one in front of her. Walking in front of the female rider, Locke stretched out his palm towards her very gentlemanly. Hello, although it's a bit abrupt, but because I'm in a hurry, I want to exchange my car with you, okay? Locke looked at his watch and said anxiously. The woman was stunned and looked at Locke in disbelief. Exchange my hundreds of thousands of Harvey Dysons with a Koenig Seg-11 worth tens of millions of USD? Are you serious? Definitely, time is running out, please help. Hearing Locke's words, the woman smiled wryly and shook her head. She used a sports car worth tens of millions of USD for her own motorcycle, and even used the word please. How rich is this to say such a thing? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. But she's not the kind of person who takes advantage of others, and she just happens to be not short of money. It's okay to exchange, just give it to you directly, you owe me a favor. As the woman spoke, she took off her motorcycle cap. Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared. Even Locke was surprised. Good guy, Anne Hathaway? Locke was shocked because he found that the female rider in front of him looked too much like Anne Hathaway. It was simply carved out of a mold. Are you Anne Hathaway? Locke asked curiously. Who is Anne Hathaway? My name is Selina Kyle. Hearing the woman's words, Locke was even more shocked. Isn't this the name of Catwoman in the DC world? Hell, am I in a fake Marvel world? Is this actually a world where DC and Marvel coexist? Asterisk. It must be just a coincidence, right? Locke couldn't help thinking. Looking at the watch, time is running out. You seem surprised, you know me. Selina Kyle asked Locke curiously. Locke shook his head, smiled, and said, among my friends, there is no beauty like you. While talking, Locke took out a note and wrote down his phone number. Hand it to Selina. Thank you for your help, my car will be handed over to you, call me if anything happens. After all, Locke put on Selina's hat, kicked the accelerator, and rushed towards the destination. Looking at Locke, who disappeared quickly, Selena smiled, and a strange brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Looks like this guy is really in a hurry. He didn't even introduce himself. If it were another man. Giggle, interesting guy. After putting away Locke's phone, Selena went directly to the sports car and sat in unceremoniously. A sports car worth tens of millions is not ordinary. It feels good. Selena smiled and looked at the decoration inside the car. Well, what is this? A driver's license. Selena found a driver's license in the water glass box beside her. Curiosity opened, and suddenly, Locke's photo and fake personal information were exposed in front of her. Locke, 25 years old. Hehe, it turns out to be a little brother. Selena smiled, knowing that she was 26 years old. So it is normal to call Locke the little brother. But if she knew that Locke's age was actually fake, he was only 14 years old, and she didn't know what kind of picture it would look like. Hunting in the strong wind, the silver hair of the night blade flutters in the wind, and it is valiant. Is it here? It looks like it's already here. Uran, who was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, looked at his feet. Immediately, his line of sight quickly zoomed in, like an 8x mirror, and the scene under his feet was clearly seen by him. It was a commercial building, black and solemn. From the outside, it looked no different from the usual commercial buildings. And just 3 kilometers away is the secret base of Fort Johnson, which belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. Two of the most conflicting forces in the Marvel world have set up bases in the same place. I have to say, this is ironic. Definitely, it's a satire on S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, in the building of the Hydra secret base, a middle-aged man with blonde hair was standing in front of the huge amounts of French windows with a cigar in his mouth, quietly watching the beautiful river view not far away. However, compared with the beautiful river scene, his face was extremely gloomy and ugly. This man is none other than the Minister of the World Security Council, Alexander Pierce. Have you found the murderer? He spit out a cigarette ring, pursed his mouth, and squeezed a few words out of his teeth, a taste of gnashing his teeth. For now, not yet. The other party has not left any traces. We have no way to find out. Respectfully standing not far behind Pierce's subordinates, said chillingly. This week, the news of Kingpin's sudden killing has made their entire organization feel at ease. Almost half of the people have been transferred to track down the mastermind behind the killing of Jinbing. But nothing was gained, and the minister in front of him had already lost his patience and had a great temper. The main reason why they are so nervous is that they suspect that this matter has a direct relationship with the Rockefeller family. Even for their Hydra organization, the Rockefellers were a terrifying behemoth. To fight against them, they have to work hard. A bunch of trash. What's the difference between you and Jinbing? He raised his head and sighed heavily, his eyes full of haze. Even he himself did not expect that the development of things would turn out like this. His original intention was just to get the super soldier serum formula left over from World War II. With this recipe, he can turn his Hydra organization into the most feared power in the world. Imagine, when all the members of the Hydra organization have power far beyond ordinary people, in this world, who can stop their ambition to dominate the world. However, in the implementation of this plan, there were too many accidents. The murderer who was sent to assassinate Mr. Rockefeller did not die, but was caught by the police. This is far from a big general, and the result is like shit. From that moment on, the nightmare started. Up to now, the development of things is completely out of his control, to the point where there is no way to go back. At the beginning, if Jin and that guy were more reliable, they wouldn't fall into such a passive state. In fact, even if there were no clues, he had already guessed that this was definitely done by the Rockefeller family. It was because of this certainty that he was so nervous. After all, standing on their opposite side is the Rockefeller family? Damn Jinbing, I really want to burn my ashes. He clenched his fist tightly, the cigar in his hand was broken, and it fell heavily on the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. If the murderer who assassinated the old man had died as he planned, there would never have been such a mess. After all, there is no proof of death, there is no way to check. But now, it's a big trouble. We can't wait any longer, since the other party has already started. We don't need to be polite. That little brat and that old rascal must die so we can sleep soundly. Pierce said coldly. Is the war officially launched? We know. The subordinate nodded silently. But just as his voice fell, the floor-to-ceiling window in front of Pierce suddenly shattered. At the same time, a black figure appeared in front of Pierce, and grabbed Pierce's neck with one hand. Official war? You guys deserve it too. The icy voice was like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Asterisk. The sudden scene shocked everyone, but they didn't wait for them to react. The bulletproof glass shards that were smashed at high speed turned into sharp knives that killed people. In an instant, several unlucky ghosts were penetrated by the broken glass fragments. He fell to the ground spitting out blood, dying. A few lucky guys also slumped on the ground with frightened legs. There should have been Pierce among them, but at the moment Pierce was being held by a woman with short silver hair. This woman is none other than the Night Blade that Locke sent to carry out the assassination mission, Miss 2B. Those cold and extremely overbearing words naturally came from her mouth. You, who are you? Being strangled by Miss 2B's neck, Pierce's face turned purple, and he raised his biggest question at the moment with a look of horror and pain. He couldn't figure it out. A second ago, he was discussing the assassination of the Rockefeller family's young master and the old butler with his group of trash men. How can your neck be handed over to someone else in the next second? How can that be? How did this woman do it? He was baffled. You must know that the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him is bulletproof glass, and the manufacturer claims that shells can't get in. But now it was actually smashed by a woman with her body. This is simply outrageous. Home. Where to buy inferior products? Those bastards in the purchasing department must be getting rebates? If I can survive this time, I'm going to kill you all. Pierce thought frantically in his heart. He knew that Miss 2B in front of her swooped down at 10 times the speed of sound from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Such a high height, coupled with such a terrifying speed, let alone a bulletproof glass. Even a bunker can collapse in an instant. Definitely, the person who launched this terrorist attack will naturally fall apart. But Miss 2B stood in front of Pierce unharmed at the moment. The reason for this is naturally related to the high-tech equipment on her body. The reason why Miss 2B can do this is because of the phase shift energy barrier that Locke installed on her. This is a pure energy barrier with extremely terrifying strength. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, there is no upper limit in theory. His defense ability depends on how much energy he has, and if the energy on Miss 2B is turned on when overloaded, the highest defense ability can block the next nuclear bomb explosion. This shows how terrifying this energy barrier is. It is precisely because of this that Miss 2B can stand in front of Pierce safe and sound at this moment. Compared to a nuclear explosion, breaking a bulletproof glass is a piece of cake. Who am I? Haven't you been looking for me? Miss 2B said sarcastically, looking at Pierce in front of him with disdain. He also thought how powerful the so-called man behind the scenes was. Now it seems that the ultimate behind-the-scenes person in front of me is not even as good as the original Jin. The physical strength is really too bad. It is simply a battle of 5 scum. Such a guy, in normal times, is not worthy of her shot at all. But now, he must die. Hearing Miss 2B's words, Pierce's face was full of horror. He never thought that the murderer he had been investigating would actually come to the door. He was just investigating this guy, but he didn't say that he would come to the door for beheading services. His legs were weak, cold sweat poured out, and his heart was ashes. It is the best and most appropriate adjective to describe him at the moment. However, it is naturally impossible for him to directly admit his crime, and he also knows that it is useless to beg for mercy. Therefore, he wisely chose to deny it. Miss, you've got the wrong person. I don't even know what you're talking about. Pierce said, pretending to be innocent. But how could Miss 2B listen to his nonsense? There is no use in denying it. You must die today. Not only you, but all of you here must die. With that said, the palm of Pierce's grip tightened. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Secretary of the World Security Council. Pierce struggled, screaming in desperation. Huh? I see. I'll notify them to warn you. Miss 2B said expressionlessly, and then twisted her hands violently. Pierce, who was still struggling, slumped, like a dead old dog, thrown to the ground by Miss 2B. Seeing that their boss was so easily killed by the woman in front of him, a group of Hydra members who were lucky enough to survive rushed towards the door like crazy, trying to escape from the death palm of the 2B witch. But before they ran to the door, they were already shot by the laser from the anti-gravity drone suspended beside Miss 2B. Looking at the laser-cut Hydra members, Miss 2B had no expression on her face, as indifferent as a piece of ice. Because of her emotions, her tenderness, in this world, she will only be selflessly dedicated to her creator, Locke. The rest of the people wait, especially the enemy, the turkey. After easily killing all the members in the room, Miss 2B did not stop there. Instead, he lifted his foot out of the room and walked towards the next room. A one-sided massacre has begun. New York, Central Park, is where Locke and Gwen agreed to meet. Riding a pure black Harley-Davidson is still very cool. There is a faint fragrance in the black motorcycle hat, which should be Selina's perfume. He is very interested in this woman, because her appearance and name are exactly the same as Catwoman in the DC world. This had to make him suspect that the world he traveled through might not be the Marvel world he thought before. It is very likely that this world is a comprehensive world of beauty and comics. If that's the case, that would be too embarrassing. In the future, it will be more interesting. But whether it is as he guessed, this remains to be explored in the future. After all, he has only been here for more than a month. During this time, he has been engaged in his own scientific and technological research, and did not seriously study the world. As for the memory of the predecessor, there is nothing about the DC world. Therefore, he will doubt at this moment, if DC characters have appeared in this world, he can directly confirm. Or, is there another possibility? Because of his appearance, the two worlds are connected? This seems a bit self-righteous. Guess, these are his guesses. Now, instead of thinking about it, his focus is on dating Gwen. Rock, riding a Harley-Davidson, stopped at a red light. I looked at my watch. There are still 5 minutes. It's okay, I won't be late. At this moment, a group of female cavalry regiments that appeared out of nowhere suddenly stopped beside him. All of a sudden, the chattering, ying-ying laughter, mixed with the roar of the locomotive, gave people a headache. Locke frowned, looking at the group of female riders around who were pouting, wearing heavy makeup and not wearing helmets, feeling inexplicably bored. Compared with Selina just now, these guys are like a day and a place. They are also female riders, so the quality level is too uneven. Harley-Davidson, such a cool car. Handsome boy, are you interested in joining us for a drink in the evening? A decent-looking woman looked at Locke with a smile and said. The woman sitting behind the female rider seemed to be worried that Locke couldn't understand what they meant by drinking. Put your finger in your mouth, in and out. Locke was speechless, and the news of female riding that he heard in his previous life could not help but appear in his mind. Immediately, I just felt disgusting for a while, but I didn't expect this group of guys to be this kind of people. Turning his head and ignoring them, Locke looked at his watch. There are 3 minutes left until the appointment time. Seeing that Locke ignored them, the group of female riders became excited instead. Hey, it's quite personal, and I don't even care about us, but I want to touch you. After all, the woman who did the lewd action just now stepped down from the back seat and came to Locke's side with enchanting steps. Without Locke's consent, he stepped onto Locke's Harley-Davidson in one step, and took the initiative to climb where he shouldn't. Locke was disgusted in his heart, and was about to teach this woman who didn't know how to live or die. However, at this moment, a spherical pumpkin-like thing suddenly fell from the sky and rolled into the middle of a group of female riders. Looking at the strange thing that suddenly fell, a group of female riders looked curious, but did not respond. But at this time, Locke suddenly felt an unprecedented crisis. His body's muscles reacted instinctively, surpassing his own thoughts and reacting automatically. In an instant, he jumped high from the motorcycle, and the whole person turned over like a cheetah and burst out. Boom! Before the woman behind him felt incredible for Locke's sudden behavior. An earth-shattering explosion devoured her completely, and even a group of female riders around her were also devoured. The strange turquoise flame is like a ghost emerging from hell, making a strange chirping laugh. Anyone who is shrouded in this flame will turn into a mass of black carbon in an instant, turning into powder and dissipating with the wind. The terrifying explosion and the terrifying flame stunned everyone, screaming in horror, and those who had not been affected for the time being scattered. Locke's face was extremely ugly. As a technological genius, he knows very well how that turquoise flame exists. That is the change that occurs when the flame reaches a very high temperature, which can instantly vaporize substances with low ignition points. The group of female riders just now were vaporized by the terrifying flames generated by this round pumpkin bomb. And according to what he knew about the Marvel world, there was only one guy who used this rotten melon bomb. That is, Green Goblin? As he expected, at this moment, a guy stepping on a glider and wearing a green evil armor, let out a wicked laughter, and galloped from the building complex in the distance. This person is not Green Goblin, who else could it be? Looking at Green Goblin who gave a gagey eye smile, there was an evil fire in Locke's eyes. Today is my first official date in this world, and my date with Miss 2B doesn't count. After all, Miss 2B is a robot wife created by herself, not a human being. They belong to a cross-species love and cannot be counted as a regular love. So don't count. It was his first date with Gwen, Locke thought. It's just that the date was interrupted by the guy in front of him before it even started. How can this be tolerated? In this way, you can imagine how violent the anger in Locke's heart is. Thinking of Gwen, Locke couldn't help but be surprised. The place they agreed on is near here, and the explosion just now was so loud, she must have heard it. If the explosion happened to Gwen, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he had to find Gwen quickly. After all, no one knows the purpose of Green Goblin. Not to mention the purpose, before that, he hadn't heard the news that Green Goblin had appeared. Was the news deliberately blocked and not broadcast on TV? Or is he too quiet in the research of super serum this week? Don't you even know what's going on outside? If it's the latter, that's not a good thing. Before he even started to gain a firm foothold in this world, he was already derailed from the world. Say it, shame on it. According to the timeline speculation, Green Goblin has already appeared, so Spider-Man has also been born. At the moment when his idea appeared, a red and blue figure swayed from the building complex in the distance. It was none other than the Spider-Man that Locke was just guessing, Pete Parker. Looking at Green Goblin, and then at Spider-Man, Locke's face was extremely ugly. Because all this is different from the Marvel world in his impression. This is indeed the Marvel world, but it is not the Marvel world he is familiar with. He would not understand for a while, and he was too lazy to think about it. The most important thing now is to rush to Gwen's side. In this chaotic time, Gwen's side must need herself. He couldn't help feeling distressed at the thought of her sweet face full of terror. Your first love can't be wrong? At this point, Locke had no hesitation, and was like a sensitive leopard, rushing towards the old place he and Gwen said. At this time, Green Goblin stepped on the glider and was suspended in midair. Pete Parker, who was wearing a tight red and blue spider uniform, had his feet glued to the street lights, making his signature Spider-Man move. Pete, I've always been very optimistic about you, but why are you against me? If the two of us join forces, the whole world will crawl under our feet. Stop fighting fearlessly, the world is no longer for us. We need to transform this world, we need to be kings of this world. Green Goblin looked at the Spider-Man opposite and said impassively with a demagogic tone. At the moment, he already knows the true identity of Spider-Man who has been sabotaging his good deeds. And it was because of this that he was even more angry. This damn high school student is his son's best friend. He has always admired him, and even treated him as a godson. But it is such a guy who is valued by himself, who is against himself everywhere in the dark and destroys his good deeds. So, how could he swallow this bad breath? He swears that this is the last time he will win over Pete. If this ignorant high school student in front of him still doesn't agree to his request, then, he can only beat the killer and send him back to the West. Hearing Green Goblin's words, Pete Parker was heartbroken, as if he couldn't believe his best friend's father would become like this. He shook his head in pain, his voice hoarse. Mr. Ruman, don't make mistakes again and again, look back. As long as you stop doing evil, I will not interfere in your affairs. I'm best friends with Harry, please don't push me, Pete Parker said with a pained expression. He never imagined that the criminal Green Goblin he had been fighting would be the father of his best friend Harry Osborn. Even before he accepted this fact in his heart, Ruman Osborn forced himself to cooperate with him. However, how could he possibly agree to such a request, thinking of his Uncle Ben who died not long ago? There was a flash of determination in his eyes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is the last motto left by my uncle. He has also kept this sentence in his heart, and it has become his life creed in this life. It is impossible to cooperate with Ruman Osborn, and sticking to the justice in his heart is also his bottom line. So, there's nothing to talk about between us? Gagey, if that's the case, then I'll see how you stop me. Don't you want to protect this group of useless waste humans? I want to kill them, I see how you protect. GGG? After Green Goblin finished speaking, he took out a few huge amounts of blue melon bombs from the demon glider under his feet and threw them into the crowd below. Don't want. Seeing this, Spider-Man was horrified, and his body fluttered away, trying to block Green Goblin's blue melon bomb. But his fists were no match for four, and before he could stop the blue melon bomb from exploding, he was knocked out by Green Goblin's glider and smashed heavily on the glass wall of the high-rise building. The glass shattered, and Spider-Man flew in, looking extremely embarrassed. And those blue melon bombs that were thrown out began to explode one by one. One of them just rolled in front of a sweet-looking young girl who was looking terrified at the moment. This girl is none other than Locke's first love, Gwen, who came to the appointment? Looking at the blue melon bomb dropped in front of him, Gwen's reaction was the same as the group of female riders just now. There was curiosity and fear on his face, but his body was already so frightened that he couldn't move, and he didn't know what to do. At this moment, the first thing that came to her mind was the lover, Locke, who agreed to her appointment. But now, they are afraid that they will never meet. A strong crisis of life and death appeared in her heart, and despair appeared in her eyes involuntarily. Do not. Just then, a terrified roar shouted. She turned her head with a miserable smile, and saw a slightly familiar figure rushing towards him. It appeared in front of him in an instant at an unimaginable speed. Then he hugged her tightly and protected her under a broad, warm, and firm chest. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and a scorching heat wave struck fiercely. He immediately engulfed the figure in front of her. No, Locke. Gwen called roar in horror. Tears fell unconsciously, and she had already burst into tears. Because this warm embrace that stood in front of her at the critical moment was the Locke she had been waiting for. She had seen the terrifying power of that bomb with her own eyes just now. Therefore, her expectations for the fate of the boy in front of her who were desperately protecting her were not very good. After all, in her heart, Locke was a little brother 2 years younger than herself. Although he is tall, he is still an ordinary person. How could he, who was a mortal body, stop that terrifying blue melon bomb? The pain in her heart like a knife made her cry into tears. But at this moment, a gentle voice rang in her ear. Gwen, are you okay? The person who spoke was Locke, who was tightly protecting her. You. Looking at the big boy in front of him who was still showing a gentle smile to him, Gwen looked incredulous. Is he all right? Are you still caring about yourself? You're all right. Gwen was overjoyed, stroking Locke's body with both hands, trying to confirm the authenticity of all this. It's not completely okay, the clothes on my back were burned. Locke smiled bitterly. It was so dangerous just now that he didn't have time to escape with Gwen at all. So he can only protect Gwen under his body, and use his body to block the power of the blue melon bomb to keep Gwen's safety. However, the result of this was that he had to use his body to resist the shockwave of the bomb and the burning of the terrifying flame. To be honest, he was skeptical about his body at first. After all, he didn't fully understand the body that had not been strengthened for a long time. He only had a hand-to-hand test with Miss 2B, and the result was only strong and durable. But the body's ability to fight against, he has not tested. However, the current results have fully proved how terrifying the optimal solution enhanced super soldier serum he created is. After this strengthening, Locke's body strength is far beyond imagination. Copper skin and iron bones, as solid as a rock, are not enough to describe the toughness of his body. The terrifying impact and scorching flames produced by the explosion of the blue melon bomb did not cause him the slightest harm. After figuring out all this, Locke's face couldn't help showing a confident smile. He got up slowly and hugged the relatively petite Gwen in his arms. It's not very safe here. I'll take you out of here quickly. I'm afraid our date will be changed. As Locke said, he held Gwen and ran quickly towards the safe area. It didn't take long for the two to be far from the battle of Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Looking at Locke in front of him, Gwen was full of thoughts and had countless questions in his heart. First of all, why did the boy in front of him suddenly grow so much taller? I don't know if it's because she has grown taller, so she looks a lot more mature and handsome, which makes her heart pounding and deer rushing around. Why is this guy getting more and more handsome? Gwen thought shyly. Second, how did he stop that terrifying explosion, or just burn the clothes on his back? This is simply incredible. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. Locke, you. Gwen stood quietly in front of Locke, with a strange brilliance in her beautiful eyes, and wanted to ask a question. But before she could speak, Locke's lips had been domineeringly printed on her mouth. But after just touching it, they quickly separated again. It's great to see you're fine. I know you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time. I'll tell you later, just know that I love you. Now you stay here, don't go anywhere, I'll go back when I go. After making sure Gwen was fine, it was time for him to settle the bill with Green Goblin. If he was only 1 second slower just now, then he is now separated from Gwen. This revenge is inexorable, and he must avenge it. And he has always been vengeful, trying not to stay overnight. Now that Green Goblin is there to fight Spider-Man, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not to be missed. After Gwen was arranged, Locke clenched his fists, and the terrifying power gathered momentum. Green Goblin, you are dead today. Looking at Locke who disappeared quickly, Gwen was still stunned, her face was rosy and her heart was sweet. He just kissed himself and said I love you? Ah, so shy? This guy has gone bad. Gwen covered her face, her heart unstoppable. Asterisk. After leaving Gwen, Locke pressed indifferently on the special device in his hand. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesis sound sounded far away in the underground laboratory of Rockefeller Manor. The super alloy power armor is starting, the start is completed, the target positioning is completed, and the matching starts. With the sound of this electronic synthesis sound, a cylindrical barrel object with a length of 1 meter and a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Like a rocket launch, it rushed out of the underground laboratory at an astonishing speed, and then galloped towards the location of Locke. This so-called super alloy power armor is a new armor developed by Locke, inspired by Iron Man's steel battlesuit. When he was building this armor, he used his physical strength as an ordinary person as a template to make it. Therefore, a full coverage design was made, and many functions had to be completed in combination with artificial intelligence, which was very troublesome. And it is precisely because of this build experience that he clearly understands the genius mind of this guy Tony Stark. In the absence of reference, I combined ergonomics and mechanical dynamics, as well as artificial intelligence, to create a steel battlesuit, such a milestone-like invention. How awesome. In any world, it is much more difficult to create a precedent than to follow the trend later. Because Locke used his ordinary body as a template before, after he had strengthened his body, the suit of battle armor could not be used. Therefore, Locke asked the artificial intelligence to redesign it with his current body, and abandoned the previous full coverage design, changed to the mode of partial location strengthening. From the complicated to the simple, although the defense power and automation rate are reduced. However, combined with Locke's current physical strength, it has greatly improved the ease of use and high mobility of the armor. The current set of armor only retains some simple artificial intelligence modules. Because the anti-gravity drone suspended around the armor is already smart enough. Yes, Locke also used Ms. 2B's auxiliary robot on himself. In this way, the power of his hot weapon has been greatly enhanced. In this way, he can adapt to more complex combat scenarios. The roaring tearing air sounds came from the distant sky, and when Locke heard the sound, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. This set of improved armor is the first time it has been released, and he has not used it himself. Today, it's time for the test. Locke thought silently in his heart. As he walked towards the place where Green Goblin and Spider-Man fought, Locke ripped off his disfigured shirt that had been burned. Immediately, streamlined muscles full of explosive power were revealed. At the same time, the super alloy power armor that was compressed into cannonballs fell from the sky, stretched out immediately, and turned into a human shape and automatically pierced into Locke's body, extremely fast. The couple's high-tech eye mask with the same style as Miss 2B's head fell automatically, covering half of Locke's face, and a sense of mystery appeared. Beside him, the anti-gravity drone followed closely, automatically entering combat mode. Through the two current high-tech black eye masks, all the surrounding movements are invisible. In an instant, Locke saw Green Goblin and Spider-Man fighting on the top floor of the Empire State Building. With a cold face, Locke jumped, and his feet exploded with terrifying bouncing power. He jumped directly onto the Empire State Building and came to Green Goblin and Spider-Man. The sudden appearance of Locke naturally caught the attention of Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Looking at Locke, who was wearing a black mechanical armor with a black blindfold on his face, both Green Goblin and Spider-Man had looks of surprise on their faces. If you don't want to die, get away, Locke said coldly, looking at Pete Parker not far away. Spider-Man, who are you? Pete Parker asked curiously looking at Locke. But Locke ignored Pete Parker's question and rushed straight to Green Goblin. The battle has already begun? Asterisk. Seeing the strange man who suddenly appeared and rushed towards him without saying a word, a look of surprise appeared on Green Goblin's face. Although he has not yet fought against this strange guy in front of him, he has already felt an extremely strong murderous aura from the opponent. The man in front of him actually wanted to kill himself? He asked himself that he had never seen this man before, and it was even more impossible to have a grudge with him. Then why is this guy so murderous towards himself? Before he had time to think about it, Locke, who was wearing a black mechanical armor, had come to him at an extremely fast speed. Fists with black fingerless gloves came oncoming with terrifying tearing air sounds. Before the fist hit him, Roar's roaring fists shrouded him like a stormy sea, leaving him nowhere to hide. His pupils dilated instantly, his face horrified. Green Goblin raised his hands to block in front of him in a panic, trying to block Locke's punch. But, obviously, this is a pipe dream. The body after Locke's strengthening is enough to match the Hulk, or even stronger. If you have to apply Marvel's strength division, he and Miss 2B's strength have reached the level of Ye-Shin-Fa. At the peak level of the surface level, with such a terrifying strength, only the existences of the same level or higher can pose a threat to them. For example, Captain Marvel, Thor, Odin, Ancient One and so on. In other words, at present, with their strength, they can temporarily dominate the Earth. However, the Marvel world has never been limited to the Earth, but also includes the vast universe. In the depths of the universe, all kinds of heaven-defying existences dormant there. Dark Lord Dormammu, Hell Lord Mephisto, Director of Planned Parenthood, Thanos, Beholder, Godslayer, Gore and many more. Union strong, like the sea of stars of gravel, countless. These existences, if one comes to the world, it is a great threat. Therefore, Locke must not stop here, his pace is a wider sea of star maps. Closer to home, in an instant, Locke's usual punch slammed heavily on the arm that Green Goblin was blocking in front of him. Immediately, the arm collapsed, like a man's arm blocking the car, and Locke's fist was like a meteor, breaking through Green Goblin's block and hitting him heavily. Pfft! Blood spurted wildly, Green Goblin smashed through the huge wall behind him like a cannonball that flew out, and fell to the ground, unable to move. One punch, just one punch, destroys Green Goblin, such a strength is astounding. Rao is a bit surprised by Locke himself, but he is not surprised by his own powerful strength. It's the accidental weakness of Green Goblin, Marvel's classic villain Green Goblin, that's all. So weak. Locke sneered, raised his legs, and walked towards Green Goblin, who was out of combat. Seeing Locke walking towards him, Green Goblin was shocked and his body couldn't stop shaking. He never thought that one day he would be enveloped in fear. He didn't even think that the strength of the guy in front of him was so terrifying. You must know that you are a Superman who has been injected with physical strengthening agents. It is no exaggeration to say that his own strength is capable of lifting 9 tons of heavy objects. But this strange man with a black blindfold in front of him knocked him off with one punch. So how far should his power be? He can't imagine it. He was bragging to Spider-Man just now, saying that together they could become the king of this world. But now it seems that he is simply an ignorant little cutie. With the existence of this man in front of him, it is absolutely impossible to be the king and hegemony. It is true that he is hanged and knocked down. With a cunning nature, he immediately saw the situation clearly, and without saying a word, knelt directly to Locke. Then he tore off his green mask, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person is the chairman of the Osborn Group, Ruuman Osborn. At this moment, Ruuman Osborn's face showed a pitiful expression of I don't know anything, but my second personality. Looking at this disgusting expression, Locke did not feel the slightest pity in his heart. He's not Spider-Man Pete Parker, he has nothing to do with Green Goblin. If there is a relationship, it is the deep hatred that he almost killed Gwen. Therefore, Green Goblin has been given a kill order in his heart. Green Goblin, he must die today, even if the heavenly King Laozi comes, he cannot be saved. Locke thought of this, killing intent surged in his eyes. But this time King Laozi didn't come, but Spider-Man Pete Parker came. Pete Parker, who has spider telepathy, can clearly sense the terrible killing intent on Locke. The strange man who suddenly appeared in front of him wanted to kill Ruuman. And this is a picture he absolutely does not want to see. In any case, Ruuman Osborn is the father of his close friend Harry Osborn. If Ruuman Osborn died here, then his close friend Harry would have no father. Harry would be in so much pain, he didn't want to see Harry become an orphan, and he didn't want him to try the pain of losing a loved one like he did. Besides, it would be fine if he wasn't there, but he was there right now, and if he didn't stop this tragedy, he would be unhappy for the rest of his life. Thinking like this, his body had already started to move, and the cobweb in his hand shot towards Locke's feet, instantly imprisoning Locke. As if he knew Spider-Man would do this, Locke sneered. Pete Parker, you're still hitting on me. Even if you have penetrated thousands of holes, do you still choose to be compassionate in your heart? Very good, I admire it. However, I don't like it. The voice fell to the ground, the legs shook violently, and the cobweb cracked. Locke turned his head slowly, his eyes locked on Spider-Man. Asterisk. Hearing Locke's words, Pete Parker was shocked. He didn't expect the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him to know his true identity. Seeming to see the surprised face of Pete Parker in the spider uniform, Locke smiled. Don't be surprised, I won't reveal your real identity, but I need to confirm one thing now. Are you sure you want to be my enemy and save this guy? Locke said lightly, with a calm tone. Spider-Man nodded silently and said, he's my friend's father, I can't watch him die. How about the people who were killed by him outside just now? Are they not human, or do you have a preference for your kindness? The corner of Locke's mouth pulled a mocking smile. I didn't mean that, I don't know what to say. Then don't talk about it. If you want to save him, you have to rely on your ability. If you beat me, he will be able to live. If you can't win, he dies, you may die too, you make a choice. Locke twisted his neck slightly, raised his hand to Spider-Man, and hooked his fingers. Don't be too provocative. The reason why Locke did this was very simple. He really wanted to see how far his fighting ability had reached. With the ability of photographic reaction, he also wanted to imitate Spider-Man's fighting skills, and now the opportunity is rare. Hearing Locke's extremely arrogant words, Spider-Man frowned, and the man in front of him was behaving strangely. But now he has no time to understand the strange man in front of him. Because at this moment, Locke turned and walked towards Green Goblin again. Time was running out and no one was waiting. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Spider-Man raised his hand and shot several cobwebs at Locke, trying to stop Locke's pace. But this time, Locke's reaction speed was off the charts. He didn't even turn his body around, and even avoided the cobweb he shot directly. Spider-Man has spider telepathy that belongs to him, and Locke, whose body has been extremely strengthened, also has the ability to sense danger. From the very beginning, dodging Green Goblin's sudden attack, Locke has shown the perversion of this ability. It's like a passive skill, usually useless. But when danger strikes, his body does not need to go through the brain, it will automatically respond. This is to avoid the threat to him, and the speed of this reaction is far more anti-Sky than Spider-Man. After all, Spider-Man's physique is no match for him. With a look of shock on his face, Spider-Man, as if in disbelief, shot his cobweb at Locke again. But the result was still the same, easily dodged by Locke. No matter how many times you do it, the result will be the same. Such an attack would have no effect on Locke. Seeming to understand that he was doing nothing, Spider-Man immediately shot 2 cobwebs. But this time, his target was not Locke, but the wall that Green Goblin smashed. The cobweb stuck to the wall was pulled taut by Spider-Man in an instant, and the 2 cobwebs were quickly pulled behind him and tied together. In this way, he made a human slingshot. No hesitation, let go. The powerful elastic force immediately shot him towards Locke, who was not far away. Such a human slingshot is Spider-Man's signature skill. While increasing the movement speed, it can also rely on inertia to enhance its attack power. This trick can be said to be tried and tested, try 100 spirits. This time he also wanted to rely on this move to take advantage of Locke's hands. However, the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. The Spider-Man, who burst out by the ejection, came to Locke's back between the lightning and flint. The clenched fist, like a long spear, hit Locke's back with tearing air sounds. If this is a punch, he is confident enough to end this meaningless fight, then take Ruum and Osborn and finally send him to prison. Yes, what he always wanted in his heart was to send Ruum and Osborn to prison, not to kill him directly. I have to say that his thoughts are very simple, and they are simply cute. But at this moment, an accident happened. Locke, who had been walking towards Ruum and Osborn, suddenly stopped. Then, he turned around, and he turned with his right palm. Suddenly, Spider-Man originally intended to hit Locke's back fist, but it was easily held by Locke's palm. The powerful fist can pierce through the hard wall, but at this moment it can't shake Locke's palm. The body that came flying by the ejection explosion stopped abruptly in the air. A look of disbelief flashed across Pete Parker's face. His punch can explode a maximum of 25 tons of terrifying power, and with the inertia of ejection, it is naturally more terrifying. But, at this moment, he was so easily blocked by the man in front of him. Doesn't it mean that this man's strength is stronger than him, and more than a little bit stronger? But, how can that be? Before he could wait for him to figure out what was going on, he was still in shock when he saw the man in front of him sneer. He grabbed his arm and threw him violently to the ground. The terrifying impact smashed the ground, and he, miserably fell down, extremely embarrassed. His body was split open, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth unconsciously, staining his headgear red. One move? He couldn't even stop this man's move? Looks like you lost. Locke stood on the broken floor, looked at Spider-Man through the huge amounts of holes, shook his head, domineering sideways, asterisk. Oaring Spider-Man, who was beaten to the next floor, Locke turned around and continued walking towards Green Goblin. This walk is the leap between life and death, and the unheard steps seem to be stepping on Green Goblin's heart. Undoubtedly, the unparalleled sense of oppression made Green Goblin feel suffocated, and fear completely devoured him like a beast. I was wrong, and I don't want to do this either. Please give me a chance. Green Goblin knelt down pitifully and begged for mercy, unable to tell the truth. But Locke didn't need to know whether her begging for mercy came from the heart, or whether she was acting on the spot. Because in his eyes, the Green Goblin in front of him is already a dead man. However, some people don't think so. This man is Pete Parker. The Spider-Man downstairs gritted his teeth, struggled to get up, and cobweb shot out again. Sticking to both sides of the hole, he turned into a human slingshot again, and sent himself to the roof. A high-altitude rollover landed, and the signature spider action reappeared. No nonsense, he seemed unwilling to rush to Locke. Looking at the Spider-Man who did not give up, a strange color flashed in Locke's eyes. At a young age, he has the courage to persevere and not be afraid of death. No wonder this guy is the most popular superhero in the Marvel Universe, and worthy of being a good neighbor to people. Locke's heart felt admiration and admiration, but admiration cannot be regarded as a gold medal for avoiding death, and what should be done is still to be done. But once he didn't settle the fight quickly, he gave Spider-Man a chance to show his strength. After a few encounters, Spider-Man's fighting skills have been fully understood by Locke, and they have been optimized and improved on this basis. When Locke defeated Spider-Man with Spider-Man's moves, and made Spider-Man's signature rollover and landing, Pete Parker, depressed. If it weren't for the different clothes, he would have begun to suspect that the guy in front of him was his duplication. Why is the opponent so familiar with his own fighting skills, and even better than himself? Could it be that in the short battle just now, he had already learned all his fighting moves? But how is this possible? Pete Parker was taken aback by the sudden thought. If this is the case, then this guy in front of him is simply a monster among monsters. How did he know that his guess was correct? Locke, who has the ability to react in photography, copied all of Spider-Man's fighting skills in less than 20 seconds of fighting. Not only copying, but also relying on his super high IQ to draw inferences from others, optimize and improve, and become his own fighting skills. This feeling is like a novel website he read in his previous life. The follower inside relies on his powerful tentacle monster ability to just kill the original. It's the same feeling? For the original author, this feels a bit disgusting and suffocating, but for the followers, it is very refreshing. And now, Locke is a bit like that embarrassing follower. Definitely, Locke would not admit it. For him, this is better than blue. Who are you? With blood on the corners of his mouth, Spider-Man, who was about to faint, asked his question with difficulty. He didn't answer, and he didn't bother to answer. The loser had no value in his eyes. Ignoring Spider-Man lying beside him, Locke turned around and came to Green Goblin. He clenched his palm slowly, aimed at Green Goblin's head, and was about to punch him. He was confident that with this punch, Green Goblin would be killed, and immortals could not be saved. But at this moment, Spider-Man climbed up to Green Goblin with difficulty, still begging for Green Goblin without giving up. Please don't do this. Spider-Man took off his hood, revealing a tender face. This person is a student of Midtown High School, Pete Parker. You'll regret it. Locke's face was complicated, and Pete Parker's perseverance exceeded his imagination. Pete Parker shook his head and said, I've lost Uncle Ben, and I don't want Harry to lose his father. Before Pete Parker could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his back. I saw that Green Goblin, who was still begging for mercy just now, changed a sinister face and stabbed a dagger into his back. You. Pete Parker looked at Ruman Osborn behind him in disbelief. Pete, thank you idiot for begging for me, almost moved me. However, if you come to kill yourself, if I don't do it, I'm really sorry. GGG? Quickly pulling out the dagger that stabbed into Pete Parker's back, Green Goblin rolled over and rolled to the side. At this time, several pumpkin bombs flew out from the demon glider and quickly rolled to Locke's feet. GGG, dem boy, say goodbye to this world. Green Goblin smirked, a face of conspiracy that had succeeded. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded, and the terrifying shockwave and the incomparably hot flames instantly swallowed Locke. Seeing such a scene, Pete Parker was heartbroken, his face full of remorse, and Green Goblin showed a smug smile. But his smile didn't last for a few seconds, the smoke dissipated, and Locke stood safely in place, typical of smoke without injury. Pete Parker, I said it, you'll regret it, believe it now. Locke lightly patted the dust on his body, took a step forward, and instantly came to Green Goblin. The huge palm pressed Green Goblin's head and slammed it against the wall. Puff. The sound of the watermelon bursting suddenly sounded. Green Goblin was bleeding from 7 holes, his pupils were dilated, and he was dying. Nice trick, but on the wrong target? What a pity. The palm released, and Green Goblin fell limply. The classic villain of the Marvel world, here it is, die, asterisk. Looking at Green Goblin who was killed by Locke, Pete Parker's face was full of complicated colors. He was a little shaken by the belief that he had held to before. Being tolerant and leading others, in exchange, it is not tolerance, but calculation. Is this belief that you hold true to? A big question mark appeared in Pete Parker's young mind, lingering. Seeming to see through what Pete Parker was thinking, Locke showed a meaningful smile. Why, the faith has been shaken. Pete Parker looked at Locke with a complicated expression, and said nothing. However, from his face, it was obvious that he was still extremely jealous of Locke. After all, this guy in front of him easily killed the existence of Green Goblin. But no matter what, Locke saved his life. His hostility to Locke could not help but disappear, replaced by full of curiosity. He had never heard of Locke in this world before. This guy in front of him is like a meteorite falling from the sky. I don't know the exact origin, but it is extremely bright and eye-catching. If that's shaken, it means that belief isn't for you. Why don't you mess with me? Murder and set fire, do whatever you want, why not do it? Yes, there is a salary. Locke said with a playful smile on his face. Hearing Locke's words, Pete Parker was stunned. What kind of madman ran out of the mental hospital in front of him? Such terrifying words can be said. But when he thinks of Green Goblin's end, he has no doubts that the guy in front of him can really do it. You, the so-called talker, don't say a word, it's really boring. For the sake of your minor, I will spare your life, but next time you may not be as lucky as you are now. So, cherish the life I leave you. After all, Locke ignored Pete Parker, jumped directly from the top floor of the Empire State Building. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at the back of Locke leaving, Pete fell into contemplation, not knowing what he was thinking. At the same time, the super alloy power armor on Locke was automatically peeled off, and finally turned into a cannonball and flew towards the underground base of Rockefeller Manor. Landed on a quiet street, looked at my watch, and only 10 minutes had passed. In 10 minutes, you will get Green Goblin and Spider-Man done, and by the way, learn Spider-Man's fighting skills. This speed is simply absolute, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is electric and flint. The key is to include the time to walk back and forth. In fact, the real time spent on Green Goblin and Spider-Man is less than 5 minutes. At this moment, a system prompt sounded suddenly in Locke's mind. Congratulations to the host, successfully participating in the Spider-Man vs. Green Goblin event, and rewarding 50 points. Oh, there are bonus points, which is a pleasant surprise. Spider-Man vs. Green Goblin, so this is the timeline of the old Spider-Man 1. It seems that this world is not a regular Marvel world, but a multi-universe world in series. It's getting more and more interesting. For the speculation of this world, instead of worrying about the world, Locke became more and more looking forward to it. After all, the chaotic multi-universe world is much more interesting than the regular Marvel world with only one main world. The most important point is that there are more big events in the multi-universe world, which naturally makes it easier for him to collect points. Don't blame Locke for paying so much attention to system points. After all, system points, to him, are money in the pockets of the poor. If the poor want to reach the pinnacle of life, money is naturally essential. In the field of system points, he is really a poor man, and he is still the kind of poor who can no longer be poor. Although the system rewarded him with 50 points, but adding the previous 30 points, it was only 80 points. Host, Locke. Technology World, Neil Mechanical Age. Points 80. 80 points, 20 points away from 100 points. But let alone 20 points short, even if it is 1 point short, he will not be able to start a new round of science fiction world lottery. And according to the rules of the system, drawing will be risky, even if he accumulated 100 points again for the lottery. It is not necessarily true that you will be able to draw a new technological world, and you may also get a thank you for your patronage. Therefore, the system points thing, you have to continue to work hard to accumulate it, the more the better. After all, whether he can become stronger depends on these points. Shaking his head with a wry smile, there is still a long way to go. Exiting from the system interface, Locke walked directly into a nearby men's clothing store. After all, after leaving the battle armor, he has no clothes on his body again. He has to rush to see Gwen now. Without a top, what a formality? Quickly walked into the nearby men's clothing store, and it didn't take long for Locke in a suit to come out like an English gentleman. With a shallow smile on his face, there is less sunshine, but more extravagance, and the temperament is compelling. The date with Gwen can finally officially begin. Asterisk. In a quiet street, a young and beautiful girl, with her hands behind her back, bowed her head, pacing with a worried look on her face. Excessive tension caused the restless long legs to kick the small stones on the ground. The stone rolled quickly along the road, making a gurgling sound, and finally stopped in front of an enchanting black figure. The black figure raised his feet, the high heels on the beautiful feet gently stepped on the small stone, and a pair of soul-sucking winks fell on the girl. Piata, piata. The charming sound of high-heeled shoes colliding with the ground kept ringing, entering the girl's ears. She looked up curiously, and the black figure had come to her. Miss Gwen Stacy, isn't it? A gentle inquiring voice came from the mouth of the woman in front of him. Who are you? Gwen looked curiously at the enchanting woman who suddenly appeared in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of vigilance. As the daughter of New York City Police Chief George Stacy, his vigilance is not unusually high. Don't get me wrong, I'm a friend of your father, George Stacy. I've heard him mention you a lot, and I've seen you before. It happened to happen today, so I came up to say hello. Roar. The woman smiled and explained calmly. Hearing what she said, Gwen's expression relaxed a little and showed a smile. Hello, what's your name? Natasha Romanoff, your father's former colleague. We went on a mission together. But it's not in a system anymore. By the way, are you alone so late? The woman smiled and asked casually. If Locke heard the name here at this moment, he would know who the enchanting woman was in front of him. This guy is not a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who else could Black Widow be? Under the order of Nick Fury, she has been secretly contacting the classmates and teachers of Rockefeller, the eldest son of the Rockefeller family. In the past few days, she did get some private information about Locke. And the little secret between Gwen and Locke was also discovered through her investigation. Therefore, she felt that it was necessary for her to get in touch with the sweet daughter of her former colleague. Yes, she wasn't lying. He really knew NYPD Commissioner George Stacy. When they were on a mission, the two of them worked together. Therefore, he said that, and there is no problem. Gwen nodded, then shook his head again, and said, I'm waiting for my friend. I see, but it's very dangerous here at night. You have to be careful. This is for you. As Natasha Romanoff spoke, she took a small stick from behind her and handed it to Gwen. Looking at the little roller handed over, Gwen's face was full of curiosity. This is mini electric baton. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think I need it very much. Gwen said speechlessly. I ran into my father's old friend on the road, and then the other party gave him an electric baton? What kind of operation is this? She will be drunk. Sure enough, the guy who made friends with his father, an old antique, was not a normal person. When you meet criminals, you know that this thing is still very helpful to you. Regardless of its small size, it has a lot of energy. Just one click is enough to knock down a cow. Natasha Romanoff didn't withdraw, but rang the electric baton. Immediately, a purple electric current appeared, and the sound of crackling electric current was incessant. Okay, I want it, thanks. Gwen was afraid to back off, showing an embarrassed smile, and hurriedly agreed to accept it. She felt that if she didn't accept it, the woman in front of her would slap this thing on her body, so she should accept it first. When you go home, you can hand it over to your father, and you can go back. He took the initiative to open his satchel, took the electric baton, and put it in. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff had a mysterious smile on her face, and flicked her fingers when passing the electric baton. A black metal of file size like mouse droppings fell into Gwen's satchel unknowingly. After all this, Natasha Romanoff had a triumphant smile on her face. I'm sure you'll love it in the future, Natasha Romanoff said with a half smile. Hee hee, thank you, I hope so. Gwen laughed dryly, not knowing how to answer Natasha Romanoff's words. And Natasha Romanoff saw that the purpose of this trip was achieved, smiled, and said goodbye to Gwen, and the two met for only 2 minutes. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Gwen looked stunned. What a strange woman, Gwen said, shaking his head and smiling. As everyone knows, although the time between the two of them meeting was short, all this was clearly seen by Locke, who was hiding in the dark. A few minutes after taking Natasha Romanoff away, Locke adjusted his suit and walked out with a gentle smile on his face. Gwen, I'm back. Locke smiled when he came to Gwen. Looking at the tall Locke, Gwen's fawn rammed around, her face was crimson, and her unbearable love made her jump up and hug him tightly. Locke worked hard, as if to melt Gwen into his body. Feeling the strong embrace, Gwen Roar couldn't help breathing. Although he was underage, his tall body had a strange reaction. It's too tight, relax, Gwen said with a blushing face, looking at Locke with beautiful eyes, and there were many questions to ask in his heart. But before she could speak, Locke raised his hand and pressed it gently. Let's find a place to sit and talk slowly. Yeah. Nodding obediently, Gwen was led away by Locke's warm big hands. At this moment, not far away, in a luxury sports car, a beautiful woman looked at Locke's leaving back with a smile. It turned out to be on a date. It's so sweet. The person who spoke was none other than Selena. Asterisk. Where are you taking me? Gwen looked curiously at Locke, who was holding her hand. Locke smiled mysteriously and said, just follow me, it must be a good place you haven't been to before. It didn't take long for Locke to lead Gwen into a dark alley. At the end of the alley, there was a small door with a bright light. At the door, there were 2 strong men in black suits holding the handle, with a fierce look on their faces. Seeing this, Gwen looked worried, took Locke's hand, and stopped moving forward. Where are you taking me? This place is terrible, let's go back quickly. Gwen looked at Locke worriedly and said. Locke smiled, raised his hand to caress Gwen's pretty face, and gently leaned on his earlobe and said, sweetheart, don't worry, no one can hurt you with me. After all, he took Gwen to move forward, while Gwen was still immersed in Locke's sweetheart and couldn't extricate himself. He actually called himself sweetheart. It's so sweet, but it's too mushy. This guy is getting worse and worse. But with Locke's words, she didn't say anything and followed him silently. Soon, the two came to the brightly lit door. Seeing Locke, the 2 strong men immediately raised their hands to block in front of them with cold faces. What are you doing? You don't need to ask, it's definitely fun. Provide identity information. Do you want that kind of thing? Or is this thing more real? Locke smiled, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and handed it to the strong man. Looking at the banknotes in front of them, the faces of the 2 strong men immediately showed excitement. Please, if you need to call us, we will make you satisfied. After taking the banknotes, the 2 strong men looked at Locke flatteringly and said. Attitude took a 360-degree turn. Sure enough, the banknote ability is invincible. Not only can defeat the enemy, but also make it voluntarily submit. Good job. Patting a strong man on the shoulder, Locke said old-fashioned. After all, he pulled Gwen and swaggered in. Locke, we can't come to this kind of place. Gwen gently tugged at Locke and said softly. As the daughter of the police chief, she still knows these places. This is a place that is not suitable for children, and they can't be put in at this age. They are doing this now, which is clearly against the law. But seeing Locke's calm face beside her, she felt a lot more at ease. The rebelliousness of the adolescent girl also made her not reject Locke's behavior, and even had the thrill of tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. Speaking of the forbidden fruit, her beautiful eyes turned to look at Locke. His handsome face fascinated him, and he didn't know when the other forbidden fruit would be eaten. Entering the gate and going down the stairs, the noise soon drowned them out. The deafening roar shout mingled with the music, causing Gwen to frown. Immediately afterwards, a huge stage was revealed in front of the 2 of them. Several girls with explosive figures are dancing to the music. The swaying figure, unusually hot, surging. Don't look at it. Looking at such a scene, Gwen's face immediately turned red. He raised his hand and tried to cover Locke's eyes, but it was too late, and Locke could see clearly. It's all said, don't look at it. Gwen said with a blushing face. Okay, I don't watch it, I just watch you, okay. Well, compared to them, although you are not so surging. But it's well proportioned and perfectly proportioned, and your pretty face is beyond their reach. Locke held Gwen's pretty face in both hands, and said while looking at her body. Hearing what he said, Gwen wanted to find a place to get in. What are you talking about? You're still commenting on me, I'll beat you up. Gwen said with a hot face. Saying that, he pinched at Locke's waist, and the pained Locke grinned. Sweetheart, I was wrong. Locke begged for mercy and smiled. The reason why I say that is just to tell you that compared with those vulgar fans, I only see you in my eyes, and you are the most beautiful. I don't believe it. A man's mouth, a liar. Don't believe it? If you don't believe me, you can touch me to see if there is no response. Locke said teasingly. Touch what? Gwen was stunned, and then reacted immediately. Her already blushing pretty face seemed to be on fire. Flushed. Roll. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled into her arms by Locke. Okay, just kidding you, since you're at the speakeasy, let's have a drink with me, Locke said with a smile. 2 glasses of whiskey, Locke said, raising his hand and throwing a banknote on the bar. This is an underground dance hall, not a simple dance hall, but a very adult kind. The reason why he brought Gwen here is not because he likes this kind of place, but this kind of place is noisy and convenient for him to deal with some special things. Like, what Natasha Romanoff put in the Gwen bag. Asterisk. Although Natasha Romanoff acted fast, the excuses were almost perfect, but still could not escape Locke's eyes. The mini stun stick and the rat poop stuffed into Gwen's bag were not ordinary things. It is a high-tech product of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a one-stop agent for location tracking, audio recording and video recording. It wasn't that Locke didn't know that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been undercover investigating their Rockefeller family, but he didn't expect that the other party would focus on him, who should not be noticed. After all, he is the eldest son of the 14-year-old Rockefeller family, just a junior high school student who doesn't understand the world. Whoever S.H.I.E.L.D. investigates, shouldn't surreptitiously investigate him. But now, the other party has done so. I have to say, the level of professionalism of the damned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is really not covered. Do not let go of any doubtful object. This is very in line with the old fox's style of the black marinated egg. But Locke isn't a vegetarian either. Like dark investigation, like playing cat and mouse games? Well, he also likes to play. I just don't know who is the mouse and who is the cat in the end. 2 clear glasses of whiskey were pushed in front of Locke and Gwen. Looking at the whiskey in front of him, Gwen's face was a little complicated. He always felt that the little boyfriend Locke around him had changed a lot. He used to be a good student in the school. Good grades, good family background, handsome. At a young age, he was already the school grass of their school, and he was the dream god in the eyes of many young girls. Although she is not a nympho, she is also very fond of Locke. So, they can come together. Development appears in this pure love. But since the unfortunate accident of Locke's father, Locke has changed. Become no longer as well behaved, so obedient as before. He even dropped out. The reason why she sent a text message to Locke to meet today was to persuade Locke to continue his studies at school. But she hasn't started persuading yet. The other party actually took her into this adult speakeasy? On a date, take your girlfriend to an adult bar for a strip dance. Are you serious? I didn't mean to blame Locke. It just made her feel that Locke was really stimulated. And the excitement is not small. Come and have a drink with me? He picked up the glass and handed it to Gwen. But at this moment, with a flick of his finger, half of the whiskey in his hand was accidentally spilled on Gwen's jeans. Sorry. Locke immediately wiped away with apologetic expression. Gwen didn't mean to blame Locke at all, and smiled slightly. It's okay, I'll go to the bathroom and deal with it. Help me get the bag. Gwen handed the bag to Locke, and Locke nodded with a smile, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Looking at Gwen walking to the bathroom, Locke quickly took out the mini electric baton and small black particles in the other party's bag. Holding it in his hand, the special device equipped on his hand scanned it in an instant. The data was uploaded successfully, and the results have been sent back to the base for analysis. Far in the underground base of the Rockefeller family, an electronic synthesis sound full of technology sounded. In the data analysis, the analysis is completed, the positioning tracker, the ultra-mini green sounder. The signal source is being cracked, the cracking is successful, the reverse tracking has been completed, and the positioning is successful. With one after another electronic sound rang in Locke's ears. Soon, a flashpoint appeared on the watch interface on Locke's hand. The flashpoint is the position of the source of the anti-tracking signal. And this location is in the bar where he is? The blip plus flashes quickly, which indicates that he is very close to the source of the signal. Immediately, Locke's eyes moved to not far away, a man with a slightly petite figure. Locke looked at the man coldly, and the man also found that Locke was staring at him at this time. Locke got up, sneered, and walked away. Immediately, a trace of panic flashed in the man's eyes, then he pretended to answer the phone and started to run away from the bar. Locke smiled coldly and said to himself, it seems that someone has come to the door without knowing how to live or die. That being the case, wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't play with you? After all, he threw the bag and some banknotes in front of the bartender. Watch what's good, take care of my female companion, I'll go back when I go, if something goes wrong with her, you'll be the first to die. Locke looked at the bartender with cold eyes and said, a terrifying momentum suddenly erupted. The bartender immediately shook his legs, shook his head, and nodded again and again. Don't worry, boss, this is our site, absolutely safe. Nodding, Locke quickly followed the man and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the dark alley, a man ran wild in horror. Report, the other party found me, save me. While speaking to the communicator in his hand, the man looked behind him in horror. Soon, a tall figure walked out from the corner of the alley and appeared in his sight. Unparalleled fear enveloped him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Before he could react, the figure came quickly. Then, the silver light flashed, and under the dim light, the shadow on the wall lost its head. Hydra's secret base. Miss 2B with short silver hair pulled out the long knife in her hand from the body of the last Hydra member. On his body, as before, there was no blood on his body. Is this over? Miss Ben hasn't killed enough yet. Miss 2B pulled up a charming smile at the corner of her mouth. I successfully completed the task again. The young master should reward me again tonight. I have to go back early to prepare. Are you going to be a tutor or a nurse today? Or what other characters and scenes? Such as the widow who is wet in the rain? Heck, I'm really looking forward to it. Miss 2B said to herself, her beautiful eyes full of affection. If Locke, the creator, is here at this moment, it is estimated that it will be a headache again. The emotional system of the general-purpose combat robot he built is self-generated. Yes, this was developed on purpose by Locke. Just like humans, things like character are brought out of the womb. As the creator, Locke also hopes that the robot he built will combine his own data to generate his own emotional system. But he didn't expect that the emotional system generated by Miss 2B turned out to be an old driver, and this is no one anymore. Gently flicking the long sword in his hand, the red blood dripped down the edge of the sword without hanging the cup at all. King. The long sword trembled, making a metallic buzzing sound, and automatically returned to Miss 2B's back. Bah, bah. The high heels tapped the ground lightly, making a crisp sound. The originally bustling Hydra building was silent at the moment, so it could be heard very clearly. In 10 minutes, Miss 2B blood-washed the entire Hydra base. At this moment, the huge Hydra base is full of corpses. Looking at the answer sheet she handed in, Miss 2B looked satisfied. Is this supposed to be overdone? You have to get one more reward when you go back. Miss 2B smiled and thought so. Then her legs were slightly bent, and the anti-gravity wings behind her were about to flap to take her out of here. Then, go back to take a good bath and wait for the creator's reward. However, at this moment, the roar of the machines came from outside, and there was a huge warning sound along with it. Listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately and surrender, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. As the most difficult force in the Marvel world, the Hydra organization can even penetrate into the S.H.I.E.L.D. Its strength can be imagined. If there is such a big movement happening here at the moment, if they don't even notice it, they will be very sorry for their reputation. But the Hydra members of this base are all dead. The people who are here now are the Hydra members who infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, in the eyes of a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they are all their colleagues and their own good brothers. Yes, it was the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who appeared outside at the moment and surrounded Miss 2B. Just 3 minutes ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. received a strange call. The content of the call was shocking, involving the slaughter of the Jinbing building and the news of Pierce's death. At the moment of receiving the news, Nick Fury was shocked and attached great importance to it, and immediately sent someone to surround the entire building. Because at the moment, he didn't even know the real identity of the building in front of him. It was actually one of the secret bases of the Hydra organization. I don't know that his longtime friend Pierce is actually one of the leaders of the Hydra organization. In his opinion, the place where Miss 2B massacred at this moment was an ordinary commercial building, and the people who were killed inside were ordinary people. And such a thing cannot be allowed. The impact of this on society is huge amounts of, and may even cause panic among the public. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special unit of the International Security Council dedicated to dealing with all kinds of bizarre events. It is his responsibility to shoulder this responsibility and deal with this matter. The warning sound of threats continued to come from the loudspeaker outside, which sounded very strange. It gives the illusion of watching a Hong Kong Island movie. On the other hand, Miss 2B was indifferent and didn't take it to heart at all. With an anti-gravity flight device, if she wants to leave here, she can easily do it. But listening to the threatening words that kept ringing outside, a coldness appeared on her face. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and there was a terrifying killing intent flowing in the beautiful eyes hidden under the black blindfold. Young Master said that all those who block this lady from carrying out her mission can be killed. If I also deal with the group of noisy guys outside, will it be counted as overfulfilling the task again? That way, I'll be able to get 3 rewards. 3 times? Very nice. Miss 2B snapped her fingers and said expectantly. Then, he tightly grasped the two-handed épée behind his back. What is laying down the weapon? Miss Ben, I only know, kill without mercy. After saying that, the wings behind Miss 2B's back flicked violently, and they turned into afterimages and flew out. In an instant, it appeared in front of a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Suspended and stood like a god? This god is extraordinary, it is a witch-killing god. Asterisk. Looking at Miss 2B who appeared in front of them at a speed invisible to the naked eye, the faces of a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were full of amazement and shock, because a group of them have never seen such a beautiful and sassy woman. The devil's figure, Angel's face, is simply tailor-made for the woman in front of him. In addition, 2B is standing in the air at the moment, and the pair of black mechanical wings behind her are slowly fanning, which adds a sense of mystery to her. Like a witch in hell, and like an angel who came to the world. Both good and evil, 2 completely different temperaments are integrated into one person. This is a very wonderful feeling, but I have to say, it is even more eye-catching. Miss 2B looked coldly at the man who had been shouting at the Hydra building. It was a middle-aged fat man with a big belly. It looks extremely greasy, and it is the image of a man that Miss 2B does not like. In her eyes, all men should look like her creator. Handsome, tall, and clean. If you don't meet this standard, you will endanger the society, damn it. Apparently none of you here got there, so damn them all. As for the man with a big belly, who kept shouting at her and letting her surrender without a hitch, he should be cut with 1,000 swords. Noisy. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Miss 2B's consciousness moved. The anti-gravity drone hovering beside her blasted out a red laser. Immediately, the pot-bellied body was cut into 2 pieces on the spot. Blood poured out like a fountain, staining the ground under his feet scarlet. Unusually bloody and terrifying, Rao is a well-informed super agent, and his scalp is numb. Unexpectedly, this beautiful-looking woman turned out to be a female death god. Surrender? It's just you, too. Miss 2B muttered to herself, not paying any attention to the S.H.I.E.L.D in front of her. The anti-gravity drone suspended beside it began to clean up, and a series of lasers shot out. Every time a laser is fired, an agent's body is penetrated or cut off. The speed is as fast as chopping melons and vegetables, and no one present resists ability. In the eyes of Miss 2B, these guys in front of them are like ants, and they can be pinched by raising their hands. And when you pinch the ants, will pity and sympathy appear? Obviously, as long as it is not a living Buddha in the world, it is impossible. It's just an ant, and if it dies, it will die. All living beings have never lacked ants. In terms of biodiversity, that's all. So, if you kill it, you will kill it. What can you do to me? Looking at the scene like purgatory on Earth, everyone's heart is ashes, and their faces are full of despair. His legs were uncontrollably weak, and the hand of the officer in charge of this operation, holding the cigarette butt, trembled uncontrollably. The ash fell, and the red-hot cigarette butt was about to burn his hand, but he didn't feel it. Armored vehicles, tanks, what are you waiting for? Fire quickly, full fire coverage. The person in charge staggered backwards and hid behind a tank, shouting and giving orders. Following the order, the surviving agents and all the armed equipment began to lash out at Miss 2B. Bullets, cannonballs, sonic attacks, fire attacks, and more. All available weapons were used. What kind of accuracy, what kind of cooperation to fight, can't care so much at this moment. Now they only have one request, and that is to suppress the firepower and completely kill the female devil in front of them. Yes, at this moment, the glamorous Miss 2B has become the most terrifying devil in their hearts. His handsome skin was just a disguise for terror incarnate. But what they didn't expect at all was that their armed firepower didn't even touch Miss 2B's hair. An invisible energy barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Miss 2B in front of her, giving her a 360-degree all-round protection. In this way, all the bullets were blocked by the energy barrier in front of him, and finally fell to the ground. Ding ding ding. The sound of bullets falling to the ground seemed so harsh. Boom. The sound of artillery fire continued to sound, but all of them were blocked from the energy barrier in front of Miss 2B. The threat to Miss 2B is almost negligible. The only effect was that the shells left deep pits on the ground. However, Miss 2B's feet did not touch the ground at all, and the whole person was standing in the air. So, not even that small impact. Everyone was stunned to see such a scene. Their faces were full of incredible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was such a terrible guy in this world. Not afraid of any artillery attack, no emotion at all, treating them like ants. Is this still human? This is just like a killing machine? Just when they were shocked, Miss 2B was driven by the anti-gravity flight device behind her. In an instant, it came to a tank. She held a sword in both hands. Without the slightest hesitation, she slashed out with one sword. A silver light flashed, and the tough tank, which was able to block the attack of the shells, was divided into two. Miss 2B's figure passed through several tanks and armored vehicles. Suddenly, there were endless explosions, and all the weapons and equipment turned into rubble. And the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D agents are all destroyed. Seeing such a terrifying scene, the command room of the S.H.I.E.L.D secret base fell into silence. Miss 2B quickly retracted her sword, her long skirt fluttered in the breeze, but her face with an eye patch was slowly facing the camera of the S.H.I.E.L.D surveillance drone. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, and the anti-gravity drone beside him flew out with a laser. Immediately, the large screen in the S.H.I.E.L.D command room fell into darkness. And together in the dark, and Nick Fury's "Fa he found us." Beside Nick Fury, a woman said with a very solemn expression. This woman is none other than Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Long sword plus laser, is this woman who killed Jinbing? Do you have any information on this woman? Where the hell is she from? Nick Fury asked solemnly. The murderer who slaughtered Jinbing building at the beginning can finally see her full face today. I have to say, it's beautiful, but again, it's terrifying. Another high-level agent Hill beside him shook his head. There is no information about this woman at present. She seems to have fallen from the sky, and she can't find her identity information at all. No, or it was deliberately blocked. These are two completely different results. The identity information that we can't find by our means, the possibility of the latter is almost zero. In other words, this guy fell from the sky. Nick Fury looked meaningfully at the endless starry sky. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, his knowledge is far beyond the average person. What he said came down from the sky, which literally means extraterrestrial creatures from the sky. Combined with Miss 2B's performance just now, he couldn't associate it with humans. Could it be that alien life forms are attacking again? Nick Fury thought silently in his heart, his face extremely ugly. He is very experienced in dealing with extraterrestrial creatures. He still remembers the movements made by the Kree, Skrulls, and the primordial beast on Earth. Involuntarily, the figure of the woman appeared in his mind. If she was here, this might not be so difficult. With her strength, she can definitely compete with the witch in front of her. Nick Fury thought so. Sir, I have another opinion. At this moment, Natasha Romanoff said. Oh, let's hear it. Nick Fury said curiously, thinking back to the present. Last time you asked me to investigate the Rockefeller family secretly, and I got some eyebrows. As she spoke, she pressed it on her hand, and a blurry video suddenly appeared in front of them. Obviously, this video was shot by her using a high-powered lens from a far away place. In the video, a figure flew out of the Rockefeller family's manor. Then another cannon barrel-like thing flew out of the Rockefeller family's manor. The time between the two is less than 2 hours. Nick Fury's face turned serious involuntarily. Hesitation for a long time, said, in other words, this woman flew out of the Rockfield family's manor. Conclusive evidence. Natasha Romanoff nodded affirmatively. I have already been in contact with the classmates and teachers around Rockefeller's eldest young master. Their evaluation of him, the most mentioned, is an extremely smart genius. Locke is a well-known good student in the school. His academic performance is exceptional, and he passed almost all A's in all subjects. So, he's a genius, child prodigy. But what does this have to do with this woman? At the desk, Nick Fury's fingers tapped on the desk unconsciously. The sound of dong dong is like a drumstick hitting everyone's heart, making everyone feel uneasy. I put a wiretap and a tracking device on Locke's little girlfriend. It shouldn't be long before we get some interesting information. Natasha Romanoff smiled. Hearing her words, the Hill agent on the side looked at her very solemnly. Rock is the eldest young master of the Rockefeller family. If you do this, if they find out, the consequences will be very serious. Hehe, don't worry, I can't find it, I'm doing it very secretly. Besides, I didn't put anything on him, just on his little girlfriend. Natasha Romanoff shrugged, not paying too much attention. Just then, his communicator rang. Looking at the serial number, it was the dark line he deployed, a subordinate agent who specially collected intelligence for him. Don't think too much, answer. Immediately, a rapid voice came from the communicator. Report, the other party found me, save me, The sound was very short and fast, and it ended in less than a second. After a scream, it fell into silence. Immediately, the rustling sound of electric current came from the communicator. Hearing this sudden call for help, the already silent command room became even quieter. They could even hear their own heartbeats. Everyone looked at the communicator in Natasha Romanoff's hand with solemn expressions, and they all held their breaths. Because the communicator is not turned off. They can all imagine the picture on the side of the communicator. A guy who killed their colleagues stood quietly in front of the corpse, waiting for the communicator to answer, and Natasha Romanoff naturally won't respond stupidly. He looked at the communicator in his hand, his face even more ugly, because his subordinate, the object of tracking, is Locke's girlfriend Gwen. And as far as he knew, Gwen was dating Locke at the moment. So, what he said was discovered by the other party. Who is this person referring to? Gwen? Or Gwen's little boyfriend, Locke? Who is this person who killed his subordinates? One question after another has been in her mind since then, making her a little restless. This matter is obviously far more complicated and trickier than she imagined. I will find you. At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice came from the communicator. Immediately, a harsh humming sound appeared. Obviously, the communicator was damaged. The cold and harsh voice was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of everyone, making it difficult for them to succor. Several people looked at each other, their eyes full of curiosity and solemnity. Who is this speaker? Doesn't it sound like a 14-year-old should have, or did you use a voice changer? But a 14-year-old boy killed their top agent? No matter how you think about it, it is impossible. Among the information they have collected, Locke has a cheerful personality and is a good boy. Usually they don't even dare to kill a fish, but what made them think the most impossible was that Locke had dizziness. A man with hemorrhage commits a murder? This is unreasonable no matter what. I go out for a while. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly, she was the one who died, and she should be responsible. But before she could leave, Nick Fury stopped her. Natasha Romanoff, stop all investigations into Locke, and seal all existing findings. But there's nothing wrong with it, things have come to light, and I don't want to make trouble again. The Rockefeller family is not something we can offend for the time being. Tomorrow you go to the Rockefeller Manor with me to apologize in person and even plead guilty. Nick Fury sighed, his face extremely complicated. If the Rockefeller family is still the Chaebol family that used to make money, it would be fine. Although he was apprehensive, it wasn't enough for him to apologize in person. But judging from the current situation, today's Rockefeller family is not limited to the stage of making money. Judging from the powerful strength of that woman, their strength has entered another stage. A stage in which he had to be terrified. At this stage, it is to have a powerful armed force that is independent of any force in this world. Judging from the performance just now, the Rockefeller family's armed forces are enough to overthrow their S.H.I.E.L.D. And it's just a woman. But the ghost knows if there are other women behind the Rockefeller family. What if there is more than one like that woman? Thinking of this, he felt like a thorn in his back, and his back became cold. That was horrible. Confess. Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury in astonishment, thinking she had heard it wrong. Yes, plead guilty. Nick Fury nodded solemnly. I see. Natasha Romanoff nodded bitterly. She wasn't stupid. What Nick Fury was worried about was exactly what she was worried about, but it was a bit of a surprise for her to plead guilty. But after thinking about everything, she herself doesn't think there is any problem with this decision. It happened that they could take this opportunity to enter the Rockefeller Manor and meet Rockefeller in person. Maybe they can find some information from this prince that they have not yet mastered. Okay, you can go do your work. Nick Fury took a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table and lit it. The slightly spicy cigarette made his mind sober a lot, and his heart, which had been shocked by Miss 2B, also recovered. Hill, put the Rockefeller family on the SSS level threat list. Nick Fury exhaled a smoke ring, hesitation said after a while. Is there really no problem with this? Hill agent asked Nick Fury with a serious look on his face. No one knows better than she what the SSSS threat list means. Only if the threat level is capable of causing a devastating blow to the entire human world, it can only be included in this list. Since the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D, the forces that can be included in this threat list can be counted on one hand. At present, it is the Bear country that has the threat of nuclear strike, and several other nuclear strike countries. And then there's an extraterrestrial civilization, the Kree. As an Earthling who has worked with Captain Marvel, Nick Fury knows that. In this universe, in addition to their planet, there are many extraterrestrial civilizations whose technological power far exceeds them. One of them is the Kree, so it is natural for him to be included in the SSS level threat list. But now Nick Fury has even joined the Rockefeller family. The threat of a family can be compared to nuclear strikes against countries, or even extraterrestrial civilizations, which is unbelievable to her. This is enough to see how much Nick Fury is afraid of this family. I don't want to, but judging from the current performance of the Rockefeller family, there is no problem in including them on this list. Just do it. I understand. Hill agent nodded, and immediately started the operation. Watching the members re-entering a busy state, Nick Fury smoked a cigarette in silence. After a long time, after smoking a cigarette, he shoved it into the ashtray, as if to vent his unhappiness. Looks like it's time to find old friends. Muttering to himself, picking up his phone, Nick Fury dialed a number he hadn't contacted for a long time. Far away in the Rockefeller Manor, I remembered a phone call. In the dim alley, a man in a hood wiped the blood of the long sword in his hand. At the same time, Locke's figure appeared at the end of the alley. He looked suspiciously at the guy who stole his prey. Locke followed the short man all the way to the alley. I originally planned to solve it myself, but I didn't expect to kill a Cheng Yaojin in the middle, and he actually did it one step earlier. His first reaction was that someone wanted to kill someone and destroy the evidence. But when he heard the man say he would go to S.H.I.E.L.D, he dismissed the idea. Because it means that this man is not from S.H.I.E.L.D, so he is very curious. Who is this guy? Locke looked at the man, and at this time the man also turned to look at Locke. At this time, Locke realized that the man in front of him was wearing a skull mask, and he couldn't see his true face at all. Who are you? Locke looked at the man calmly and asked. However, in the face of his question, the man with the mask did not answer. Instead, he put away his long sword and rushed towards Locke, as fast as a cheetah. Seeing this, Locke's face showed interest, and he closed the knife and rushed towards him. Does this mean that he wants to compete with himself? For the sake of you killing the damned S.H.I.E.L.D agents for me, I'll give you this chance. Locke thought silently in his heart. Immediately, he squeezed his fist and rushed towards the mysterious hooded man. In an instant, the two fought, and their right fists collided heavily. Immediately, the figure of the hooded man retreated and slammed heavily on the wall behind him. The face under the skeleton mask was covered with a touch of pain. He never imagined that Locke's power would be so terrifying. At this moment, Locke, who was opposite him, struck again, with a fast and strong wind. The clenched fist is like a beast biting down at him. If he is hit, he can be sure that he will die. In horror, he rolled on the spot, avoiding Locke's heavy punches in a very thrilling manner. I saw Locke's wild beast-like body swept past him, his fists entrained with air waves, and terrifying tearing air sounds erupted. Then, he hit the wall behind him heavily. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded, and the 5-meter-high wall behind him instantly burst and exploded a huge amount of breach. It felt like being bombed by a missile, and such a scene directly shocked him. He swallowed his saliva, his legs were shaking a little. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, it should be his body that exploded now. This power is simply outrageous. Horror is not enough to describe. At this moment, he found that Locke's eyes moved to him again, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Looking at such eyes, he was shocked, and a crisis of life and death appeared immediately. So, without saying a word, he raised his hands quickly, as if I were surrendering. Looking at the sudden strange operation of the masked man, Locke was also shocked. This guy, who just took the initiative to do something with himself, will he surrender directly? Are you so cowardly? Should not be. Just when Locke was curious, the masked man took off his mask. Suddenly, Locke's eyes widened with a ghostly expression on his face, because the guy who appeared in front of him at the moment was none other than his old housekeeper, Lao Mo. Master, it's me. Lao Mo looked at Locke with a flattering smile and said. Then Pidyan ran in front of Locke, like a fool. I'm not blind, I can see, but why are you old bones here? You also started with me, what do you think? You want to go to the ground ahead of time for safety, right? Locke spread his hands and looked at Lao Mo with a speechless expression. Hey, I just saw that something flew out of the laboratory in our manor. I was curious and thought it was your accident, young master, so I followed me on a motorcycle. But the speed of that thing was too fast, I didn't keep up, but I found the guy who was secretly stalking the young master, so I solved it for you. Lao Mo laughed and showed his kind smile again, which was completely different from the decisive look just now, like two people. Locke suspects that the old Mo in front of him has the same double personality as Green Goblin. But judging from Lao Mo's performance, even if Lao Mo has a double-sided personality, the old Mo of these two personalities is extremely loyal to their Rockefeller family. This point, Locke can still be sure, and it can be seen from the scene just now. So, is this the reason why you shot me? Locke asked Lao Mo with a speechless expression. Hey, although I already know that the young master has been injected with super soldier serum, but I don't know what your strength is, young master, so the old servant wants to confirm it, so that I can rest assured. Lao Mo explained. And then, are you sure? Locke looked at Lao Mo with a half-smiling smile. Lao Mo smiled embarrassedly and said, it's confirmed, it's as strong as a monster, and it's astonishing. Not to mention 1 me, even 10 me, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the young master. It seems that I can really retire completely. In the future, the young master will support the family, and I will just stay at home and take care of the family. Stop, what you're saying is getting more and more wrong. Locke was speechless. When Lao Mo said this, he felt that his relationship with Lao Mo was a bit abnormal. Hehe. Lao Mo laughed dryly, not speaking. Seeing this, Locke walked to Lao Mo and took the skull mask in his hand. So, you used to be a so-called superhero, skeleton man? Dead old man. Lao Mo, don't make fun of me, young master, I'm not interested in doing superhero, I'm just a bodyguard by the old man's side. It's just that sometimes it's inconvenient to show people with my true face, so I learned from the movie and made myself a mask. But my mask is not fixed, there are all kinds. Lao Mo explained. So that's the case, so you call Roar the Variety Man. Variety Man. I've said it all, I'm not a superhero, so naturally I don't call it Roar. If you have to call me Grandpa Man. After all, I'm not too young. I think you really want to go to Earth for safety. Ha ha ha, just kidding, young master, don't get excited. Okay, no kidding, how much do you know about the S.H.I.E.L.D investigation into us? I have been paying attention, Natasha Romanoff, that woman is still restrained and dare not investigate us directly. But she shouldn't put her hand on your little girlfriend, master, that's why I did it. Lao Mo said. It seems that you are very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's talk about it. Locke looked at Lao Mo meaningfully and said. Not too familiar, the old man invested in Howard back then. But what kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. this guy went to set up is not in line with the old man's philosophy. In the end, the old man parted ways with them. However, we still know something about S.H.I.E.L.D. by means of our family. Their current leader, Nick Fury, is a character. If you see him, sir, pay attention. But don't be polite. In front of me, he is also a junior. If he dares to offend you, I will abolish him. That's it. Locke suddenly realized, but he didn't expect their family to have such a relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the old man and his preferences are surprisingly consistent. They don't even like to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this genetic? As for Lao Mo's words to pay attention to Nick Fury when he sees him, he didn't listen to it at all. It's not him who should pay attention, it's Nick Fury, the old fox. It's best not to let yourself see him, or he really can't help but kill him. Reach out to your own woman. This is his inverse scale, untouchable. Okay, it's getting late, go back and have a good rest. By the way, you can get me another car? Locke thought for a while and said. No one is there tonight. I was driving a luxury car. Because of traffic jams, it was just a matter of changing a motorcycle with a luxury car halfway through. At the end of the key, even the motorcycle was blown to pieces by Green Goblin. Hearing Locke's words, Lao Mo looked at him in astonishment. Master, didn't you drive out the Koenigsegg 11? Well, it's open, but it's a gift. Locke shrugged and said indifferently. Give it away? It seems that the other party should be a super beauty. I see, I'll let Ruth out in another car? I understand your expression, Lao Mo's face. Seeing this, Locke smiled and didn't speak. The woman he sent the car was indeed a beautiful, real Anne Hathaway. However, he was not familiar with her at all, he had only met her once. But even if Lao Mo knew that he gave a supercar worth tens of millions of USD to a strange woman, it won't be surprising. After all, the current Locke is no longer the previous Locke. Now he is a little adult. I say small because I am young. The reason why he said big is because all the things he does are already done by adults. Age means little to Locke. Besides, it's just a supercar with tens of millions of USD. For the Rockefeller family, this amount of money is a drizzle. The tracking thing is done, and Locke is back at the adult bar soon. Because he gave the bartender a death order before he left, Gwen is safe and sound. Seeing Locke coming back, she immediately greeted her with a smile. What have you been doing? It's nothing, just go out and let the water go. The place where the water is put is over there. Lies, don't blush. Well, let me tell the truth, the toilet bowl is too small for my giant. When did you become so shameless? Hehe, just now. Why, don't you believe it? Stop, I won't touch it. Gwen predicted Locke's prediction this time. Locke smiled wryly. Good guy, growing up very fast? It's too noisy here, I don't like it very much. Let's go back, or my dad should be worried. You're right, I have to send you back quickly. If my police chief's father-in-law finds out that I brought you to such a place, he will probably chase after me and chop. Locke joked. What are you talking about? Who is your father-in-law? Gwen blushed, but he didn't expect Locke to say that. However, although she appeared to be resisting on the surface, she was extremely sweet and happy inside. Hehe, what do you say? Don't laugh at me, but you are a little self-aware that you are not allowed to come to this kind of place in the future. If I ever find out you're having fun in a place like this again, I'll take care of you. Gwen's handsome face showed a hint of frost, and he squeezed his fist and said, Then where am I going to have fun? Locke teased. You can't go anywhere, if you really want to have fun, then come to me. Gwen blushed suddenly. Hearing Gwen's words, Locke understood. This girl, she understands? Did a trip to an adult bar make him grow up? This was a pleasant surprise. It didn't take long for Locke to deliver Gwen safely to his home. He then returned to his own manor. Pushing open the door, before Locke could react, one was wearing a short gothic skirt and black silk. But the woman who was soaked all over stood in the room and looked at him with a charming smile. This woman is not Miss 2B, who else could it be? Looking at the wet Miss 2B in front of her, Locke felt dazed and subconsciously looked at the dark sky outside. I remember it wasn't raining outside, or is it raining where you performed the mission? Locke said curiously, looking at Miss 2B. Miss 2B shook her head and said, It's not raining outside, but it's raining at your house, and it's raining locally. Saying that, before Locke could respond to the deep meaning of the sentence, Miss 2B had already walked to Locke on the catwalk. He took Locke's hand and gently dragged himself into Locke's arms. It's okay to drag yourself into Locke's arms. Poor and charming, he said, Master, I'm cold, hug me. Looking at the cat-like Miss 2B in front of him, Locke burst into laughter, and he could see it. This is obviously to invite credit. He has already learned from Lao Mo what happened at the Hydra secret base and S.H.I.E.L.D. Miss 2B slaughtered everyone by herself, leaving no one alive. It may sound a little too cruel and ruthless, but in Locke's view, this is the best way to accomplish the task. Treat the enemy without mercy, this is his consistent style. It's just that when Miss 2B implements this policy, she tried a little too hard. It has become to deal with the enemy, and never give up. Is there a problem? Definitely, no problem. He originally wanted to kill the chickens to show the monkeys, but now, the monkeys are probably scared and peeing, so be rewarded. It's definitely cold when the clothes are wet, take them off, and then get into the quilt, and it won't be cold in a while. Locke said with a smile. Giggle, but teacher Urine has to help you with your homework? Otherwise, your academic performance will decline. So, you are now a tutor who is wet in the rain. Yes, it is. It turns out that, I know, I will take you to warm up with the teacher now, and then you will help me with my homework? After all, you can't miss learning. Learn the biggest thing. Giggle, yes, learning is the biggest. Yeren buried his head in Locke's chest, his face full of sweetness. A few days later, inside the underground laboratory at Rockefeller Manor, Locke stood quietly in front of a row of cultivation warehouses, with a look of anticipation on his face. The 5 cultivation plants were placed side by side in front of him. Among the 5 cultivation plants, 6 new bodies were hatching. And these 6 androids are exactly the 6 members of the Yoba army that Locke wants to build. They are the Yoba A-Type 2, also known as A2 for short, the Yoba Corps Commander, the Yoba Correspondent 60, the Yoba Correspondent 210, the red-haired twins, Diplo and Popolo. No one knows better than Locke the level of danger in the world of Marvel, a place where alien life forms threaten to invade at every turn. So in order to gain a firm foothold in this world, Locke needs to become more powerful. At present, with his ability, his own individual combat power has entered a bottleneck period. After all, his body has been strengthened by the enhanced super soldier serum, and it is almost impossible to make his body stronger, at least under the existing conditions. In this way, all he can rely on is his smart brain, using his high technology from Neo Mechanical Age Locke to create an external armor for himself. Secondly, it is to use the power of technology to expand its own power team. And this team was referring to nothing else, but the Yoba army. In this world, he wants to build a Yoba army that only belongs to him. In this way, it is the scene in front of him. In fact, all this has long been in his plan. It's just that it always takes a process, and the construction of 2B is to cross the river by feeling the stones, which has accumulated a lot of experience for Locke. Therefore, he is even more handy when building other members of the Yoba army. It has been more than half a month since the build order was issued. Today is the time to accept the results. While thinking about it, Locke came to one of the training plants that indicated that the completion rate had reached 99%. In the cultivation warehouse, there is a mature and charming body that is almost outrageous. Looking at the specific body, Rao is Locke, who has done his homework not long ago, and he feels a little uncontrollable. Gan, the enhanced super soldier serum really amplifies my personal characteristics. Locke looked at the beautiful woman in the training warehouse and shook his head with a wry smile. This mature and charming woman is the commander of the Yakuba unit. A mature and calm leader android capable of making correct judgments at critical moments. The purpose of Locke's creation is to let her manage the Yoba army in the later stage instead of himself. And he himself only needs to be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, which is what Locke has always hoped. In any world, it's the coolest thing to throw hands at the shopkeeper, isn't it? However, ordinary androids are obviously not competent for this job, so this is also the purpose of his coming here at this moment. Pour a small bottle of green medicine into the injection module of the culture chamber. Enter another special code, and an electronic synthesis sound rang in Locke's ears. The injection of super soldier serum is successful, and the artificial human body ability is being strengthened. The strengthening progress is 1%. 10%. A line of progress bar appeared in front of Locke's eyes. Yes, what Locke has to do today is to enhance the commander's physical function. Humans and general-purpose combat robots are different. Miss 2B, who is a general-purpose combat robot, was obtained by Locke using biochemical technology to retransform the human body. The bodies of these artificial humans in front of them are just the first step in building a powerful general-purpose combat robot, and they are considered biochemical parts. This is also the main reason why it took him nearly a month to build Miss 2B. Therefore, the following A2 and other members of the Yakuba unit will also undergo 2 transformations. However, as the commander of the Yoba unit, he needs more of a calm mind, and the individual combat effectiveness can be appropriately reduced. Therefore, Locke did not have the idea of reforming the commander a second time, but used another method to strengthen the artificial human whose body was the same as that of a human being. That's right, the method he thought of was very simple, that is to use the super soldier serum he developed to strengthen. This is indeed a good choice, because the super soldier serum can not only strengthen the physical fitness, but also strengthen the brain. This is the best for the commander who will assume a leadership role in the future. When the progress bar reaches 100%, it means that Locke's desired strengthening has been completed. With a smile on his face, Locke quickly entered an activation command on the cultivation bin. Suddenly, the electronic synthesis sound sounded again. Activation program is starting. The memory import is successful, the emotion module is successfully generated, and the personality emotion generation is completed. In the body structure examination, everything is normal, and the body function test is in progress. After the test, the result, a powerful physique that surpasses the physical quality of human beings by 10 times, a super intelligence that surpasses the intelligence of human beings by 2 times. The wake-up procedure is starting, the startup is successful, and it will wake up soon, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hearing the continuous sound of the electronic synthesis sound, a look of anticipation appeared on Locke's face. 10 times the physical fitness of a human being, and 2 times the IQ, this is very good. At least in the future, in terms of homework, it should not fall behind too much. Locke smiled slightly, with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, the woman in the training warehouse suddenly opened her eyes, and then there was a touch of enlightenment on her face. Locke entered the unique memory he compiled into the commander's mind. In her memory, Locke is her creator, the existence she will dedicate her whole life to. He raised his hand and lightly buckled the glass of the cultivation bin, and there was a dull sound. The beautiful Oni-san inside has a slightly upturned mouth, revealing a charming smile. Seeing this, Locke smiled, his body felt a little hot. Raise your hand, press the release button, and the culture medium in the culture chamber immediately drains, and the hatch slowly opens. The commander's beautiful body was exposed, because he had just stepped out of the immersion in the culture liquid. So the commander is like a newborn who has just been born from the amniotic fluid. The body is white and translucent, as soft and elastic as the egg whites that have been peeled off. It's the real skin of a newborn baby. At this moment, the commander took elegant steps and came to Locke. Looking at such a scene, Locke smiled and his face was full of satisfaction. Looking at her eyes, it was like examining her perfect work, and she felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. The slim commander finally stopped in front of Locke with a smile and tenderness in his eyes. Creator, I am the commander of the Yakuba army, please give me more advice in the future. Well, I will. Locke nodded, looking at this outstanding body, and couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. At this time, the commander raised his hand and gently pulled Locke's hand. The first rule of robotics, a robot must never harm the creator, nor disobey any command of the creator. The second rule of robotics, observe the words, and discover the needs of the creator, and take the initiative to meet the needs of the creator. The precondition, must abide by the first rule. The above self-management guidelines also apply to androids. Creator, am I right? The commander directly moved out the set of rhetoric before Miss 2B. That's right. Locke nodded with a smile, the guidelines were customized by him, and he was naturally very clear. So, the creator, I found your needs, I should try my best to meet them, and ask the young master to give me this opportunity. Saying that, the commander's sister took Locke's hand and walked towards the manor villa above the laboratory. My commander's sister, is this not good? Locke said obediently when he got a bargain. Although the mouth is not very good, but the body is very honest to follow. This is the same as returning home for the new year. The elders give you red envelopes. He said no, his pockets were already open. Locke is in such a state now, as expected of Oni-san who has queen style. Commander sister, this aura is completely different from Miss 2B. Can't say which one is better, but it's always nice to be different. After a few days, the appearance of the commander broke the tranquility of the manor 2 days ago. After all, 2 women playing together is still very interesting. As for the newly added member, the commander's big sister, Miss 2B is naturally a little grumpy. After all, before that, Locke, the creator, belonged to her alone. But now with the appearance of the commander's big sister, the exclusive creator has become shared, and she is naturally dissatisfied. However, based on his loyalty to Locke and his unique love, these are slowly adapting. Until last night, Locke deliberately opened up, and Miss Rao 2B couldn't stand it. In the end, he had to reach a temporary front alliance with the commander's elder sister. Even if the two have a revolutionary friendship, so far, the relationship between the two has become extraordinarily close, like best friends between human beings. And it's not the plastic kind, it's an iron girlfriend. After all, the two of them are one of the 4 irons in life. The 4 irons of life are to carry guns together, go through the window together, share the dirt together, and the two of them clearly satisfied the first item. In the luxurious and noble study, Locke sat in front of the desk with a calm expression. His fingers were gently flipping through the plan book in front of him, his eyes wandered, and a smile of admiration appeared on his face. The plan in front of him is called Future Planning and Operational Guidance, White Paper. It is a detailed planning report made by the commander's elder sister based on some of the crises that may occur in the future provided by Locke in the past few days. As a leader android, making plans and grasping the direction of the future situation are the strengths of Miss Commander. If Miss 2B is a warrior who fights the enemy bravely, then Big Sister Commander is a strategist who strategizes. One is responsible for killing the enemy on the front line, and the other is responsible for coordinating the rear of the front line. The perfect match is the same as coaching Locke's homework last night. One is at the front and the other is at the back. The so-called offense and defense are both attacking and attacking from both sides. This is what it means. Establish an outer space base, create a humanoid mecha flight formation, build a large number of anti-gravity auxiliary robots, and set up a more robust Yoba troop. Is this your plan? Locke's fingers tapped lightly on the table, looking at the commander's elder sister who was leaning over the desk with both hands on the desk with surprise. The turbulent waves hit, making Locke feel seasick, and his eyes moved up to the commander's elder sister's face with difficulty. The charming smile, the sexy rosy red lips, opened slightly, nodded and said, "Yes, this is the only best way to deal with it that I can think of at the moment. If the crises you are talking about are true, Master, this plan must be put on the agenda immediately. After all, the first big event you mentioned, the Battle of New York, is only a year away." Hihi, very good, as expected of my appointed commander's eldest sister. I thought about it with me. The plan in your hand is what I want. Very good, very perfect. Locke said, raised his hand and hooked the commander's chin lightly, gently pulled her to him, and sent a rewarding kiss. His face was blushing and his beautiful eyes were flowing, but he was holding the back of Locke's head, who wanted to stop at one touch. Locke's eyes widened, and he couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. What he thought was a simple and short-term reward turned into a mutual gift. As the so-called come and go without being indecent, he is naturally not polite. But before he could be polite, the door opened, and Miss 2B, wearing a black gothic skirt, walked in with a pot of fruit tea. "Yo, what about stealing?" Miss 2B, who had already opened the shackles, said mockingly, looking at the two of them. Taking a light and sexy catwalk, he came to Locke's desk, and then gently placed the glass teapot in front of Locke, and poured him a cup. Through the glass teapot, Locke saw nearly half of the wolfberry in the teapot. This damn lethal dose. "Master, this is the fruit tea I made for you, drink it while it's hot." Miss 2B looked at Locke and said. Locke looked at her speechlessly, with a feeling of déjà vu. Isn't this the story of a biscuits lover? What a mess. Are you sure this is fruit tea? Where's the fruit? Isn't this right in front of you? 2B pointed to the wolfberry in the kettle and said. No, young master, don't you know that the fresh wolfberry fruit is a kind of fruit? I don't know if it is fruit, but I know that a woman is trying to provoke a war. Master, I know the woman you mentioned. I'll arrest her and take her into your hands. Miss 2B smiled, then walked around the desk and came to Locke, and then fell down. Master, I caught her. Hurry up and use the torture. Your uncles. Looking at Miss 2B's divine operation, Locke was dumbfounded. Good guy, it's okay to catch yourself? Looking at such a scene, the commander's elder sister on the side covered her mouth and chuckled, and nodded secretly, as if she had learned another trick from 2B's younger sister. Establishing a space base, building a large number of anti-gravity assisted robots, and developing a humanoid mecha flight structure, each of which consumes a lot of money, material, and manpower. Creator, do you need to come step by step? The commander's elder sister, looking at the white paper hesitation made by herself, said. Although the white paper on future planning and combat guidance in her hand was written by her own hands, it was without considering money. In other words, it was planned under the most ideal circumstances, but everyone knows that ideals and reality are different. Therefore, the white paper in hand is only for drafting. If it is really to be realized, it needs to be more seriously implemented in every detail. This is a very troublesome thing, such a big project. Rao is her commander to deal with. It is also quite energy intensive. Not to mention other things, every plan here is the main burner, and tens of billions are just drizzle. Especially the outer space base mentioned in it, that is astronomical. You must know that in the past, this could only be done with the strength of a single country. It is conceivable that this would be a huge sum of money. It is astronomical, and there is no problem at all. But she just said her worries, and before Locke could answer, Miss 2B, who had just put on black silk, smiled and said, Sister Commander, don't worry about money. You have just been born, and you still don't know many things, so let me tell you, our Creator Lord is a man with the banknote ability. I'm afraid you don't have enough money, but I'm not afraid that you don't have enough money, real or fake. Banknote ability? How many banknotes? The commander smiled and turned his gaze to the already tired Creator Locke. At the moment, Locke took a gulp of the fruit tea that Miss 2B had carefully brewed for him just now, his eyes a little empty. It seems that he has not recovered from the great stimulation just now. Hearing the conversation between the commander and Miss 2B, he drank the last bit of fruit tea in the cup. Immediately, I felt refreshed and my body's vitality seemed to have recovered a lot. I have to say, this fruit tea is very exciting. It will be set as a regular drink in the future. Otherwise, Rao is a body like him. I am afraid that it will be scrapped. After all, 200 acres of land and 1 cow are not exploited like this. Gently placing the teapot on the table, Locke even had the urge to eat all the small red fruits inside. But he had better restrain himself. After all, the body that has been strengthened by the enhanced super soldier serum will not fail. His eyes shifted from the teapot to the commander's elder sister, and smiled. 2B is right, money is not a problem, you just need to let go and build a space base and humanoid mecha as soon as possible. It shouldn't take long for this thing to come in handy, and there are anti-gravity drone-assisted robots, so let's build it in the amount of tens of millions. 10 million? Creator, are you planning to play bombing? The commander's sister looked at Locke in shock, thinking she had heard it wrong. To know his own original plan, as long as he has about 100,000 anti-gravity drones, it is enough. After all, it is only to protect the 1/3 of the acre where he is. 100,000 units is enough? But now the creator speaks 100 times as much as her. So, how could she not be surprised? With this number, if they really build it, they can completely flatten an entire country. Even if the Battle of New York begins, let alone guarding their 3/3 of an acre of land. It is estimated that by their own strength, they can crush the Chitauri army in the mouth of the creator. If you want to play harder. What's the point of making small plays? It's like taking a bath with you. The water is just as boring as peeing. The water is a little bigger, like a waterfall, so it's cool to wash. 10 million units first, and if it is not enough in the later stage, continue to increase the amount, take a long-term perspective, and open up the pattern. The goal of our Yoba troop is not only this small Earth, but our eyes are the sea of stars. Put tens of millions of anti-gravity drone-assisted robots into the vast universe, and you won't feel much. What do you say? Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, as if a red light burst out from his eyes. Lawless, invincible, and domineering. These crazy and cool adjectives are not enough to describe his crazy momentum at the moment. Seeing such an imposing Locke, the commander's sister was shocked, and her beautiful eyes were full of spring. A man so arrogant and confident, who looks down on the world, isn't he the king he's always been looking forward to meeting? Immediately, her heart was hot, and she had put on white stockings and was pushed back to her knees. Seeing this, Miss 2B on the side smiled, picked up the empty teapot on the table, got up and walked out of the house. Master, I'm going to refill a pot for you, I think you should use it. Sister 2B, thank you, soak a little more, I want to drink too. Giggle, okay, I'll prepare 2 pots for you, enough for you too. Master, are you treating me as a buffalo? Asterisk. In the very quiet study, there was a rustling sound, which was the sound of the pen rubbing against the white paper. It was pleasant, like massaging the ears. However, Locke did not massage his ears again, but wrote one name after another on the paper. Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne, Jay Garrick, Hal Jordan, who else? Uncles, the land is plowed too much, it really hurts the brain, and the thinking is not quick enough. Locke scribbled and scribbled on the white paper while laughing bitterly. From last night to just now, he has hardly stopped, and his body is a little weak. If he continues to stay by the commander's elder sister and 2B's side, he may die young. A generation of technology prodigies died of exhaustion in the end. If this is spread out, no one should do it. In order to avoid this embarrassing thing from happening, Locke gave an order directly to let the 2 women go out to buy and buy. There is no upper limit on the amount, you can buy aircraft cannons if you want. Although Miss 2B and Commander, one is a robot and the other is an artificial human. But as a woman, they are not lacking in the characteristics that they should have, and they can buy when they hear it. The 2 put on black silk and white silk, randomly chose a luxury car, and drove towards the center of New York City. In this way, Locke at the moment can calm down and plan the next things well. The incident of Selena, who accidentally met Selena the other night, and the encounter with Green Goblin and Spider-Man made him doubt the world he now lives in. This world is obviously different from the Marvel movie main universe he knows. For example, Selena Kyle, like Pete Parker, is not a character in the main universe of Marvel movies. Selina is the Catwoman of the DC universe, and the Pete Parker he sees is obviously the Spider-Man of the Maguire version of the movie. Neither of these characters should have been in the main Marvel universe, but they are now. This is obviously abnormal, but upholds the truth that existence is reasonable. Locke felt that it was necessary for him to study the current world, and it was best to find out a little bit. One thing is for sure now, Spider-Man is definitely not the Spider-Man of his father Iron Man. So for the time being, it can be considered that this world integrates the timeline of Maguire's version of Spider-Man's world. Therefore, the only thing he has to confirm now is whether the DC world is also involved. For him, he definitely doesn't want this to happen. After all, there are no less scary guys in the DC universe than in the Marvel world. A threat from the Marvel universe is enough to give him a headache. If the characters in the DC world also come to do things, it will be dead, then he will have to be more careful. If one day I suddenly ran into Superman, because I didn't recognize it, I was knocked out by him, it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, yes, and Selina, Kyle, let's investigate these first. The pen in Locke's hand tapped lightly on the paper, and nodded with satisfaction. Lao-Mo, come to the study. Locke pressed the communicator beside the table and said, okay. Soon, Lao-Mo came to Locke's special study. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a faint strange smell. As an old rogue, he naturally knows what it tastes like. However, he was embarrassed to point it out directly, it was just an opening with high emotional intelligence. Master, the lights are turned on at noon. The room needs to be ventilated. You have to open the window to let in the sunlight from outside. While talking, Lao-Mo walked to the window, and then pulled open the curtains of Locke's study. Suddenly, a scorching sunlight hit Lao-Mo's eyes, causing him to scream. I owe it to the sun. Locke mocked, although his main purpose for drawing the curtains was not to block the sun. But at this time, the sunlight is really strong, and it is impossible not to cover it. Hey, look how beautiful this sunshine is. Let it shine, it should be. Lao-Mo came to Locke with tears in his eyes, and said meanly, well, I like to take pictures. You can wait for 2 hours to be exposed to the sun on the top of the building, and you can't come back if you don't get too anxious. Haha, just kidding. Master, let's get down to business. Locke nodded and directly handed the paper with the list in his hand to Lao-Mo. You go to these places these days to see if there are guys with these names. If there is no place name I wrote, it is also possible to expand the scope of the investigation a little, and let me know immediately when there is news. Kent Farm? Gotham City. Looking at the paper in his hand, Lao-Mo's face was full of curiosity. Yes, Kent Farm in Smallville, Kansas. As for Gotham City, it should be New York City where we are. Locke thought for a while and said, Master, do these people have any special significance? They are very important to you. Lao-Mo said solemnly. It is obviously not an easy thing to make the young master so much trouble to find. Locke nodded and smiled. It has a special meaning, and it is also very important. But it's not what you think. They are not a threat for the time being. Maybe they don't exist. I'm just curious. Anyway, you should do it seriously. By the way, this woman named Selina Kyle, don't move for the time being. I will come in person. Understood, I'll do it now. By the way, I have something to tell the young master about S.H.I.E.L.D. Lao-Mo said with a smile on his face. S.H.I.E.L.D? Are they trying to be a demon again? Not this time. Nick Fury called me privately 2 days ago, but I didn't get it. I called again just now, saying that I wanted to visit you, young master, and I explained it by the way, admitting it was a mistake. Heh, he thought this was a kindergarten? He made a mistake. Apologize and it'll be fine. Tell him that this is a bloody society, and mistakes come at a price. Let him go? Locke said coldly. Hehe, young master, I think this is an opportunity, don't you want revenge? Let them in, isn't everything up to you? Hearing Lao-Mo's words, the corners of Locke's mouth turned up slightly. It's still as thoughtful as you old rascal thought. Yes, let them in. If you don't want to admit your mistakes, then let them admit it well. Black Widow, how should I punish you? Locke touched his chin and muttered to himself. Master, there is a whip in my house. Master, Lao-Mo, you are absolutely amazing. I have to say that Lao-Mo is indeed a down-to-earth old ruffian, and he is also a very professional actor. Because in his impression, the image of Lao-Mo should not be like this. He should be a loyal person, diligent and honest, and his duty is divided into their Rockefeller family's blood and sweat. He is a kind and upright old housekeeper, but the old Mo at this moment is completely different in his eyes. Ruthless, wretched, rude, shameless, and so on. These negative words can be used to describe the current Lao-Mo. He doubted that Lao-Mo really had a double-sided personality. If he played it, he would be a golden man with proper acting skills. There's no need to play like that. Lao-Mo, can you teach me something good, so that your young master will go the wrong way? Locke said with a grin. Not to mention, in fact, such an old Mo is quite appetizing to him. After all, he was not a good person in the previous life. Although he did not do evil, he would never be ridden on his head. What Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff have done this time, have already stepped on his red line. If he doesn't teach them a lesson, don't say that he can't make it through. When other Chable families see it, they think their Rockefellers are soft persimmons. Although he is not afraid of trouble with other Chable families, he is a troublesome person. To be able to kill chickens to warn monkeys, to avoid future troubles, there is no need to make yourself unhappy. Let's go, take your whip, let's go meet them. Locke said coldly. Hey, okay, young master, by the way, do you want to bring a candle? Lao Mo said seriously. What do you think we are going to do? Locke said speechlessly, looking at the old hooligan. We're not going shopping. Oh, wrong, hee hee. Lao Mo grinned, revealing his big white teeth. It's a pity that this dead old man doesn't endorse toothpaste. The bright hall is covered with marble-like black gems, showing luxury. Standing on it, you can see your own reflection. This is where the Rockefeller family exclusively received their guests. Before Locke was in power, it was the old man who entertained foreign guests here. Anyone who enters here, whether it is a dragon or a phoenix outside, must bow down. However, the people who can enter here are not ordinary people. Heads of state, chaebol tycoons, and more. Today, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff are able to enter here, and their ancestors are smoking. Locke, who put on a black suit, leaned on the extremely luxurious throne with a calm expression on his face. He rested his hands flat on the armrest of the throne, one leg resting on the other. Looking at the wanton free and easy, and extremely arrogant, in this solemn hall, dare to use such a sitting posture. Only he is the master? At this moment, the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes came from far and near. Soon, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in Locke's eyes. The man is wearing a black cloak with a one-eyed blindfold on his face, and the woman is wearing a sexy black tight-fitting outfit, although the whole body is tightly wrapped. However, the neckline on the chest is extremely low, and a beautiful view is unobstructed. Very scheming dress, it seems that nothing is revealed, but what can be given is given, which is just right. This man and woman are none other than Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who came to explain. Walking through the luxurious and slightly empty halls, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff are on high alert, because they didn't know whether they would face that terrifying existence next. Could the woman who single-handedly slaughtered the Jinbian building and the Hydra base be here? Does this woman have other companions? Where does she come from? And who is behind her? Rockefeller family? Or something else? One question mark after another constantly appeared in his mind, making their faces dignified unconsciously. Negative emotions such as tension, worry, fear, etc., followed one after another, making the two feel like they were about to suffocate. The two of them are not people who haven't seen the world. What kind of guy they haven't seen? But, for some unknown reason, as soon as they walked into this hall, they felt a terrifying aura enveloped them. The key point is that there is a dark place here, and even the floor is black, which is really too depressing. Obviously only a few dozen meters away, but they feel like they have walked for a century. It is simply torment. Finally, they came to the very center of the hall with difficulty. His forehead was already wet with cold sweat, and his palms were also sweaty. Only then did they realize that sitting on the throne 10 meters away from them was not the terrifying woman they thought, but a handsome young man. And this young man, they naturally know who it is. Not only do they know, but they are quite familiar with it because of the investigation these days. This person is none other than the eldest young master of the Rockefeller family, Locke. The shock in their eyes was indescribable, and they couldn't help but briefly lost their minds. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in their ears. Since you're here to confess, you have to look like you're confessing. Why are you standing? Kneel down. Hearing this voice, the two looked at each other. For a while, I didn't know what to do, but the faces of the two must be ugly. Although they came to explain to the Rockefeller family, they apologized and even pleaded guilty. But in their understanding, apology is not the way. Kneeling as soon as you come in? Is this taking them as slaves during the feudal dynasty? As the saying goes, if you reach out your hand, you won't hit the smiling person. In their opinion, they are willing to take the initiative to come to apologize, which is already very face to the Rockefeller family. According to the principle of reciprocity, the Rockefeller family should also sell them a face. The two parties sit down and have a good talk. Even if they are not given a seat, the two of them should be equal in terms of personality. Instead of making them kneel as soon as they meet, this is trampling on their personality. Scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Even if they die, they will not kneel. Just as the two were thinking about it, a gunshot rang out. I saw an anti-gravity drone unceremoniously fired 2 bullets. Immediately pierced their thighs. The severe pain caused the two to take a deep breath. However, their bodies fell to the ground unsatisfactorily, looking extremely embarrassed. Tisk tisk, I thought you guys were made of iron. It turns out that you will get hurt too. Look, this is not kneeling, Locke said, looking at Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff with a mocking expression. Young and frivolous, unscrupulous and lawless is no doubt. Domineering and crazy? Next time, bullets won't just hit you in the thigh, they'll smash you into a sieve. Next, every word I say, you better listen to your heart and respond in a timely manner. Because I don't know if the drone suspended in front of you will judge that your response is timed out, and then let you game over directly. After all, AI doesn't care who you are? Locke folded Erlang's legs, leaned forward slightly, crossed his palms against his chin, and looked very relaxed. Compared to the horrified faces of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, what a world of difference. His eyes that were like black gems were full of disdain. A super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D who can do things with the banner of exercising justice outside without restraint. At this moment, in front of Locke, he was like a child, unable to resist. If this is spread out, it will definitely shock everyone. Is this still the S.H.I.E.L.D in their impression of being above the law and acting decisively? This is too hip. When they heard Locke's words, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff gritted their teeth, but their hearts were turned upside down. They always thought that the woman who slaughtered the Kim and Building and Pierce, the secretary of the World Security Council, was the boss they were looking for. But now it seems that they have been in the wrong direction all the time. How detached the Rockefeller family is. Rich enough to rival many countries, and means to reach the sky. It is the most terrifying chaebol force on this planet. Just in the hall where they are at the moment, the level of guests they meet is higher than that of their country's White House. How could such a detached existence allow an unknown woman to enter and exit their territory, and still be above their Rockefeller family? This is simply a daydream, whimsical. So obviously, this woman should be the thug of the Rockefeller family. The real talker should be the Rockefeller family? What they never imagined was that this person was the 14-year-old young master of their family. How can that be? If they hadn't heard it with their own eyes and seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it anyway. But Locke doesn't care if they believe it or not, he just wants to take care of them now to relieve his dissatisfaction. Tell me, whose idea was it to reach out to Gwen? Locke looked at the two with a cold expression. The two held the wound on their thigh tightly, but luckily the bullet didn't hit their artery. Otherwise, they should have received their lunch immediately. Now they can hold the wound tightly for a while, which also gives them a chance to answer Locke's question. Rock first? Same, how should I call you? Roar. Nick Fury wanted to call Mr. Rock. But thinking of his age, it seems that Mr. is not very suitable. But it seems inappropriate to be called a classmate. The guy in front of him is so cruel, how can he be a classmate? Comrade is almost the same, but there is no such name in their country. So, he is a little confused. Grandpa, I can afford it. Locke said jokingly, looking at Nick Fury. Master Locke, the order was given by me and carried out by Natasha Romanoff. I'm sorry we offended you, but it wasn't our intention. I aborted the order the first time, and will never do it again, Nick Fury said, frowning together. The loss of blood made him look a little weak, he had to bandage the wound, or he might really die. So, should I forgive you? Locke sneered and asked back. As S.H.I.E.L.D who guards the safety of this world and handles abnormal events. When an abnormal time is discovered, no matter who the other party is, we should confirm the threat level to the world as soon as possible. The offense to you is really unintentional, I hope to understand, and I hope you can forgive me. Nick Fury looked at Locke with a solemn face and said. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he has his due persistence. However, Locke didn't like his insistence. Shaking his head, a cold light flashed in his cold eyes. Without speaking, he raised his fingers slightly and made a shooting motion at Nick Fury. Bang! Only a gunshot sounded, and the anti-gravity drone fired a bullet again. This time, the bullet went straight through Nick Fury's right shoulder, knocking him upside down. A terrifying shot that shattered Nick Fury's shoulder. A painful groan came out of Nick Fury's mouth, and then his head tilted and he passed out completely. Unfortunately, I can't forgive. Lao-mo, throw him out. Locke said coldly, and then his eyes moved to Natasha Romanoff. Locke's thunderous tactics shocked Natasha Romanoff even more. She never imagined that this 14-year-old boy would be so cruel. In just a few gestures, the leader of their S.H.I.E.L.D was abolished. Those 2 gunshot wounds were enough to kill Nick Fury. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, your severely injured body will take a long period of time to recuperate. During this period of time, the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director is likely to change hands. This is no less than an earthquake for their S.H.I.E.L.D, and the initiator of this earthquake was the boy who turned his attention to himself at this moment. It's just that this boy is completely different from the 14-year-old child she imagined. Locke is tall and handsome, and there is a sense of sophistication between his eyebrows that does not match his age. The guy in front of him is really just a 14-year-old boy, instead of an old monster? She is skeptical. Just when she had doubts in her heart, Locke, who was sitting on the throne, slowly got up. With a mocking smile on his face, he walked in front of her leisurely. The tall figure slowly enveloped her, and she, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, looked up. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in her heart, which made her blush and lowered her head. Before, she was very disdainful of Locke at such an age, thinking that he was just a child. But the scene at the moment made her understand that what Phil Coulson said was right. The young man in front of him could really do anything. At this moment, a big hand pinched her pretty face, and then lifted her up rudely. A handsome face with a playful smile met her eyes. She frowned. What does this 14-year-old boy want to do? You look really good. No wonder so many men bow down under your skirt. It's a pity. Say, what should I do with you? Locke looked at Natasha Romanoff with a half-smile, his eyes unbridled without any reservation. Being stared at by Locke like this, Rao was an open-minded woman, and she couldn't stand it, and wanted to bow her head in embarrassment. It was the first time she had been treated like this by a 14-year-old. This feeling is very embarrassing, but she feels a little stimulation deep in her heart. What's wrong with me? Natasha Romanoff couldn't believe it. He found himself unable to express anger towards this teenager. Gently letting go of the hand holding Natasha Romanoff's pretty face, Locke grabbed her neck and lifted her directly. In front of his power, Natasha Romanoff in front of him is a lamb to be slaughtered. The left hand grabbed Natasha Romanoff's leather bodysuit unceremoniously, and stabbed. Suddenly, Locke's eyes lit up. But then he shook his head. Compared with his own Miss 2B and the commander's eldest sister, it was far behind. The sudden action stunned Natasha Romanoff, screaming and struggling. But to no avail. At this moment, a healing spray temporarily bandaged the wound on her fair thigh. Natasha Romanoff looked stunned. Did this guy treat himself so rudely just to bandage his wounds? Before she was too happy, Locke threw her heavily on the sofa in the distance. The powerful force slammed the sofa onto the ground and slid for a distance. Don't get me wrong, I'll wrap it up for you, just so that we can play the next game for a longer time. Locke sneered, then the door and the windows closed automatically, and the solemn reception hall turned directly into a cage. Looking at such a scene, a bad premonition appeared in Natasha Romanoff's heart, and a sense of despair enveloped her. Suddenly, a memory fragment of the Red House flashed in her mind unconsciously. That was her unbearable past, and the scene back then was exactly the same as here. Snapped. At this moment, the sound of a whip twitching pulled her back from the terrifying memory back to the real world. I saw that the young man in front of him, like a demon, appeared in front of him holding a long leather whip. Before she could react, a fiery red mark appeared on her back. The burning pain made her gasp, and she couldn't help but let out a painful scream. After a few hours, on a mountain road near the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fort Johnson, a woman with only broken underwear was thrown from a car. Rolling all the way to the side of the road, the woman opened her eyes slightly. Her eyes were full of exhaustion and complexity, and the scenes just now flashed in her mind like a movie. Feeling ashamed and angry, full of killing intent appeared in her heart, her fists clenched unconsciously, her fingernails sinking deep into flesh and blood. With red marks on her back, she clutched her chest and stood up staggeringly, but before she could take a step, she fell down again. Then go into a coma? This woman is none other than Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Rockefeller Manor. Locke quietly leaned on the soft sofa, his eyes slightly empty. The corner of his mouth kept an evil smile, and the scene just now was still playing repeatedly in his mind. As expected of Black Widow, it was really different. His whipping punished her, but it also made her hurt and happy. What a pity. Locke shook his head with a half smile, touched the sweaty sofa, and his smile gradually became wild. A few days have passed. On this day, in the quiet study, Locke was still writing and drawing. Although he has wisdom that is unattainable for ordinary people today, his good memory is not as good as a bad pen, and sometimes the friction between the pen and the paper will make it easier for him to calm down. This time, Locke did not write the names of DC characters, but wrote down the big events she knew in her mind. Then connect them one by one, and finally make a mind map. According to his research, although this world is different from the main Marvel universe that he imagines, but the big events that should happen will still be staged as scheduled, such as the appearance of Iron Man, the appearance of Spider-Man. All these made Locke understand that he still had the advantage of poor information. Therefore, he naturally has to make good use of his advantage of being one step ahead of others so that he can walk ahead of others. It's probably still in the Iron Man 1 timeline, and it won't be long before news from Hulk comes out. Then Iron Man 2, Thor 1, Captain America 1, and then, a year later, the Battle of New York. Locke muttered as the pen continued to fly on the paper. Extract the main information. Iron Man 1, Iron King, Arc Reactor. Hulk 1, Hulk Serum, Abomination, Dr. Blue. Iron Man 2, Unmanned Mechanical Armor, Yvonne Vank, Hammer Industries, New Elements. Thor 1, Bifrost, Mjolnir, Asgard's Vault. Captain America 1, Captain America's Butt. Battle of New York, Chidori Army, Starship, Space Gem. In a few minutes, Locke sorted out the context of these major events. Then list them one by one, and soon a relationship diagram about the future will appear in front of you. Eliminate the elements that have no effect on him, and in the end he only leaves a few that are most useful to him. Hulk Serum, Dr. Blue. Unmanned Mechanical Armor, Yvonne Vank. Military Enterprises, Hammer. Starship. Space Gems. Looking at the blueprint in his hand, Locke's face showed satisfaction. For the next year, he needs to combine the commander's white paper with his own list of elements. In the fastest time, the plan of the commander's elder sister will be implemented until it is realized. Suddenly, a detailed and perfect action plan was generated in his mind. After calling Miss Commander in, Locke decided to start implementing her plan. The commander's eldest sister, who was dressed in a light yellow tight-fitting high-slit long skirt and a pair of white silk and long legs, came to Locke tenderly. "Master, are you looking for me?" The commander had a smile on his lips, as usual, with both hands on the desk, bent over and looked at Locke quietly. The reason why she likes this is because it can be closer to Locke's handsome face, and at the same time, it can meet Locke's need to see the scenery. According to the rules of the robot code, she felt it was necessary to do it, and Locke liked her to do it, and that was enough. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he looked at the commander's elder sister's mature and charming face very honestly. It's not that he is no longer interested in the commander's big sister, but that he is afraid that he will not be able to control it again in the end. When the time comes, it will not be too good to miss a gun. After all, it is bright and sunny now. Your white paper plan, it's time to start. Locke said with a smile. Really? That's great. Is it all the plan? The commander said with a smile. Yes, all the plans, but some of these plans need some changes. Locke said. You said, young master, I will come strictly according to your requirements. As long as I provide enough financial resources and manpower, I will achieve my goal on time. Hihi, I believe you have such ability. Locke smiled and told the commander of his plans in detail. Hammer Industries? I understand. If it's true as the young master said, then the problem of our lack of production lines for manufacturing mechas and auxiliary robots should be solved quickly. It's just that the only outer space base will take longer and be more difficult. The commander said thoughtfully. You don't have to worry about that. I'll take care of building an outer space base. All you have to do is take care of the humanoid mechs and build a ton of assistive robots. I'm still missing a rare material to build a strong Yoba army. I have already told 2B about this, and he is already on his way to perform his mission. I believe there will be news soon, said Locke. Understood. Big Sister Commander nodded. At this time, Locke seemed to think of something. By the way, there is a commercial party tonight. I didn't want to participate in this kind of thing. However, among the people who appeared today, there is Justin Hammer, so I need you to accompany me when the time comes. This time, you will be the business manager of our Rockefeller family. And I'm just a kid who goes out to play with my commander's eldest sister? Locke laughed. Hearing this, the commander's elder sister looked at Locke with a smile on her face. Master, you are not small at all. As she spoke, she crossed the desk and sat lightly in Locke's arms. Master, let me have a look at the clothes I need for the party? Sister, I am a little difficult to choose. I don't know what to wear. Why don't I wear them all for you to see? Saying that, she took Locke's hand and walked towards the bedroom. Seeing this, Locke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he knew, he wouldn't talk about the party. After explaining the future plans to the commander's elder sister, and helping her choose a satisfactory evening dress, Locke, it's a bit empty. Rather than simply picking clothes, the commander's figure is too perfect. So that no matter what clothes you wear, they are all beautiful, just like a clothes rack. For perfect things, Locke always pursues something. Excessive pursuit will only make himself trapped in it in the end, unable to extricate himself. So tired here. After finally getting the commander, Lao Mo came to Locke with his latest news. So, there are no people I'm looking for in these places. Locke said with a sigh of relief. Yes, there are no people you mentioned, young master. We only found the information of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lao Mo looked at Locke respectfully and said. I see. Locke nodded silently, his face relaxed. He always thought that this world had been linked with DC, but the news that Lao Mo brought back now dispelled his doubts in this regard. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is really just a coincidence, but this coincidence is too fantastic. It looks too similar to Catwoman in the DC world. Locke took the information about S.H.I.E.L.D. handed over by Lao Mo and began to look through it slowly. Reporter. There was a hint of surprise on Locke's face when he saw that Selina's occupation was actually a reporter. Yes, New York Times special correspondent. This woman is kind of interesting. She often helps people at the bottom to expose the ugly face of the upper class. The reported objects were all powerful guys, so they offended many people. But her family background is not bad. Her father is the owner of a toy factory in New York, and the business is quite big. Of course, she is not cheap, so she is not afraid of fighting against power, and she doesn't care if she has a salary or not. Lao Mo said with a smile, admiring Selina very much. So, she is also a police officer. Locke muttered to himself with a meaningful smile on his face. Although the Selina of this world is not the Catwoman of the DC world, the things they do are somewhat similar. One is a vigilante reporter who exposes crimes, and the other is a thief in Zhongyang who robs the rich to help the poor. What you do is to offend the rich. Is this a physique destined to hate the rich? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of himself. If he was so rich, would it also trigger her special physique and fight against him? Definitely, this is just a joke idea. Now that she knows that she is not a Catwoman in the DC world, there is no need for him to interact with her. Casually put Selina's information on the table, and his eyes moved to Lao Mo's body again. Then he threw a plan in front of him. Look, this matter is highly confidential, don't disclose it to anyone, just do it in secret, and strive to complete it as soon as possible. While listening to Locke's words, Lao Mo seriously looked at the plan that Locke had thrown. Immediately, his face was shocked, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Build a space base. Master, are you serious? Lao Mo looked at Locke in disbelief and said. So you think I'm joking with you now? It's definitely true. Although it is not impossible to build this thing with the strength of our family. But this thing is usually done in the name of the country, and it doesn't make much sense for us to build it privately. Master, what do you want to do? Lao Mo looked at Locke in astonishment and asked. Since the old man left, he has become more and more uncertain about the path of his young master. An underground laboratory was established, and 2 robots that looked like real human beings were built, and it was just a matter of singing every night. Now you are planning to get a private outer space base. Is this the rhythm of conquering the Earth? How did he know that Locke wanted to conquer more than just a small Earth? His goal is even grander, and his journey is a vast sea of stars and stars. Just do it if you want to. Why is there so much nonsense? Find a place for me, build a launch base first, and leave the rest to me. Understood, I'll go get it now. By the way, Tony Stark will also attend the banquet tonight. Lao Mo said suddenly. Oh, the Forced King will also come, but this is normal. He has just become Iron Man, and it is the time when he is in the limelight. With his character, it is unreasonable not to come out and pretend. Locke said unexpectedly. Hehe, it seems that the young master has a lot of opinions on Tony, the playboy. Lao Mo laughed. Opinion? That's not true, it's just a little uncomfortable. Half of the top models in Playboy magazine had an affair with him. Like today's party, whenever you meet a famous lady, you probably roll over the sheets with him. Isn't this disgusting? He is a small boss of Stark Industrial Group with a small history, and his record is better than mine. Where should I put my face on your young master? Lao. Master, it's not impossible, let's not have such a record. Besides, you can rub your wife's hands, so do you care about that? Damn old man, why do you sound so harsh? You can't find death. Hey, young master, I'll go to work first. Lao smeared oil on his feet and quickly evacuated. Time turned and it was night. The banquet hall of the Notre Dame Theatre is exceptionally brightly lit today, and celebrities from all walks of life have gathered here. At the entrance of the theatre, a group of security personnel in black uniforms were waiting in full force, and received one luxury car after another in an extremely orderly manner. At the gate, reporters from all walks of life took long guns and short cannons and kept taking pictures of the VIPs who came down from the luxury cars. The scene is no less than the red carpet in the entertainment industry, but the people who come here are super rich with billions of dollars. However, for a party that was very grand and luxurious in the eyes of outsiders, to Locke, it seemed a little petty. He didn't want to come to such a party. But considering the Justin Hammer and Tony Stark he wanted to see were there today, he just came reluctantly, because according to his guess, tonight, it should be the time of the Iron Man vs. Iron Man event, and he might be able to get a big event here by coming here. This will allow her to collect points again. Such a good thing, why not do it? Los Angeles is still brightly lit at night. As one of the largest cities in the United States, it is also a city that never sleeps. On the top floor of a brightly lit building in the west, a bearded man was smoking a cigar and resting his legs on the long table in front of him. On the table, there are stacks of banknotes. There are a total of tens of thousands of USD. The amount cannot be said to be huge, but for him personally, it is already a lot of income. These are the goods I bought from the Bear Country. They are of good quality and low price. They are definitely good things that you have never experienced before. It's really cheap to sell you 50,000, the man said with a smile while puffing out a cigarette. From his eyes, he could see his pride. Several black men standing opposite him nodded silently while checking the weapons in their hands. Very good, this time the transaction is very pleasant. I think we will have the opportunity to cooperate next time. Then it's a pleasure to cooperate next time, ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly, reaching out and shaking hands with the man in front of him. Several black men nodded, picked up the black box with guns and weapons and planned to leave. But at this moment, the door of the room they were in was quickly knocked open. Immediately, a little brother hurried in. Boss, not good. The younger brother was too anxious, panting, and couldn't say a word completely, and the man listening was very irritable. What's the matter in a hurry? Hurry up, or I will shoot you. The man picked up the gun in his hand and aimed it at his little brother. I don't know if it was because he was frightened by the man's gun pointing, or because he was out of breath. He quickly said, a woman rushed in and started killing people without saying a word. Most of our people have died, and that woman is a devil. Now she is coming towards our level. Boss, what should we do? The younger brother looked terrified. He had no masters, and the whole person was completely panicked. He had been in this business for some days. He has seen a lot of big scenes, but this time he has really never seen it. It was really terrifying. The woman came in with a long sword and said she was looking for their boss. Then because the woman was very beautiful, their brother whistled and molested. It's just a whistle, and no actual action has been launched yet. Who knew that this woman directly drew her sword and chopped off the whistleblower's head? After that, this woman was like the devil who triggered the massacre, treating their people as green vegetables and radishes all the way, and chopped them all down. In this way, he had to flee in panic and came to the level of their boss. So, there is the current scene. What? You bastards, you can't even handle a woman, shoot her to death. The man roared angrily, his eyes full of anger. And just as her voice fell to the ground, screams mixed with the sound of flesh and blood rang from outside the door. Listening to it makes my scalp tingle and my back cold. Boom. With a loud bang, the door of the room they were in was kicked and smashed to the ground. Immediately, a strange woman in a black cloak, a blindfold, and a long sword walked in from the door. This woman is none other than Miss 2B. Not long ago, he received Locke's latest order to go to Los Angeles to find an arms dealer named Ulysses Crow, then find the message to Wakanda from his mouth, and get some ready-made vibranium from his hand. The content of the mission is very simple, as long as the information is obtained. She also planned to do so at the beginning, but just now, someone in the group whistled at her, which was obviously meant to be molested. And in the eyes of Miss 2B, this is an unforgivable sin. Because for her, the only person in this world who can tease her is her creator, Locke. If anyone else dared to do so, it would be a capital offense. All must be killed. She thought so, and did it. So the original small task has now become a slaughter operation. Who is Ulysses Crow? Miss 2B slowly put away the long sword in her hand, suspended it behind her, opened her mouth, and asked. Looking at Miss 2B in front of her, Crow looked curious and terrified. I'm curious because I don't know the woman in front of me at all, so what is the purpose of this woman to find me? Fright is naturally the terrifying strength that Miss 2B is showing at the moment. He killed all his subordinates by himself, and came to him as if he was no one. This kind of scene and bridge, even the movie dare not act like this, but at this moment it really happened in front of his eyes. So, how could he not be terrified? Who are you? Clow looked at Miss 2B suspiciously and asked. Hearing this, Miss 2B smiled coldly. Understood, you are Crow, then there is no need for these people to exist. The voice fell, and the auxiliary robot suspended beside her shot out a few bullets. Suddenly, in the huge room, Ulysses Crow was left looking at the subordinates and the buyer who were killed by the woman in front of him in an instant. The panic on Claude's face became stronger and stronger. The woman in front of her was really weird, and the long sword was suspended behind her out of thin air. At this moment, there was a strange flight object suspended beside him, such a high-tech weapon and equipment he had never seen before. He is a famous arms dealer, and there are only a handful of weapons he has never seen in this world. And this woman is one of them. Definitely, the reason for his panic is not just because of the powerful weapons and equipment on Miss 2B. The main reason is that 2B's ruthless and terrifying means, without saying a word, will kill people directly if you do it directly. This is completely a dead god of killing. No wonder his subordinate just now called this woman a devil, and now it seems to be true. Swallowing his saliva, Crow couldn't help but retreat toward the window. If possible, he would rather jump from here than face this terrifying woman. However, Miss 2B is naturally impossible for him to succeed. She flew thousands of miles from New York, but in order to complete the task assigned by the creator, she can then go home to receive the reward. Looking at the time, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. After completing this task, he had to rush back to New York. Then take a shower, get ready, change into the tutor's clothes, etc., which all take time. It is best to be in bed on time by 10 p.m. In this way, I can get the reward of the young master, and at the same time, it will not delay the rest of the young master. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, she felt more and more pressed for time. She had to complete the task quickly and then go home, otherwise the young master would be monopolized by the commander's sister. If I were you, I wouldn't want to jump out of the window to escape, because it will only make you die faster. Miss 2B said while walking towards Crow. Don't come here, who are you and what do you want to do? If you want money or weapons, I can give you all of these. Just please spare my life. Crow said, and threw all the money on the table. 2B's feet. Looking at the stacks of banknotes on the ground, Miss 2B's face was full of disdain. The guy in front of him actually thought he was here to rob her, which was an insult to her. Her creator is Locke, and the most important thing is money. Pointy high-heeled shoes walked over the banknotes, looking at Crow's eyes more and more icy. Do you think I've gone to great lengths to come here just for your 3 melons and 2 dates? If I wanted to rob, when I killed Jinbing, I would have been able to get more money than I could spend in my life. What is this drizzle of yours? Miss 2B said mockingly. Very casual words, but it gave Clow a shocking news. The woman in front of him turned out to be the murderer of Jinbing. As a well-known arms dealer, Jin Bian he naturally knows who it is. That is the underworld emperor in New York and even the whole country. With such an existence, one can imagine how much energy he possesses. Rao, the arms chief, has to bow down before Jinbing. But now this woman actually killed Jinbing, and she still slaughtered the entire Jinbing building, without a single survivor. When he heard the news, he was as shocked as other colleagues. But he never imagined that one day he would directly face the murderer who killed Jinbing. Immediately, he was cowardly, and knelt down with his legs disobedient. What do you want? As long as I can take it out, I can give it to you, as long as it's not my life. Crow said with a complicated expression. It's the first time he's been so ignorant after coming out for so many years, that he would kneel in front of a woman on his own initiative. If this is spread out, he can completely stop messing around. But if he didn't do it at the moment, he couldn't guarantee whether he could continue to live. Such a comparison, which is lighter and which is heavier, is clear at a glance. Seeing Crow behave like this, Miss 2B couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on her face. She likes this guy who knows the current affairs, because it doesn't waste her time. It's easy, a roadmap to Wakanda, and all the vibranium you have? As long as you hand it in truthfully, Miss Ben will take it and leave. If not, then I can only read your memory by myself. While speaking, Miss 2B took out the mechanical bug that extracted the memory. Looking at the mechanical bug in Miss 2B's hand, Crow was frightened. Although he didn't know what the mechanical bug was. But at a glance, you can see that it is not a good thing, and it can read memory, which is not against the sky. How painful the process of this thing reading memory is, I won't describe it more. One word, life is better than death. So, before Miss 2B could finish speaking, Crow climbed to his desk on his knees. He swiftly wrote down the directions to Wakanda in paper money, and then pulled a suitcase from under his desk. Then, the 5 bodies were thrown to the ground and sent the thing to 2B. Everything you want is here, and you will be able to find me by your means, so I will never dare to lie to you. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja. You are very good, but the death penalty can be avoided, but the life penalty is inevitable. Miss 2B said, and kicked Clow who was crawling in front of him with one kick. This kick is to punish you for not being able to discipline your subordinates. Next time, I will kill you. As Miss 2B said, the anti-gravity drone beside her smashed the floor-to-ceiling windows. And she turned into an afterimage and flew out directly, and in an instant, she reached an altitude of 10,000 meters and galloped towards New York. Looking at the back of Miss 2B who flew away, Clow held the table and slowly got up. But his legs were trembling. He tried to light a cigar to relieve the tension in his heart, but his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even cut the cigar. Fake. He angrily threw the cigar in his hand to the ground and let out a roar of anger. New York, the banquet hall of the Notre Dame Theater is now full of stars, and the gatherings of business leaders are always accompanied by celebrities in the entertainment industry. For ordinary people, a star is a bright, even aloof existence. But for the business tycoons, they are nothing but slaves under capital and alternative prostitutes packaged. As long as you have money, you can still trade. Money can make ghosts run the mill. It's a very simple truth. Wow, it's a young actress who recently won the Locke Newcomer King Award. She's so pretty, but the old man around her is a little disgusting. Haha, what kind of a rookie king is? The old man beside her is the protagonist, and the others are oil tycoons. You can train as many rookie kings as you want. Isn't that an actress who has been out of film for more than a year? I heard that she married a real estate boss, and she appeared today. Thanks to her marrying a real estate boss, otherwise, how could she have a chance to attend today's party? But I heard that her husband is a sadist and likes to play some perverted games. True or false? We can dig deeper into this news. Maybe tomorrow's headlines will be ours. What are you thinking? You want to die? If you make news about this real estate tycoon, you will die on the street tomorrow. This guy eats both black and white. Watching the men and women getting off the luxury cars one after another, the lace reporters who were blocking the entrance of the theater were chatting and talking. All the gossip news in the beautiful country is made by these guys. In this age of entertainment to death, their contribution cannot be underestimated. At this moment, an extended version of the expensive commercial vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the theater. Immediately after the door opened, a slender and beautiful leg was first exposed, followed by a waist like a water snake, wrapped in a black evening dress, revealed in front of people. The noble, mature, and charming face immediately appeared, which immediately made everyone present widen their eyes. As a group of reporters of Lace News, what kind of beauties they have never seen. But at this moment, this stunning beauty walked out of the car, and they were all shocked. How can such a fairy-like woman appear in the world? It is absolutely amazing. The flash kept flashing, and all the reporters present seemed to want to use the cameras in their hands to imprison the commander. Yes, the woman who came down is none other than Locke's commander's eldest sister. What a beautiful woman. How come I've never heard of it before? This is simply a fairy. It's over. I feel like I've fallen. This woman will be the only goddess in my heart. Hurry up and take some more photos, go home and enjoy it slowly. A group of people talked a lot, and they were very excited. Surrounded by a lot of flashing lights, the commander frowned. Obviously she didn't like such a scene. In her heart, she belongs only to the creator, and the behavior of these guys in front of her is already considered a great offense. No wonder his young master doesn't like to attend this kind of party, and now, she doesn't like it either. Just as she frowned, her young master, Locke, was getting off the car unhurriedly and came to her side. The right hand habitually grabbed her waist, and she suddenly felt a strange feeling. The originally wrinkled brows gradually stretched, revealing a fascinated smile. It seems that my commander's sister doesn't like being photographed. Locke muttered, his eyes cold in vain. Rockefeller, it's Rockefeller's eldest young master. Turn off the camera. Stop taking pictures. Stop taking pictures. Sheet, delete all the photos quickly. I don't want to die. My mother, how could the crown prince suddenly attend a party of this level? It's unscientific. Just as Locke appeared, several old reporters said quickly, their eyes full of horror. As the dedicated reporters of the business party, they are very clear about the hidden rules here. They did not expect that the crown prince of a top-table family like Rockefeller would attend such a mid-end business party for the first time today. You must know that before this, there was no such precedent at all, and the only thing that could allow the Rockefeller family to participate was that kind of world-class party. The family background of the attendees starts with at least $100 billion, and they are the leaders of various industries or the leaders of the country. So in comparison, the so-called top-level business party in front of me is really just average. As for the Rockefeller family, there is an unwritten rule in their circle. That is, without permission, you can't take pictures, you can't take pictures, you can't take pictures, and important things are said 3 times. Because 80% of the news media present are their family's business, that is to say, they are all Locke's workers. So at this moment, when they found out that they had taken a photo of Rockefeller's wife and daughter, their first reaction was to delete it quickly. They didn't want to bother them. But before they start deleting photos, on Locke's side, his consciousness moved, and suddenly, the artificial intelligence watch on his hand burst out with invisible electronic energy. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded immediately, followed by a series of screams. The cameras of everyone present exploded and smoked, and the chip memory was all destroyed. Looking at the scene that immediately fell into chaos, Locke smiled slightly. How is it, Commander's sister? Are you satisfied? Satisfied, as usual, extremely satisfied. The commander said with a blushing face, looking at Locke's eyes full of admiration. Hihi, you're naughty again. With a smile, Locke took the commander's slender hand and walked towards the party hall. Locke has an aura of a supreme king on his body, and his eyes like black gems shine, making people look like they are looking down on the world. The beautiful face looks as if it had been carefully carved, elegant and noble, like a prince in an ancient court, and it is extravagant. Looking at Locke like this, the group of women around them all fell into a sluggish state, their eyes brightened, and the children's inappropriate pictures of Prince Charming and the princess were made up by their own brains. Is this the prince of the Rockefeller family? I heard that he is only 14 years old. How can he be so handsome, and his temperament is compelling? I have fallen. This damn charm, this is a real prince, love. Such a noble and handsome man, even if he is only 14 years old, I am willing to let him ravage. At the age of 14, it's not too small to say that he is small. Judging by Mr. Locke's tall and straight body and strong muscles, he is definitely not small. What are you thinking? Compare yourself with the women around Mr. Locke, and see how much you weigh and how much you are ravaged. You are also worthy of it. It's just talk, it's not illegal to be obsessed, I'll go home and dream. A group of women whispered and chatted, and some of their conversations were naturally heard by Locke and the commander. Suddenly, the commander looked at Locke with a smile on his face. It seems that my young master has become the Prince Charming in the hearts of many women. What a joy, Prince Charming belongs to me now, said the commander proudly. Locke smiled wryly and shook his head. This woman's vanity? It's really not that strong. Soon, the two walked into the banquet hall. Watching Locke's arrival, a group of security personnel immediately looked solemn at the walkie-talkie. Immediately, a white-haired old man came to Locke respectfully. Master Locke, it's our honor to be able to attend our party today. Brilliance. We have prepared a special restroom for you. The party still needs a little time to start. You can go upstairs to rest first. This old man is none other than the organizer of this business party and the president of the Beautiful Country Business Association. In order to improve the quality of the party, she sent an invitation letter to Butler Mo of the Rockefeller family with the mentality of giving it a try. It was just a try, but he didn't expect the other party to agree, which surprised him a bit. In the past, the Rockefeller family rarely participated in such parties. Even if they participated, they were all the heads of an industry under the Rockefeller family. It's really incredible to be able to directly invite Master Locke like today. So, it is normal for him to have such rhetoric now. Nodding, Locke took the commander to the restroom on the second floor. Although the party is a place for communication, it is also divided into people. The eldest young master of a family like Locke does not need to participate in this kind of nutritious communication at all. There are countless excellent managers in their family to take care of business matters, and he only needs to be in charge of the general direction. Besides, he still has a commander by his side, and he will let the commander take over the family affairs in the later period. As the commander of the Yoba army, it should not be too difficult for her to use her talents to manage a business empire. Walking into the restroom specially prepared by the organizer, Locke looked satisfied, a very luxurious business office. Coming to the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see everything in the banquet hall through the glass. Looking at the crowd below, Locke took the Romani Conti red wine handed over by the old man and took a sip. Nice wine, you can retire, Locke said lightly. The old man nodded and said respectfully, Master Locke, you should rest first, and when the party starts, you still need to show your face. What do you think? Looking at the group of so-called celebrities who greeted politely below, Locke smiled, and a supreme aura that looked down on the world was looming. The so-called celebrity in front of him is nothing but this. Just a turkey dog. But since he's here, he should show his face. Nodded. Seeing Locke nod, the president of the business association was overjoyed. It was a great honor to be able to invite Locke to the party, and it was also a highlight for his career. It would be better if Locke could make an appearance at the party and say a few words later. Okay, then I'll step back first. Master Locke has a good rest. Someone will come to inform you later. You can stay here and signal it in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. This is one-way glass. Now we can see the outside here, but we can't see the inside from the outside, but after adjusting it, we can see in both directions. The old man explained it and left respectfully. Suddenly, Locke and the commander were left in the room. Back on the sofa from the floor-to-ceiling window, Locke closed his eyes and waited for the good show. But at this time, the commander's elder sister walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the surging crowd below, and smiled. What about one-way glass? As he spoke, the commander lightly pressed his hands on the floor-to-ceiling windows, and his slender and straight legs stretched out from his high-slit black evening dress. Under the light, concave and convex silhouettes with hazy beauty are scattered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Master, are you coming? Locke stunned. Your uncles. Seeing the tall commander's elder sister leaning over and pressing on the floor-to-ceiling glass, Locke smiled wryly and shook his head. This woman is really courageous. Does she think this is home, and she can come if she wants? It's not long before the party starts. And once he starts, it is not so easy to stop. When the party ends, he may not be able to end it, so he will definitely not be able to come. Get up and come behind her. Raising his hand, with a snap, the momentum is heavy, and the movement is shocking. The commander let out a scream, bit his lip lightly, and his face became more and more arrogant and charming. My commander sister, be serious. Locke walked to the commander's side, looked at the crowd below with deep eyes, and then his eyes stopped on a middle-aged man. Are you here? Locke smiled lightly and gently removed the dishonest hand of the commander's elder sister. Giggling came from the mouth of the commander's elder sister, and Feng Yu's body leaned against Locke's back like a hill. Master, your body is still very honest. The commander laughed. Okay, I won't tease you. Do you want him to come up? The commander also shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is none other than one of their targets this time, Justin Hammer. In fact, with Justin's rank, he is not qualified to let Locke come to him in person. Locke came to this party today, and the main purpose was not him, but to witness the big event about Iron Man and collect some points. By the way, meet this old rival of Stark Industries Group, and then take it in your pocket. It is impossible to rely on his own small laboratory to build a large number of anti-gravity-assisted robots. And their Rockefeller family, because of the special insistence of the old man, has never touched the military industry, so this is a little embarrassing. However, this is not a big deal for Locke. With the energy of his family, it is as simple as drinking water to fully acquire a military-industrial group. In the past few days, several acquisition proposals have been placed on his desk, among which Hammer Industries is impressively listed, and Locke has the highest intention. As the main competitor of Stark Industries, Hammer Industries has not been able to compete with Stark Industries in the military industry over the years. However, the strength is also the existence of several military enterprises in the top rankings, which have contributed a lot to the national defense of the beautiful country in recent years. In addition to his strong strength, there is another reason for Locke to take a fancy to this guy, and that is his mad ambition to surpass Stark Industries. If you want to be used by him, it is absolutely impossible to have no ambition, and his own ambition is boundless. Therefore, it needs the ambition of other people to support it, and a group of ambitious doers can only shine with different brilliance. The so-called wolf nature is like that. No need for now, there will be time later. Locke picked up the glass and drank it all at once. Then, he pressed the still dishonest commander on the floor-to-ceiling window, and a wall thump came. His domineering aura was like a heroic division. Seeing him like this, the commander giggled, winked like silk, and bit his lip. Master, what's the matter? Are you coming? The eyes are like autumn water, and the eyebrows are as far away. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Come on, how long is this time? When did you learn the set of 2B? Locke smiled helplessly. Sure enough, those who are close to the vermilion are red and those who are close to the ink are black, and they have only stayed with Miss 2B for a few days, and the elder sister of the commander in front of her has been damaged by her. When I go back today, I have to tidy up properly, Miss 2B. Giggle, 2B told me that sisters are of the same mind, and they cut off gold, so we are one. As for this kind of thing, where do I still need to learn? Sister, I am such a person. The commander smiled, and although Locke held her hands down, she couldn't stop her flaming red lips from coming towards him. Seeing this, Locke didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but it's not a big deal. This kind of little fun between couples can be played. But at this moment, a startled roar sound came from outside, interrupted the simple and intimate communication between the two. The commander looked out the window angrily. Immediately, he saw a golden red figure descend from the sky, and then landed firmly on the stage of the banquet hall in an extremely pretentious posture. Wow, Iron Man, here comes Iron Man. What a cool steel armor. This should be the embodiment of the most advanced technology in our world. It's the perfect combination of ergonomics and mechanics. You didn't mention an artificial intelligence. The armor is indeed very good, but the people are not very good, forcing the king. At this time, Justin, who was holding a glass of red wine, said with a look of jealousy. As the main competitor of Stark Industries, Justin really has endless resentment for Tony Stark. Since this guy came out, with his smart brain, he has made countless weapons far beyond their Hammer Industries. In the field of military industry all the way, far ahead, this really makes him have to be jealous. It turned out to be Mr. Justin. Tony Stark recently announced his withdrawal from the military industry. Your resentment against him should be reduced. The oil tycoon beside him smiled and looked at Hammer and said jokingly, the competition between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries is obvious to anyone with a discerning eye. Therefore, the resentment of Hammer can be felt by everyone. Cut. What if he doesn't quit? I can still surpass him at Hammer Industries. Hammer said confidently that although he is indeed behind in the competition in the industry, he must not lose his momentum. Business is a long-term thing, a momentary lead is nothing. Who can have the last laugh? Who can say? He has always comforted himself like this, and he actually knew that if Tony didn't quit the military industry, then they will never have a bright future for Hammer Industries. This is so because of a lack of talent. He lacks a talent as sophisticated as Tony Stark. In the lounge, the commander was panting, and his skin went from pretty blushing all the way to his chest. Damn guy, I finally know why you hate this guy, young master. He really hates it. The commander, who was disturbed for good things, said coldly. Hehe, do you want to teach him a lesson? Locke adjusted his collar and asked with a smile. Definitely. The commander nodded with a cold expression on his face. Very good, watch it carefully, the good show has begun. For the character of Tony Stark, Locke's attitude is mixed. Tony's genius mind, he is admirable from the heart, the steel battlesuit pioneered, and the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S dominated. In the final battle with Thanos, he became a god in the first battle and became a mortal body that stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. But no one is perfect, and Tony Stark is really powerless to complain about Tony Stark's character, who loves to pretend and show off. On the stage of the banquet hall, look at a group of men and women who are crazy about themselves under the stage. Tony Stark's vanity has been greatly satisfied, and he likes to stand on this stage, surrounded by countless flashes, and the feeling of being in the limelight. At this moment, he feels that the whole world belongs to him, especially being paid attention to by the kind of beautiful woman who has never communicated. That feeling is even better. But at this moment, Locke in the room tapped lightly on the watch on his wrist. Suddenly, an electronic synthesis female voice sounded in Locke's ears. Artificial Intelligence 9 is starting, Creator, what do you need me to do? Hearing the voice in his ear, Locke smiled and said softly, hack into Tony's armor control system. Understood, hacking is underway. The voice that Locke heard at this moment was the Artificial Intelligence 9S developed and built by Locke himself. And the prototype of this artificial intelligence is the scanning robot 9 in the mechanical era. 9 is the main character of the mechanical era, a scanning android whose official name is Yoba number 9S type. Although it also has combat capabilities, it mainly uses hacking skills to collect various intelligence. Therefore, he has super high hacking skills, which is regarded as the top existence of hacking technology in the mechanical era world. However, the S-type has built a curious nervous system, which is the most human-like existence in the mechanical era. For this, Locke disliked it very much. After all, in the original book, 9 is Miss 2B's partner. Putting a 9 with human emotions next to Miss 2B, Locke, as an LSP, expressed his refusal and firmly opposed it. So he used the wisdom of his Superman to create his own artificial intelligence, named 9. 9 is not only his own artificial intelligence, but also the artificial intelligence of the entire Yakuba army, and he has an infinite mirror duplication. Each duplication exists independently, but shares the same database. Having such an artificial intelligence is also of great help to the Yakuba army. Hacked successfully and gained full control of Tony Stark's armor. At this moment, the sound of the successful invasion of 9 appeared in Locke's ears. Suddenly, a playful smile appeared on his face. The time of the successful invasion was extended to 1 minute, which is a bit interesting. Locke smiled. Tony Stark has upgraded his artificial intelligence system J.A.R.V.I.S since the last time he was hacked by Miss 2B. The last successful invasion took 10 seconds, now it takes 1 minute and the difficulty is 6 times higher. The speed of improvement is still very fast, as expected of Tony Stark. He is indeed a genius. He's looking forward to the next encounter. How far will Tony Stark reinforce the J.A.R.V.I.S? Time goes back 1 minute. Tony Stark, who had just landed, had a look of pride on his face, and the feeling of being watched made him feel very satisfied. But before he could be happy for too long, the warning voice of J.A.R.V.I.S rang out. Mr. Stark, an unknown signal source has been found, and the signal is violently invading our control system. What? There are intruders again. What's going on these days? Have you stabbed the hacker's nest? But this time I can upgrade the system. It is not so easy to invade me. Tony Stark muttered to himself confidently. But just as he finished speaking, J.A.R.V.I.S's warning voice sounded again. The system encryption module was cracked, the anti-intrusion module was cracked. The other party is forcibly connecting to the control system of the battle armor, and the connection is successful. The AI system is forced into hibernation. Mr. Stark, I have lost control of the warframe. When the last sound of J.A.R.V.I.S came out, it went straight to sleep without any movement. WTF, reboot the system now. Tony Stark's face was extremely ugly. It was like this last time, and this time, it's just a little longer. This shows that his last upgrade was effective, but it was still not stronger than the intruder. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded in his armor. Mr. Tony Stark, do you have any experience dancing? Tony looked confused. Immediately reacted, this should be the guy who was secretly scaring his own system. While angry in his heart, he was also extremely horrified. He had never thought before that, in this world, someone's hacking skills would be superior to his genius. He always thought that the artificial intelligence system J.A.R.V.I.S he built was already the safest control system on the planet. But now it seems, obviously not. Who are you? A cold and dignified voice came out of his mouth, but no one answered him. Instead, an extremely mechanical electronic synthesis sound sounded. Longwo Square dance action template has been imported successfully, and the series of dances, the most dazzling ethnic style, is starting. Tony. The dumbfounded Tony didn't know what absurd things he would do next. Until he found that his steel armor began to dance to the best dragon music. But it's too late. The vast horizon is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of singing is the happiest? No, damn it, stop it, stop it. Everyone in the audience. No one expected that Tony Stark, who had just arrived, would suddenly play music and start dancing. How happy is this? But dancing, it's pretty good. It's just that one thing is not very good. I don't understand the lyrics. Forced power off? Forced power off. Tony Stark, with a look of despair, directly forcibly shut down the power system of the armor. This stopped the further development of the situation. Otherwise, he really didn't know how the behind the scenes would fix himself. As Tony Stark stopped dancing, the audience burst into applause and roars. One more, Iron Man another. Dance well, this dance has never been seen before. Is it a brand new dance? Since it was performed by Iron Man, then this dance will be called the pole pipe. No, it's Iron Man. It's the first time I saw Iron Man dancing. It's so interesting. Send it to a circle of friends. Yes, yes, such an interesting thing, I will send one too. The president of the business association is really amazing. It's a surprise to secretly arrange such a session. A group of audience members were talking excitedly. It felt like today's party, just this dance of Iron Man was worth it. Listening to the discussion under the stage, Tony Stark wanted to die, so he could not wait to find a crack to get in. Another one, Iron Dance, what the hell is this? I even sent it to the circle of friends. This is over. I have been wise, and now it is all ruined. Dem intruder, I'm going to kill you, Tony. Stark gritted his teeth were itching with anger. The last time he was knocked out of the sky by that woman, he almost died young. This has already dealt a huge blow to his self-esteem, and it's a shame that he's thrown into the house again today. What AFG party, I don't want to attend, let alone show up. Maid? Destroy it? Now he just wants to get out of here quickly, and then find a place where no one is there, and secretly lick the wound of his soul. Just when Tony Stark was secretly hurt, he didn't know that in the floor-to-ceiling window, the commander's elder sister was already laughing wildly. Because the action is too big, the majestic scenery in front of the chest will make Roar want to come out. Giggle, young master, is this what you call a good show? It's so interesting. What kind of dance is this? It's so funny, can you teach me? The commander looked at Locke beside him with a smile and said, with beautiful eyes, trying to twist his enchanting figure. Seeing this, Locke's heavy palm hit her bulging hill. A scream of pain and joy rang out, which made people imagined. What are you thinking? You want to dance this kind of dance at such a young age? This kind of dance is not suitable for you, Locke said angrily. Because it is in a beautiful country, basically no one knows about square dancing. Then what kind of dance is suitable for me? The commander looked at Locke with a smile and said curiously, it's definitely the kind of dance that will make me very motivated, so what should I say? Giggle, I think so too, I'll dance to you later when I get home. By the way, 2B and I each offer one, how about it? The commander said with a smile on his face, his beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. I think so too. Locke smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Just then, a waiter knocked on the door softly. After arranging her clothes, the commander's eldest sister put her slender legs back into her black evening dress. Her tenderness, charming and even bohemian, will only bloom in front of Locke alone. When she was away on weekdays, she was still the cold, mature and calm commander of the Yoba unit. Enter. The waiter pushed the door and entered, standing respectfully at the door, not daring to take a step beyond the thunder pond. Master Locke, the president asked us to inform you that in a minute, you need to show your face, can you see? The tone was respectful and full of temptation. If Locke said no, they would not mind at all. After all, it is their great honor that Locke can come here. Without speaking, Locke nodded. The hippie smiling face that had just flirted with the commander disappeared, replaced by a ruthless look. Okay, I'll go tell Mr. President. The waiter respectfully stepped back and left. It has to be said that the people who can serve this level of party, even the waiters, are carefully selected. In the banquet hall, Tony Stark walked off the stage with a cold face. He didn't really choose to leave. If he left at this time, wouldn't that mean he ran away in shame? This is not what he hoped, although I don't know why, but the dance just now did not seem to have much impact on his image. Instead, he gained a reputation for being funny and cute, and he couldn't help but make girls like him more, which was a blessing in disguise. In addition to this reason, he also wants to know who is this guy who secretly hacked into his artificial intelligence system. He suddenly remembered the mysterious woman who knocked him away a few days ago. At that time, the woman said that he was not worthy of the name of genius, which belonged to her young master. Later, after his investigation, this mysterious woman came from the Rockefeller family that they all need to look up to in the Stark industry. In the Rockefeller family, there happened to be a young master, but that guy was only 14 years old and was in junior high school. So he denied it at the time, but now, he can't help but begin to doubt it. Because of the specific knowledge, the 14-year-old boy named Locke is here today. Is it really him? Tony thought suspiciously. At this moment, the organizer of this party, the president of the business association, came to the stage with a very respectful tone. Before the official opening of today's feast, please turn off all camera equipment. Let me be honored to introduce today's special guest, the Rockefeller family, Master Rock. He raised his hand respectfully and made a pleased gesture towards the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Suddenly, the black floor-to-ceiling windows suddenly changed and became transparent. At the same time, two tall figures appeared in front of everyone. Seeing these two figures, the audience couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and the audience was shocked. The Rockefeller family turned out to be the eldest young master of the Rockefeller family. Why did he come? In a party of our level, the president can invite Master Locke. It's really bright. This party didn't come in vain. Not only did I see Iron Man dancing, but I also met Master Locke. Absolutely. Yeah, you must know that the Rockefeller family is extraordinarily protective of Mr. Locke. For so many years, very little news of him has been circulated, and there are not many photos. The Rockefeller family controls 80% of our nation's news media. As long as it's news that they don't want to spread, it can be blocked in an instant, and seeing a few photos has already given us a lot of face. That's right. By the way, who is the female companion beside Master Locke? It's really amazing, the two of them standing together are so talented. Master Locke is only 14 years old. There is such a beautiful woman by his side, what is their relationship? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You have everything you should have at the age of 14, and any relationship is possible. SHH, I'd better say a few words less, and be careful to get into trouble. Yes. A group of celebrities in the society, the leaders in the industry, who are not arrogant and domineering in normal times, and they are very stylish. But at this moment, under Locke's eyes, in addition to admiration, they even whispered softly, extremely cautious. This shows how detached the Rockefeller family is in their hearts. Nodding to everyone expressionlessly, Locke's eyes moved to Tony Stark. At this moment, Tony Stark is also locking his eyes on Locke. Suddenly, looking at each other, a playful smile appeared on Locke's face. It's him, damn it, it's really this little brat. Tony Stark confirmed with just a glance. The guy who hacked into his own artificial intelligence system was the 14-year-old kid in front of him. Although there is no evidence, but from a man's sixth sense, he is absolutely certain that it is this little brat. It's just that this little brat is taller than him, stronger than him, and more handsome than him. The most difficult thing for him to accept is that the other party is smarter and richer than him. These are the two things he is most proud of. His unparalleled confidence in the outside world comes from these 2 points. However, this guy in front of him defeated him in his most confident field. It was still extremely brutal crushing, which immediately made him feel a sense of sadness that was both born and born. Where the hell did this guy get out of here? Tony Stark thought with a sad look on his face. The good mood of the day was gone. At this moment, he is not in the mood to stay any longer, and his original plan to pick up girls has also been cancelled by him. The roar sounded from the palm of his hand and under his feet, and he flew directly outside in the steel battlesuit. I can't beat it and I can't afford to offend it. Can't I just stay away? Out of sight is pure, go home, Gan. Tony Stark thought very unhappily. Watching Tony Stark fly away in front of him, Locke laughed and didn't stop it. But at this moment, Iron Man, who just flew out of the banquet hall, turned into a long rainbow and flew in. Boom. With a loud bang, Iron Man smashed the banquet hall into a mess. The screams sounded immediately, and although they didn't know what happened, a group of people fled in panic. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of earth-shattering footsteps came from outside, the earth trembled, and the house shook as if it had been shaken by an earthquake. Immediately, a tall figure jumped in from the outside, and huge amounts of body smashed the entrance of the banquet hall into pieces. That is a tall humanoid armor. This is not the Iron Overlord, who else could it be? Looking at the Iron Overlord who suddenly appeared in the room, Locke's face was full of smiles. The real good show is finally going to be staged. While muttering to himself, he hugged the commander's eldest sister's willow waist. The commander's elder sister, tender as water, sat down in Locke's arms very cooperatively and watched the play together. Tony, you are really good. Close the arms department, stop selling arms, and want to be the savior of this world? But you have made an even more amazing weapon, isn't it ridiculous you say? I work hard for the company, but you don't care about my life or death. A bullshit decision will cost me a lot. You make me feel bad, and I can't make you feel better. Obadiah Stane, who was driving the Iron King, said angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. Today, he wants Tony, die? As soon as the voice fell, the Iron Overlord jumped and smashed his extremely heavy body directly at Tony. If he was hit, Ra was wearing a battle armor. Tony was immortal and disabled. In panic, he rolled on the spot and avoided it. However, a pair of big steel hands attacked quickly and grabbed one of Steel Man's legs. Shaking frantically from side to side, Tony slammed into the hard floor like a sandbag, and was thrown into a mess. Before he could react, he was thrown away by Iron Overlord again, and the direction was actually the restroom on the second floor where Locke was. Suddenly, the commander's elder sister, who was sitting on Locke's lap, frowned, and a ray of dissatisfaction was revealed. Court death. He jumped out, raised his hand, and with a light touch, Iron Man, who was about to hit them, was swept aside and smashed into the wall heavily. There will be no movement for a while, and I don't know if the battle is over or not. But it doesn't matter anymore, because the big sister of the commander next to Locke is angry. Seeing the cold brows of the commander's elder sister beside him, Locke sighed to himself, worthy of being his own commander's elder sister. Even angry is so beautiful, absolutely. As for Tony Stark, who smashed to the side, he didn't care at all, given the defensive power of that armor. Such an attack will not die. In fact, the purpose of his coming here was to witness the big event. After all, Tai Bawang is really just a small shrimp in the huge Marvel universe, and he is not qualified to let him shoot. But now that he is attacking them desperately and pulling him into the battlefield, he will play with him reluctantly. Definitely, it wasn't him doing it himself. It's the commander's eldest sister beside him. It has been a week since birth. He has never seen the strength of the commander's elder sister. You must know that she is an artificial human with 10 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, and her combat power may not be as good as that of Miss 2B, but she definitely won't be too weak. Besides, she also wears light combat equipment that she designed exclusively for her. A phase-shifting energy shield that automatically triggers to block dangerous attacks. A pair of anti-gravity leather boots, yes, the pair on the commander's eldest sister's feet at the moment. After turning on the anti-gravity mode, it can greatly reduce the influence of gravity on her, so that she has an unimaginable bouncing power. Although it is not like the anti-gravity black mechanical flight wing behind Miss 2B, it takes her to the sky. but it was enough for her to gallop freely on the ground. Jumping tens of meters high is by no means as simple as that. She can do it without cobweb, and she can move freely between high-rise buildings like a Spider-Man. His own strong physique, coupled with the blessing of Locke technology, can deal with an Iron Overlord. Trivial. After pushing Iron Man away, Obadiah Stane jumped up and headed towards the commander. Go away. In Stanley's eyes, the commander's big sister who suddenly appeared was just a passerby. Just kill it. Without thinking so much, huge amounts of steel arms swept straight towards the commander's big sister. But in the imagination, the scene where the woman flew out upside down did not appear. Instead, his giant steel arm was directly blocked by the commander's hand. A look of astonishment appeared immediately. This woman actually blocked her own blow. But how is this possible? A mortal body, a body of steel. The difference between the sky and the body blocks the steel. It is unbelievable and unbelievable. How is that possible? Obadiah Stane looked at the commander with a look of astonishment, full of doubts. Looking at you, you seem to be surprised. But, what is this? You shouldn't disturb the yaxing between me and the young master. Now I can only send you down, the commander said, his fists clenched tightly and crackling. The fist that was as white as jade slammed out, only to hear the hunting wind burst. That is the movement of the fist breaking the air. Boom. With a loud bang, the commander's fist slammed heavily on the Iron Overlord's body. Immediately, huge amounts of Iron Overlord staggered backwards in his body, and his body of steel weighing several tons was thrown backwards by the woman in front of him with a punch. He was shocked by how terrifying the power of this punch was. Looking at his steel armor, the entire abdomen was sunken in a large piece, which was only the damage caused by this woman's punch. What's the use of being huge? Sandbags. The voice landed, the commander's knees were slightly bent, and the leather boots under his feet entered anti-gravity mode. A lunge rushed out, and suddenly, with a bang, the body was like an arrow from the string. The long legs in leather boots hit the Iron Overlord's steel body at an unimaginable speed. The terrifying thrusting force completely smashed the Iron Overlord's body of steel, and the anti-gravity leather boots were directly printed on Obadiah Stane's body. Puff. Most of his internal organs were shattered, and he vomited blood. Obadiah Stane, who was fierce just now, immediately lost his breath, exhaling more and less air. Life seems to have entered a countdown. Obadiah Stane raised his head with difficulty, looking at the woman who had beaten him in disbelief. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Then he laughed miserably, his finger pressed the button, and a missile on his shoulder was fired directly at the commander in front of him, and he was about to die with the commander. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion rang out, and instantly enveloped the commander and Locke. However, for such an explosion, the two did not take it to heart at all. The phase shift energy barrier triggers automatically, forming a ring around them. The so-called explosion, apart from blowing Obadiah Stane himself into slag, basically had no effect on them. If I had to say it, it was a huge amount of explosion, which smashed the floor, and the two fell from the second floor to the first floor. That's all? Watching Obadiah Stane being blown to pieces by his own missiles, the commander's elder sister took her long, slender, and fair legs back under the black evening ceremony, with a look of disdain on her face. The violent and angry look disappeared, dignified and mature, calm and intellectual came back online. If he hadn't watched her kill Tai Bawang with his own eyes, Locke would have wondered if she did it. The speed at which the two faces of the commander's elder sister change is really fast. However, he likes it. Mature and calm in front of people, full of killing intent, cold like an iceberg. The queen is enchanting and charming, with a sea of spring and sea, and her enthusiasm is like a stove. What is called cold outside and heat inside, that's all. Because the battle time was too short, everyone in the banquet hall did not run out, and found that the battle was over. So, a group of people couldn't help but stop, and then looked in the direction of Locke in shock. To be more precise, he turned his attention to the commander's eldest sister. After all, they are not blind, they can see the scene just now clearly. This beautiful woman in front of her actually kicked the terrifying large steel-armored man to death with one kick. Those long beautiful legs can easily kick the steel through. Is that human being? Such a question could not help but pop up in everyone's mind. Of course, Tony Stark is also included. Tony Stark in steel armor stood blankly in front of the collapsed wall, holding the door frame with one hand. The other hand is still facing the direction of Tai Bawang, preparing his palm cannon. However, before the palm cannon was fired, there was no one left. In addition to being horrified, it is more embarrassing. After being beaten up, the battle is over? He originally wanted to go back. Now, isn't this beating for nothing? Nima, so angry? In the original plotline, Tony Stark was almost killed by Obadiah Stane. Get killed. Later, it was still relying on the high-altitude icing problem of Tai Bawang, which turned defeat into victory and survived by luck. But now, he was only beaten and watched Obadiah Stane be kicked to death by the commander's elder sister. Although Obadiah Stane ended up dead, the whole process was completely different. One is very thrilling, you come and go in battle, and the other is an unchallenged spike. Strong or weak, judge from high to low. You want to eat me too. The commander turned his head slowly and looked at Iron Man not far behind him with cold eyes. Tony Stark shuddered when he heard the commander's words. This woman is so beautiful, but so terrifying. This is definitely not an existence that I can provoke. He didn't want to be kicked by the commander's elder sister, because his steel armor was not as thick as the Iron Overlord. If this gets a kick, it is estimated that the shit will be beaten out. Slip away. Tony Stark under the steel armor laughed dryly and said thank you. It turned into a long rainbow and galloped towards the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, a playful smile appeared on Locke's face. It seems that this guy is not something that any woman would dare to touch. Okay, the battle is over, it's time for us to go back, and 2B is estimated to have already returned. This meeting should be waiting at home to help me with my homework. Locke smiled and said, his face indifferent. He originally wanted to find Hammer and talk to him about the acquisition. However, this guy really cherished his life. The moment the battle broke out, he ran away without a trace. This ability to escape is really not guaranteed, no wonder he can live so long in the crisis-ridden Marvel world. Hehe, 2B is addicted to being a teacher. Then, young master, what should I do today? The commander walked to Locke's side with a sexy catwalk and asked with a smile. Let me think about it. With your mature, intellectual, and beautiful image, you can be the beautiful Obazin next door. Locke touched his chin and teased. Obazin? Am I so young? No, I also want to be a tutor. Let Sister 2B be your math teacher today, and I'll be your island language teacher. What do you think? Are two teachers teaching at the same time? I'm afraid I can't handle it. Hehe, I believe you. Okay. Fingers as soft as scallions slid across Locke's chest, and then the two of them interlocked and walked out of the theater. The leisurely stroll, elegant and calm, formed a sharp contrast with the party that was still in chaos. In the corner of the banquet hall, a man in a suit covered his head with his hands, looking at Locke's leaving back with envy and awe. His heart was full of enthusiasm. This middle-aged man is none other than the chairman of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer. At this moment, the president of the business association came to him. Hammer, I have found you. Master Locke said before the party that he wanted to see you. But I didn't expect things to turn out like this. You will hurry to find him? If your kid can get on the line with Master Locke, you can send it. What? Master Locke said he wanted to see me. Damn it. Wait for me, young master, wait for me. Hearing the president's words, Hammer didn't have the slightest hesitation. He rushed towards the gate and took the initiative to find Locke. No one knows better than him what the Rockefeller family stands for, which is the ceiling of their wealth and power in this country. If he can have even a little relationship with such a behemoth, he will be soaring. Even getting rid of Stark Industries is not impossible. The thought of getting rid of Stark Industries made him even more excited. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In another undamaged luxurious office in the Virgin Mary Banquet Hall, Locke sat calmly on a quaint European-style boss chair. The commander's elder sister stood quietly behind him, and pressed her green fingers gently on Locke's shoulders. I can't help but make Locke want to make a very enjoyable voice. The massage skills of the commander's elder sister are really getting better and better. The technique is unparalleled, the strength is moderate, the strength is clear, the rhythm can be fast or slow, anyway, it is very comfortable. Opposite Locke, Justin Hammer was sitting on the sofa with a stiff face, holding the letter of intent for acquisition that the commander threw to him. Whole-owned acquisition. Looking at the contents of the letter of intent, Justin Hammer's face was extremely complicated. He never thought that the purpose of Master Locke looking for him was to buy his Hammer Industries wholly. To tell the truth, his heart is extremely rejected. As an excellent businessman, he is very aware of what a wholly owned acquisition means. This means that after working hard for many years, it is equivalent to making a wedding dress for others, raising a daughter by myself, and finally giving it to someone else as a daughter-in-law. In the future, whether his daughter is good or bad, the role that his father can play will be minimal. The key is to marry a daughter and return to her parents' home, saying that this wholly owned acquisition is nothing. If you still control part of the property rights of assets, you may still have a little right to speak. But if not, then he is really swept out of the house. Such an end was naturally not what he hoped for. I thought I could get on a big boat like Locke, but when I swam in front of me, I found out that it was not a big boat at all, but a whale that wanted to devour his little shrimp. Gently placing the letter of intent on the acquisition on the table, Hammer smiled cautiously, and said cautiously, Master Locke, this letter of intent is probably inappropriate. We, Hammer Industries, now have a very sufficient capital chain and are developing very well. Hey, then, that my stomach is a little uncomfortable. I want to go to the toilet, can you see? Looking at Justin, who pretended to have a stomachache and wanted to urinate in front of him, Locke had a playful smile on his face. You can definitely take the opportunity to leave, but I only have one chance. If you miss it, you won't have it. Think about it yourself. The corners of Locke's mouth were slightly upturned, and he began to close his eyes and rest. This calm look doesn't look like a 14-year-old boy, he looks like a wily man. And the more calm and indifferent Locke acted, the more terrified he felt. After seeing the powerful fighting power of the woman beside Locke, he feared this woman from the bottom of his heart, for fear that this woman would also give him a kick. In that way, I estimate that I will be able to go to hell immediately and meet his father. The urination he wanted to escape was also abruptly dispelled by him. See Justin fidgeting, hesitation, indecision. The commander said with a cold expression, you said just now that your Hammer industrial capital chain has sufficient funds and is developing well? Do you think my young master would believe this kind of bluffing trick? Even if your capital chain is sufficient, I can make you insufficient. Do you believe it? Domineering, arrogant. This was Hanmer's first reaction to this woman, but he didn't dare to refute anything. If the Rockefeller family really wants to target him and engage him, he really has nothing to do. This world is like this, the weak and the strong eat. The reality is he has been mixed for most of his life, he is very clear. Bitterness, pain, condensed into a complex bitter melon face. Master Locke, how can I be? I am attracted by you. The almost desperate question came from Hanmer's mouth. Locke smiled and moved the back of his head from the soft mountain bulging up by the commander's elder sister. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers crossed, and his hands rested lightly on his chin. Good question. Why did you choose? Because I need someone to build me a powerful mechanical army. And your Hammer Industries, with ready-made production lines, doesn't need me to waste my time. It's 1, 2, because of your ambition. What, don't you want to go beyond Stark Industries? Or are you afraid? Locke sneered. Hearing Locke's words, Justin's face was complicated, and his eyes immediately lit up with fighting spirit. I definitely thought about it. Well then, there are many kinds of wholly owned acquisitions, and I think you are still a little capable. So this is the letter of intent for you to agree to acquire. You still own some assets, but you just lost control. In addition to the acquisition by agreement, I can completely finance the acquisition without giving you any chance. At that time, the culture, management model, management, and operation methods of your Hammer Industries will all be changed. And you will be swept out of the door by me, which is more important, you should think about it. Locke sat up straight again, slightly tilted his head back, and pressed lightly on the commander's body again. The commander smiled slightly. Spring heart rippling, hands continue to gently massage on Locke's shoulders. After that, Locke raised his hand and threw a small medicine bottle on the table in front of Hanmer. Coronary heart disease is a very painful disease that needs to be taken care of, but with your ambition, it is impossible to take care of it. This is the medicine I developed. Drinking it will not only keep you safe for life, but also make you feel old and young again, and experience the joy of being a man again. But conditions, you should know, I need a loyal subordinate. After finishing speaking, Locke gently held the commander's slender hand and walked towards the door. My people will find you tomorrow. Locke's calm voice sounded in Justin's ears. Looking at the medicine bottle on the table, Justin finally picked it up after hesitation. The luxury commercial vehicle driven by artificial intelligence 9s is driving on the smooth road, targeting the Rockefeller estate. Master, do you think he will agree? The commander exhaled yawn beside Locke and asked curiously. Just then, a button on his collar collapsed. In order to prevent outsiders from seeing her charmingness, when the commander's sister chose an evening dress, she deliberately chose one with a tightly stitched upper body. Because if it is exposed, the visual impact is too strong, and it will shock people to the ground. She herself doesn't like other people staring, definitely Locke staring, that's another matter. It just made her not expect that the buttons on the neckline would be broken. As the seal on the neckline was lifted, the demon that devoured people's hearts was revealed again in front of Locke and began to show his teeth and claws at him. You are not polite. Faced with the demon's provocation, you can directly hold it. A strange scream came out, and the demon was a little scared and began to tremble. I'm a big believer in human nature and there's no way Justin could have survived such a test. A healthy and strong body has always been what he hoped, as well as the happiness of men, even more so. As Locke said, he threw the information in his hand aside, which showed Justin's medical records over the years. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can win 100 battles, although directly relying on the power of the Rockefeller family, he can directly make him succumb. But he prefers to kill and punish his enemies, and to those he wants, he prefers the principle of voluntariness rather than coercion. Just like Big Sister Commander and Miss 2B, they like to help their homework because they like it. It's a bit sloppy, but you know what it means? Giggle, young master, do you know? I like the way you are arrogant and grasp everything. Domineering, arrogant, but full of charm, obsessed, willing to give everything for you? I just don't know the test in your mouth, can you stand it by yourself? The commander bit his lip and looked at Locke with beautiful eyes and said. The flaming red lips are just a stone's throw away from Locke. Looking at the commander's sister who was in front of him, Locke shook his head with a wry smile, and said, My good sister, I'm embarrassed for what you said. I am not able to grasp everything with one hand. As for the test, is this still a question? Definitely not. Giggle, you're being honest, so do you want to blame me? The commander said jokingly. No, blame myself, even if the hands are small, the will is not firm. Locke said with a smile. Hearing this, the commander's smiling branches trembled, but his body moved to the opposite position of Locke. The slender legs slowly stretched out from the skirt, the head was slightly tilted back, and the long flowing hair fell like a waterfall. The exquisite body outlines a beautiful curve. Master, come. Master, I have endured you for a long time. Locke was speechless. This woman provoked herself again and again, and learned a lesson? The self-driving commercial vehicle was parked in a maple forest. This is the situation. It just confirms that beautiful verse. Rockefeller Manor, on the balcony on the second floor of the villa. A woman with an outstanding figure and a beautiful face sat on the rocking chair, her legs as straight as greenery swayed with the rocking chair. I looked at my watch, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. These two guys, why haven't they come back? They are just attending a party. It seems that the commander's sister is stealing the fish behind my back again, it must be like this. No, when the young master comes back, I want double the reward. This stunning beauty reclining on a rocking chair is not Miss 2B, who else could it be? Just as she was talking to herself, a luxurious black commercial car swayed from a distance, driving all the way into the underground parking room of the manor. Watching such a scene, Miss 2B jumped out with curiosity, and ran directly towards the commercial car. These two guys, the car is shaking like this, and I don't know how to fix the car. It's too lazy, I'll help you. After a long time, with the help of Miss 2B, the wheel of the commercial vehicle was finally changed to a good one. Looking at the shape-shifted car wheel that was thrown beside her, Miss 2B looked at the two of them curiously. Have a car accident on the road? The wheels of the car have been hit like this, and I don't know how to change it. It's changed. The commander's elder sister said with a smile, looking at Locke with a playful look in her eyes. So this is a spare tire? Had a second car accident. Specifically, 3 times? The last time I really didn't have a tire to change, so I had to drive back like this. 3 car accidents in a row? It's a murder? Didn't you clean up that guy? It's cleaned up, and it's still ruthless, otherwise we won't be able to come back. Listening to the conversation between the commander and Miss 2B, Locke was ashamed. It is rare to be able to chat so speculatively across servers. One word, absolutely. Back to the study. Locke quietly looked at the note handed by Miss 2B, which clearly stated the intersection to Wakanda. Wakanda, the existence of this planet's technology is far ahead, and the current Tony Stark is afraid that it can't be compared with it. And the strength of the other party is far beyond the few known forces. Because Wakanda is a country, a technological powerhouse built on the vibranium vein. In this way, the family advantage he has in the beautiful country is of little use when facing Wakanda. After all, the other party is an independent country. Rao is now him and needs to be treated with caution, which is why he let Miss 2B get the entrance information. As for what to do in Wakanda? Simple, for vibranium? His humanoid mecha, Miss 2B, Miss A2 and other members of the Yakuba army behind him all needed to use this rare and sky-defying metal material. Looking at the black suitcase handed over by 2B, he opened it, and there was about several hundred kilograms of vibranium inside. So few, it seems that I can only strengthen you temporarily, my 2B wife. Locke smiled, looking at Miss 2B beside him and said, Strengthen me? Young master, am I not strong enough? 2B said with a dissatisfied expression. Strong, but this thing can make you stronger, don't you want to be stronger? How strong is stronger? It's probably like 10 consecutive rewards. Let's go, strengthening, are you still waiting? Miss 2B was excited, and dragged Locke towards the laboratory. Don't worry, before strengthening, I have more important things to do, Locke said mysteriously. His so-called more important thing is naturally to extract a new technological world. Although Tai Bawang is in the vast Marvel universe, it can only be regarded as a small shrimp-like existence. But because Locke participated in the big event this time, he still got a little system points. There are really not many points, 20 points. When Locke watched TV and witnessed the birth of Iron Man, he was awarded 10 points by the system. Now that he has participated in the big event, he has only been awarded 20 points, which is no one else. However, this also indirectly reflected that Tai Bawang was really too weak, and even the system looked down on him. Although 20 points are few, but 20 plus 80 equals 100, this calculation formula, Locke can still calculate it. Yes, Locke has now accumulated enough 100 points, which also means that he can carry out a new round of the Technology World Lottery. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get a little excited, and asked Miss 2B and Big Sister Commander to go out and play in the mud first. Locke stayed quietly in the study by himself, and began to close his eyes to rest and enter the system. Outside the study, 2B looked at Locke's door curiously. Sister Commander, why is the young master so mysterious all of a sudden? Shouldn't he be hiding in there and doing something fussy? 2B asked curiously. Who can compare to you in this shit? The conversation you just had with me was quite similar. Don't know anything, do you? Innocent little girl, right? See if I forgive you? While talking, the commander jokingly went to tickle 2B. Miss 2B giggled and stepped back, looked at the commander, and said, There are 3 traffic accidents in total. This driver is probably blind? There was no problem with the body, but the shock absorber and wheel were broken. Do you think I can't figure it out yet? Haha, as expected of our sister 2B. The commander smiled and shook his head, a shy look on his face. Humph, I knew you were stealing it? Forget it, I didn't even take a shower in order to wait for you to come back, so I'll go wash Xiang first. Miss 2B twisted his enchanting figure and walked towards the bathroom while undressing. When she entered the bathroom, the floor was covered with her clothes. Seeing this, the commander smiled wryly and shook his head, like a big sister, following behind her picking up clothes one after another, and throwing them into the basket on the side. Inside the study. What the hell, there is such a rule. In front of the desk, Locke looked stunned, thinking about taking another technological world, but the result was not as simple as he thought. According to the system rules, the acquisition of the technological world is divided into 2 modes. The first is the Technology World Lottery function that Locke used when he obtained the neo-mechanical age. The function of this function is very simple. As long as you accumulate 100 points, you will be able to conduct a brand new Technology World Lottery. However, there are hidden conditions. The most important condition is that the host can only perform the next extraction after completing the cutting-edge technology identified by the system. It's very simple, because the technology world that Locke drew for the first time was the neo-mechanical era. In the system identification, the cutting-edge technologies in the neo-mechanical era are artificial humans, general-purpose combat robots, scanning robots, auxiliary robots, and humanoid mecha flight formation. That is to say, if Locke wants to conduct a new round of science and technology world lottery, he must first complete the research on these cutting-edge technologies. The reason why the system has such regulations is entirely because the purpose of the Big Bang of the tech world system is to make the host a technological overlord. As a technological overlord, how can he lack his own actual combat research and creation? This is like wanting to become a scholar. How can you not brush the questions? The system is his gold finger, but it is also his supervisor. The system can easily instill scientific and technological knowledge into his mind, but the actual combat research can't be done for him, and all these need to be done by Locke himself. And Locke, after nearly 2 months, most of the cutting-edge scientific and technological tasks have been completed. At present, the only humanoid mecha, flight, is left to build. His original plan was to put it together with the outer space base to start construction. But now it seems that he must start the research of flight formation ahead of schedule. In other words, I was happy for nothing. Locke muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect this to be the case in the end, but since it has entered the system, he intends to thoroughly understand the rules of this system. Asterisk a few minutes later, a different kind of brilliance appeared on Locke's face. Because according to his research, the usage of system integral is not as simple as he thought before. There are many hidden rules here. The first is the big lottery in the world of science and technology, so I won't say much about this. The second is direct exchange. If you want to exchange for any technological world, you can exchange for any technological world. However, the points needed to directly exchange for the world of science and technology are amazing, and some god-level technological civilizations are even an astronomical number. Open the world of science and technology in exchange for the interface, god-level technological civilization, all are 99,999. I almost missed Locke's eyes. It's like the top equipment in the game mall. It can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be played with obscenely. In addition to these two, there is another one called the single technology big draw. This function, as the name suggests, does not directly extract an entire technological world. Instead, it draws a certain kind of scientific and technological knowledge in a certain world, and the points drawn are also 100 points. However, this is more likely to be a crit than the big draw in the science and technology world, and it is very likely that a technology of the god-level scientific and technological civilization will be directly drawn. For example, if Locke can draw the two-way foil, the result can be imagined. When Director Thanos of the Family Planning Office saw him, he had to walk around. Maybe I can try a single technology lottery, Locke murmured and touched his chin. For a moment, figure it out directly. Isn't it just 100 points? There are so many big events in the later stage. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get points? If you fight it now, it is very likely that a bicycle will become an airplane cannon. Success always coexists with risks, and he feels it is worthwhile to exchange 100 points for an opportunity. Even if the lottery is not what you want, at least it will not be worse than the Nick Machine era you won. Even if it is bad, it can only blame his bad luck. After thinking about it, Locke did not have hesitation, and directly started the single technology lottery. To conduct a single technology lottery? Do you want to turn it on now? The system prompt sounded, and Locke nodded. Yes, draw the lottery now. Single technology lottery starts. With the sound of the system prompt, suddenly, the familiar compass appeared in front of him again. But this time, not one cover appeared on the compass. Instead, there are many technical names, all kinds, and most of Locke have never seen them. Before he could see clearly, the rapidly spinning pointer had stopped. Suddenly, a technological name was revealed in front of Locke. Permanent Energy Furnace. Looking at this name, Rao is a calm person like Locke, and he is lying at the moment. He didn't expect that in his first single technology lottery, the lottery turned out to be Dragon Ball World, the permanent energy furnace technology owned by Dr. Gero. As we all know, this thing is the standard configuration of the artificial human created by Dr. Gru in the later period. Number 16, number 17, number 18, etc., are all installed with permanent energy furnaces. With this thing, the artificial man can have unlimited energy, and he can survive as long as he drinks a little water every day, which is equivalent to having endless life. Suddenly, there was a grand plan in Locke's mind. Although he has not been able to create a powerful android at the level of number 18 for the time being. But if you combine the permanent energy furnace and vibranium, use it on Miss 2B. So how far will your 2B wife be? Suddenly, excitedly looking forward to all kinds of emotions appearing in his heart. Make him want to drag Miss 2B into the laboratory now. Get up, quickly walk out of the study. Came to the living room outside. What about 2B? Locke looked at the commander's eldest sister who was changing into a burgundy pajamas and asked. Why, I only have your 2B wife in my heart, so I don't have the status of my commander's daughter-in-law. The commander moved his golden hair like a waterfall, and said with a charming and moving face. How dare I? My teacher Shimbin is looking for her on business. Locke said, dumbfounded. On the way back just now, he and the commander's eldest sister had several academic discussions. But now I have no idea. Now he just wants to quickly catch Miss 2B into the laboratory and start his latest research. Where else can she be at this time, washing incense and preparing for the homework tutoring later? I won't do my homework today, I'll have a day off. A meaningful smile appeared on Locke's face, and he rushed straight into the bathroom. Suddenly, screams rang out. Before you know it, a week has passed. During these 7 days, Locke once again entered a state of sleeplessness and forgetfulness. Day and night stay in his small laboratory. One after another calculation formulas were densely written on the computer by him, and then combined and deduced. Finally, come to the conclusion you want, and then start the experiment according to the conclusion. In this way, day and night, Rao is Locke, who has a Superman physique, and he can't help but feel exhausted. However, with such hard work, there will naturally be no gains. For 7 days, he used the technical knowledge of the permanent energy furnace provided by the system. Successfully built the world's first permanent energy furnace. Not only that, he relied on his powerful wisdom to successfully nanoscale vibranium. You must know that in Wakanda, the most advanced technology can only draw vibranium. The full vibranium battlesuit worn by the Black Panther is done using this advanced technology. But here in Locke, drawing is nothing at all, and he has already played with vibranium. Turn it directly into a nano shape invisible to the naked eye, but it's okay. Then, he will use the permanent energy furnace and vibranium in nano state, and the enhanced super soldier serum. All of them were used in the body transformation of Miss 2B. Today is the moment when the transformation is complete. With a look of anticipation on his face, Locke stood in front of the training warehouse, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar body inside. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The reason why this body is familiar is naturally because teacher 2B has helped him with his homework many times before. Unfamiliar is because the current Miss 2B has been transformed by him, and her body has evolved. A permanent energy furnace is loaded into her body, and her physical body has also integrated with the nano-sized vibranium to become one. Although the previous Miss 2B is also quite powerful, but compared with now, it is incomparable. Previously, her body's powerful defense ability mainly depended on the high-tech defense weapon that Locke had equipped her with, the phase-shift energy barrier. Without this energy barrier, his body would still be scratched by sharp weapons and wounded by bullets. Although she won't die because of this, her body's defense strength will not be too unbelievable. But now that she has integrated nano vibranium's body, her skin is extremely tough and can be truly indestructible. The most incredible thing is that she can easily form a black vibranium armor on the surface of her body skin as long as she moves her consciousness. That feeling looks like the domineering armed color in the world of pirates. Using technology to create armed and domineering, this is also no one. Master, is this the 2B you remodeled? It doesn't look any different from before. The elder sister, the commander, looked at 2B in the training cabin and said curiously, "Hehe, you can't just look at the appearance. You can see that the appearance of 2B has not changed, but there are too many changes inside." Locke said excitedly. "Inside? Which inside?" The commander looked at Locke with a half smile and said, "Sister Commander, you are enough." Giggle, "I'm kidding you, but to be honest, I really can't tell the difference from the outside. You'll be able to see it later," Locke said confidently. After all, he pressed the button of the training bin. Immediately, the culture medium quickly dried up, and Miss 2B's beautiful carcass appeared in front of him without reservation. Although Locke is no longer familiar with the whimpering 2B master in front of him, but every time I see her beautiful body, I still feel a little uncontrollable. At this moment, Miss 2B, who had closed her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Locke standing in front of her, her face was full of happy smiles. "What's the date today?" Miss 2B asked out of curiosity as she walked out of the training warehouse gracefully. "It's been a week since you fell asleep," the commander said on the side. "A week, but I just feel like I've slept in a while, time flies so fast. I haven't tutored the creator for a week. Master, your grades won't drop, right?" Miss 2B stretched her waist and looked at Locke with a half smile. The stretched body revealed a beautiful curve, which made people imagined. "Cough, the commander's elder sister is tutoring, so you don't have to worry about your homework." Locke was speechless and threw her gothic skirt in front of 2B. "Yeah, I'll have to check it out later," 2B said thoughtfully. "Locke, as for the homework, I'll talk about it later. Let's first try to see how strong your body is." Locke shook his head with a wry smile, and took 2B to the place dedicated to testing. Under Locke's transformation, the muscle density of Miss 2B's body has been increased by dozens of times, and various attribute values have also skyrocketed. Her body strength far exceeds that of steel, and indestructible is already a trivial matter. It is estimated that it will not be a big problem if she is bombarded by artillery shells. The super self-healing ability, super strength, super explosive power, and the ability to create vibranium armor on any part of the body at will, directly pulled her fighting level to another level. 2B, how do you feel? Has there been any change? Looking at 2B, who was already dressed, with her hands clasped in excitement, the commander's elder sister asked curiously, "How? The whole body is full of inexhaustible strength. This feeling is really cool," Miss 2B said with a look of intoxication. Looking at Locke beside him, his eyes were full of admiration. "The reason why I can have such a change at the moment is all thanks to myself, the creator of this technology Prodigy. Master, is this the power of the permanent energy furnace?" Miss 2B looked at Locke in shock and asked. Hearing this, Luo Ian's mouth pulled into a charming smile and nodded. The permanent energy furnace can continuously deliver powerful energy to you, so that you can never stop. Never stop? It's a good one who never stops. Then, young master, you will have to work hard for you in the future. Miss 2B seemed to think of something, and looked at Locke jokingly. Be serious? Okay, start the strength test program. Locke said. Yes, start the strength test program immediately. The voice of Artificial Intelligence 9 sounded in the room. At the moment when the voice landed, a hemispherical glass cover slowly fell from above. Then 2B was shrouded, and at the same time, machine guns protruded into the glass room. Are you ready? Locke said quietly, looking at 2B in the room. This strength test program was created by him in the past few days, and the purpose is to test the combat effectiveness of Miss 2B. Hearing Locke's question, 2B smiled confidently and said proudly, I've been preparing. With a smile, Locke directly gave the opening order to Nines. Suddenly, bullets poured down like raindrops towards Miss 2B inside. In the face of such ferocious firepower, most people are afraid that they will be shot into a sieve in an instant. But Miss 2B stood still inside, not even dodging. He actually wanted to rely on his own body to withstand the bullet attack. Seeing such a scene, the commander's elder sister was horrified and closed her eyes subconsciously. I think 2B is about to be shot into a hornet's nest. But what she didn't expect was the sound of bullets falling to the ground after the gunshots. Curiously opened his eyes, a horrified scene appeared, only to see 2B standing inside unscathed. There were flat bullets piled up under her feet, and these flat bullets directly reflected the power of 2B at the moment. How hard is 2B's body now? The commander muttered to himself with a look of surprise. It seems that this level of test is not enough, start the next level 1 test. Locke shook his head and said with a dissatisfied face. What? Master, the second stage of the test is shelling, is it really possible? Hearing Locke's words, the commander's elder sister looked at young Master Locke beside her with surprise, thinking she had heard it wrong. Sister Commander, you talk a little too much today. It seems that I have been busy with scientific and technological research these days, and I have neglected to discipline you? Let's see how I will deal with you later. Giggle, the commander is wrong, I'll take the blame for myself at night. Hearing what Locke said, the commander showed a blushing smile. At night, he carried a whip on his back to plead guilty, but it was all right. The second stage of the test is very simple, which is to change the previous bullet attack to a cannonball attack. The strength test program was designed by Locke himself to test the subject's defensive ability. It is divided into 4 stages, namely bullet attack, artillery attack, missile attack, and unconventional weapon attack. Among them, unconventional weapon attacks include a variety of energy cannon attacks and nuclear strikes. Obviously, a test of this level could not be carried out in his small laboratory. At present, he can at most go to the second stage of the test here. Following Locke's order, a huge black iron ball turned into an afterimage and flew towards Miss 2B. This iron ball is nothing but the first series of shells used in the second phase of testing. The so-called first series of shells refers to the most primitive iron cannons, which rely on rapid impact to produce damage. The second series of shells refers to shells filled with explosives, which will explode violently after impact. Obviously, the power of the second series of shells is far greater than the first series. But the test is naturally from low to high. The power of this iron cannon is enough to blast a deep pit several meters in diameter on the hard ground. But in the face of such a cannonball, Miss 2B's face was extremely calm. I saw that the surface of her right palm was immediately wrapped in black vibranium armor, which looked very miraculous. Without hesitation, a punch slammed fiercely towards the galloping iron cannon. Because the speed was so fast, there was a sonic boom. Boom. With a loud bang, her palm came into direct contact with the iron cannon. Suddenly, a thick white smoke emerged from the surface of her palm. That's because of the rapid friction between the two. The power of huge amounts of iron cannonballs was blocked by 2B's palm, unable to dash forward. With a cold smile, Miss 2B grabbed it hard, and the iron cannon in her hand was crushed by her. Looking at such a scene, Luo was a little surprised. Such power may have been able to compete with himself. As for the commander's elder sister, she was already stunned. As an android who has been strengthened, her strength is no longer weak. She can do things like smashing steel, but she needs the rapid impact of anti-gravity boots. Like 2B, she couldn't imagine the operation of crushing the iron ball with her bare hands. Such strength, such physical strength, is simply King Kong Barbie. As expected of Miss 2B, who has been carefully transformed by the young master, her combat effectiveness has been completely improved. There should be no problem calling her the strongest among them. Definitely, whether they are the strongest or not, they are all products of the creator and will always be loyal to the young master Locke. Is this the strength of 2B now? It's too strong. The commander's elder sister said with emotion. Within my expectations, conduct the second series of bomb tests. Locke continued to give the order. Immediately, a shell loaded with gunpowder blasted towards 2B. In a split second, the terrifying shockwave of blazing flames and explosions engulfs 2B. The whole glass room was full of smoke, and it was impossible to see anything with the naked eye. Locke and the commander both had a dignified and curious expression on their faces at the moment. At this moment, a black fist smashed heavily on the glass room. Under the powerful force, the glass room was cracked immediately. Cracks like spider webs covered the entire hemispherical glass. Immediately afterwards, the second punch quickly followed. Crack, crack, boom. With a loud noise, the hemispherical glass room shattered directly, turning into slag and scattered on the ground. At the same time, the beautiful Miss 2B, whose whole body was wrapped in black vibranium armor, walked out gracefully from the inside. Master, are you still satisfied with my test results? The vibranium armor on his body disappeared, and 2B returned to its normal state, but the clothes were burned. Whether you are satisfied or not, we will have to wait for another test at night to pass before we can give you an answer. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B's eyes showed a look of anticipation. What night are you waiting for? Let's continue the test now. 7 days, 7 full days, do you know how I got through? After all, Miss 2B rushed forward with a stride, and with that eager look, Locke was a little flustered. As the saying goes, a small one is better than a newlywed, which is exactly what it means. At night, in the study, Locke put a tick on the name of Miss 2B on his plan. This means that his predetermined plan was completed, and then his eyes moved down to the name of Wakanda. Miss Strengthening 2B is just a first move, just like before, she is still crossing the river by feeling the stones. With the successful example of Miss 2B, he needs to apply the successful experience to other members of the Yoba army. He could build a permanent energy furnace himself, but vibranium, a rare metal material, was in short supply, and it was imperative to enter Wakanda. But as said before, Wakanda is an independent country with advanced technology. It's good that he is the prince of the Rockefeller family, but his status is not enough to make Wakanda give vibranium's hands to the point. Therefore, he needs to rely on his own strength to get more vibranium. And the amount of vibranium he needs is definitely not what Wakanda is willing to sell. Therefore, the only way he wants to get a lot of vibranium is to invade Wakanda and force them to hand over the amount of vibranium they want. This is Locke's plan, a very crazy plan. Invading a country, it's obviously not enough to rely on individual strength. My massive anti-gravity assisted robot, it's time to step up production. Locke murmured to himself that a decision had already been made in his smart brain. Looking down again, several keywords were all revealed in his eyes. Hulk serum, Dr. Blue. Unmanned mechanical armor, Ivan Vank. Military enterprises, Hammer. There is a tick behind Hammer's name, and Hammer Industries has now been wholly acquired by him. Hammer has also become his loyal manager, and Hammer Industries is still managed by him. But above him there is a commander's big sister. The current commander's eldest sister is the supreme commander of the Rockefeller family's business department. And after these, it is Locke, the hands-off shopkeeper, who is only responsible for the control of the direction. As for how to realize and implement his plan, this is the matter of the subordinates. Quietly looking at the keywords in his hand, Locke added a real adamantium formula at the end. In the huge Marvel universe, there are 3 kinds of metals that are considered to be the hardest. They are the infinitely enchanted URU metal located in the 9 realms, among which Thor's Mjolnir is made of URU metal, and the other 2 are on Earth. One is the vibranium that was just used to transform Miss 2B, and the other is the real adamantium that needs to use vibranium for artificial synthesis. Yes, it's true. Adamantium. Because adamantium is also divided into several types, the original adamantium is unintentionally synthesized. It ended up being used on Captain America's shield and can no longer be reproduced. And then there's the real adamantium, the one injected into Wolverine's body. And the real adamantium is injected into Wolverine's body because of his unique self-healing factor. Induced changes to the real adamantium molecular layer, which eventually became adamantium beta. Adamantium beta works the same as real adamantium, but does not inhibit the biological processes of the bones. However, because the production of real adamantium is extremely difficult and expensive, another secondary adamantium was born. Definitely, the hardness of the secondary adamantium is definitely not comparable to the other ones. Since he wants to get adamantium, Locke naturally hopes that it will be true. Adamantium. As far as he knows, the only one who knows the real adamantium formula is the military of the beautiful country. Therefore, he still needs to get in touch with the military personnel to get this formula. He hopes to use adamantium because of the creation of Miss A2. After all, Miss 2B has already used vibranium. Wouldn't it be beautiful to have another Miss A2 from adamantium? In addition to needing to get the adamantium formula, there is also Dr. Blue's Hulk serum. And Ivan Vank's unmanned mechanical armor, this is what he hopes to get. After all, this is the second way he can strengthen his own strength besides the system. The system is not powerful, so you can only do it yourself. Called Miss 2B and Miss Commander in. Master, it's late at night, we've been waiting for you for a long time, you don't come to sleep, you stay in the study all the time, do you want us to be widowed? 35. As soon as she entered the room, Miss 2B twisted her water snake waist and sat in Locke's arms. The slender fingers like green onion held Locke's handsome face and said. On the other side, the commander's elder sister smiled and came behind Locke, and lightly pressed her hands on Locke's shoulders. Looking at the commander behind 2B in his arms, one is youthful and beautiful, the other is mature and intellectual, 2 completely different beauties. But, very dirty, but okay. Locke smiled, contented, there is no more winner in life than this. He habitually put his head on the commander's body and said, what you said, it's only 10 o'clock, okay, when I don't have a watch. Young master, you are only 14 years old, you are just growing up, you should go to bed earlier, just put off work until tomorrow. 2B is concerned. Yes, young master, let's rest today, the commander also said behind his back. Listening to what the two seemed to be concerned about, Locke shook his head disdainfully and said, "Is it a rest when I enter the room? I'm too embarrassed to puncture you, all give me some seriousness, and I have something serious to tell you." 39. Yes. Hearing that Locke said there was something serious, 2B and the commander became serious together. 2B, these 2 days you went to Imperial University to spy on a guy named Dr. Stern. Just stare at him for a while, if one day you find that he has been in contact with a strange man, let me know immediately. Yes. Miss 2B nodded. By the way, how strange is the strange guy? The butt is on the face, or is there something else on the face? Miss 2B asked curiously. 5. What's going on in your head? A face is a face, what else could grow on it? Locke is speechless, this robot wife is really getting more and more outrageous. 0 seeking flowers. It's impossible to say, the world is so big, what if? Not in case. What if there was? If there is, you will kill him, that thing has a face, it must be an alien, and it is right to kill him? Okay. Master, what about me? The commander's elder sister's fingers continued to dance on Locke's shoulders, and then gradually moved down. These two guys are really more dishonest than the other? It seems that I really have to go to bed early today. Sister Commander, you inform Hanmer tomorrow and let him go to North Bear Country. Find a guy named Ivan Vank, the guy's info, I'll send it to you later. Understood. Is there anything else? There is one more thing that you need to handle yourself. Tomorrow you will follow Lao Mo to get in touch with the military. Give me the news of the Adamantium formula. Locke rubbed the center of his eyebrows, looking tired. 0. I don't know if I don't do it, but as soon as I do it, I find that there are too many things he needs to do. There is also the matter of anti-gravity assisted robots, but also keep an eye on me and achieve the goal of 1 million units as soon as possible. I believe it won't be long before we can use it. Locke said seriously. Imagine how magnificent it will be when he leads 1 million anti-gravity assistance robots in the sky above Wakanda. At that time, a group of people in Wakanda will be shocked. The production line has been in production 24 hours a day, about 10,000 units a day. We are still building other production lines. Once completed, at least 100,000 units will be built a day, and 1 million will be a matter of 10 days. 5. Well, just keep an eye on it, this is about an important plan for us later. Locke stretched. The head tilted back left a deep dent on the commander's body. A strange voice came from the commander's mouth. Very charming? It's getting late, young master, it's time to rest. The commander's face was blushing, and his fingers continued to knead on Locke's shoulders, which made people very comfortable. Yeah, it's really getting late, your homework hasn't been done yet. In this way, how can I see the teacher tomorrow? Miss 2B twisted her body and put the cat in Locke's arms. I'm sorry, I've dropped out of school. Locke said with tears in his eyes. Although you have dropped out of school, you can't stop learning, and learning makes people progress. Let's go and learn the island language with the commander? I haven't learned that DBA song yet. Miss 2B said coquettishly. Why do you want to learn to sing and get me to do it? You can find the commander's sister to learn it yourself. That's not good, commander's sister said. This song wants to be sung emotionally, and it must have your help. Is that so? Commander's sister. 5. Yes. 66. I believe in your evil, I have endured you for a long time, don't I want to sing? Today I will let you sing enough. A few days later, a woman in a black gothic trench coat sits on the balcony of a towering building in New York City. Behind her, 2 long swords were floating in the air, as if they had no weight at all. The woman has headphones in her ears, and is currently playing a song of the Dragon Kingdom on a loop, which is the most dazzling national style. A few days ago, the video of Iron Man dancing became popular on the internet, and together with this song of the Dragon Kingdom. After hearing it, it was so catchy that even Miss 2B was brainwashed. With the rhythm of the music, Miss 2B's slender legs are shaking in the sky, very beautiful. At this moment, a rapid siren sounded from the street below, and the red and blue light was flashing, which was particularly dazzling. At the same time, not far away, several Apache gunships were roaring towards Roar, the central neighborhood of New York. Seeing this, Miss 2B showed a playful smile on her face. Waiting for a good show for a week, is it finally going to be staged today? Miss 2B muttered to herself. A week ago, after receiving Locke's order, she entered Imperial University directly. As an auditor, he entered 587 into Dr. Stern's classroom, and then he secretly investigated for 7 days. It turned out that, as her young master said, this guy named Dr. Stern really had contact with a very strange guy. This strange guy, whose real name is Bruce Banner, according to the information provided by the Artificial Intelligence 9s, was an excellent physicist in the beautiful country. But because of an accident during a gamma-ray experiment, his body was exposed to massive gamma-ray radiation. But after being irradiated, Dr. Banner not only did not die, but turned into a green monster that would transform into a monster once he got angry. Called the Hulk? After seeing the photo of the Hulk, Miss 2B finally understood why Locke called him a strange guy. He was unusually tall and strong, with green skin, and only wore a pair of large shorts. For Miss 2B, who loves beauty very much, this is simply the strangest and ugliest guy in the world. And she listened to what the young master said. There is more than one such ugly guy, and another one will appear tonight. And there will be battles in the heart of New York City, causing considerable damage. And what she needs to do here is very simple, not to stop their war. Instead, participate in this battle. Then kill these two ugly monsters, one is disabled and the other is killed. Although I don't know why her young master gave her such an order. But what's the point of that? Since it's an order, she just needs to obediently complete it. Then when you go home at night, you can collect today's rewards again. Isn't it beautiful? Press the pause button and put away the headset. Miss 2B stretched a big lazy waist, and her taut body left a beautiful shadow on the ground under the moonlight. Then, the shadow slowly elongated on the ground, and then disappeared with a bang. Miss 2B has already jumped off the balcony of the building. Without any buffering device, the falling speed is like committing suicide by jumping off a building. But, how could Miss 2B commit suicide? The reason why he descended from the sky so unscrupulously was because of something very simple. Strength. On the other side, in the secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury looked solemnly at the intelligence information handed over by Natasha Romanoff. Has the sign of Banner been found? At Imperial University. 5 minutes ago, yes. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly. 5 minutes ago? What do you mean? Run away now. It's not that he escaped, but that he has transformed, and now General Ross's people are looking for him all over the world? She has always been in charge of the task of Banner. In fact, as early as in Brazil, she had already been in contact with Banner once. However, to her request to let Banner join the Avengers, Banner directly refused. And for her disturbing his peaceful life, Banner was particularly unhappy and angry. And what she was most worried about was Banner's anger. After all, this man was a guy who would turn into an irrational monster when he was angry. So in the process of contacting Banner, she tried her best to keep her calm and try not to make the other party angry. However, not everyone has such patience, and General Ross, who has been tracking Hulk for years, has always wanted to capture Hulk and use the serum on his body to create a powerful super soldier army. Years of tracking had made him lose all patience with Hulk. The only thing he thinks about is how to capture Hulk as quickly as possible to build the super soldier army he wants. In order to achieve this goal, he sent the A soldier in the army, Bronski, to capture Hulk. But what he never expected was that Bronski's thirst for power had reached a perverted level. He even injected Hulk serum without the consent of his colonel. Finally, Bronski got the power he had always dreamed of. But his image has also undergone earth-shaking changes, turning into a monster whose body file size is no weaker than Hulk. And this monster is another classic villain in the Marvel world, Hate. Over the central block of New York, an armed helicopter hovered in the air. General Ross looked angrily at the two monsters fighting fiercely in the block below. Damn Bronski, the traitor, disobeying my orders and injecting Hulk serum. General Ross roared angrily. Bronski was originally his trump card, the weapon he used to capture the Hulk and get the Hulk serum. But now, the weapon in his hand has directly betrayed him, swallowed the Hulk serum privately, and became an uncontrollable monster like Hulk. This is equivalent to disrupting all his plans for this period of time. How could he not be angry? Shoot, kill him for me. General Ross said through gritted teeth, his eyes full of ruthlessness. Who to kill? Hearing General Ross's words, the soldier beside him asked curiously. .0. That yellow guy, shoot me. General Ross said angrily. Having said that, he started directly, grabbed the handle of the machine gun himself, and the hatred towards the bottom was a ferocious sudden. The hatred, who was fighting Hulk, was suddenly swept away by a burst of machine guns. Although the rough-skinned and fleshy body did not suffer any substantial damage. But ordinary people are still angry when they are bitten by mosquitoes. Not to mention hatred. The fierce eyes turned quickly, and the position of General Ross was locked in an instant. Immediately, murderous aura surged into the sky. Ross, you are courting death. An icy and ruthless voice roared out of the mouth of hatred, grabbed a small car, and threw it directly at General Ross. The car was as fast as a cannonball, and General Ross couldn't react at all. The entire armed helicopter was hit with a bang and began to spin and fall in midair. Just at the critical moment when the helicopter was about to fall, General Ross jumped out of the plane in a very thrilling way, which saved his life. However, his few soldiers did not have such good luck. With the explosion of the helicopter, they were completely swallowed by the raging fire. Looking at the helicopter that was blown up by Bronski with just one hit, General Ross was stunned. The strength of this guy seems to be no less than Hulk. But after a while, his eyes were full of excitement, which showed that his guess was right. As long as he can get the Hulk serum, he will be able to create more super warriors with strength like Abomination. And given him a little time, he believed that this shortcoming of hatred and Hulk's disobedience could be overcome. Imagine having an army of super soldiers who are obedient and abhorrent. What a scene that will be. Excitement, anticipation, and other emotions filled his heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably. Just when he was thinking like this, the furious hatred was like a human-shaped chariot, rushing at high speed from a distance. A few hundred meters away, under the feet of hate, only a few jumps. In the blink of an eye, he came to General Ross. Looking at General Ross in front of him, a sneer appeared on his hateful face. Ross, I see you've been upset for a long time. After saying that, Hate raised his clenched fists high, intending to beat General Ross to a pulp. But at this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom boom, the earth-shattering sound of the impact suddenly sounded, and a deep pit with a diameter of several meters appeared on the ground. The surrounding of the deep pit is full of cracks, spreading continuously for more than 10 meters. And now, in the center of the deep pit, a woman with 2 swords on her back patted the dust off her body and said with disgust, "I won't do this next time, it's too easy to get my clothes dirty. It takes too much time to wash clothes when I go home like this. This greatly affects my tutoring of the young master's homework." 35. This mumbling was incompatible with the woman who was full of chills at the moment. If it's not to be, who else could it be? Reward report comments. Looking at the strange woman who suddenly fell in front of him, a hint of suspicion appeared on his disgusted face. Looking coldly at 2B in front of him, the hatred forgot to kill General Ross in front of him. And General Ross did take advantage of the moment of hatred and stunned to escape from here quickly. Although Ross is arrogant and extremely ambitious, he is not a conceited guy. Faced with hatred, if you don't run away, you will be a real fool. Therefore, he must escape. His precious life can't be lost here, he still needs to build his own super soldier army. His ambition has not been realized, how can he die? Seeing General Ross fleeing like a bereaved dog, a mocking look appeared on his disgusted face. In front of him, General Ross always looked aloof and arrogant. It was as if everything was within his grasp. Hebrinsky used to think he was arrogant enough, but compared to General Ross, it's just a dwarf. And just like this, he hated General Ross more and more, because he doesn't like someone pretending to be 10 in front of him. And it's natural to pretend to be more powerful than yourself. This is the red line. Unfortunately, General Ross stepped on it. He didn't kill him before because his strength was not enough, and he still needed to find Hulk with the help of General Ross and get the Hulk serum. Yes, General Ross took Bronsky as a pawn in his hands. And why didn't Bronsky use General Ross as a tool of his own use? Shaked his head and sneered. General Ross must die today, and no one can save him. What he said. So, let him live a little longer like a lost dog, it doesn't matter. Right now, he must first find out whether the woman in front of him is an enemy or a friend. Because he actually felt a dangerous aura from this woman. This breath was no stronger than Hulk, who was running towards him from behind. But no matter who this woman is, if she dares to oppose her, then there is only one fate waiting for her, and that is, death. Have you seen enough? At this moment, the woman who had been dusting her clothes suddenly raised her head. Because the woman was wearing a strange black eye patch, he couldn't see the woman's eyes. But even so, he could still guess what kind of terrifying light was emitting from the eyes under the blindfold. However, in the face of such an imposing Miss 2B, the hatred of the extremely crazy desire to fight not only did not retreat. On the contrary, an unparalleled fighting intent erupted in his eyes. You must know that when he was only injected with an ordinary strengthening potion, he dared to face Hulk head-on. And desperately challenged Hulk, although he was kicked out by Hulk in the end. But that's enough to show how crazy Bronsky is. And now Bronsky was injected with Hulk serum and turned into a powerful monster comparable to Hulk. Hulk serum is also a mutant product that tries to replicate the super soldier serum. So it, like the super soldier serum, has the effect of amplifying the personality traits of the injector. The righteous become more brilliant, and the wicked become more evil. And after Bronsky, who was eager to fight, was injected with Hulk serum, his desire to fight was amplified to an unimaginable level of madness. In this way, there is an immediate reaction. Feeling the strong fighting spirit in hatred, Miss 2B's face showed a hint of surprise. Then it turned into a joke. A guy who is not afraid of himself? Interesting. Seeing me, I didn't even run. You seem to be very good at fighting, right? However, how can you fight? When you come out to mix, what matters is the background? This, you don't seem to have. Miss 2B smiled coldly. With graceful steps, he walked directly towards the hatred. The whole body is dark yellow. It seems that you are the guy who can be beaten to death by the young master. 35. Looking at the woman in front of her who was walking toward her leisurely court, her hatred filled her heart with anger. It's okay to say that he doesn't have a background. After all, this is the truth. He really doesn't have a background. He was able to get to where he is today because of his hard work step by step. Trained hard in the army, slowly from a soldier to a special forces. Then he was promoted from the special forces to become the king of soldiers that no one knows about in the army, with the ability to fight alone, a veritable ranking first. After that, he was recruited by General Ross and started his career. So there is no background to this, he admits. However, this woman even said that she would kill herself. This is blatant provocation. In his long life, it was the first time he heard someone say such arrogant words in front of him. Kill yourself? Simply insane? Court death? In an instant, a decision was made in his heart. This strange woman who suddenly stands in front of her is an enemy? Since it is an enemy, kill it. All the guys who get in the way are going to die. The woman in front of him, General Ross, and Hulk, who was charging at him from behind. It's all the same. Then according to the principle of proximity, start with the woman in front of you. Thinking like this, a ray of light erupted in his eyes. Without further ado, clenched fists. Directly towards Miss 2B in front of her. His punch is enough to easily explode dozens of tons of huge force. Therefore, with one punch, most of the matter in this world will be shattered by his fist. In this way, there is no need to talk about a woman in 587. In his eyes, Miss 2B in front of her is already a dead man. However, what he didn't expect was that the woman in front of him clearly saw the fist he threw violently. But her body didn't even mean to hide. Not only that, but she even stretched out her white jade-like palm towards her. This woman actually wanted to block her angry fist with this? Provocative? This is blatant provocation. You're courting death. The hatred was furious, and the fist was already in front of Miss 2B. Then it smashed heavily on Miss 2B's fair palm. He thought his fist could break through Miss 2B's one-handed block. But the cruel reality told him, not what he thought, but what Miss 2B thought. At this moment, he only felt that his fist was hitting a huge amount of King Kong Mountain. The incomparably hard, incomparably thick giant mountain actually made him unable to shake it. The violent wind from the giant force made Miss 2B's short silver hair dance, and the dust behind her also flew into the sky. But Miss 2B's body remains unmoved. That's it. At this moment, Miss 2B's mocking voice sounded, like a sharp blade piercing her hatred. This is called worrying. As if he couldn't believe it, a look of astonishment appeared on his hated face. Blocked. This woman actually blocked her giant fist with ease, still with such an understatement. How is this possible? There was a huge wave in his heart, and he guessed that the strength of the woman in front of him should not be too weak. But he never guessed that the other party was so powerful. Even if he can knock the opponent out of the punch, he can accept it. What does it mean to stay still? Could it be that his own strength is so insignificant in front of this woman in front of him? This is totally unscientific. I already hated the reality that I couldn't accept, after hearing Miss 2B's that's it. Even more embarrassed and angry, a monstrous anger rose in his heart. This scene seems familiar. At first he was just injecting ordinary strengthening medicine. When playing against Hulk, Hulk looked down on him so much. In other words, the gap between you and the woman in front of you is the same as the gap between you and Hulk before. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Now that he has been injected with Hulk serum, his strength is above Hulk. He has always thought so, and he still thinks so now. As if not believing, Hate retracted his giant fist, and then pulled back violently. When he pulled his arms back to the limit that he could pull, the whole thing looked like a bow that drew a full moon. Then, huge amounts of iron fist, once again blasted towards the front of Miss 2B. This punch is different from just now. This is his full blow. With a strength of more than 100 tons, he has the confidence to pierce through a building. So the fate of this woman in front of me will definitely not be very good. He thought so. Just as he raised his fist and blasted it out, a look of disdain appeared on Miss 2B's face. However, she did not move as still as before. This time, she moved. She clenched her fist, crackling, and a force that seemed to be able to blast through the sky bloomed in Miss 2B's fist. He also punched the hatred in front of him. In an instant, two fists, one large and one small, collided in midair. Boom. A terrifying collision sounded suddenly, and a shockwave like an ocean wave erupted from the surface of the two's fists. Boom. Shockwave swept away towards the surrounding, flying sand and stone, destroying the dead. And swept out together, there is also a huge body of hatred. Yes, in the instant after the collision, Abomination found that an unparalleled force poured out from the fist of the woman in front of him. In the moment, he felt that what was standing in front of him was not a woman, but a bottomless, rushing, giant river with rushing waves and galloping horses. On the other hand, he was a helpless boat, and in front of the turbulent river, he had no choice but to retreat. The strange force rushing in like a wild wave directly swallowed him up and flew away. Nothing left? Hey, dot, sounded. The body of disgust was like a kite with a broken string, and like a cannonball, it flew over 100 meters and smashed into a building, without any movement. Slowly closing her fists, a playful smile appeared on Miss 2B's face. 100 tons? Is it a giant force? Her body has been strengthened with the enhanced super soldier serum, which has given her a strength comparable to that of Hulk. In addition to this, there is a black technology that defies the sky in her body, a permanent energy furnace. With a permanent energy furnace, she has constant energy. As long as she increases the power of the energy furnace a little, her power will increase exponentially, reaching a terrifying level. Even if it was a building, she could lift it up. In this case, what is the power of a mere 100 tons? An abomination, what is it? It's just a basic operation to knock it out. Roll it over. Is there a problem? Absolutely no problem. Just as Miss 2B smashed the hatred out with one punch, the angry Hulk was running wildly from a distance. His goal was hatred, but what he didn't expect was that just as he arrived, hatred turned into an afterimage and flew out. Then he smashed into a building 100 meters away, looking extremely miserable. He was stunned. I haven't even shot. Why did you fall? His eyes moved quickly, and finally fell on Miss 2B. Suddenly, his heart pounded, and there was an unparalleled sense of danger. It made him feel incredible. Since transforming into Hulk, he no longer knows what it's like to be afraid. Before the transformation, Banner was hiding, and after the transformation, Hulk was the best in the world. That's the best way to describe Dr. Banner. But at this moment, Hulk, who had always felt that he was #1 in the world, was not surprised and a little stunned. One punch, just one punch sent the hated upside down and flew out 100 meters away. He asked himself that he couldn't do it. Even in the battle with Abomination just now, he was hit by Abomination on his head. The old face was almost lost, and it was precisely because of this that he was extremely angry and vowed to find his way back. Only then did he continue to run towards the hatred. But he didn't expect it to be such a scene. While he was still in a daze, the woman's gaze was locked on him. Hulk, the guy that the young master said can be disabled, you are here too. Miss 2B patted the dust on her body, raised her legs and walked towards Hulk very elegantly. To be more precise, she was walking in the direction of hatred, but Hulk stood in her way. So there is no other way but to clear the obstacles in front of you first, and then take a good look at whether the hatred is dead. The order given by the young master is that he must die, so she must do it. Otherwise, when I go home at night and there is no reward, what should I do? Seeing Miss 2B walking towards him, Hulk was full of questions. This woman actually said that she was going to maim herself? But why? Hulk, like an underdeveloped mentally retarded child, made a terrifying roar at 2B. This represented his anger, but also his doubts. However, Miss 2B is not in the mood to answer his questions, but she can respond to his anger. Yelling at Miss Ben, "Find a fight?" Miss 2B's face suddenly became cold as she thought. Immediately, the force under his feet slammed, the ground cracked, and a deep pit appeared. Miss 2B turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Hulk. A long sword stabbed at Hulk's right shoulder with overwhelming power. The speed was unbelievably fast, and even Hulk was in no hurry to dodge. Immediately, there was a pop. Known as the indestructible Hulk, it can resist the green skin of shelling. Under the long sword of Miss 2B, there is only a hole in it. The bloodthirsty long sword spikes pierced Hulk's back with a streak of crimson blood. The terrifying force knocked Hulk upside down, and was pinned to the wall of the building behind by Miss 2B. The pain came from Hulk's right shoulder, causing him to roar in pain. 2B, Hulk. It threw him out directly, like the hatred just now, and smashed into the ruins in the distance. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be quiet. And Miss 2B's eyes moved to the direction of hatred again. It's time to end this farce. Thinking like this, Miss 2B raised her legs and continued to walk gracefully in the direction of hatred. A fist blows the hatred, life, and death do not know. A sword that pierces the indestructible body of Hulk. Then, like throwing a sandbag, Hulk was also thrown into the air. Looking at such a scene, General Ross, who was hiding in a building, had a dull expression. Like a ghost, unbelievable. No one knows Hulk's strength better than him. After years of tracking, he has already understood Hulk's physical condition thoroughly. Beyond the gigantic force of 100 tons, the power can continue to grow with anger. The indestructible body can resist even the bombardment of artillery shells. Li Qianzhao, perverted self-healing ability and immunity to all poisons made him include Hulk among the most terrifying monsters in the world. As for the abomination injected with Hulk serum, although he didn't know much about it, he still remembered the scene of the abomination being beaten by Hulk just now. Since the hatred can do this, it means that the strength of hatred is definitely not worse than the current Hulk, or even stronger. Definitely, the battle between them was quite short, and it was hard for him to say who was stronger or weaker. But one thing can be confirmed, that is, hatred, like Hulk, is a monster with far more strength than ordinary people. But now these two monsters, in front of that mysterious woman, can't even hold a single move. One punched flying, one sword pierced. How this doesn't shock him? His guts were about to burst with fright. This woman is a monster who crawled out of that abyss. Graham? Yes, Hulk and Abomination are monsters in General Ross' eyes. And Miss 2B is an abyss monster? The two are the difference between heaven and earth? After the shock, he looked at Miss 2B with crazy greed. If you can get this woman's serum, then. Ross didn't dare to think about it any longer, because he was worried that his heart would not be able to take it. If Miss 2B at this moment knew, after seeing her strength, General Ross dared to pay attention to himself, I don't know how he would feel. Rockefeller Family Estate. In the huge living room, Locke spread his legs and hands and leaned on the sofa, with an excited smile on his face. Definitely, his smile wasn't because of the commander's eldest sister who was kneeling in front of him, but because of Miss 2B. This time, although he did not turn on the remote manual control mode, but through the anti-gravity drone suspended beside Miss 2B, he clearly saw everything that happened in the center of New York City. After reading it, there was only one word of evaluation in his mind. That is, bull batch, broken sound. As expected of Miss 2B, who is equipped with a permanent energy furnace, with such combat power, it is no weaker than number 18 in the Dragon Ball world, or even stronger. Because Miss 2B's body has also been strengthened by the enhanced super soldier serum. In terms of physical fitness, he has reached the limit that Locke can currently improve. If he continues to develop an energy launch device for Miss 2B, it will be the 18th of the 2587B version. But Locke didn't do that. Miss 2B is Miss 2B, and number 18 is number 18. The two are completely different characters. Number 18 of the 2B version, the donkey's lips are not the horse's mouth, isn't it messy? At that time, Miss 2B will help him with his homework. If he calls the wrong teacher's name, it will be embarrassing. As the battle on Miss 2B's side came to an end, so did Locke's side. The hands that were originally spread out on the sofa unconsciously pressed the head of the commander's elder sister. New York's Zhongxing district. Wearing a black gothic cape, Miss 2B walked gracefully, dragging her long sword on the ground. The sharp edge of the sword rubbed against the hard concrete floor, and sparks splashed around, making jingle bells. The movement of this voice is not very big, but at this moment, in the ears of hatred, it is like the sigh of death god. The long sword was clearly dragging on the hard concrete floor, but it seemed to be pulling on his heart. It made him feel unbearable pain, but he couldn't speak. His throat seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. but he clearly knew that there was no invisible force to restrain his throat. The reason why he had such a reaction was because of the unparalleled fear in his heart. Fear? What an unfamiliar word. How many years has he not felt it? He hasn't been afraid of anything since he joined the Marine Corps when he was young, because in his subconscious, everything can be controlled by him, and nothing can hurt him. For him, the brave are fearless, and anything is possible. It is precisely because of this that he was able to go all the way to where he is today. But when he reached his peak, not only did he not despise everything as always. Instead, I felt a long-lost fear. Shame, this is my own great shame. It is also a blasphemy against one's own fearless courage. This made him extremely unhappy and extremely angry. The more you have, the more you fear losing? No, it's not me that cowardly, worrying about gain and loss. I am the fearless Mad Bronsky, I am the invincible abomination. Kill. The fist smashed by Miss 2B's punch, the broken ribs healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. With difficulty and staggering, he slowly stood up from the ruins, and a look of resoluteness burst out from the eyes of hatred. He lived to fight and he will die to fight. Fear and fear of this negative thing, all go away. Looking at the hatred slowly standing up from the ruins, Miss 2B's eyes showed a touch of admiration. Although it is an enemy and an object that needs to be eliminated, the unyielding fighting will of back is the strongest she has ever seen since her birth. She seems to already know why her master Locke wants to clear this guy by herself. Since he is an enemy of this guy, if he doesn't cut the grass and root, he will definitely fight back with his personality. Obviously, her clever young master would not do such a stupid thing. And of course she wouldn't do it anymore. You are an excellent fighter. Seeing your fearless courage, I decided to give you a treat. Miss 2B slowly picked up the long sword that was dragging on the ground, then leaned in front of her and made a strange fighting posture. Hearing Miss 2B's words, Abomination let out an unwilling and angry roar. I'm going to tear your mouth? Kill. The voice fell to the ground, and I hated the force under my feet, like a humanoid chariot rushing fiercely towards Miss 2B. One collision, he risked his own life, because he knew how powerful and terrifying the woman in front of him was. But you are strong, and I will not accept it. Daddy is going to do it. If you kill me, I will do it too. Gan. An insane belief burst out in his heart. In order to experience the ultimate fighting experience, this life is not worth it. Seeing the hatred rushing towards him like a madman, Miss 2B's face showed a touch of disdain. Self-mumbling. Want to tear my mouth? What a rude idea. My mouth is to be used by the young master to help him with his homework, so I can't tear it up? Master's things, no one can take it away from me. Let me tear you apart? The voice fell, and Miss 2B looked coldly at the hatred rushing towards her. The hand holding the hilt of the sword twisted lightly, and the sword body wang roared. The long sword that had been placed obliquely in front of her disappeared like a black lightning bolt along with her body. The silver light burst out, like a white meteor piercing the night sky, passing by the hated side. When the figure of Miss 2B appeared again, she had already come to the back of hatred. Slowly retract the long sword you just swung to the front. A drop of dark red blood fell from the blade of the sword, creating a beautiful picture on the ground. On the other side, the hatred that had just roared in anger stood motionless, like a statue. Immediately, blood spurted out from the hated neck, and a huge head rolled down with wide eyes of horror in disbelief. The tall and sturdy body also collapsed suddenly, splashing a piece of dust. Self-proclaimed invincible hatred, that's all, die? If it looks good, ask for some flower reviews and monthly tickets. Although it is on the shelves, the data is also very important. Trouble, continue to code? At least there are 3 more. Seeing the abomination that collapsed, Miss 2B raised her hand and waved, and the long sword in her hand flew back to her back automatically. Quietly suspended there, like a weapon guarding this side of the world, the suffocation is soaring to the sky. Master 2B Miss Sister S.A., the weapon is evil, the perfect match. Just after the hatred fell, Hulk was also restless. Rage's roar came from the ruins, earth-shattering, and the surrounding glass was shattered. Listening to this angry roar, Miss 2B frowned slightly, and there was a touch of irritability on her face. She didn't like this disturbing noise. As usual, at this time, she was already holding. The young master was sleeping. Breaking sleep time, still so noisy. Do you still have a sense of public morality? Displeased in his heart, he exerted a force on his feet, and the whole person left the ground and came to Hulk at a lightning speed. The wound on Hulk's right shoulder was more than half healed, and he could be completely healed if he just gave him a little more time. As expected of the existence of the surface-level peak, such a self-healing speed is really terrible. But at this moment, a black afterimage galloped from outside the ruins, like a shooting star. Before he could react, he slammed into his face with devastating power. When the shadow approached, he could see clearly that the shadow hitting his face was Miss 2B. No, to be more precise, it's Miss 2B's knees wearing high heels. The knees covered in black vibranium slammed into Hulk's face. If there is a slow-motion playback at this moment, you can clearly see how the fat on Hulk's face is shaking and stirring. Along with it, a big white tooth fell to the ground. In an instant, Hulk felt as if his head had been hit by the head of a speeding high-speed train. Immediately, his head fell back, and he fell straight down. The originally sturdy body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it turned back to the appearance of Dr. Banner. A monster as strong as Hulk was actually beaten by Miss 2B's knee and lost its transformation state. This is really a physical sleep aid? It's finally quiet. Looking at Dr. Banner, who was limp and unconscious on the ground, Miss 2B nodded with satisfaction and said lightly. After everything was done, the anti-gravity flight device behind Miss 2B opened with a bang, turning into a pair of black mechanical wings, and she planned to leave here. But at this moment, the blindfolded eyes suddenly looked at a building not far away. At the same time, several Apache helicopters appeared around Miss 2B with the roar of their propellers. However, they didn't do anything to Miss 2B, they just wandered around. It felt as if he had received some kind of order and was waiting around. In fact, they did receive an order, and it was also the order of General Ross. And this order happened to be intercepted by Artificial Intelligence 9s, and then told Miss 2B. This is also the main reason why Miss 2B suddenly stopped and left at this moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. Suspended above the sky carrier at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a group of people looked at the screen in front of them with extremely solemn expressions. On the screen, it was Miss 2B who singled out Abomination and Hulk. At this moment, the people in front of the screen all opened their mouths and looked dumbfounded. The big mouths that were opened were able to stuff their own fists. This shows how shocked they are at this moment. They are no strangers to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Jinping building incident and the Killing Pierce incident. They already knew about the strength of Miss 2B. It's just that the combat effectiveness evaluation they gave to Miss 2B at the beginning is completely inaccurate at this moment. Because the strength of this terrifying woman in front of her has improved again, and it has risen to an unimaginable level. It was so terrifying to be able to easily crush Hulk. A man hangs hate and Hulk. Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Is this woman crazy? Is this still a carbon-based creature? It's terrifying. The scariest thing is that this woman has a bad attitude towards our S.H.I.E.L.D. If she's going to be our enemy, it's our nightmare. Phil Coulson said with a very solemn expression. 0 for flowers. It's not just this woman, the guy behind her is even more so, as if there is a deep grudge with us. Natasha Romanoff also said with a complicated face. And the guy she was referring to was naturally Locke. When it came to Locke, the scenes that happened that night appeared in her mind unconsciously. The long leather whip, the soft sofa, and that. She really didn't dare to continue to recall, and the burning feeling appeared in her back unconsciously. Immediately, her body became weak, her legs were a little weak, and she was almost unsteady. He couldn't help but support the desk in front of him with both hands. Natasha Romanoff, what's wrong with you? Seeing Natasha Romanoff's sudden abnormal reaction, the Hill agent beside her quickly supported her. It's okay, I didn't sleep well yesterday, I went to the bathroom. Natasha Romanoff said and walked quickly towards the bathroom. Looking at Natasha Romanoff who was leaving quickly, the Hill agent's face was full of curiosity. I didn't sleep well yesterday, what does it have to do with going to the bathroom? Since the last time he came back from the Rockefeller estate, he thought Natasha Romanoff had been weird. But Natasha Romanoff is an 8th level agent. She doesn't say it, she must have her reasons. In the private lounge, Natasha Romanoff turned her back to the mirror, then turned her head to look quietly at the back of her clothes. There was a tattoo mark on her back at the waist level. This tattoo is exactly what that damn little BD tattooed her at the Rockefeller Manor. The content of the tattoo is not much, just 2 words. Combined, it's Locke? Yes, Locke's name was engraved on her back waist high. Damn little BD, one day I will kill you. His fists were clenched, and his mind was full of the humiliation of the day. But for some reason, every time she thinks of that scene, her strongest emotion is not anger. It's an indescribable feeling. I seem to have no real hatred for that 14-year-old boy. Raising his hand and gently stroking the name behind him, a strange feeling suddenly appeared. Damn, here it comes. In the command room of the Sky Carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, who had just recovered from a serious injury, was sitting in a wheelchair dragging his injured leg, staring intently at Miss 2B on the screen. As if he hadn't heard the words of the surrounding group of subordinates, his face was extremely gloomy. Because only he himself knows how terrifying the 14-year-old genius of the Rockefeller family is. He is an unscrupulous and lawless lunatic. Neither their S.H.I.E.L.D's strength, nor their S.H.I.E.L.D's rights could support him to do something about Locke. The worst part is that this guy seems to be very dissatisfied with their S.H.I.E.L.D's behavior, and even more dissatisfied with himself. It seems that he has never offended that guy, in addition to secretly sending Natasha Romanoff to investigate his little girlfriend. But even so, they didn't do anything bad to the girl, it was just an investigation. For a special May 87 armed organization tasked with protecting the world, it is quite normal for him to investigate a person and determine whether he is a threat. But such a thing turned into an untouchable scale in the eyes of that guy, and he paid a terrible price for it. Thinking of these, his heart is very uncomfortable. If only Locke had no hostility towards them and was willing to accept their S.H.I.E.L.D's invitation. After all, this powerful woman in front of him is an existence that even he is jealous of. If only this woman could join them, be one of them, then their S.H.I.E.L.D will not have to worry at all when they face other threats in the future. With this woman around, they are like having a patron saint. But the imagination is beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. The woman in front of her will not only not be the patron saint of their S.H.I.E.L.D, but may even declare war on them. Thinking of that scene, Raushi couldn't help but panic. Looking at his injured leg, he sighed with a complicated expression. His right hand stroked the beeping machine in his pocket. Maybe it's time for you to press it. Nick Fury thought so. Why did this woman suddenly stop moving, and what happened to the group of gunships? At this moment, Nick Fury looked at the screen with a solemn expression and said, based on what they had seen before, the woman was planning to leave. But she stopped suddenly, and several gunships sped towards her. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face was extremely ugly. Damn Ross, what the FK is he trying to do? Crazy? To put your mind on this woman? Stop him, stop him. Nick Fury said with a very solemn expression. He never thought that this guy, General Ross, would attack the female killer in front of him. This is simply courting death? Not to mention that this woman is strong enough to fight against this guy. It is just that this woman is standing behind the behemoth of the Rockefeller family, and he should not have such a stupid idea. In his impression, although General Ross is a reckless man, he is an extremely crazy guy. But he is not stupid. He is still clear about who can and cannot be touched. But at this moment, General Ross's performance is simply confused, a complete mystery. Wait, unless... Damn, doesn't this guy still know who this woman is? Nick Fury said speechlessly. It must be, and only in this way, will he dare to put his mind on this woman. After all, for Luo Lun, who has been chasing Hulk for several years, he doesn't care how terrifying his opponent's original strength is. The more powerful Miss 2B will only make him even more crazy. To catch Hulk is to catch, and to catch the woman in front of him is also to catch. And the strength of the woman in front of her is stronger. If he could get her serum, he might be able to create an army of super soldiers stronger than Hulk. To build a super soldier army strong enough to be invincible for the beautiful country army, but the ideal he has been pursuing all his life? What's the point of taking a little risk for your own ideals? At this moment, General Ross thinks and does so. What he didn't know was that in addition to being powerful, the woman in front of him was also a member of the Rockefeller family. If he had known this, he might not have dared to do so. After all, the Rockefeller family can even interfere in their country's presidential election. If his little colonel offended them, it would be trivial to let him be laid off every minute. It's okay to lose your life, but if you lose your identity as a colonel, you can't let yourself achieve your ideals. This is not okay. It has to be said that the guy who was able to recruit Bronsky, a lunatic, was originally a lunatic. General Ross in front of him is a good example. He is a lunatic. But General Ross doesn't know the identity of Miss 2B, but Nick Fury does, and he and General Ross are colleagues. In this way, he naturally couldn't watch General Ross get confused. He also didn't want General Ross to die because he went to provoke Miss 2B, and that's just one of them. There's another, more important reason. That is the identity of Colonel Ross, representing the military of their beautiful country. In this way, once the military became an enemy in the eyes of the 14-year-old genius boy, he could not imagine the consequences. Understood, start the Kun-style fighter immediately and rush to support. Commander Hill immediately issued an order. As the order was issued, the two Kun-style fighter jets on the sky carrier immediately took off, and then rushed towards the position of Miss 2B at supersonic speed. New York City Center neighborhood. Miss 2B, who originally planned to leave immediately, put away the anti-gravity flight device behind her with a sneer. He stared coldly at the gunship surrounding his flight. Do you want to arrest me? It seems that someone thinks his life is too long. Miss 2B muttered to herself. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, and the eyes under the blindfold were full of killing intent. Because of the intelligence tip that Nines intercepted just now, in this place, there is a guy who wants to arrest him. This guy is none other than General Ross, who hated and planned to kill him before. Her previous orders were to kill Abomination and maim Hulk, and the mission did not mention General Ross. So she didn't care about the life and death of General Ross. But what she didn't expect was that in her eyes, if General Ross, like an ant, would secretly make up his mind at this moment. In her cognition, she is the private property of Master Locke, and making her own ideas is the Master's ideas. According to the regulations of the Robot Code, she is obliged to protect her young master from any harm. So, this guy called General Ross 2.1 has to be eliminated. His eyes moved to the building not far away, and the guy named General Ross was hiding there. Since you want to die, I'll do it for you, Miss 2B said as she walked leisurely in the direction of the building. In the building, General Ross, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but be startled that the woman had already found herself. But he didn't panic. In order to hunt down Hulk before, he had obtained a lot of powerful equipment. These items were originally intended for Hulk. Now that Hulk has been resolved, then he had to use all these weapons and equipment on the woman in front of him. Raise your hand, you have been surrounded, and quickly be investigated. At this moment, a shout came from the gunship. Hearing this voice, the corner of Miss 2B's mouth slightly raised, revealing a charming smile. As a group of powerful soldiers who have seen Miss 2B, after shouting, he couldn't help swallowing, inwardly apprehensive. If they had a choice, there are 10,000 of them who are unwilling to be the enemy of Miss 2B, but they are soldiers, as the so-called military orders are like a mountain. In front of the order, even if the monster standing in front of them is a shocking monster, they still need to face it bravely. Yes, the reason why they shouted at Miss 2B was because they received an order from General Ross. I hope this woman will not shoot us directly after hearing our shouting. We have no ill intentions, it's just a routine investigation. Then why are you still standing there? Add it quickly, don't be misunderstood by her, or we will die. Several soldiers communicated with each other, and their eyes were full of horror. Yes, add it. The shouting soldier nodded again and again, pointed at the communicator, and continued, "Please cooperate with our actions, don't misunderstand, we are just conducting a routine investigation." However, no matter how you listen to this sentence, it feels a little redundant and very strange. As the special forces of the beautiful country, they were not arrogant in their previous actions. It's really the first time to be so ruthless and restrained as this moment. 10. Obviously, these soldiers were really panicking. Hearing the shouts of the soldiers, General Ross, who was hiding in the building, looked extremely ugly. A group of rubbish subordinates, they are military people, and they represent the majesty of the beautiful country. Acting so cowardly at the moment, this is simply trolling their country. Listening to the shouts of the soldiers, Miss 2B sneered and muttered to herself. Unfortunately, it's too late. After all, the anti-gravity drone suspended beside Miss 2B immediately burst out with a terrifying laser beam. The astonishingly powerful laser light was like a long knife, slicing through the armed helicopters in an instant. Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the armed helicopters exploded in midair, like gorgeous fireworks, looking beautiful and moving. Looking at such a scene, General Ross, who was hiding in the building, looked extremely ugly. After they revealed their military identities, this woman still shot them unscrupulously. This is because they don't take their military seriously at all, and the majesty of the military cannot be provoked. Whoever you are, I will take you down. That's what Hulk was back in the day, and so is you woman. Second Special Forces, start the battle immediately, activate the sonic weapon, and take this arrogant woman down for me. 35. General Ross continued to give his orders to the communicator in his hand. In order to capture Hulk, he did not only have Bronski's card, but also had many extremely advanced and terrifying weapons in his hands. It was precisely because of such a weapon that he had the courage to challenge Hulk. Now it's just that this challenging character has been replaced by the woman in front of him. For him, there has not been much change, it is a battle anyway. The moment the order was issued, the armored vehicles that had already been deployed around immediately emerged from various streets. In an instant, a dozen or so armored vehicles surrounded Miss 2B. Above each armored vehicle is a radar-like thing. But that thing wasn't radar, it was a sonic weapon that General Ross prepared for Hulk. At first, he almost took Hulk down with just 2 sonic weapons. Now he has a total of more than a dozen units here. If they are turned on at the same time, the horror of the power is something that he himself does not dare to imagine. In this way, he has great confidence that he can take down this woman in one fell swoop. Looking at the armored vehicles suddenly appearing from the street, the images of these sonic weapons sent by Nines automatically appeared in my mind. Suddenly, the smile on her face became more wanton. Is this your confidence? Sonic attack, it looks like a good weapon. 99. But after just one glance, Miss 2B took her eyes away from these armored vehicles, and continued to walk towards the building not far away in a hurry. Da-da. The long black high-heeled shoes made a crisp crashing sound with the ground, which was particularly clear in the unusually quiet street. These footsteps sounded like they were stepping on the hearts of a group of special forces. At this moment, they have obviously surrounded Miss 2B, but they still have no sense of security in their hearts. Instead, they felt more and more terrified. Just now, the scene of Miss 2B hanging hatred and Hulk unconsciously replayed in their minds. Then I felt a chill in my heart. The woman in front of me could even hang up and fight Hulk. Are these so-called high-tech sonic weapons really useful? A big question number popped up in their hearts, they couldn't help swallowing, their eyes were extraordinarily tense. Looking at Miss 2B, who had no intention of stopping to accept the investigation, General Ross's face became more and more gloomy. Then, an attack order is to be issued. But at this moment, his communicator rang, and it was a call from the upper level of the military. The phone was connected, and soon a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Looking at Miss 2B in the distance with a complicated face, her head kept moving. The orders on the other end of the phone were simple and firm. Immediately stop all actions, take the initiative to admit mistakes to the other party, and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond his ability to bear. Because the woman in front of her was inextricably linked to the Rockefeller family. The phone hung up, and General Ross looked gloomy. He didn't expect things to develop so unexpectedly. The guy in front of him whose strength was astonishingly powerful turned out to be a member of the Rockefeller family. No matter how crazy he is, he knows the weight of the words Rockefeller family. That is the top-table family in their country, and their lives in the whole country are inseparable from the influence of the 587 family. As I said before, he is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of losing his position, because that is the cornerstone for him to realize his ideal. Without the title of Lieutenant General, a typo in front of the Colonel, he is an ordinary little old man, and nothing can be done. And the Rockefeller family is precisely the existence that can easily deprive him of his official position. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could still distinguish the priorities. The woman in front of him, he must let her go, he is not qualified to shoot at her. Not only that, he also needs to take responsibility for his reckless actions, apologize and plead guilty. Gritting his teeth with a complicated expression, he still did not issue an order to attack Miss 2B. Since this woman can't move, let's continue to focus on Hulk. Now that Hulk is out of combat, it's time to arrest him. Wanting to understand this, he immediately ordered his subordinates to carry out the mission in secret. But at this moment, 2 Kun-style fighter jets descended from the sky and landed slowly in front of a group of special forces. Immediately, a woman with a sexy and enchanting figure walked off the plane. Looking at this woman, in the Rockefeller manner, Locke, who was holding the commander's head lightly, showed a playful smile on his face. Natasha Romanoff, we meet again. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's enchanting figure, Locke remembered the scene in the manor hall that day. The long whip was swung, red marks kept appearing behind Natasha Romanoff, and finally, in the screams, lost. Don't get me wrong, Locke is a dainty man, and he doesn't have much thought for Natasha Romanoff. It was only for the purpose of teaching at first. It just didn't make him think that Natasha Romanoff's physique was special, and even under that circumstance, it could produce special changes. And in order not to make her screams sound too conspicuous, he could only stop her mouth at that time. That's all. So seeing Natasha Romanoff again at this moment, he can't help but think back. I have to say that this woman is indeed a stunner, it's just a pity. Shook his head. I don't know what she will do with the imprint I left behind her back. 35 Locke's face showed a playful smile and said to himself, you little rascal, what do you think others can handle? You treat them like that, you definitely keep it. At this moment, the commander's elder sister, like a water snake, swam up from below and leaned against Locke's arms. Oh, how can you see that? Locke was interested in hugging the commander gently. According to his own thoughts, when he cleaned up Natasha Romanoff so much at the beginning, now she should hate herself completely, and she has the idea of killing herself. In this way, it is impossible for her to leave a mark behind her, because it is a great shame for her. But at this moment, listening to the meaning of the commander's elder sister, it seems that it is different from what he thinks. So, he was naturally curious. Because she is not an ordinary woman, she is a woman with a special physique like me, and I know her. Women like us greatly admire the strong and long to be conquered by the strong. But often women like us don't look down on the vast majority of men, and there are even fewer strong men who can enter our eyes. So once we are fortunate enough to meet, we will do whatever we can to get a relationship with it. So I can be sure that she will stay, because if it were me, I would do the same. 39. The commander's fingers moved gently on Locke's body, and he said with certainty. Locke only felt like there were ants crawling on his body, itchy. He gently hugged the commander's elder sister and said with a smile, I want to put a mark on your back as you said. Hearing this, the commander smiled slightly, tugged at the tips of his golden hair, and a faint fragrance wafted through his nostrils. The smooth and white back with no flaws was revealed in front of Locke's eyes. Come. 35. Master, if you think that the tattoo on the back is not enough, other places are also acceptable, you can choose. New York Center Street. Looking at the Kun-style fighter jet that suddenly landed in front of her eyes, Miss 2B smiled. Is this someone else trying to die? After all, the anti-gravity auxiliary robot suspended beside her directly aimed at the 2 Kun-style fighter jets. Once the 2 Kun-style fighter jets behaved abnormally, she would fire without hesitation and destroy them decisively. But at this moment, Natasha Romanoff hurriedly raised her hands towards her and said sincerely, Miss 2B, we have no ill intentions, this is a misunderstanding, I'm here to explain. 99. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Miss 2B's face showed a playful look. Did not speak. Her legs suddenly exerted force, and her whole body turned into an afterimage and rushed directly into the building in front of her. In front of the powerful and terrifying flash, the thick walls of the building were like paper, and they couldn't block Miss 2B at all, and they were directly smashed into pieces. In an instant, Miss 2B came to General Ross. At the moment, General Ross looked terrified and his eyes were full of disbelief. This woman is too terrifying. Even if she locates his hiding place in an instant, she even came to him with such a violent attitude. This is to scare him to death? Before he could react, the woman in front of him grabbed his neck, and the wind roared. He found himself flying backwards like a kite with a broken string, and finally hit Natasha Romanoff heavily. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and several ribs were broken. He is just an ordinary human being. How can he bear such a heavy fall? He didn't die on the spot, he was already considered strong. Before he could relax, a long sword flew out of the building at high speed, and then like a nail, it fell from the sky, pierced his shoulder heavily, and nailed it to the ground. Ah! Heart-piercing screams came from General Ross's mouth, his eyes were bloodshot, extremely miserable. Seeing such a scene, everyone around took a deep breath, and they felt that the long sword was nailed to their bodies. At this time, the beautiful woman who initiated the attack spread out the black mechanical wings behind her. It flew out of the building slowly and landed in front of General Ross and Natasha Romanoff. The calm look of the wind and the clouds formed a sharp contrast with the tense atmosphere around him. It felt as if she wasn't doing what was happening in front of her. Looking at the woman in front of him, a group of General Ross soldiers couldn't help but aim their weapons at Miss 2B. However, their hands were trembling, obviously, their hearts were full of fear. Ignoring the reaction of the group of soldiers around, Miss 2B quietly looked at Natasha Romanoff in front of her and said, "What you mean by misunderstanding is this guy?" 99. He raised his hand to hold the long sword that pierced through General Ross, and then slowly drew it out. Ah! The painful screams reappeared. You? 35. Seeing Miss 2B's brutal appearance, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but be shocked, and her eyes were full of horror. As expected of the goddess of slaughter that they judged as a SSS level threat, this method is perverted like the man behind her. Sorry, it's not a misunderstanding in my opinion. After seeing my strength, the guy who dares to be unfavorable to me, I can definitely think that he is provocative. Even if it is a provocateur, there is only one fate, and that is death. After all, Miss 2B's long sword will cut off General Ross's head. But what she didn't expect was that the seriously injured General Ross rolled out at this moment and rolled in front of a tube of green potion not far away. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the green medicine needle and stabbed it into his chest. In an instant, a scream resounded throughout the entire block from General Ross's mouth. At the same time, General Ross's body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a red monster with a height of more than 3 meters and muscles like a horned dragon appeared in front of everyone. The sudden scene shocked everyone. Suddenly, a group of soldiers who originally aimed their weapons at Miss 2B turned their direction in horror and aimed at the monster that suddenly appeared. The rapid change of position is admirable. Looking at General Ross who suddenly turned into a red giant in front of him, Miss Raushi 2B's face also showed an unexpected color. He remembered the green medicine needle that General Ross had just pierced into his chest, as if it had fallen from the abomination. She was in a hurry to kill abomination at the time, so she ignored what fell from him. Now I didn't expect to be accidentally picked up by General Ross and injected into his body by him. It seems that this thing should be the Hulk serum in the mouth of the young master. A scene suddenly appeared, which also surprised Locke at Rockefeller Hills. Red Giant? Because of my participation, did General Ross become the Red Giant earlier? From this point of view, there must be a lot of system points that I can get today. It's getting more and more interesting. Instead of worrying, Locke said with joy. Others may not know what the red monster that General Ross turned into is called, but as a transmigrator, Locke is very clear. This is the transformed form of General Thunderbolt, the Red Hulk, also known as the Red Hulk. The image is very similar to Hulk, except that Hulk is green and he is red. In addition, Red Hulk, like hate, does not have the ability of Hulk to become stronger due to anger, nor can he change back to human form. But even so, the Red Hulk in front of him is an existence that is not weaker than hatred at all. But how can this be? Not to mention not weaker than hatred, even if he is stronger than the Hulk who produced the Hulk serum, he doesn't care. Because he has absolute confidence in Miss 2B, whom he has transformed. In front of Miss 2B, they only have to be hanged and beaten. It's the same whether it's hateful or Red Hulk, or Hulk that doesn't hang. The previous battle has proved it, so naturally he will not take it to heart for the sudden appearance of Red Hulk. Is this the effect of Hulk serum? It's a powerful feeling. My injuries have already healed. No, Li Qianzhao, incredible. Feeling the change in his body, a sneer appeared on Hong Hulk's face. His eyes quickly moved to Miss 2B's body. I'm going to kill you, General Ross said murderously. Thinking of the scene of being humiliated by this woman just now, and looking at the wound he had just healed, a monstrous anger erupted in his heart. I was almost killed by this hateful woman in front of me. This hatred is inexorable, and now no matter who is standing behind her, he will kill him. Hearing what Hong Hulk said, a sneer appeared on Miss 2B's face. Is this floating? 55. It seems that you still haven't figured out your own position. Recognize the situation? As Miss 2B spoke, she slowly raised her long sword. But it doesn't matter, dead man, there's no need to figure it out either. The voice fell, and the figure of Miss 2B disappeared immediately. However, at that moment, Natasha Romanoff's face on one side was mixed with a touch of complexity in addition to the horrified color. Because when this terrifying woman crossed his side in front of him, her buttocks were slapped heavily, her strength was moderate, and it was almost the same as what the guy used back then. For a time, he suspected that Miss 2B in front of him was the damn little BD. Damn, can even this be the same? Miss 2B's movement speed has reached the point where it is difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Hong Hulk, and the long sword in his hand turned into a silver beam that became bigger and bigger in General Ross's eyes. However, what surprised 2B was that at this moment, he saw Red Hulk stomping on the ground with his big feet, and the whole concrete floor stood upright, blocking him in front of him, trying to block Miss 2B's attack. Seeing such a scene, Miss 2B was full of disdain and did not stop at all. The long sword, as always, easily pierced the slate. The sky-defying power continued to surge forward, and the entire stone slab smashed heavily on Hong Hulk's body, with the tip of the sword like a spear hitting Hong Hulk's body heavily. Puff. The tough red muscles were punctured instantly, blood spurted out, and under the heavy blow of the slate, Red Hulk's body flew upside down and smashed under the ruins. Miss 2B stood there, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. The cold and ruthless long sword, and the graceful figure of Eruo, outlines a beautiful and desolate picture of a lady picking a sword. You have made progress than the first two, and you know how to use foreign objects to resist, but you are still too weak? It's boring, he said lightly, his fingers as slender as green onions clenched and twisted, the sword sounded, and the figure disappeared. When Miss 2B appeared again, she was already over the Red Hulk, and then fell fiercely. Gothic-style black high-heeled shoes, with their mighty power, stomped through the slate pressing on Red Hulk during Roar's whistling, and smashed heavily on Red Hulk's abdomen. Ptwow! Blood and screams appeared at the same time. I saw that Hong Hulk, who had just said that he was going to kill Miss 2B, was now lying in the rubble like a dead dog. There was more air in and out less, and the body obviously suffered heavy damage. No hesitation, no respite for Red Hulk. The 603 longsword in his hand turned into an afterimage and slid across Red Hulk's neck, doing what he had to do for a long time. As the longsword slid across, the newly transformed Red Hulk received the lunch. It takes less than a minute to transform from the beginning to the end of the dog leash. The speed was so fast that the surrounding group of witnesses were dumbfounded and terrified. Miss 2B, who was in the ruins, raised her originally lowered head slightly, revealing her slender and white neck. The breeze is blowing, the hair is flying, and under the moonlight, it is like a silver-haired witch, and it is beautiful. The beautiful face with coldness turned slightly, and his eyes looked at the group of soldiers. As if afraid that Miss 2B's longsword would also point at them, So-Chi lowered her head and did not dare to look at her. The attitude is obvious, they are cowardly. Seeing this, Miss 2B had a disdainful smile on her face. Then, with sexy and enchanting steps, he walked leisurely in front of Natasha Romanoff. Now you can explain, if you think it is necessary? Hearing Miss 2B's words, a wry smile appeared on Natasha Romanoff's face. Her original purpose was to prevent this woman from clashing with the military represented by General Ross. And now that General Ross is dead, what she wants to say is meaningless. But although it doesn't make sense, the words still have to be brought to the fore. General Ross didn't know you were from Locke, that's why he dared to do that? So, if I'm not from Master Locke, I deserve it when he treats me like this. Miss 2B sneered. I didn't mean that, I just wanted to tell you that this was General Ross' personal behavior. Not the military is not the enemy of the Rockefellers, nor is S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff hesitation, and finally, BACP, decided to add an S.H.I.E.L.D. at the end. As the 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, how high-spirited she was before, and she would make fun of anyone who was unhappy. Now what? She felt like she was the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D apology team. During this period of time, I was either apologizing and admitting counsel, or on the way of apologizing and admitting counsel. This feeling is simple. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Miss 2B looked at her with a half-smile. Whether it is an enemy or not, it's useless to just talk about it, we will judge for ourselves. But today, for the sake of your S.H.I.E.L.D's good attitude, the rest of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, I can stay still, even if I give you a face. After all, Miss 2B put away the long sword in her hand and let it continue to float behind her. Give me face. Natasha Romanoff was stunned when she heard Miss 2B's words. She didn't expect the woman in front of her to say such a thing. What is he worth compared to the entire military and S.H.I.E.L.D? The woman in front of him would actually be willing to sell herself a face, which seemed unbelievable to him. At this moment, the woman suddenly walked to her side, and put her mouth to her ear. By the way, young master, let me ask you, is the tattoo on your lower back still there? Miss 2B's soft voice sounded like thunder in Natasha Romanoff's ears. Immediately, Natasha Romanoff froze in place, feeling overwhelmed. She never imagined that he would tell his subordinates about her private affairs with that little BD. For a while, she didn't know how to answer at all, and her face flushed red. Giggle, don't say anything, just keep it. It seems that the commander's sister is right. You are so wild. You are really a special woman, like your sister, you like that kind of tune, it's interesting. Hope you have a day of cooperation. 5. After all, I can't wait for Natasha Romanoff to respond to what the cooperation in Miss 2B's mouth means. Miss 2B jumped and flew straight into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the back of Miss 2B who disappeared in the blink of an eye, Natasha Romanoff clenched her fists and looked like she was gnashing her teeth. That little BD clearly promised me that as long as he came out, he would keep it a secret for me. He actually breached the contract, and I'm going to kill you? Imperial University. In a badly damaged laboratory, a man in a lab coat fell to the ground. There is a long wound on his forehead. At this moment, a green liquid dripped from the experiment and flowed into the wound on the man's forehead. With the inflow of green liquid, the man's head began to twist violently, and then swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, his head became as big as a basketball. A wicked smile appeared on his face, looking very strange. At this moment, Adetta footsteps approached slowly from outside. Who? The man frowned and looked out the door. Dr. Stern, we meet again. A pleasant voice sounded. Suddenly, a woman wearing a black gothic cloak appeared in front of him. This woman is none other than a female student named Tubi who entered his classroom as an auditor a few days ago. Tubi is just the name of Miss 2B's Dragon Kingdom. That's right, the woman who appears in front of Dr. Stern at this moment is not Miss 2B, who else could it be? After getting rid of Red Hulk, she started her second mission of the day. This task is simpler than the previous one. Find the Hulk serum, bring it back to Dr. Stern, and that's it. Because of its simplicity, Miss 2B will do this task last. Seeing Miss 2B in front of her, Dr. Stern's face showed a hint of surprise. At this point in time, my own female student should not appear here. Now that she has appeared, it can only show that this woman is not ordinary. His eyes swept across Miss 2B's body, and the strengthened brain started to work quickly. With a long sword on his back, there are filaments of blood on the edge of the sword, mud under his feet, his clothes are also stained with mud, and his body is also accompanied by a faint smell of blood. This is obviously the appearance of the fierce battle just ended, combined with the terrifying sound of explosions that I heard outside. It is likely that this woman was one of the participants, as his heightened sense of smell picked up a tinge of Hulk and abomination on the woman's body. And now the fighting outside has stopped, and then this woman appeared in front of him. Combining all the information together, his brain that had been strengthened immediately analyzed the general situation. Immediately, a terrifying conclusion appeared in his heart, and the woman in front of him was probably a more terrifying existence than Hate and Hulk. As for whether it is or not, it remains for him to continue to investigate further. Immediately, a powerful spiritual force spread out from his body, and then enveloped Miss 2B in front of him. But what he didn't expect was that he couldn't sense anything. You must know that his brain has been strengthened to the extreme, he has mental power unimaginable to ordinary people, and he can temporarily invade other people's brains. But at this moment, he can't feel anything about this woman, which is unbelievable. Before he could figure out what was going on, the woman in front of him smiled coldly. Immediately, the figure flashed out, grabbed his neck at an unimaginable speed, and pressed it against the wall behind him. The terrifying impact cracked the wall behind him. Although he has been strengthened by Hulk serum, but what he strengthens is his own brain, and the strength of his physical body is no different from that of ordinary people. At most it is a little stronger. How could he bear the collision with Sister 2B? And a mouthful of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. The brain is as big as a basketball, the intelligence is extremely high, even 1,000 times higher than that of ordinary people, and with the telepathy ability, the description of you by the young master is really not bad at all. But there is one more thing I need to add to you, and that is life and death. Take care of your spiritual power, and next time, I will send you directly to hell. Miss 2B pinched Dr. Stern's neck and said coldly, I know. Dr. Stern looked at the woman in front of him with a terrified expression, his body trembling, obviously frightened. The woman in front of him was, as he had analyzed, a more terrifying existence than Hulk and hatred. It's just why his telepathy ability fails, he really doesn't understand. He knew there that Miss 2B in front of her was not a real human being. Rather, it is a general-purpose combat robot. In this way, his telepathy ability is naturally invalid. After being put down by 2B, Dr. Sten gasped in fear, looking at Miss 2B with fearful eyes. The woman in front of her is definitely not something she can offend. At least not yet. It's just the real identity of this woman. Who is it? A huge question popped up in his mind. Ask for data. Seeming to see through his doubts, Miss 2B said lightly, all your doubts will be known to Master Locke. Master Locke. Hearing Miss 2B's words, Dr. Stern's face showed a hint of curiosity. Immediately, the smart brain worked quickly, combined with the strength of the woman in front of him, combined with some things that happened during this time. Immediately, he analyzed a remarkable answer. The young Master Locke mentioned by the woman in front of him is very likely to be the 14-year-old prince of the top Chable family of Rockefeller. The Rockefeller family, even a fool knows what a terrifying Chable family this is. Suddenly, when he looked at Miss 2B's eyes, his eyes lit up. The prince of a top Chable family sent such a terrifying guy to come looking for him. And it's still at this time, when my brain is receiving strengthening. Obviously this is not easy. While he was still thinking about it, the woman in front of him spoke again. Take all the remaining Hulk serum you have here, the young master wants to see you. Okay. His heart was full of excitement, and he agreed without the slightest hesitation. The key point was that he did not dare to refuse. Unless he wants to die, he can only follow the woman in front of him obediently now. As a biologist at Imperial University, he had always felt underappreciated and buried. Maxima did not encounter Bull's pain, which made his life better than death. It is precisely because of this that he has always wanted to make some achievements for the world to see. Dr. Stern is very powerful. That's why he is obsessed with studying Hulk serum. Now he not only succeeded, but also attracted the attention of the Rockefeller family. This can't help but give him a feeling that no one has asked him for 10 years, and he has become famous all over the world. A sense of accomplishment, a full sense of accomplishment made him feel extremely happy. After quickly packing up, he came to the front of Miss 2B. I have already packed up, all the materials are here, we can leave? 35 Dr. Stern said with a look of anticipation. Seeing his anxious look, Miss 2B was a little stunned. This guy doesn't seem to be nostalgic here at all, not afraid at all, on the contrary, he is looking forward to it, feeling that he is more anxious to see her young master than she is. Does this guy have any special hobbies? Does he also have ideas for the young master? 2B couldn't help thinking silently in his heart. If it really is what she thinks, then this guy must not stay, and must be removed immediately, and he must not let him poison his beloved young master. If Dr. Stern knew, it was because he was too cooperative. In this short period of time, Miss 2B in front of her had murderous intentions towards him, and she didn't know how she would feel. Probably will be wronged to death. What a special hobby. I'm just happy for someone to find me. I finally want to be famous all over the world. Glancing coldly at Dr. Stern in front of him, he suddenly felt that this big head was so annoying. As soon as his mind moved, the anti-gravity auxiliary robot suspended beside him immediately shot a hot flame towards the laboratory. Suddenly, the laboratory where Dr. Stern stayed for more than 10 years was swallowed up by the fire. Looking at the destroyed laboratory, Dr. Stern did not feel sorry for it, but was very excited. As the saying goes, the old does not go, and the new does not come. This means that he is reborn from the ashes, and his new life is about to begin. Not only that, but he looked curiously at the anti-gravity assistant robot beside Miss 2B, his eyes full of curiosity. His brain was strengthened by Hulk serum, not only his intelligence was rapidly improved. His thirst for knowledge is also far beyond ordinary people, and he is extremely curious about any unknown things, and he wants to understand its principles. Miss 2B, is the thing floating around you anti-gravity? Is it a drone? Dr. Stern, who couldn't help but be curious, asked. Yeah. Miss 2B nodded and said without interest. It's really amazing. Anti-gravity is a profound knowledge. I also wanted to study physics before, so that I can study anti-gravity. But I prefer biology, so I finally chose biology major. By the way, the manufacture of Hulk serum belongs to the category of biology. Dr. Stern seemed to have opened the chat box, and kept talking behind Miss 2B, the whole chatter. At this moment, Miss 2B is thinking about how to ask the young master for a reward when she goes home, and how can she be in the mood to listen to Dr. Stern BB. Listening to Dr. Stern's endless chatter behind him, a sense of irritability suddenly appeared, and a nameless fire came up. FKU uncle? 35. Miss 2B was so angry that she turned around and hit Dr. Stern hard in the face. What kind of strength is Miss 2B, although she has tried her best to control her strength? But with a slap, Dr. Stern's fan was still flying, and he spun 3.5 times off the ground and landed on the ground with a steady face. Rating, 9 points. 1 point less is for fear of Dr. Stern's pride. Dr. Stern, who was slapped in the face, immediately fainted, with a confused expression on his fainted face. Obviously, at the moment he was beaten, he didn't even know what heinous crime he had committed, and the woman in front of him was going to treat him like this. But he was afraid he would never know the answer. If you have to get to the bottom of the reason, it is because he is too ugly. For Miss 2B, only his handsome young master is qualified to chat with her. In this way, not only will she not be irritable, but she will also take the initiative to find topics and cater to each other. Just like helping the young master with homework, if the young master feels that speaking with her mouth is not enough, she will also use her body to demonstrate. After all, Locke is his most beloved young master, so he should teach by words and deeds. It's definitely better to take the initiative yourself. As for Dr. Stern, what kind of thing is he worthy of chatting with himself? The key point is that at this time, Miss 2B is thinking about the issue of rewards, and she is even less in the mood. Today, she completed a total of 2 tasks and deserved to be rewarded twice. And because one more Red Hulk was killed, she thought it would be no problem for her to ask for one more reward. So, going back today is a total of 3 rewards. What clothes should I wear to receive the 3 awards? Professional OL, teacher outfit, nurse outfit, or something else? It's so nerve-wracking. Standing beside Dr. Stern who had passed out, Miss 2B muttered to herself with a tangled face, completely ignoring Dr. Stern on the ground. In the end, she finally decided on the clothes to receive the award, and a charming smile appeared on her face. Glancing at Dr. Stern on the ground, he grabbed his feet in disgust. Take a leap, fly into the sky, and then head towards the Rockefeller Manor at a high speed. Dr. Stern woke up once in midair, but before he could scream, he was knocked unconscious by 2B's slap. 0 for flowers. I didn't wake up until I got back to Rockefeller Manor. Rockefeller Manor. Locke looked at Dr. Stern who was swollen like a pig's head with sympathy. His head had already been mutated into a basketball by the Hulk serum. Now she was slapped twice by Miss 2B, her whole face was swollen, and she looked even more round, which was very funny. Shaking his head, Locke's eyes moved to Miss 2B. This is how you treat our future new partners. Who made him talk so much nonsense and talk to me about physics and biology? Is this what he can talk about? I only want to talk to you, master. Miss 2B pouted. Do you understand the physics and biology of a hammer? Locke said, looking at Miss 2B speechlessly. Young master, don't you look down on people, I really understand. For example, the interaction of forces mentioned in physics, master, the more force you use, the more force I will bounce back. Also in biology, there is a question about the time law of biological estrus. And there's 0. Your uncle, stop now. Is this what you can say? You are a girl, what are you thinking about? Locke was speechless, and hurriedly stopped 2B who wanted to continue. He was afraid that if 2B said it again, he would faint out of anger, and what kind of thing had he built? Looking at Master Locke and Sister 2B, who were like unjust lovers, the commander beside him covered his mouth and laughed lightly, then brought 2 cups of healthy fruit tea to them. Wow, it's Master's favorite fruit tea. Master, you can drink more. Miss 2B raised her eyebrows looking at Locke. When is your favorite time to drink this healthy wolfberry tea? His thoughts turned, and he suddenly thought of that dark and windy night. That's all, this tea is really good. It mainly protects the body and waist, which is very suitable for him now. Wake him up. Locke glanced at Dr. Stern on the ground and said, yes. Upon hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B directly poured the fruit tea in her hand onto Dr. Stern's face. Suddenly, Dr. Stern, who was still fainting, moved slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, and seeing Miss 2B standing in front of him, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Obviously, Miss 2B's 2 slaps just now left a lot of psychological shadows on him. You're a ghost, don't hurry up and shut up when you see my young master. This time, Miss 2B did not continue to stun Dr. Stern. Instead, he picked him up and made him stand straight in front of Locke. That's how Locke's first meeting with Dr. Stern began. Not being as rude as Miss 2B, Locke smiled lightly and gestured to the sofa beside him. Seeing this, Dr. Stan, who was still a little confused, immediately sat down obediently. Because he was strengthened by the sensitive inducing, he sensed the man in front of him in an instant, and he was an existence that was no less dangerous than that woman. And the sense of threat that woman gave him came from her terrifying fighting power. But the young man in front of him was completely different. It was a threat to him from the depths of his soul. This is a deeper horror? Don't think about this guy, he should be Master Locke in women's mouth? Nah. Dr. Stern, when we meet for the first time, let me introduce myself first. My name is Locke. Locke smiled and sat down opposite Dr. Stern. One leg rests lightly on the other leg, and both hands are flat on the sofa, sitting slightly lazily. Generally, this sitting position occurs only when it is extremely secure and relaxed. Looking at her slightly raised calf, Miss 2B immediately knelt down beside Locke and tapped lightly with both hands. Behind Locke, the commander's elder sister's hands did not stop, dancing on Locke's shoulders as usual. Obviously, Locke is very relaxed at the moment, at least compared to Dr. Stern, who was sitting in front of him. Dr. Stern's eyes were full of envy when he looked at Locke, who was served by two stunning beauties, Miss 2B and the commander. Isn't this kind of happiness what all men dream of? But other men can only think about it in dreams, but 14-year-old Locke has already realized it. If so, how could he not be envious? Seemingly seeing the envy of Dr. Stern, Locke waved to Miss 2B and Sister Commander. Immediately, the two of them understood, very obediently stopped their movements, and stepped aside. The purpose of looking for you, you must have already guessed it, so I won't repeat it because of 603. Just to say, I'm here for food and lodging, a place to study and everything you need. And you just need to give me the research results, and then I will make you famous. Is there a problem? Locke said blankly looking at Dr. Stern in front of him. In his plans, Dr. Stern was the guy he had to keep in his pocket. Because this guy has a great title in the future, called the Big Boss, and is a villain with an extremely good IQ. In terms of IQ alone, even Tony Stark can't compare to it. Such a high IQ criminal once gave Marvel's superhero a headache. And the more the guy who gave superhero a headache, the more interested Locke was, because it also showed his strength. His subordinates do not raise waste, and Dr. Stern just meets this condition. If he joins, many of his later scientific research can be handed over to Dr. Stern, and his hands-off shopkeeper can be more relaxed. This is his purpose, very simple and direct. However, this kind of high IQ character is a double-edged sword. If you use it well, you will benefit greatly. If you don't use it properly, it will become a time bomb buried around you. There is a risk of explosion at any time, so he needs to establish a complete monitoring system for it. Definitely, this is what needs to be done after Dr. Stern agrees to join. If he does not agree, there is only one word waiting for him, death. Looking at the 14-year-old genius boy in front of him, a touch of hesitation appeared on Dr. Stern's face. The smart brain quickly analyzed the pros and cons, and after a while, as if he had figured it out, he nodded. No problem, I'm willing to join. Very good. Locke smiled with satisfaction, and gave a wink to the commander's elder sister beside him. The commander's elder sister gestured, nodded, and placed a ring-like thing in front of Dr. Stern with ease. In my place, you only need to do your duty to do scientific research. I don't want to see your telepathy ability appear here. This stuff will keep your telepathy ability from overflowing, so bring it on. It's good for everyone. Locke said meaningfully looking at Dr. Stern. Hearing Locke's words, Dr. Stern showed a wry smile, although he had already guessed that the young man in front of him was not simple. But when he saw the ring in front of him, he was still shocked. Even the equipment to restrain himself has been prepared in advance, and it seems that he cannot escape from the palm of the young man in front of him. But it's okay, let's take one step at a time, thinking too much is not his style. And he is really only interested in scientific research. If this guy in front of him can really provide him with a perfect place, so that he can be completely silent in scientific research, he himself would not want to leave, because for him, this is heaven. He was very obedient and put the ring on. It was very light and had no burden at all. He tried to use the telepathy ability, and sure enough, the ability was imprisoned. He couldn't help but wonder to himself that he was able to create such a high-tech thing. Obviously, the young master in front of him has far surpassed him in the field of science and technology. This can't help but make him have the idea of staying. With such a talented young master as the boss, he himself may be able to grow faster. Lao Mo was called in. Master, are you looking for me? Lao Mo stood in front of Locke respectfully and asked curiously. Locke nodded and said, this is a new member of our team, Dr. Stern. You will take him to our new base tomorrow, and you can leave him to handle some scientific and technological research matters. By the way, any information about him from the outside world will be dealt with by him. Understood. Lao Mo nodded and left with the big boss. After getting the big boss, Locke's eyes couldn't help moving to the Hulk serum on the table. Half of the reason he was struggling so much was because of the bottles of green Hulk serum in front of him. The effect of this thing is more powerful than the genuine super soldier potion. The upper limit is beyond the enhanced super soldier serum created by Locke. It's just that the side effects are too great. After injection, there is a very high chance that the body will mutate and become a hideous monster. This has been verified by Abomination, Red Hulk, Dr. Stern. All injectors were physically mutated and turned into ugly monsters. Although Locke wanted to continue strengthening his own body, if the price was to become an ugly monster, he would definitely not be able to accept it. Let alone him, his two wives-to-be and the commander probably couldn't accept it either. So he needs to improve the Hulk serum to achieve his ideal state. With this thought, Locke's consciousness entered the system directly. Host, Locke. Technology World, Neil Mechanical Age. Points 60. He was rewarded with 60 points by the system for participating in the big event of the Hulk vs. Abomination. Not a lot of points, but not a lot. 100 points can draw a technology world, which means that as long as there is another big event, he can draw another lottery. But this time Locke entered the system not to draw a lottery, but to do strengthening analysis. As mentioned before, the function of the system integral is not as simple as he imagined. In addition to the points used to extract a new technological world or a single technological knowledge, it can also be directly exchanged for the world of science and technology, or a single technology knowledge, but the points required for direct exchange are astronomical. 0. It is almost impossible for Locke to use this function, except for the above. In fact, there is another function, which is to carry out strengthening analysis on the existing scientific and technological products, and then give a strengthening plan. Definitely, the system cannot directly strengthen the existing world science and technology products, but can only give direction and ideas, provide theoretical basis, and provide reference for the host. Whether the strengthening can be successful depends on the host's own efforts. It has to be said that this system is completely a learning hegemony system, which is to force the host to constantly study and research, and then grow into a technological hegemon. However, Locke has long been used to this. Although he cannot strengthen directly, it is good to be able to give a strengthening plan. This kind of feeling is like when you encounter problems when you are doing questions, and then there is a teacher around to give guidance. It is the same reason. Although it won't tell you the answer directly, but can tell you the idea, this is the same as telling the answer to the scholar. And it really does make progress faster. Whether to carry out strengthening analysis. The required points are 50 points? Yes. Looking at the system's prompt, Locke shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 60 points he just rewarded went straight back to before liberation. But if you can get a satisfactory reinforcement plan, it's not bad. Strengthening analysis is in progress. The existing scientific and technological product, Hulk serum. Evaluation, C-level scientific and technological products. Effect, greatly strengthens the body ability, but the side effects are obvious. The body mutation rate is 90%, and the transformation uncontrollable rate is 100%. Optimal strengthening direction, to upgrade to B+ level technology. Strengthening Scheme 1, the way of stability, sacrificing the strengthening effect, reducing the mutation rate to 10%, assessment, C-level scientific and technological level. Strengthening Scheme 2, the way of the mean, reduce the strengthening effect to 50%, reduce the body mutation rate to 50%, and transform the uncontrollable rate to 100%. Assessment, B-level technology level. Strengthening Plan 3, the way of madness, madness potion, the strengthening effect is increased by 1000%, the body mutation rate is increased to 100%, but the transformation control rate is 100%. Assessment, B+ level technology level. Looking at the three strengthening schemes given by the system, Locke was stunned. There are actually 2.1, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, and people with different personalities make personalized choices. The way of stability, although it will not mutate in shape, but reduces the strengthening effect, which is equivalent to no effect for me who injected the enhanced super soldier serum. The way of the mean may improve me, but there is still a chance of body mutation. Once it changes, it means a big loss. So, the only one that suits me is the last one, B+ level technology level, Mad God Potion. The strengthening effect is increased by 10 times, but there will be physical changes, but the transformation is controllable. You can change if you want, and you can restore your human form. You don't need to choose, it's just a potion of madness. Locke muttered to himself, and he already had a decision in his heart. The strengthening plan, choose Plan 3, the Mad God medicine. Because only this medicine can help him. As for the body mutation, he can control it himself anyway. If it's too ugly, you can choose not to change yourself. That's not a problem anymore. With this idea in mind, Locke immediately exchanged the theoretical basis for strengthening Scheme 3, and immediately entered the experimental base to start his latest round of research. I believe that it won't be long before a more powerful Locke will appear. In half a month, relying on the theoretical basis provided by the system, it took Locke a full half a month to create the Mad God potion he wanted. The main reason why it took so long is that the materials needed for strengthening Hulk serum are too rare. Some substances do not exist on Earth at all, but need to be found in outer space. Rao is a family like Locke, and in the end he only found a little bit. That extremely rare element was extracted from a space meteorite that fell to Earth many years ago, so even Locke is currently only enough to build once. At the beginning, he had to give up his plan to mass-produce this potion. The bottle of Mad God potion in front of him at this moment is the only exclusive edition provided to him. Master, this is the Mad God potion that you spent tens of billions and half a month to create? The commander's elder sister looked curiously at the bottle of golden yellow medicine in front of her, her eyes wandering, full of doubts. This thing looks very different from the previous Hulk serum. but whether it can really achieve the kind of effect that Locke said, she is skeptical. After all, Master Locke said that the strengthening effect of this thing can be 10 times stronger than Hulk serum. If this is true, then once the strengthening is successful, the realm that her young master's physical strength can reach will be unimaginable. It may be an exaggeration to say that the body is sanctified, but it can definitely make it the pinnacle of the pyramids of this planet's biological chain. If it really reaches that point, isn't that the young master's waist strength? Thinking of this, her face couldn't help but get hot, and there was a faint expectation in her heart. Maybe it's time for your body to get strengthening 10, or you may not be able to achieve a perfect fit. The commander's eldest sister thought so. Crazy god potion? How crazy? At this moment, Miss 2B came to Locke's side with enchanting steps and smiled charmingly. I don't know, but once this thing is injected, my body will definitely mutate, and it may become a terrifying monster, Locke said with some hesitation. Although the system has clearly told him that the transformation of the Mad God potion is controllable, but when he really planned to inject it into his body, he was still a little worried. After all, no one wants to be a monster, but you can't have both, and Locke is very clear about this. What? It will definitely mutate. Young master, are you saying that after the injection of the Mad God's potion, you will also become an ugly monster like Hulk? Hearing Locke's words, the faces of Miss 2B and the commander's sister showed surprise. Obviously, they didn't know this before. This is also what Locke didn't say on purpose. He knew very well what his two wives thought. If he had told them in advance that he would not live in peace in the past half-month, they would definitely stop him. Because according to the robot code regulations, they must be solely responsible for their own safety. He can't let himself be threatened in any way, not even by himself. However, Locke has secretly rewritten the rule in the past few days, adding a new rule with the most power. That is, all rules and regulations can be terminated or opened by the creator at any time. That is to say, from today onwards, what he said was the biggest. He said it would be fine, even if it was the basic rules and regulations, it had to fall behind. In this way, he had a showdown with his two wives. Yes, 100% will mutate, but the state of transformation can be controlled at will, so you two don't have to worry too much. Locke nodded and said, even if it's controllable, it's still too dangerous. What if you don't look like a human being? The commander's elder sister said firmly. That's right, young master, if you become impersonal, what will you do with your homework? What about me and the commander's sister? We must protect your body from any threat. I beg you not to do this, or we will be rude. Miss 2B also said with a serious face. Hearing the concern of the two file-size wives, Locke nodded very usefully. As expected of the robot wife I built myself, she just cares about people, but now the arrow is on the line and I have to send it. Temporarily abolish the robot guidelines, the two of you can now dispense with them. The Mad God potion was carefully developed by myself, and I have absolute confidence, so you two don't have to worry. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I change into an inhuman form in the end, as long as I don't change my form, it's fine. But I personally feel that I should not be so unlucky. What if the direction of the mutation is good? Wouldn't it be beautiful to become bigger and stronger? At that time, not only will I benefit, but you two ladies will directly benefit from it. How? When I say this, are you excited? Locke raised his eyebrows and said mockingly. Hearing Locke's words, the faces of Miss 2B and the commander immediately turned extremely red. Young master, what are you talking about? Do you think we look like that kind of woman? The commander's elder sister blushed and said in a sullen voice. You two are too embarrassed to use interrogative sentences? Are you embarrassed to use the word like? Think about last night. 35 Locke glanced at the commander's elder sister and said. Hearing Locke's words, the commander's elder sister bowed her head in embarrassment and said nothing. On the other hand, Miss 2B had a look of anticipation in her beautiful eyes, looking straight at Locke. Master, is it true? After the injection, what will really change? You didn't say just now that you must protect my body from any threat to young master. Otherwise, you will be rude to me. Why don't you tell me now? Locke looked at Miss 2B speechlessly. Didn't you temporarily cancel the rules and regulations yourself? Blame me? Besides, young master, didn't you say that you have absolute confidence? I believe you will mutate in a good direction. Come on. Miss 2B clenched her fists and looked like she was cheering. Add your sister's oil. As long as the young master can succeed, I can add any amount of my sister's oil you want. Hearing Miss 2B's words, Locke was unable to complain. What kind of thing have you built yourself? 2B is really helpless? Without further bickering with 2B, Locke turned his gaze to the Mad God potion in front of him. He picked it up gently, took a deep breath, and walked into the experimental cabin. Then, without hesitation, he plunged it into his left arm. With the injection of a whole tube of medicine, Locke's complexion suddenly changed, becoming abnormally hideous. Looking at Locke, whose complexion suddenly changed in pain, Miss 2B and the commander's elder sister looked at the physical sign monitor on the experimental cabin with worry. Although Miss 2B said that, it was just her joke. When she really saw that Locke poured the madness potion into her body without hesitation, her heart was still completely twitched, and it was about to reach her throat. The elder sister of the commander on one side also felt the same way. Locke, as their creator, their only love, they didn't want Locke to have an accident anyway. The vital signs system is being dynamically monitored in real time. The subject's vital signs fluctuated dramatically, and the body temperature rose rapidly, 37 degrees, 50 degrees, 1000 degrees, 2000 degrees, 3000 degrees. Warning, warning, the subject's body temperature is too high, and the energy load of the superalloy experimental cabin has been exceeded, and the experimental cabin is melting. Please evacuate the surrounding life immediately, evacuate immediately. The sudden warning message from the experimental cabin immediately shocked Miss 2B and Miss Commander. They never imagined that Locke's body temperature would soar to such a level after the injection of the Mad God potion. More than 3000 degrees, it is still constantly rising. What is the concept of a high temperature of 3000 degrees? You must know that the temperature of the surface of the sun is only 5500 degrees. That is to say, in an instant, their young master Locke may explode with a temperature no less than the surface of the sun. Fortunately, he is in a high temperature resistant experimental cabin at the moment. If he is outside, the entire experimental base where 603 is located will be vaporized and turned into ruins in an instant. And the two of them will definitely not have a good end, and the slag that will also be burned will not be left. What a terrifying temperature. What has the young master mutated into? How can such a terrifying temperature be released? Miss 2B covered her entire body with vibranium armor and turned on the phase transfer energy barrier. She was shocked while flying backwards at a very high speed. Although the commander's eldest sister did not have the vibranium armor, she also opened the protective shield and quickly escaped from here. However, the things they were worried about did not appear. At this moment, the temperature that had been rising rapidly dropped again. The body temperature began to drop, returned to normal, the mutation was completed, the strengthening was completed, and the strengthening rate was 1000%. A series of electronic alarms sounded continuously in the laboratory, and finally, the strengthening was successfully completed with a strengthening rate of 1000%. When the last electronic alarm was over, the entire laboratory fell into silence, and both Miss 2B and the commander could hear their heartbeats. Their eyes were fixed on the experimental warehouse. At this moment, the severely shapeshifted iron door of the experimental cabin, which had been melted by the high temperature, was blasted open from the inside with a bang. Immediately, a handsome man with a naked body, more than 2 meters tall, and his hair fluttering like flames appeared in front of Miss 2B and the commander. This man is none other than Locke, who has been extremely strengthened by the madness potion. At the moment, Locke's height has soared to 2 meters, but his muscles are still streamlined. Although it looks much stronger than before, it still feels full of beauty. Now his image has the evil charm of Yoshinin, and the violent domineering of Kaiba Yakai. Obviously, his mutation direction is really good. Is this the Mad God? What a crazy feeling! Locke clenched his fists, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Ask for flower evaluation and monthly pass, thank you. Reward report comments. Looking at Locke, who had a completely different image, Miss 2B and Big Commander both looked suspicious and approached slowly from a distance. The fiery red hair seems to have lost gravity, dancing upwards, with a tall body of more than 2 meters, strong arms, and 8 streamlined muscles in the abdomen. Immediately, Miss 2B and Big Sister Commander breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and their hearts were shocked. Is this the young master who has been strengthened by the Mad God's potion? This is too scary. Master, how do you feel? Miss 2B looked away with difficulty, and then landed on Locke's stern face. One word, cool. Locke smiled lightly, clenched his fists tightly again, roared loudly, and the air exploded in his palms. Right now, he really felt that a punch could shatter a mountain, and the strength was beyond his own ability to measure. But it is definitely several times stronger than the regular Hulk, and even in the face of the open Hulk, it is estimated that it can match it. For him, Hulk has become a unit of measurement, and it has no other use. Applying the power division of the Marvel world, even if the current Locke has not reached the level Godfather, he is already very close. After all, his current body is a monster that can easily release a high temperature of 6000 degrees. Yes, the Mad God potion not only strengthened his physical body, but also mutated his cells. Thus, it has the terrifying ability to release the temperature exceeding the surface of the sun. Today, he is already an uncompromising god to humans. But if he was placed in the vast Marvel universe, this ability would be nothing. Not to mention the vast universe, just on this planet alone, there are peerless powerhouses such as Ancient One, a level Godfather. On a slightly larger scale, among the Asgards of the 9 realms, the God King Odin was enough to threaten him with huge amounts of money. After all, that is a veritable God King, and his power of Odin can be converted into any form and used. You can temporarily enhance your physical attributes to reach the full level, or endow living or non-living forms with various super abilities. It can also emit energy, alter reality, create or resurrect life, decompose or repair objects, open dimensional channels, cast spells and blessings, and more. Combining all these, it is enough to see how terrifying the Odin of level Godfather is. It is no wonder that while Odin was still alive, Comrade Thanos, the director of the Family Planning Office, had to retreat. Because Rao is Thanos when he meets Odin, he will also be hammered out of shit. Therefore, the current Locke said that it is strong, but it has not yet reached the point where it is arrogant. His road to becoming stronger still has a long way to go. However, although it can't be compared with the super strong of level Godfather, if it is only placed on this planet, As long as the Ancient One doesn't come out, then he is the only existence standing at the top of the human pyramids. Master, what happened to the terrifying high temperature just now? Is it also caused by your mutation? The commander's elder sister looked at Locke curiously and said. Like Miss 2B, her eyes are also very difficult to look away from the unspeakable. Is this what you're talking about? Locke raised his finger, and a fiery red energy condensed at his fingertips. This energy looks like a flame but is not a flame. It cannot be described by a special adjective. It can only be said to be a hot energy that is far more terrifying than a flame. Looking at the terrifying energy of Locke's fingertips, Miss 2B and Commander took a step back subconsciously. Although the high-temperature energy was only the size of a fingernail, the terrifying heat released still burned their clothes in an instant. The two slapped the clothes on their bodies in horror, but it was still a step too late, and the clothes on their bodies turned into ashes and disappeared. If their bodies had not gone through strengthening, they would have burned at this moment. Was Locke controlling the temperature of the energy within a certain range, or did the two of them have to turn on the phase shift energy shield to resist? However, the energy cover is transparent. It can block the invasion of high-temperature energy, but it cannot block the beautiful style of the two of them. Suddenly, the infinitely beautiful scenery was exposed under Locke's eyes. Just hear the sound of King. Miss 2B and the commander took a deep breath again, their faces full of horror. Master, promise me, please don't transform unless necessary. The commander's elder sister's face was flushed, like a charcoal fire. Yeah, young master, hurry up and take your supernatural powers? Change back to a normal person? Miss 2B also said with a hot face, her face no longer expected, but full of fear. Seeing how frightened the two ladies were, Locke smiled. With a wave of his hand, the high-temperature energy in his hand directly hit the experimental cabin behind him. The experimental cabin that can withstand thousands of degrees of high-temperature baking cannot help but be easily penetrated by Locke's extreme high-temperature energy at this moment, leaving a hole with a thick thumb. Seeing such a scene, Miss 2B and the commander were shocked again. If such an attack were to hit them, even if the energy barrier is turned on, it is estimated that it will be difficult to resist. For Locke at the moment, they can only use one word to describe it. That is pervert. Either way, it's the same. Hearing the words of the two ladies, Locke did not retreat. Instead, he removed his ability to control high-temperature energy, and then looked at Miss 2B with a smile. Why, are you afraid? Didn't you just say that you wanted me to become stronger, and now I have become stronger? But you are afraid, my robot wife, you have disappointed me, Locke said with a half-smile. Hearing Locke's words, Miss 2B's face was filled with helplessness, and she gave Locke a speechless look. I secretly thought in my heart that this young lady wants you to become stronger, not a pervert. Now that you look like this, everyone will be afraid. Master, compared to your disappointment, I don't want to die, so please forgive me. I'm really convinced, and I'm convinced, Miss 2B said for the first time. However, Locke smiled and joked, I haven't played before, how do you know if you're real or fake? What? Master, I don't think it's necessary. I admit defeat? Really? Miss 2B said in horror. I mean, let you punch at me. I want to confirm how strong I am. Locke squeezed his fist and looked at Miss 2B with a playful expression. Remember to use all your strength, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be unhappy, Locke explained. Use all your strength? Young master, are you serious? Although you are indeed terrifying after your transformation, Miss Ben's strength is no joke, Miss 2B said confidently. Hehe, let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. 35. Do you want to fight? I'm happy to accompany you, Miss 2B said. Her figure flashed, and she appeared directly in front of Locke. The black fist wrapped in the vibranium armor swept the terrifying wind towards Locke. Seeing this, Locke smiled lightly, raised his right hand quickly, and actually held Miss 2B's fist directly. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a terrifying explosion sounded from the collision between the fist and the palm. The wind blew against his face, rattling his red hair. But Locke stood motionless, and this scene seemed familiar. Wasn't that the case when hatred attacked her in the first place? How can that be? Could it be that the strength gap between yourself and the young master has been so widened now? You said that you have used all your strength. With such power as you, did you not eat? 35. Locke looked at 2B's wife lightly and said, with joking and ridicule. How could Miss 2B ever suffer such humiliation? Her body twisted in midair, her beautiful legs as white as jade continued to kick heavily towards Locke. But the result was still the same, and it was easily caught by Locke. I saw the other hand quickly crossed Miss 2B's jade legs, came to the mountain, and took pictures. Crack, sounded, along with the charming scream of Miss 2B. 35. Master, if you don't fight like this, you're a rogue? Covering the slap print, Miss 2B looked at Locke with shame and anger, tears rolling in her eyes. Seeing this, Locke could not laugh or cry. It's over, it's time to play. Made Miss 2B cry? He knew that Miss 2B was deliberately letting him go just now, so he didn't have full firepower himself. But even so, the strength of his slap is quite terrifying. Fortunately, the person he shot is Miss 2B, who is equipped with a permanent energy furnace. If it were anyone else, this would probably fall apart. But this short fight has already let him know how strong he is. Wang's good code after he transforms, Miss 2B should not be his opponent. As for how many 2B sisters can be defeated, it's hard to say. Now is not the time to think about it. After all, I made my robot wife cry. He's a husband who has to be coaxed no matter what. Immediately faded out of the transformation state. Locke returned to his normal appearance, his body and appearance were almost perfect and impeccable. She walked to Miss 2B with a tender smile on her face, raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Okay, I'm joking with you? Such a big man, crying and crying, in what manner? Come and laugh? 35. Locke smiled and stroked Miss 2B's pretty face, and then gave Miss 2B a smile with his hand. Suddenly, Miss 2B pouted, sucked her high nose, and said coquettishly, I hate it, how can you beat people like this, it hurts a lot, okay? I'm not the commander's sister, I like that kind of tune. Hehe, good, I know, from now on I will only hit commander's sister, I will never hit you, okay? At this time, the commander's sister walked in front of the two with an elegant catwalk. Looking at Locke with all kinds of style, her slender neck was slightly raised, and her long golden hair fell like a waterfall, falling on her lower waist. The body pulled out a charming curve, looked at Locke, and said softly, come on, hit. In the dark night, the bear country is freezing, the temperature is close to -20 degrees. In this extreme cold weather, sipping vodka slowly around the fire is the best choice. In a dilapidated house in the slum, a burly man with a muscular horned dragon was drinking vodka. Beside his desk is a simple workbench on which various mechanical components are densely placed, giving it a cyberpunk feel. News clippings about Iron Man hang on the wall next to the workbench. People who didn't know thought the rough man was a Tony Stark fan. But that's not the case. There was news about Tony Stark on the TV not far away. Actually, I am Iron Man. On the TV screen, Tony Stark looked at the camera with a pretentious expression and said, seeing such a scene, the man's eyes were full of hatred. The vodka bottle in his hand flew straight out and hit the TV heavily. There was a bang, the TV exploded, and shards of glass were scattered all over the place, as if foreshadowing Tony Stark's end. I will kill you, the man said fiercely, his eyes full of bloodthirsty killing intent. At this moment, the door knocked, and the man's face showed a hint of curiosity. On this big night, it was freezing cold again, who would come to find 603 himself, a poor BD? Go to the door and look out through the cat's eyes. Just as his eyes approached the cat's eyes, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Even though his half-drunk body was still extremely agile, he quickly retreated towards the rear. At this moment, a fist with black gloves smashed the man's door with a bang, revealing the face of a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Mr. Ivan Vank, you are indeed here? 35. The middle-aged man outside the door said with a faint smile, and with a slight push, the broken door opened. Who are you? Looking at the guy in front of him who broke into his room without permission, Ivan Vank's face was full of doubts and anger. My door is broken, I have to spend money to fix it tomorrow, but I still have extra money in my pocket. Damn this man! Raising his hand to hold a hammer on the workbench, a ruthless expression appeared on his face. Dare to break into his own place, no matter who he is, he will send it to hell. Watching him pick up the hammer, the man with glasses on the opposite side raised his hand to him with a smile. There was an additional business card in his hand, and with a slight wave, the business card landed on Ivan Vank's workbench. While the man pulled a chair and sat down, he took out a box of expensive cigarettes from his pocket. With a calm face, he pulled out one, stuffed it into his mouth, and ignited it quickly. In fact, he had quit smoking for a long time before that. The main reason was that his primary doctor told him that he was no longer fit to smoke if he didn't want to die early. He definitely doesn't want to die early, life is wonderful, but there is still a lot to do. But sometimes God's will is hard to resist, and the more you don't want it, the more it wants to get you. There was nothing he could do about it. But since a month ago, he took the mysterious potion that Master Locke threw to him. All this has changed, his body has become younger again, and the original underlying diseases have all disappeared. Not only that, his body is as strong as a bull, even when he was young, he couldn't compare to him. Now every night, a hot blonde girl sleeps beside his bed. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep at all when he was so energetic. Yes, this man with glasses is none other. It is Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Industries, which was wholly owned by Locke. And the man holding the hammer at this moment is the scientist of Bike-Sighing Kingdom, Ivan Vank, whom Locke sent him to look for. Ivan Vank's name may be unfamiliar to everyone. But when it comes to the Iron Man 2 event, we have to mention Wupo, and Ivan Vank is the real name of Wupo. However, there is no such person yet, and now there is only Ivan Vank in front of him. Ivan Vank is a technical genius. His father is Anton Vank. Years ago, he was exiled by Tony Stark's father, Howard Back de Stark, because he wanted to use Tesseract for ill-gotten gains. After Anton died of hatred, Ivan Vank, his son, vowed to bring down the Stark family and kill Tony Stark to avenge his father. He is the only person other than Tony Stark who knows arc reactor technology. Not only that, but relying on his smart brain, he also increased the speed of the boat reactor, allowing it to release more powerful power. Among Tony Stark's many enemies, he is a villain with both strength and mind. Introduce myself, my name is Justin Hammer, head of Hammer Industries. It is also one of Master Locke's subordinates. The purpose of coming to you is very simple, that is, to take you out of here to see the young master. By the way, the one on the table is the arc reactor you made. Justin swallowed the clouds, his eyes locked on a glowing ring on the workbench, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Before taking this task, His young master Locke had already mentioned the information about this Ivan Vank to him. Among them is the guy in front of him, who can independently manufacture the small arc reactor of Stark Industries. When he heard Locke's words, his first reaction was disbelief. After all, arc reactor is the core technology of Stark Industry, and it is the top priority, especially now that the Stark Industry has begun to develop towards clean energy. The arc reactor technology is the treasure of the Stark Industry. In this case, how could they possibly leak it out and let outsiders know about it? But at this moment when he really saw a small arc reactor in this small room, his heart could not help but set off a huge wave. As expected of the young master, what he said was actually correct. This is simply incredible. Master Locke? Who is it? Ivan Vank asked curiously. You'll know when you go there. 35 Hammer didn't answer directly, and sold it off. What if I say no? Ivan Vank held the palm of the hammer and couldn't help but tighten it. Hehe, I don't think you have any reason to refuse. Look at your poor place. Are you willing to live? If you promise to come with me, you will not only be able to live in a good house, I can also give you a chance to get revenge on Tony Stark, and you can kill that bully king. Hearing Justin's words, Ivan Vank was stunned for a moment, and the hammer that was about to be smashed continued to stay in his hands. Really? Ignoring Ivan Vank's question, Justin pressed the cigarette butt in his hand directly on the table. Get up and walk towards the door. Take your dem parrot, my helicopter is waiting outside. 99. Hearing Hanmer's words, Ivan Vank was shocked. How could this guy even know this? But now is not the time to be shocked, looking at Hammer who is leaving quickly. After hesitation, he finally chose to keep up. He took the small arc reactor that had been built and his parrot, and he went out to Rockefeller Manor at night. In the study, as usual, Locke sat quietly at the desk alone, writing something quietly. The rustling sound came from the friction between the pen and the paper, which made Locke feel extra comfortable, and his heart was like still water. On the notebook in front of him is still his plan for this period of time. Plan 1, Hulk Serum, Abomination, Blue, Dr. Plan 2, Unmanned Mechanical Armor, Ivan Vank, New Elements. Plan 3, True, Adamantium Recipe. Plan 4, Build an army of millions of anti-gravity auxiliary robots. Plan 5, Get a lot of vibranium, necessary to hack Wakanda. Plan 6, Continued expansion of Yoba's forces. A2. Yoba Correspondent 60, Yoba Correspondent 210, The Red-Haired Twins, made by Deborah and Popolo. In Locke's notebook, a dozen plans were listed. The ultimate goal of each plan is to continuously increase Locke's power. I am very satisfied and put a tick on the back of Plan 1, which means the plan is executed perfectly. Plan 2 and Plan 3 are already on the way to completion. Plan 4 has been achieved. It seems that it is time to implement Plan 5. 35 Locke muttered to himself while looking at the list of plans in front of him. Immediately after that, a tick was put on the back of Plan 4, Million Anti-Gravity Auxiliary Robot Corps. In the past half a month, under the efforts of the commander's elder sister, Hammer Industries has established a number of production lines, and the manufacturing speed of anti-gravity assisted robots has been increased several times. Just yesterday, the army of millions of auxiliary robots that Locke had always hoped for was officially completed. This means that Locke's armed forces have entered another level, one that is enough to threaten the security of an entire country with its own power. Now that the goal has been achieved, the next thing to do is to use this as a lever to move things that could not be moved before. And this thing, for Locke, is the most technologically advanced Wakanda on the planet. Definitely, if Wakanda is willing to negotiate with herself and give herself what she wants, then everything is fine, and this invasion doesn't have to happen. However, if they do not agree and give shame to their face, then they will only be overwhelmed by their own robot army. Gently closing the notebook in his hand, Locke leaned back slightly on the chair, closed his eyes and looked enjoying. Reaching out his hand, he gently grabbed Miss 2B's tender and slender hand under the desk, and pulled her down in front of him. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to the room to rest. Commander's sister is still waiting for us, Locke said softly. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Miss 2B smiled charmingly, but shook her head and continued to press Locke on the chair. It's quiet in the study, I like to stay here, let's go back later. After all, like a cat, he sat in Locke's arms. Locke smiled wryly and shook his head. This robot wife is really getting more and more outrageous. It's okay to disturb me when I'm doing my work, but now I even want to monopolize the rest time. This will be discovered by the commander's sister, and he will inevitably be complained. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then the commander's elder sister came in with a cup of fruit tea. It seems that she has long guessed that Miss 2B will do things in the study that are not supposed to be done in the study. The commander's sister smiled and put the fruit tea in her hand gently on the desk. I just said, why did you stay in the study for so long today? It turns out that teacher 2B is teaching the young master. With a somewhat embarrassed smile, Locke explained, Sister Commander, listen to my sophistry. Bah, it's an explanation, the course tutoring has just begun. 5. Giggle, the class may have just started, but the preparations for the class should have been done for a long time. After all, our 2B teacher is very serious about tutoring homework. 35 Commander's sister looked at Miss 2B and said teasingly. Hearing this, Miss 2B looked at the commander with a blushing look, and said, it's not as exaggerated as you said, it's just a little bit of preparation before class. The young master has been working just now, and I dare not disturb him. It's really just started, but I'm going a little faster, it shouldn't be long before it's over. At that time, you will continue to tutor other courses. Well, I can have this. The commander's sister smiled charmingly, she was really charming. He picked up the fruit tea, walked to Locke's side, and fed the fruit tea to Locke himself. The night is gone, the dawn is coming. Soon, the sky brightened. Get up and take a shower. As usual, head downstairs to the playground and start running. Although his body is now as powerful as a monster. However, good living habits still have to be maintained continuously, which is a matter of attitude and willpower. As usual, Emo, who is in his 80s, also got up early and started to warm up. The reason why Locke keeps the habit of running every day is because of Lao Emo. After all, an old man in his 80s can keep on running every day, and it would be too embarrassing for him as a teenager if he can't keep going. And when I think that old men in their 80s are just like young guys, they still have the happiness of men. The more he felt that running couldn't be sloppy, imagine that when he was in his 70s and 80s, he could easily and skillfully operate Miss 2B. Isn't that scene exciting and inspiring? Not to mention other things, just for this goal, he felt that it was necessary to continue to persevere. Master, I woke up very early today. Young people are in good health? Envy? Lao Emo ran to Locke's side and said jokingly while raising his legs in place. It's not as early as you are a dead old man. I suspect that you sleep in the playground every day. No matter what time I get up, you are already up. Locke said speechlessly, looking at Lao Emo. Hehe, the elderly don't sleep very well, they sleep lightly, and I wake up whenever there is any trouble. I don't know what happened last night, but I always felt a wild cat meowing loudly. Did you hear it, young master? Lao Emo looked at Locke jokingly and asked. Locke blankly glanced at Lao Emo, shook his head, and said, no, I slept soundly and didn't hear anything. Yes, then the old servant may have heard it wrong. Tisk tisk, I'm getting old, and even my ears are not good. After all, Lao Emo ran out like a cheetah. 0 for flowers. Looking at such a scene, Locke could not wait to kill this dead old man. Your uncle, is this the running speed you should have when you are old? Noontime. Rockefeller Manor, welcome 2 guests. They are Justin Hammer and Yvonne Vank with a birdcage. In the living room, Locke crossed Erlang's legs and quietly looked at Yvonne Vank in front of him. As rough as imagined, it is hard to imagine that such a guy is a genius-level scientist. If he met him on the road and said he was a brick mover in the construction site, or a gangster, he would have no doubts. This sturdy arm, sculpting dragons and phoenixes, is completely like a gangster, and I am afraid. You are the one who wants to see me? Justin, are you joking? Looking at the young Locke in front of him, Yvonne Vank's face was full of sneer. Apparently, he was ashamed and angry that Justin Hammer brought him to meet an underage. He is really down and out now, but not to the point of being played by others. But just after he finished speaking, his head came into a close contact with the floor. 0. I saw Justin Hammer rubbing Yvonne Vank's head on the ground with his right hand. How many times have I said that after seeing the young master, be polite to Laozi, you don't have a long memory? Laozi has endured your bad temper for a long time. Since taking the medicine Locke gave him, Justin Hammer has become a different person, acting resolutely and violently. However, the reverence for Locke has reached an incomparable level. In his heart, young Master Locke is his idol in this life. Therefore, the most unbearable thing for him is the disrespect of others to the young master. If it wasn't for Yvonne Vank, who the young master was looking for, he would have to break his head. Looking at Justin's performance, Locke and the 2 ladies beside her smiled and found it very interesting. In the original timeline, Justin was also very shrewd and ambitious. But his personality still tends to be indecisive, lacking domineering. But now Justin Hammer has changed, he is so domineering. For such Justin, he loves it. Men, especially men who want to make a little career, must be domineering. Okay, just teach a lesson. Locke said lightly. Yes, young master. Justin nodded respectfully and pulled the somewhat dizzy Yvonne Vank back to his seat. At this moment, Yvonne Vank's mentality has undergone earth-shaking changes, and he is shocked. Just because of his own words, Justin Hammer, who was beside him, taught himself this thunderous method. And he clearly felt Justin's killing intent just now. He really wanted to kill himself. Because he said something unkind to the young man in front of him, he was about to kill himself. Obviously, the status of this young man in his heart is absolutely detached. After getting along all the way, he knew that Justin Hammer's weight in the field of military industry, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a giant-level figure. At this moment, such a giant-level figure is so respectful to the young man in front of him. If so, how could he not be surprised? Who is this 14-year-old boy? Nah. I am not holy, I am your future boss. Just when Yvonne Vank wondered who Locke was in front of him, a sudden voice suddenly appeared in Yvonne Vank's mind. Immediately, Yvonne Vank was struck by lightning, and the whole person froze in place, looking at the young man sitting on the throne not far away with an unbelievable expression. The voice in my head just now was made by the young man in front of me? Speak directly in your own head? How can that be? Why is it impossible? Is your vision limited to this? If so, then you are so disappointing to me. Yvonne Vank looked at Locke's eyes from shock to panic. It was the first time he had experienced this kind of scalp-tingling fear when he grew so big. The young man in front of him was incredible and unbelievable, which was completely beyond his imagination. The understanding of this world built up over 30 years of growth collapsed at this moment, and my body couldn't help shaking. How did he know that today's Locke is already the tip of the planet's pyramids? Mad God Potion not only strengthened his physical body and mutated his cells, but also strengthened his brain to a terrifying level by 603. Today, in addition to his extraordinary intelligence, he also possesses Dr. Stern's telepathy ability, and his strength is far superior to that of Dr. Stern. At most, Dr. Stern is sensing, to understand a little bit of the other party's thoughts. But Locke can not only sense, but also control. For an ordinary human like Ivan Vank, he can easily invade his brain, read his memory, and even manipulate him. Such an ability is very similar to Mutant's Professor X, but after all, it is only an ability attached to him, which can be stronger than Dr. Stern. But if you really want to compare it with Professor X, it's still a lot worse. At least with his current ability using mind control ability, he can only read and control one person at most. And the other party must be the kind of ordinary person. If he has been strengthened, it will be very difficult. But as the saying goes, little is better than nothing. Although the ability is limited, it is better than nothing. At critical moments, this ability can still play a big role, especially when fighting against experts of the same level. To know that the masters make a move, winning or losing is a matter of millimeters. Just imagine, when the two peak masters are engrossed in the duel, suddenly such a mental attack, the result is absolutely cool. But even so, Locke's performance at this moment is shocking in Ivan Vank's heart. This is not something normal human beings can do at all. He finally understood why Justin Hammer, the giant in the military industry around him, was so in awe of this young man. Not to mention the family background of the young man in front of him, this terrifying ability alone is enough to make people surrender. Immediately, his gaze towards Locke became completely different. In addition to the fear just now, there was also a trace of awe like Hammer's. Seeing such a change in him, Locke nodded with satisfaction. In any world, respect is earned by one's own strength, not by others' charity. This is why Locke used the mind manipulation ability in front of Ivan Vank. I know what plans you have in your heart. I agree with your plans with both hands, and I will give you the help you deserve, but the premise is that you surrender. Locke looked at Ivan Vank calmly and said that on his left and right sides, Miss 2B and the commander's sister sat next to each other, like an emperor embracing left and right. He is naturally clear about the revenge plan that Ivan Vank has always wanted to do. This is also one of the big events of the future, and it is with him that the Iron Man 2 plotline unfolds. Whether it's because of his dislike for Tony Stark, or for Locke's more system points, he has enough reasons to help Ivan Vank. Definitely, his so-called help is only to provide resources for him to build unmanned mechanical armor. After all, Ivan Vank's unmanned mechanical armor still has two brushes. In terms of cooperative operations, at present, apart from his anti-gravity auxiliary robot, I am afraid that no one can outperform him. Unless the later Ultron robot army is infested. And this is why Locke wants to recruit Ivan Vank, combining his unmanned mechanical armor with his own artificial intelligence GS. The combat power that can be exerted is no less than his anti-gravity auxiliary robot army. At that time, the two armies will fight together. The troops are divided into two groups. What kind of threat cannot be pushed horizontally? Locke is now bent on playing the riots, and in the near future, there will be one threat after another. And he was looking forward to it. Definitely. As for whether Ivan Vank can kill Tony Stark with his own help, it depends on his own ability. Hearing Locke's words, Ivan Vank, who still had a little hesitation when he came again, now has no hesitation at all. Not to mention other things, just because of the strong sense of oppression that Locke brought him, he had to surrender at the feet of the young man in front of him. Otherwise, he would never doubt that the young man in front of him would kill him directly. And he can't die right now. He wants revenge. Revenge on Tony Stark. I am willing to surrender. Ivan Vank nodded and said, very good. Locke smiled and called Lauemo in. Give him a code name, send him a few sets of uniforms, and throw him to the new base. Didn't you always say that the establishment of a space base requires a lot of manpower? This guy can build unmanned mechanical armor, and then let him build you 100 or 80, and give you a shot. Locke thought for a while and said, really, how dare you? Our base has just been established, and you want to keep it secret, young master. Therefore, we are extraordinarily strict in personnel recruitment, and we need to conduct a series of assessments. There is really no way to find enough personnel in a short period of time. If this gentleman can really build a large number of humanoid robots, it will really help us a lot. Lauemo said excitedly. In fact, building a humanoid robot is not too difficult for Locke. However, it was quite time-consuming, and he was already exhausted by the two teachers taking turns to help him with his homework every day. Where is their time and energy to study what Coolie Robots .0? Studying a few more problem-solving postures is a bit of a stretch. Old Yi, is there any problem with you? Locke glanced at Ivan Vank and said. Suddenly being called Roar by Locke, Ivan Vank felt flattered. Calling Roar so affectionately, it is obvious that the other party has regarded him as his own. So, of course, he was very happy. Nodding his head, he patted the chest of the carved dragon and painted phoenix. No problem, I will not disappoint the young master. Well, that's good. By the way, come to me later and wear work clothes. You are covered in tattoos, and those who don't know you think you are the boss here. Locke rolled Ivan Vank's eyes and said, Ivan Vanko, Hearing Locke's words, Ivan Vank couldn't help but think of his mother's efforts to prevent him from getting tattoos. Sure enough, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you will suffer in front of you. Tattoos can sometimes really affect the future. Okay, there's nothing else to do, just step back. I'm going to rest. Locke waved his hands to a few hands as if he was in the morning. But at this moment, Justin, who had been sitting quietly, stood up anxiously. Master, can the unmanned mechanical armor built by Ivan Vank send me some? I use it for exhibitions and to promote our hammer industries. Locke smiled. How could he not see what Justin was thinking? During this time, Tony Stark has become popular all over the world because of the steel armor he built, and there are countless pretenders. This naturally makes Justin, who is a competitor, very unhappy. If you don't join Locke's gang, bah, it's a team, that's all. Now that he was one of Locke's men, he couldn't watch Tony Stark dominate. So, whatever he says, he wants to steal Iron Man's limelight and pretend to be himself? And now that the opportunity has come 2.1, he naturally doesn't want to let it go. Don't worry, you will have the opportunity to act forcefully. I'm afraid you won't act well, but don't blame me for being rude. Locke said lightly. Master, I wasn't very good before, but now with your guidance, I will pretend to force my skills to increase greatly, and I won't let you down. Justin complimented. What do you mean? I instruct you to pretend to be coercive. Do you believe that I will beat you to death? Hey, I believe it. Justin smiled meanly, and hurriedly pulled Ivan Vank away. Suddenly, in the huge living room, there was Locke and his two wives under him. Looking at the cheap Justin, Locke looked at 2B and the commander beside him, a little curious. Am I good at pretending? Do you want to tell the truth? Miss 2B said with a smile. What do you say? 35. Hee, it's really good at pretending? It's natural to pretend. 35. Sister Commander, do you feel the same way? Hey, what's the matter, young master, emo? In fact, you don't need to think too much, you are a man, and it is normal to love drilling. Commander's big sister, as expected of her tall stature, the understanding of words is still a joke? Locke and Miss 2B gave a thumbs up to the commander's sister, and called out their admiration. Sister Commander is right, after all, I'm a man, so it's normal to pretend, unlike you, you don't need to pretend. 35. 66. Is it interesting for the two of you to play such low-level fun homophonic stocks? Miss 2B said speechlessly. It's really not interesting, why don't you drill? Are you addicted to playing? Believe it or not, the commander's sister and I will bite you to death. Scared. After the three were joking for a while in the living room, Locke's personal cell phone rang. Looking at the call, it was Gwen. They haven't seen each other for almost half a month since their last date. First of all, Locke was really busy with his research on Mad God's potion during this time, let alone going out on a date. Even if I can't eat hot food at home, I just take a couple of bites and go back to work. With the completion of the Mad God potion, he now finally has a little free time of his own. Looking at the notes on Locke's mobile phone, the sweetheart said that Roar, Miss 2B, and Miss Commander were jealous at the same time. Little sweetheart, it's disgusting to call Roar. Miss 2B said with a displeased face. Although Miss 2B is a robot wife created by Locke, she already has normal human emotions. In this way, she will naturally feel unhappy. As for the commander's elder sister, it goes without saying that she is an artificial human with emotions. So when the two of them saw the notes on Locke's phone, they were naturally jealous. Seeing this, Locke smiled embarrassedly, and said, Gwen and I are young and ignorant love, very pure, you two don't need to be jealous, right? 35. Let your wife not eat your own vinegar, what do you think? Aren't we enough to satisfy you? The commander's elder sister pinched Locke's waist and said angrily. That's right, Big Radish, I'm ignoring you. Miss 2B pouted, and was going to leave Roar in anger. However, he was grabbed by the commander's sister. You can't ignore him at this time. If you ignore him, won't you let him succeed? What does your sister mean? After all, Gwen is the young master's first love, we certainly can't stop it, but before he goes on a date, hee. The commander's elder sister raised her eyebrows at Locke, and then brushed her blonde hair, revealing a charming gesture. The meaning is self-evident. Seeing this, Locke felt bad, and quickly raised his hand to surrender, saying, Gwen and I are really just pure love, and there will be no mess. 99. I don't believe it. Big Sister Commander shook her head and said, I don't believe it either. Miss 2B also showed an evil smile. You can go on a date if you want, but in order not to delay your later studies. Today, we must finish all the homework for this week and clear the question bank. Otherwise, you won't even want to walk out of this door today. What? Do all the homework for the next week in one day today? Two teachers, if you want me to die, you don't need to be so troublesome, just kill me. Master, what are you talking about? Why are we willing to let you die? If you die, who will we help with your homework in the future? 35. That's right, young master, don't talk nonsense, we are all here for your own good. We must finish all the homework today. This week's list of questions must be cleared. While talking, Miss 2B and Sister Commander dragged Locke into the room. When Locke's last finger also left the door frame that he was pulling, the vast sea of questions came towards him, and the waves were turbulent, drowning him. San Francisco, in the dark of night, a spacecraft belonging to the private research organization Life Foundation is crashing from outer space towards the Earth. In the spaceship command room of the Life Foundation headquarters, a group of staff members stared at the monitor in front of them with extremely nervous expressions. The monitor shows what's going on inside the spacecraft, but at the moment it's terrifyingly silent in the camera. A headless corpse fell sideways or diagonally in the huge spaceship lounge, looking extremely frightening. A group of people in the command room sucked in the cold air and felt their scalp tingle. Boss, the spaceship has no tendency to slow down at all. At this speed, once it falls, the spaceship will blow up directly, and all the creatures inside will die. 39. The designer of the spaceship looked at a young man beside him with a solemn expression and said, "This man is the general director of the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake. He has been working to create a new life form that surpasses human beings. Unlike other scientists, he did not focus on the original gene pool of the Earth. Instead, he cast his eyes on the vast and boundless universe. Just a few months ago, their spacecraft encountered an unknown creature in outer space. Through the study of this alien creature, Dr. Drake made a surprising discovery. This is a symbiotic life that needs to be parasitized on other organisms to survive. Because of this characteristic, he had the idea of combining human and symbiotic organisms. So, before the spacecraft returned to Earth, he had people arrange a combination experiment. But the result was shocking, and the combination of the two failed. What is frightening is that the symbiote will also eat the object that fails to bond. It is precisely because of this that the entire spacecraft encountered a bad news, and all the members of the spacecraft died under the swallowing of the symbiotic life. In this way, there is a scene in front of you. The spacecraft automatically cruises back to the Earth with the spacecraft. However, because the hesitation was not controlled when it was in contact with the atmosphere, it caused severe turbulence, the hull was severely damaged, and now it is possible to crash. It's all a group of monsters from outer space, even if they die, a woman said weakly. But just as she finished speaking, a heavy slap slapped his face. Shut up. This is the most important property of our foundation now and in the future, and no one can hurt them. Immediately let the task force go to the rescue, no matter what the cost. I must rescue the symbiote creature inside. Otherwise, someone will go to your grave to worship tomorrow. Yes, I'll do it now. The woman nodded in horror and ran out quickly. At this moment, a security officer in a black suit came to Dr. Drake's side. Boss, the female reporter from the morning is still waiting for you at the door. Do you need to meet her? A look of displeasure appeared on Drake's face. Damn woman, is he a candy cane? Didn't he have an exclusive interview? Dr. Drake said viciously. Boss, this female reporter has an unusual background. She said that the interview in the morning was too official. This is not what she wants to do a follow-up shoot to record your whole day. 39. No interest, let her go. Drake didn't take the female reporter outside to heart. Now the only thing he cares about is the skyship that is falling down at extreme speed. The symbiotic creature inside is his treasure, and there must be no accident. Calculate the crash address of the spaceship, send personnel to go there immediately, and be sure to get ahead of the police. In a very luxurious sky restaurant in San Francisco, Locke, wearing a black suit, was looking at Gwen in front of him tenderly. Being stared at him so much, Gwen's face couldn't help blushing and burning hot. Since sitting down, your eyes haven't taken your eyes off of me. Do I look so good? The young and beautiful Gwen said shyly. It's beautiful, it's so beautiful, you're like the most beautiful star in the night sky. As Locke said, he raised his hand and pointed to the night sky outside. The place where they are at the moment is 603, which is the highest Western restaurant in San Francisco. Located on top of a 100-story building, the consumption here is amazing. However, for a rich boy like Locke who drove Gwen across the city to eat dinner on a private jet overnight, the restaurant's consumption was drizzling. The young and ignorant Gwen could not bear the provocation of the old driver Locke, and immediately became shy, and his body had a strange reaction. Being able to tease Gwen to this point through words shows how profound the skills of the old driver Locke are. But before Gwen continued to hear Locke's praise, a generous gift came out of Locke's mouth. I saw a fiery red meteor suddenly appeared in the sky where Locke raised his hand. Definitely, it looked like a meteor, but under Locke's amazing vision, he could see at a glance that it was a spaceship. And it's a spaceship built by their planet. Nines, turn on the satellite monitoring system and see which force's spaceship it is. Locke gave the artificial intelligence Nines an order relying on his brainwave consciousness. Okay, Mr. Locke, the monitoring system is being called, the positioning is completed, the camera is pulled in, the logo is found, the Life Foundation. The electronic sound of Nines kept ringing in Locke's mind. When he finally heard the words Life Foundation, a look of interest appeared on Locke's face. Before that, he already knew that the Marvel world he was in was not simply the Marvel movie world. Rather, it's a Marvel world with a mix of various timelines, and through Nines' exploration, it's now clear that this is the timeline of Venom that emerged. Share the body, it's interesting. Locke smiled and said to Gwen in front of him, I'll go to the toilet and come back soon. 5. Saying that, he quickly left without waiting for Gwen to react. Looking at Locke who left in a hurry, although she was curious, she didn't ask much. A man who can protect himself with his body in times of danger. What else can't you trust him? Gwen thinks so. At this moment, the location of the restaurant is on the 100th floor of the building. Instead of going down, he went to a higher floor, and soon he reached the top floor. Because the floor was too high, standing on the edge of the balcony, he could clearly feel the howling wind from roar. On the second date with Gwen, and encountering this kind of thing again, it's really rare. But I'll be back soon. Muttering to himself, Locke smiled, jumped up, and went straight from the jump from a 100-story building. Locke, who has the ability to release terrifying heat energy, can now control the release of energy at will, so flight is completely a piece of cake for him. There was a ferocious eruption of energy that was not too hot under his feet, and Locke's speed instantly exceeded the speed of sound. A terrifying sonic boom suddenly sounded, like a thunderous thunder, terrifying the people below. But when they looked up, Locke had already disappeared. Time back to 10 minutes ago, downstairs of the Life Foundation building. A woman in a black helmet and a black jockey's uniform pulled up to the door in a Harley-Davidson. After dealing with the security guards for a long time and still unable to enter the building, she decided not to enter by conventional means. Parked the motorcycle on the edge of a high fence, sprinted, stepped on the motorcycle seat, and took advantage of a backflip, and the woman came in smoothly. A wall of this height can't stop me. A smug smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. If Locke was here at this moment, he would be able to recognize who this woman was. This person was Selina Kyle, who met Locke in Central Park in New York and exchanged cars. However, the two have not seen each other since the last time they met. Actually, Selina Kyle wanted to go to find Locke and return the car to him. However, on the second day of the exchange of cars, she received an assignment from the company and came to San Francisco. It's been almost a month since she was so busy with work every day that she really had no spare time or energy to call Locke. And she came to San Francisco mainly to interview a young PhD in biology named Drake. But it was on that day that she also received a call for help from a little girl living in a slum. The little girl described that her best little sister had suddenly disappeared. On the eve of the little sister's disappearance, she received a trial drug flyer from an organization called the Life Foundation. The Life Foundation, Selina knew it, was the #1 pharmaceutical company in their country, specializing in the production of special drugs for some rare diseases. The effect is very good. Because of this, Dr. Drake, the general director of the Life Foundation, received their country's Outstanding Youth Award last year. A veritable successful person, and still young and promising. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he once became the most feminine man after Tony Stark. The addition of these halos made Dr. Drake particularly eye-catching. The public loved to see him, and the media naturally loved to photograph him. So her employer, the New York Times, specially sent her, a beautiful reporter, to interview Dr. Drake. It was on this day that she received the call for help. So for the Life Foundation, she has great doubts about the almost perfect Drake on the screen. But after this guy was interviewed on his own routine, he never wanted to say a word to her again. As for her proposal to lure homeless people to participate in the drug test, she did not even mention it. In the end, she was very arrogant and kicked her out of the Life Foundation building. It was from that day that she had S**X with this guy named Drake. Her intuition as a woman always felt that Dr. Drake was a sanctimonious hypocrite. There must be some hidden secrets behind him waiting for her to reveal. As a reporter, she likes to do such things to expose evil. He crept through a patch of grass and sneaked into the building like a cat. I have to say, at the moment Selina is like a Catwoman in the DC world. Her agility is not something that ordinary people can do. This is because she practiced dancing since she was a child, and then she loved fighting. Although she looks like a fairy, she is an uncompromising beauty. But her personality is carefree, very like a boy, and she is indeed like a boy and likes hot-blooded things. This can be seen from the fact that she likes to ride Harley-Davidsons. Probing all the way down the stairs, she soon came to the window of the spaceship command room. Because her movements were so light that no one noticed. Therefore, the conversations in the room were clearly heard by her, and all of them were recorded by her using a tape recorder. The crash site will be in the jungle in the southwest. At this moment, the researchers in the room had already calculated the location of the spacecraft's crash. Listening to the voice in the room, Selina's face was full of curiosity. Because she didn't know at the moment that a spaceship was falling rapidly towards the Earth. She didn't speak, she continued to turn on the recorder and listened quietly, but at this moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. Although she set the phone to silent mode in advance, but in such a quiet environment at the moment. It's just a little bit of vibration, but it's still very clear. Immediately, Dr. Drake in the command room looked at the window with vigilance. Who? Hearing the voice of Dr. Drake inside, Selina secretly said that it was not good. Without any hesitation, she turned around and planned to rush downstairs quickly. But before she could rush out, a big hand grabbed her tightly, lifted her up high, and smashed her heavily on the ground. It turned out that she was so focused just now that she didn't realize that a tall black-clothed security guard was approaching behind her. Being hit so hard, she only felt that her body was about to fall apart, and she didn't resist ability at all. Then, like a little chicken, she was mentioned to Drake by the security guard in black. Looking at Selina in front of him, a sneer appeared on Dr. Drake's face. Reporter Kyle, is that why you're a well-known reporter? By wiretapping? He took the voice recorder in Selina's hand and smashed it on the ground. The voice recorder turned into pieces. Do you know how serious your behavior is, eavesdropping on our company's secrets, but you will be imprisoned for many years. Dr. Drake looked at Selina with a sneer and said, if I hadn't sneaked in, how could I have heard so much exciting news? Dr. Drake, you really are a beast with a human face and a beast heart. The homeless people who have been missing recently are also the work of your Life Foundation, right? Selena said sarcastically. Hehe, do you have any evidence? Drake spread his hands and mocked at the recorder that was smashed to pieces on the ground. Don't be too proud, I will always find it. Selena said coldly, her eyes full of determination. But hearing her words, Dr. Drake smiled and said, unfortunately, you have no future. What do you want to do? 35. Hearing Drake's words, Selena's face couldn't help but show panic. No matter how brave she was before, when she really encountered danger, it was inevitable to be afraid and worried. You'll know what to do in a moment, take her to meet our imminent gods, I want her to be the first sacrifice, Drake said viciously, looking at Selena's eyes full of viciousness. Yes. The tall black-clothed security guard nodded and carried Selena out of the room. Soon, a group of Life Foundation came to the place where the spaceship was about to fall. Not long after, there was a loud bang, and huge amounts of spaceship smashed into the jungle, because a task force installed a speed reducer on the ship. Therefore, the complete disintegration of the spaceship as predicted at the beginning did not occur. Although the spaceship has suffered heavy damage now, at least the hull still has some complete space. In this way, it also ensures that the symbiont creatures inside have the possibility of surviving. Hurry up, such a big movement, not only the police will be alarmed. Those special agency guys will follow, we have to move things out sooner. 35. Yes. Hearing Drake's words, a group of mercenaries nodded and moved quickly, good for the king. Looking at the mysterious action, Selena's face was full of curiosity as she looked at Drake in front of her. What the hell are you doing? You are breaking the law. Hehe, when a new life form is created, the whole world will change, and the law is just a piece of waste paper? Don't you want to know what we are doing? Now it's time to show you. Drake grabbed Selena and took her into the spaceship. Then his eyes stopped at REI on a woman's body. I know you are there, this is the sacrifice I gave you, go back with us, I will definitely find a way to keep you going. Drake said to the female corpse, as if he was bargaining with an old friend. At this moment, a mass of black fluid material slowly emerged from the female body, looking very Liao people. This black fluid substance seemed to have understood Dr. Drake's words, made an unpleasant cry, and rushed towards Selena. What? Screams came out of Selena's mouth, but soon there was no sound. Although there are 4 updates every day, there are also 13,000 words, and there are many updates. It's been a long time since I asked for flowers and a monthly pass for evaluation, so ask for it today. Locke's flight was fast, but even so, he still didn't arrive before the spacecraft fell. When he arrived, the spacecraft had already fallen, and the people of the Life Foundation had arrived. Looking at the busyness of a group of people from the Life Foundation, Locke walked towards the wreckage of the spacecraft with a hint of interest in the corner of his mouth. But before he could get close, several mercenaries armed with firearms came to him. What are you doing? This is the blockade area, get out now. A mercenary veteran reprimanded Locke in a cold voice. And Locke didn't seem to hear it, just glanced at him, and mind control ability suddenly broke out. Immediately, I saw that the veteran quickly took out the pistol from his waist and thumped a few mercenaries around him. Looking at the scene that suddenly happened in front of him, the mercenary who shot him looked at his uncontrollable hand in horror as if he couldn't believe it. At this moment, his hand was raised again involuntarily, and then he held the pistol to his chin. The next time you talk to someone, remember to use the word please. Locke smiled slightly. Bang. The gunshot sounded again, and the hired veteran fell in a pool of blood. The sudden sound of gunfire immediately caught the attention of Dr. Drake in the wreckage of the spacecraft. Glancing at Selena who was still struggling on the ground, Dr. Drake winked at the tall man beside him. Go and see what's going on, if there is a conspiracy, kill it. Drake said with a sullen look. Symbiote life is his key to unlocking a new life form, no one can beat their attention, if there is, then he can only send it to hell in advance. All the guys who go against their Life Foundation should be damned. 603. Yes? The tall man in a black suit nodded and ran quickly in the direction of the gunshots with a few heavily armed task force members. Soon, they saw a man walking towards them leisurely. The man's face was solemn, and his years of experience in the industry made him realize that the man in front of him was not a good person. Looking at the few companions who had fallen in a pool of blood, the man's face was grim, and without saying a word, he immediately ordered to fire. Immediately, the muzzle of the gun spit out a tongue of flame, and in the dark night drew a picture of a beautiful spark. Bullets swept across Locke like raindrops, as if to beat him into a hornet's nest. Seeing this, Locke was expressionless and continued to walk forward unhurriedly. A terrifying high temperature erupted from his body, and everything around him immediately burned and melted. The same is true of the bullets, before they hit Locke's body. When approaching the place 1 meter away from Locke's body, it disappeared directly, it was vaporized. The terrifying high-temperature energy swept out, and immediately enveloped several men, and then, there was no more. Moment, just a moment? A few men didn't even have ashes left, and they just vaporized and disappeared. Precisely control his high-temperature energy, after easily killing a group of people. Locke quickly retracted it again, as if nothing had happened. And although it was only a short-term high temperature, it still made a group of Life Foundation people in the wreckage of the spacecraft feel incredible. What happened just now? Why did the temperature suddenly increase so much? It feels like standing by the fire. Why are the members of the task force silent? There was a gunshot. Back. Just now? Several people from the Life Foundation looked at each other and said. And when Drake, who was naturally vigilant, turned his eyes, there was a bad premonition. Take these loaded symbiotes and get out of the back. No one can stop our plan. Let's go. 35. Without the slightest hesitation, Dr. Drake grabbed the experimental subject Selina Kyle, who was still struggling on the ground, while ordering other members to quickly evacuate from the rear. The sooner they have to leave here, the better. But at this moment, Selina, who was being held by him, suddenly struggled violently, and then her body was completely covered by a layer of black fluid substance. Then when Dr. Drake reacted, a tall and enchanting black monster appeared in front of him. Looking at the monster in front of him, Drake's face was full of excitement and excitement. The conclusion is successful, and the result is actually successful. Ha 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 ha. A brand new life form. This is a brand new life form? Drake looked at the monster in front of him with excitement, and praised him sincerely. He had always dreamed of creating a life that was completely different from human beings, and he never thought that it would be completed under such circumstances. Drake's hand stroked the black monster in front of him, as if he was stroking his newborn child. However, this child of his seems to be very ill-tempered, and his hand just touched the black monster. The black monster raised his hand and slapped him heavily. The powerful force immediately smashed his fan upside down and smashed into the jungle not far away, and he didn't know if he was dead or alive. Looking at such a terrifying monster, the other researchers from the Life Foundation looked horrified. Without further ado, he carried the rest of the symbiote and ran towards the place where Dr. Drake smashed it. The black monster did not pursue the victory, but raised his palm to look left and right as if he couldn't believe it. What the hell happened to me? Why did I become such a ghost? I don't. A pleasant female voice came from the black monster's body. Listen carefully, this is the voice of Selina Kyle. Oh, female Venom? Interesting. At this moment, Locke's figure appeared at the entrance of the spaceship. In his impression, the Life Foundation is an institution that studies symbionts. Both Eddie and Dr. Drake will be hosts for the symbiote, one becomes Venom and one becomes Riot. It's just that the scene in front of him is a bit unexpected. The world he lives in doesn't seem to go that way. The Venom that reporter Eddie turned into did not appear, but a female Venom appeared. That's kind of interesting. Tall body, enchanting figure, bulging forward and backward. Not only does it not feel disgusting, why does it feel strangely exciting? Locke looked at the female Venom in front of him in amazement, and couldn't help but make up some images of children in his mind. It was over, and it seemed that he was helpless. The enhanced super soldier serum has already amplified the characteristics of his ISP a lot. Now the Mad God potion seems to have magnified his feature without limit. It's all close to the point of cross-species. Your uncles? Brother, you have to restrain yourself? Locke couldn't help laughing at the thought, but at this moment, the female Venom seemed very excited after seeing him, and rushed towards him without saying a word. Locke was stunned, his face was not very good, and he was already trying to restrain himself. You brought it to the door yourself? Is this the meaning of begging for Gan? That being the case, if it doesn't satisfy you, it's not justified. Looking at the oncoming female Venom, there was a hint of playfulness on the corner of Locke's mouth. He clenched his fist tightly and planned to punch the female Venom. But what he didn't expect was that before his fists were blasted out, female Venom hurriedly made a stop gesture to him. At the same time, a pleasant and familiar voice came from the female Venom's body. Mr. Locke, it's me, Selina Kyle. Anne Hathaway, the one you said I looked like Anne Hathaway. We met before and exchanged sports cars, remember? Selina said anxiously. The sudden change to this ugly appearance made her panic, and a strange female voice kept ringing in her mind. What a strong and attractive body. I like this guy. I know you like this guy too, so what are you waiting for? Marry him? The female voice in my head is constantly bewitching. Selina. Kyle. Shut up, who the hell are you? Get out of my body. Selina said to herself in front of Locke as if she had lost her mind. Looking at the female Venom in front of her, listening to the slightly familiar voice. Suddenly, a figure with an enchanting figure and a beautiful face appeared in Locke's mind. This figure is none other than Selina Kyle, who had met in Central Park in New York before. Not only did they meet once, Locke also specifically investigated her. I know that the woman in front of me is a special correspondent who can fight against injustice. So, reporter Eddie, has become this cool-looking and beautiful reporter Selina? Interesting, really more and more interesting. When I think of Selina's figure, and when I look at the female Venom in front of me, I can't help but feel even more energetic. Good guy? I definitely remember, but how did you become like this? Locke said with a smile, looking at the female Venom in front of him. I don't know what to do now. I need help. I don't want to be like this. There's a strange voice in my head talking. Damn it, she's manipulating my body. While Selina was talking, she slowly approached Locke, and suddenly hugged Locke. At the same time, the venom on the head disappeared and the body disappeared, revealing a beautiful face, and kissed Locke. Locke, who had some ideas, was taken aback for a moment, and he hugged him unexpectedly. Selina didn't expect things to turn out like this. The voice in her mind actually controlled her to do this kind of thing. At this moment, Locke discovered that the symbiotes originally possessed by Selina's body had all rushed towards his body. Clearly, the symbiote wants to become his new host. It seems that my body, which has been strengthened by the Mad God's medicine, is very popular with the common body. However, as far as the shared body is concerned, it has no effect at all, and he naturally does not want to let it parasitize. I advise you to think about it better. Parasitic on me, you will die? Locke sneered, raised his hand and grabbed it, directly pinching the black symbiote in the palm of his hand. At the same time, a terrifying high-temperature energy was released from his body. Immediately, the black body screamed in horror. As we all know, the nemesis of symbiotes is high-temperature and high-frequency sound waves. This is equivalent to their Achilles heel. There is no cure. I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. A terrified cry came from Gongshan's mouth. Looking at the black symbiote in her hand, Selena, who turned back into a human form, frowned, but pleaded, "This thing just saved me, so please forgive her." "Are you sure? This thing needs a host to survive, or it won't take long to die. Are you still willing to let it parasitize on you?" Locke said playfully, looking at Selena who was still with him and you just now. Hearing Locke's words, Selena's face showed a clear expression of resistance. But at this moment, with a bang, a spear-like thing pierced through her body in an instant. He looked down at his abdomen as if he couldn't believe it, and blood gushed out. Selena immediately fell into Locke's arms as her legs weakened. The sudden scene also surprised Locke. Before he could figure out what was going on, an unusually tall figure jumped out of the jungle. "That is another symbiote that has worked with humans, Riot? Put me on Selena, now only I can save her." Female Venom almost begged, "Without the host, it will die. It doesn't want to die, and now for it." Selena in front of it is its best host, and it absolutely does not dare to fight the idea of this man in front of it. Moreover, this body with terrifying high temperature is its nemesis at all, and looking for him to parasitize is really looking for death. Hearing the symbiote's words, Locke nodded silently. It was indeed right. The only thing that can save Selena now is the symbiote in front of him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and gently placed the female Venom's body on Selena's body. Immediately, the symbiote quickly immersed in Selena's body and perfectly combined with her. Selena, who was already dying, immediately opened her eyes and was resurrected with blood. She seemed to be unable to believe that she was looking at her body turning into a monster again, but this time there was less resistance and more gratitude in her eyes. He directly pulled out the long spear in his abdomen, and then fiercely shot towards the Riot in the distance. But it was easily caught by the Riot. "Ha ha ha, is this what it feels like to be a brand new life form? Cool, really cool. Starting today, you low-level species will crawl under my feet," Riot said arrogantly. Just like a beast, it rushed towards Locke and Selena. Seeing this, Selena immediately wanted to fight, but was gently pulled by Locke, and then pressed her behind him. "It's just that your man is not here, he's already by your side now, where do you still need to take action? Let me do it. Even if it's to repay the buddy we just made." Locke smiled lightly and stepped forward lightly. Hearing Locke's words, Selena's beautiful eyes flowed, her face flushed crimson, the scene just now was vivid in her eyes, and she unconsciously licked her mouth, leaving a lingering fragrance. Very good memories. But at this level, she shouldn't be called his woman? This bad guy is obviously taking advantage of himself. However, the feeling of being taken advantage of by this man is not bad, on the contrary, there is a little sweetness. While she was still thinking about it, the man in front of her had already walked towards the Riot. Looking at such a scene, her face was full of surprise, and she knew the feeling of being parasitized by her body. Powerful, more powerful than ever. It is simply not comparable to normal human beings. But the man in front of him was so confident, as if he didn't take the Riot in his eyes at all. A burst of arrogance, the domineering arrogance of the world burst out, making her mind agitated. "This man is so cool. I think it's cool too, but I don't like him anymore. His body is too strong for me to touch. But you are human, you can develop a wonderful relationship with him. This guy is very strong and definitely suitable for you." Female Venom's voice resounded in Selena's mind, constantly giving her on the Locke. The brief confrontation just now made her clearly understand what kind of terrifying existence Locke was in front of her. In fact, it is only itself, it absolutely does not want to have any contact with him. But since it came to a new planet, it felt that it still needed to find a strong backer. If this host of his own can do something with the man in front of him, then his future days will be guaranteed. Not to mention other things, just the Riot in front of him is the boss of their symbiote, with an abnormally brutal nature. It is also very difficult to deal with, not to mention other symbiotes. Once everyone is out, it will not have a good time. So it is imperative to find a strong backer, and Locke is a good choice. Hearing the female Venom's words, Selena couldn't help rolling her eyes and said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? I just met him once, what kind of relationship is not in love? It's too early to say." "Is it early? Seeing how intoxicated you were just now, I don't think it's early at all," Female Venom teased. "Get out of my body quickly," Selena said angrily. "The more embarrassed you are, the more it shows that you are guilty. Human woman, listen to me, obey him," Female Venom said. 66 Selena. While Selena and Venom were still arguing, Locke was not far from the Riot. "Oh, it seems that there is a guy who is not afraid of death." Riot's long tongue fluttered wildly, and said with a sneer. Hearing the words of the Riot, Locke smiled, nodded, and said, "You are right, there is indeed a guy who is not afraid of death. However, it's you? If I guessed correctly, you should call it a Riot, right?" 35. A look of surprise appeared on the face of the Riot. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him actually knew his name. And their symbiotes have just arrived on this planet. Except for the people from the Life Foundation, no one has seen them, and it is even more impossible to know their names. 0 for flowers. But listening to the man in front of him, he seemed to have known him for a long time. So, he was naturally shocked. This kind of thing is incredible. You said just now that you want us all to crawl under your feet? Drink like this after a few dishes? Locke sneered, twisted his arms slightly, and made a warm-up action. His face was full of relief. Seeing him like this, the riot could not help rage. Provocation, this is blatant provocation. You wanna die? Rage roared angrily, and his body turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Locke. The black giant fist as big as a casserole with a shocking power, swept the wind and slammed fiercely towards Locke's facade. This is his full blow, he has absolute confidence, and he will smash the man in front of him into meat pie with one punch. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. His proud punch was not a fart in Locke's eyes. 0. He raised his hand to block it lightly and took it down easily, but Locke's body remained motionless. How is this possible? The eyes of the rioters almost burst open, their hearts are horrified, and their eyes are full of disbelief. He punched with all his strength, but was caught by the man in front of him so lightly. Is this your strength? All I can say is, rubbish. Locke said mockingly, his eyes full of disdain. As the leader of the symbiote team, how has the riot ever suffered such humiliation? As if not believing, he kept punching towards Locke crazily. But every one of his punches was easily taken by Locke. In the end, the riot was out of breath, and Locke was still calm, even sleepy. Are you finished? Don't talk? Then, it's my turn. Locke frowned, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. The clenched fist slammed out seemingly unremarkable. A terrifying heat wave swept out, swallowing up the riots in the blink of an eye. Under the double blow of Locke's giant force and high-temperature heat wave, the riot sent out a shrill scream of fear. However, the scream only sounded for a moment. The body exploded directly, and together with Dr. Drake, it turned into steam and disappeared without a trace. One punch, instant kill? Such a scene, staring at the female Venom behind her. Plop. The body can't help but kneel down. That's frightened. Suddenly, my heart is full of surprise. The information they had before about the Earth was very different from what they were seeing now. They are afraid that they have come to a fake Earth. After the riot was easily killed with one punch, Locke turned his head with a smile, his body as tall as a mountain pulled out a majestic shadow on the ground. Awesomeness? His eyes stayed on the female Venom. Woman, should you roar for your man? Beautiful? 35. Selena thought so, but her heart was agitated. This man, really, very good, very energetic? Nye. Reward report comments softer killing the riot with one punch. Locke came to the place where Dr. Drake just smashed. The things he imagined were not left, just a few empty glass bottles. The symbiotes inside had disappeared, apparently letting them escape. Shaking his head, it doesn't matter. Although the symbiote can bring good strength to the host, the defect of this thing is too great. Fear of high-temperature flames and high-frequency sound waves. Once their weakness is discovered, they can precisely strike against this weakness, and it is hard to prevent. Unless it can be modified on the basis of the original to cancel this weakness, or reduce it, Locke really doesn't have much interest in the symbiote. If you have to research. He couldn't help but move his gaze to Selena behind him again, showing a wicked smile. Looking at Locke who suddenly looked at him with a wicked smile, Selena had a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, at this moment 603, the man stepped in front of her, and then pressed her to the tree trunk behind him. The handsome and pretty face is close at hand, and then domineering strikes. After a long time, Locke had already left, leaving Selena alone, panting against the tree trunk, her heart beating wildly. Hearted? Fallen? Did I say that he is very strong? Female Venom's voice sounded in Selena's mind. What do you know as an alien, strong or not? I don't know yet. Selena said speechlessly. So you want to know? 99. I'm too lazy to tell you, I'm going home to sleep. With whom? You better get out of my body. No, I have promised my master just now that I must always protect you. Your master? Who? Lord Locke. 6699. I am your host, but you call him the master. Have you reversed the order? Yes, I'm pretty sure. He's the master, and you're the master's wife. Madam, did you say it, or did he say it? Who do you think said that? I want you to get out. 99. Can't get away. Must be fatally guarded. 35. Are you so sloppy on an alien planet? My mouth is far worse than that of Lord Locke. In addition to being poor, he can also crook. Roll. Back to the Sky Restaurant. It was already 10 minutes later. Yes, it didn't take much time. It took 1 minute to arrive at the scene and help Selena to kill the riot. The whole process took 2 minutes, and the remaining 7 minutes were spent on Selena. There is also a faint fragrance in the mouth, just like eating nectar, very sweet. Looking at Gwen in front of him, and thinking of the scene just now, I can't help but feel very guilty. Although what happened just now was not deliberately arranged by him, it was obviously not his previous style to leave for 10 minutes at the date time to fool around with other women. If you have to blame it, should it be counted on the enhanced super soldier potion, or the mad god potion? Locke thought with a guilty conscience. In fact, he himself knew that he couldn't blame anything. He can only blame himself, like all of you ISP, for being a simple lecher. It seems that my name is a big radish, I'm afraid I'm going to live up to it. With a wry smile in my heart, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's a matter of men and women, and I want to be yours. Sorry, I'm late. To express my apologies, shall we go to the movies tonight? 35. Locke looked at Gwen with a gentle look on his face and said that what happened just now is really a little unpleasant. If you don't make up for it, you will feel uneasy. Giggle, what's wrong with you? You suddenly said you want to go to the movies, and you look like you're thinking about it again, and you're doing something that's sorry for me. Gwen smiled slyly and stared into Locke's eyes, as if trying to see through his mind. Locke was stunned, feeling guilty of being a thief, drumming in his heart, and really didn't want to deceive his beautiful first-love girlfriend. He decided to explain honestly and said, actually, I just went out to. Before he could finish speaking, Gwen's slender fingers like green onion pressed Locke's mouth. With a smile on his face, he shook his head and said, SHH, that's your private matter, don't say it. I believe that no matter what, you have your reasons. Hearing Gwen's words, Locke was stunned and moved. With such a girlfriend, what more could a husband want? Come on, get your fill and go to the movies tonight. Gwen laughed happily, constantly stuffing steak into Locke's mouth. Locke refuses to come and feasts. Satisfied, the two came to the private cinema and hugged each other, without any other messy movements. Just quietly enjoying the happy time with just the two of them. Very simple, very pure love, but the simpler and purer it is, the more precious it becomes. 3 days later. After a storm swept New York, everything was wet. Standing quietly by the window of the study, a gust of autumn wind blows, the leaves are flying, and the maid downstairs starts cleaning quickly. The picture is very beautiful. 0. At this moment, at the gate of the manor, a military jeep slowly stopped. A man in a military uniform was holding a black suitcase in both hands, looking very tired. It seems that the contents inside are not light. Under the leadership of Lao, he walked in. In the quiet reception hall, Locke sat quietly on the throne as usual. On both sides behind him, Miss 2B and Sister Commander stood on the left and right, each with one arm, and massaged carefully. Right in front of Locke, that is, on the opposite sofa, a man in a military uniform sat there with a restrained expression. So, I brought everything I want? Locke asked quietly, looking at the colonel in front of him. Nodding his head, he said, yes, Master Locke, we have found the formula for adamantium you are looking for. All of these things were sealed by Colonel Stryker and kept in the vault of our national defense. It took me a long time to find them. Not only did I find the recipe, but I also found some adamantium that I didn't use that year, and I brought them all with me. Very well, go back and prepare well, you may be promoted. Locke said with a smile, looking at the colonel in front of him. The colonel's face was ecstatic, and he nodded excitedly. As he expected, with the boss, he would be able to make a fortune. Okay, MO, see off. Oh, by the way, put $1 million in his account, well done, the prize. Hearing Locke's words. 2.1, the colonel was so excited that he almost knelt on the ground and called Locke's father. Now I am not only about to be promoted, but also to make a fortune. 1 million. That's 1 million, how many years do you need to work hard to earn it? Now the young master in front of him has made himself soaring. This feeling is just flying off with joy. Seeing the colonel who left happily, a smile appeared on Locke's face. The happiness of ordinary people is really simple. Slowly got up and came to the black suitcase. Opened up and there was a chunk of adamantium inside. Lift your hand to pick it up easily. Adamantium, which is heavy for ordinary people, is nothing in Locke's hands. So, our little sister Atu is coming. A look of anticipation appeared on Locke's face. Yoba harem, bah, it's the Yoba army, and it looks like they're going to join a new member? Time flies, and before you know it, another week has passed. This week is the same as any previous research experiment. Locke continued to sleep and eat, study hard, and spend all his time on building Miss A2. If you have to describe how hard Locke worked, to put it simply, Locke changed the frequency of doing homework several times a day to 1 a day, and you can imagine how determined he was. Even learning such an important thing can reduce the frequency, reduce the number of times, or even stop it at all. It is conceivable how high his enthusiasm for Miss A2 is. However, in the eyes of Miss 2B and Big Sister Commander, his performance like this is a proper love of the new and the old. Some are reluctant to follow Locke's side, although the development and growth of Yoba's troops is one of the commander's elder sister's plans. However, when she thought that these members of the Yakuba Corps would become her competitors in the future, she still felt that she was a little too reckless at the beginning, and did not think clearly. However, the ghost knows that Locke will be so excessive, and he will build the Yoba army as his own harem. This is no one else. Looking at the extremely sexy body in the training warehouse in front of him, like a goddess, Rao is also a woman, Commander, and 2B are not only speechless. As expected of the young Master Locke, even if he reduced the number of homework by 10 times, he would have to build Miss A2. With this figure and appearance, she is absolutely unbelievable. I finally know why, young Master, you are willing to leave our gentle township to create her. It is indeed beautiful and fierce. Miss 2B said with a blank look at Locke who was beside her. Giggle, it seems that 2B is a little resentful. Do you blame the young master for not making you a little fiercer? The commander's elder sister raised her chest and said proudly. Her imposing arrogance is directly proportional to her figure, even Miss A2 can't compare with her. Cut, I have enough use. What do you want to be so fierce? I am a fighting robot, too fierce to affect the display of strength. Now it is just right. 35. It's best if you can think so. After all, it's better to think a little bit, Miss Commander Nian said with a half-smile. Miss 2B. Listening to Miss 2B's daily jokes with the commander, Locke smiled and didn't care. After taking a deep breath and using Adamantium and the optimized Hulk serum for 7 days, it was time for Miss 2 to be born. A piece of code was entered on the control interface of the cultivation tank. Immediately, the same electronic synthesis sound as when activating Miss 2B and Big Sister Commander sounded in the laboratory. Activation program is starting. The memory import is successful, the emotion module is successfully generated, and the personality emotion generation is completed. In the physical structure examination, everything is normal, and the physical function test is in progress. The test is completed. The result, the flesh contains adamantium particles, has a nearly immortal body, and can repair any injury to the body in an instant. The muscle strength is abnormally strong, the program cannot detect the strength temporarily, and the strength is unknown. Discover the active gene layer, which contains gamma rays, and the combat power will become stronger because of anger. The wake-up procedure is starting, the startup is successful, and it is about to wake up, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Listening to the continuous sound of the electronic synthesis, Miss 2B and the big sister of the commander looked at Locke beside him with surprise on their faces. Master, you actually used Hulk serum for Miss A2, do you want her to turn into a terrifying monster? The commander's sister looked at Locke incredulously and said, yeah, young master, you're starting to get bored of us. Does this mean you plan to open a tank? Miss 2B looked at Locke with a chilly look on her face and said, your uncle, you only drive a tank. In your eyes, am I such a horrible person? Locke said speechlessly, I really don't know what's in Miss 2B's mind. But what he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Miss 2B and the commander's big sister nodded in unison. Isn't it, Locke? I'm too lazy to care about you, now you guys are hardened, and you already know that I'm talking back to the young master? But it doesn't matter, I don't mind, now I have 2 little sisters, just wait and cry. At that time, I will deliberately be biased, and I only love Miss A2, and I will kill you, what will you do? Locke said with a provocative expression. But for his provocation, the 2 ladies didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he sneered, what else can I do? I'm definitely pushing behind you, after all, it's not easy to drive a tank well. You 2 are screwed, Locke said, and rushed towards 2B and the commander. Suddenly, the 3 of them fought together like naughty children. Every day, there are 2 wives of national beauty and Tianxiang who accompany him to play, and life has a different taste. At the same time, the sound of successful activation sounded from the A2's cultivation warehouse. Immediately, the culture medium began to be quickly emptied, and then with a click, the glass door of the culture chamber opened automatically. With the opening of the glass door, Miss A2, who had closed her eyes originally, slowly opened her eyes like she was sleeping. Suddenly, a pair of beautiful light blue eyes appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and they were extraordinarily charming, yet so cold and glamorous. Coupled with her yellowish-white hair, the temperament of an iceberg beauty burst into bloom. The cool beauty of A2 is completely different from the active and clingy beauty of Miss 2B and the mature and charming beauty of Sister Commander. As I said before, no one is the best, but they are all the best experiences. Lazily stretched her waist, and her beautiful body revealed enchanting and sexy that could not be seen in static state. Lifting his legs and striding, he was graceful and sexy, and came to Locke. Master, you'll type a number 2 report, please advise. Leng Yan's character has no unnecessary nonsense, and goes straight to the topic. Looking at the stunning stunner in front of him, Locke couldn't help gulping down his saliva, and he was so beautiful that he was talking about the woman in front of him. You did a good job today. You can't help but don't move. It seems that classmate Locke is worthy of praise from the teachers. At this time, Miss 2B also came to Locke with a sexy catwalk and said with a smile. He didn't move, but deep down he was afraid that he had already completed several sets of examination papers. The mature and charming commander sister also came over with a smile. Not only that, she also brought her own clothes to Miss A2. A2 welcomes you to join the team. From now on, we will fight side by side. The commander looked at A2 seriously and said, 603 I can't ask for it. A2 with a cold personality nodded and said, hee, Sister A2, it seems that you didn't hear the meaning of the words of the commander's elder sister. Her so-called fighting side by side is not just about fighting. Miss 2B looked at A2 meaningfully and said, but to the surprise of Miss 2B, A2 smiled indifferently and said to herself, I definitely know that in my memory, there are already scenes of fighting with the 2 sisters, I am familiar. Hearing A2's words, Miss 2B and the commander looked at Locke beside them with disbelief, as if they wanted him to give them an explanation. Locke smiled awkwardly, and said, I have already entered things like initial memory. That being the case, it is reasonable for me to include the heroic achievements of the 2 ladies as well? Is there a problem? There is definitely no problem, right? To you a big BD, let's see if we can't kill you today. The 2 became angry, their long skirts fluttered, and their sleeves fluttered towards Locke. Seeing this, Locke was startled and ran away, but before he could start, the 2 youngest sisters who were closest to him grabbed him. Fight, but I can't be without me. Good guy, Miss A2 is hiding. Seeing that Miss A2 shot and caught Locke, 2B and the commander were surprised, but they were ecstatic. What is called cocooning oneself, now it is. Sister Atu, you are great, grab him, you mustn't let him leave here standing up today, it's too much, I won't let you down. Please forgive me. Oh, it's too late. Wakanda, in the council hall of the palace, a hologram is playing in front of King T'Chaka. For the safety of your country, I now open my private sanctuary to you in good faith in the principle of humanitarian relief. There is no charge at all to help you keep your vibranium resources, with no upper limit. The activity time is valid within 3 days, if it is outdated, the consequences will be at your own risk. Looking at the holographic image, a handsome young man was sitting on a luxurious sofa with his legs crossed, saying such a paragraph. T'Chaka's face turned green. He has lived for most of his life, and he has seen countless people who are arrogant, but this is the first time he has seen someone who is arrogant and almost lawless. Where did Shen Jingbing come from? Did he drink too much fake wine? Or was his brain caught in the door? Standing next to King T'Challa, the heir to the throne, T'Challa said with an equally ashen face. The words of the young man in front of him seem to be normal, but in fact, every sentence reveals the arrogance of a neuropathy. What is vibranium? It is the lifeblood of their Wakanda, and it is their Wakanda's greatest wealth. 1 gram of ultra-rare metals can be sold for $10,000, which is far more precious than gold. The reason why Wakanda can develop to this point is that it is rich in vibranium veins. This shows how important vibranium is to their Wakanda. It is said that they are the most important strategic reserve materials in their country, and there is no problem at all. But at this moment, the young man in front of him even said that he wanted to help them keep vibranium resources for free, and there was no upper limit? This is not a neuropathy, this statement is simply a joke. It's maddening and funny to let them hear it. Where did the coins come from? After pressing down the hologram in front of him, a trace of unease appeared on King T'Chaka's face. Because the young man in front of him is not an ordinary person, but an existence that makes S.H.I.E.L.D and the beautiful country's military extremely headache and fearful. Yes, this existence is the new leader of the Rockefeller family, Locke. Although Locke is currently only 14 years old, he is as witty as a demon, and his methods are as ruthless as a butcher. Reliable sources revealed that the slaughter of the Jinn and building of the underworld Emperor Kingpin, the murder of Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council, and the murder of Lieutenant General Ross, etc., are all inseparable from the 14-year-old boy. In this way, for this fierce young man, Rao is the king of Wakanda, one of the permanent members of the United Nations, and he cannot help but need extra attention. Father, this guy named Locke is too arrogant. He clearly wants me to hand over vibranium to him. We must not promise him? At this time, Princess Shurui on the side said. Although the Rockefeller family's status in the beautiful country is detached, it is also in the beautiful country. What does he think our Wakanda is? A persimmon that he needs at will. Don't pay attention to this kind of deep well ice guy, let him get it himself if he has the ability, let's see if we don't blow his head. T'Challa said angrily. Young and energetic, he naturally couldn't get used to this kind of thing happening in front of him. Hearing his son's words, T'Chaka showed a hint of dissatisfaction and reprimanded, this matter is not as simple as you think, this guy is not easy. T'Challa, you're not too young, and in a few years it's time for you to take the throne and become the next king of Wakanda. At this time, you are still so arrogant, how can I give you the throne with confidence? Hearing his father's reprimand, T'Challa immediately lowered his head respectfully and said seriously, Father, I know your painstaking efforts, but this guy is really deceiving? He didn't take our Wakanda seriously at all, and he sent the video so provocatively, it's just outrageous. Although I am the future king of Wakanda, I am also a warrior of Wakanda. Even if I die, we absolutely cannot accept this arrogant and unreasonable request. Hearing T'Challa's impassioned words, T'Challa nodded silently, and he didn't know Locke's real purpose. But having lived most of his life, he was able to see the essence of things more clearly. Locke's video is provocative, yes, but it's also a warning, he's warning them? Could it be that this guy already knows something they don't? What did he mean by the so-called rescue? For their Wakanda crisis, did this boy originally, or did it come from other forces? One question after another filled his mind, making him unable to understand for a while. But one thing is for sure, as his son T'Challa said, vibranium is the lifeblood of their Wakanda, an important strategic reserve material. Even if they die, there is absolutely no way they will give it up. There is no upper limit, which is ridiculous. Shurui, during this period of time, your side has strengthened monitoring, and the level of the national defense energy barrier needs to be reinforced again to prevent any changes. T'Chaka said with a solemn expression. Hearing her father's words, Princess Shurui's face showed a touch of disdain. Father, I will do things, but I think it's a bit of a fuss, a small Chable family can't shake us. Not to mention that the defense monitoring I created can detect intruders in an instant, even if they are approaching the national line, there is no need to worry at all. Our energy barrier is strong enough to withstand all kinds of missiles, and unless nuclear bombs are used, it is impossible for them to break through our defenses. And we have deployed a large number of air defense and ground-to-ground weapons at the national line. If he really dares to attack, I will let them go back and forth. Princess Shurui said confidently. As the chief scientist of Wakanda Nation, his research ability is no weaker than that of Playboy Tony Stark. In terms of current technology, she even surpasses Tony Stark. Tony Stark is mainly strong in his innovative ability and incredible wisdom. Hearing Princess Shurui's words, T'Chaka nodded silently and did not speak. I don't know why, since seeing this hologram, he always has a vague feeling of unease in his heart. It seemed that something terrible was waiting for them. Wakanda General. Is their Wakanda crisis really coming? Chaka couldn't help but drummed up in his heart. In Rockefeller Manor, Locke stood quietly by the window of the study, looking at the bleak autumn scenery outside, and felt a burst of peace in his heart. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, the branches swayed, and the leaves flew, which explained to him what it means to be quiet, but the wind is not constant. This seems to be alluding to the real world he is now in, but what he represents is not the tree, but the wind. On the quiet desk, there was his slightly yellowed notebook. Under the strong wind, the notebook rattled and flipped constantly, and finally the page stopped on a schedule. It was written impressively. 3 days later, invade Wakanda? At this moment, the door opened, the yellow skirt swayed, the commander's sister's slender legs stretched out high forks, revealing the black silk on the thighs, and walked to Locke's desk. Quietly closed the rustling notebook and put it on the bookshelf beside the table. Something went out. Turning around slightly, Locke asked with a smile on his face, nodded, his eyes rolled, and his smiling face groaned, and said, "Yes, young master, do you think they will agree?" "Definitely not, they will only think that I am insane, and I am probably already yelling at me." Locke shook his head with a smile, with a playful look on his face. "Giggle, young master, you clearly know that no one else will agree to our request, but you still want to send them a video, aren't you looking for scolding? I don't know what you think." 35. The commander had a smile on his face, especially when he thought of the video recording for the young master just now. It was even more amusing. The way he spoke, she felt that the young master was seriously ill. Hearing this, Locke also laughed unconsciously, and thought it was quite interesting. However, this video is definitely going to be posted, and out of respect for Wakanda, it is still necessary to say hello to Roar in advance. What if they were forced by their domineering arrogance and agreed to their request? This way, there will be one less war. War is terrible, unless he has to. He really doesn't want it to break out. But when I think of the Battle of New York 7 months later, and the attack of Thanos behind, and the more terrifying Dormammu, he had no choice, he had to get vibranium. Whether it is the construction of other members of Yoba's troops, or the formation of his humanoid mecha flight, and the outer space base, vibranium is the material, and only by making his own forces stronger, would he have enough confidence to resist the various challenges that follow. This challenge is not only about himself, but also about the fate of the entire planet. As a member of this planet, he naturally does not want to see his home planet turned into ruins. And Wakanda owns a lot of vibranium, which is also a threat to them. As the so-called common man is innocent, there are a lot of interstellar forces who have the idea of vibranium. That's why he deliberately, the king is good, mentioned the idea of saving Wakanda in the video, hoping that the king of Chaka could hear the deep meaning of his words and finally cooperate with him. But he also knows that the probability of such a situation is close to zero, but no matter if he can succeed or not, he does it anyway, and the consequences are left to the will of God. With a smile, he walked to the commander's elder sister and gently lifted her chin. "Even the commander's sister thinks that I am funny, young master, it seems that I should teach you a lesson," Locke said with a teasing face. Hearing this, the commander's elder sister smiled slightly, but she picked up the fruit tea on the table and handed it to Lee in front of Locke. "Master, the tea is cold, you should drink it first." She turned her back, her slender legs stretched out from the skirt again, and her hands lightly pressed against the desk. Immediately, a capital letter A composed of a body was established. "Master, today's class, I teach you English, this letter is pronounced as A, do you understand?" Still that sentence, the understanding of words, the commander's sister is a must. "Understood, commander, should I write you a capital one now?" Giggle, classmate Locke, you are so smart, you already know that you can draw inferences from other facts. That's right, use your I and Maya together to read AI, which is called word creation. 66 When he was studying in the past, splitting words and creating new words was always one of the most troublesome things for Locke, because it was too difficult. But now, under the vivid image of the commander's elder sister and the interaction between teachers and students, he fell in love with this homework project instead. It's very interesting, compare the body to an A, and then use the body to compare it to an I to draw circles? Locke hummed happily. Finally, their cheerful laughter attracted the attention of Miss 2B and Miss A2. "When I opened the door, I saw a strange scene. You two, I believe in your wickedness, can you play with this?" Miss 2B looked at the two who were still composing words with a speechless expression. "Admiration." Lang Yenatu frowned, said admiration, turned around and left. On the contrary, Miss 2B looked at them with great interest, with a smile on her face and a look of interest in her eyes. Apparently, she wants to play too. Queens, New York at night. In a small alley with a pungent smell, an elderly woman leaned on the wall with a painful face and walked towards home with difficulty. But after walking for a while, she fell straight to the wet ground. At the same time, a cloud of black fluid material emerged from her body. "I'm dying, this body sucks, I need a new host for Locke? Huh? What a wonderful scent, this is the scent of my new host." A hoarse voice came out of the mouth of the black fluid substance. If Locke or Selena were here at this moment, they would be able to see at a glance what this black fluid substance was. That's right, this thing is one of the two remaining symbiotes that escaped from the Life Foundation. At this moment, a red figure swayed over from the building in the distance. "Hey, Grandma, your good neighbor is here." The red figure quickly landed in front of the old woman and slowly helped her up. This red figure is not Spider-Man, who else could it be? Because of his old age and frailty, 603 fell to the ground with no physical strength, and a bloodstain was left on his head. The situation seemed a little dangerous, and he had to be rushed to the hospital. Quickly analyzing the situation in front of him, Spider-Man immediately picked up the old grandmother and planned to swing in the direction of the hospital. But at this moment, the symbiote hidden in the old woman burst out and rushed towards Spider-Man. Row is that Spider-Man has spider telepathy to dodge in the first place, but because the speed of the symbiote is too fast, he still couldn't escape in time, and was instantly infected by the symbiote. Damn, what the hell is this? Pete Parker looked at this strange thing that suddenly appeared in horror, and wanted to get rid of him quickly. But this thing is just like dog skin plaster. Once it gets on it, it's impossible to get rid of it easily. Soon, his entire body was overrun by the symbiote, turning into a black symbiote battlesuit covering him. This feeling is so cool. At this moment, Pete Parker seems to have changed a person, feeling the majestic power in his body, and the freshness when he just became a Spider-Man reappears. Now he is faster, stronger, and his key personality has changed. The low-keyness of the previous obedience disappeared, and turned into a high-profile mad and cool. Looking at the old woman on the ground, just a glance, he didn't have the slightest interest. Sending him to the hospital, what's the joke? Is it bad to dance? A strange thought appeared in his mind. Immediately, Pete Parker twisted his waist and danced beside the old woman angrily. The famous scene appeared. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of that, old man. 99. At this moment, a policeman put one hand on his waist and approached the dancing Spider-Man with a vigilant expression. Oh, I didn't do anything, just dance. We Queen's residents, shouldn't we even have the right to dance? The black Spider-Man continued to move his irritated body as he turned to look at the policeman and said. When the police saw Spider-Man's appearance, the vigilant look on their faces disappeared, and a look of excitement appeared instead. Breaking the door. Is this your latest battlesuit? It's so cool, can you sign me? The policeman said excitedly while taking his hand away from his waist. Hearing the policeman's words, Spider-Man smiled confidently and said, Oh, fans, do you want my autograph? This one is okay, where do you want to sign it? Forget it, I'll sign it directly on your P-shares. As Spider-Man spoke, he shot a cobweb, pulling the police directly in front of him. Without further ado, he took off the policeman's trousers, and then slapped the policeman's P-share heavily, leaving a red palm print on it. Okay, greetings and autographs from the good neighbors. Don't get too excited. After doing all this, Spider-Man smiled wickedly, jumped, and flew out with a cobweb, just like that. Looking at the back of Spider-Man's departure, the policeman's face was bewildered, and his face still had a distorted expression, which was really painful. The Spider-Man in front of him was very different from what he had imagined. If he hadn't ended up swinging away by the cobweb, he would have seriously suspected that the guy just now was playing a prank on him by a brat pretending to be Spider-Man. Touching the red spot, the policeman shook his head. Is this still everyone's good neighbor? It's just like that, it's deadly. A few days later, in a prison in New York, in a single room, a man was lying on the narrow window looking at the scenery outside, his face full of yearning. Ferocious beasts can never be locked up. I will definitely escape from here, GG. The man said to himself while looking at the outside, while constantly grinning evilly. Just then, a prison guard knocked on his door with a baton. Cletus, Cassidy, your girlfriend has come to visit, 30 minutes from now. As the prison guard spoke, he opened the door of his cell. Hearing the prison guard's words, the man smiled, dragged his ankles and walked out towards the door. In this prison, under normal circumstances, no one will be able to live in a single room, and no one will wear shackles when they are in the room. For the beautiful country, the so-called human rights are regarded more than anything else. But the performance of the man in front of him at this moment is obviously extraordinary. But if you look at his previous resume, you can see why he was treated so specially. Because the guy in front of him called Cletus Cassidy is a serial killer, and he is also the kind of evil guy who likes to kill. This guy is an unscrupulous scum, and at a very young age, he had a special affection for his mother. Because of this, his mother always wanted to kill him, but in the end his mother was killed by his father instead. Finally, he testified against his father, causing his father to die in the electric chair. Not only that, but when he was very young, he killed his grandmother by pushing her down the stairs. Combining these kinds of things, it is enough to show that this guy is a natural bad seed, and has reached the point where there is no cure. Looking at Cletus' sinister gaze, the prison guard holding the baton didn't say a word, and tapped him heavily on the back. But the beaten Cletus seemed to have no pain nerves, looked at him with a wicked smile, and said, Have you not eaten today? A little more next time, because there are not many days when you can eat by yourself. One day, I will kill you. No, I will kill your whole family. GGG. Hearing Cletus' words, the prison guard's face was extremely pale. You madman, just keep screaming? You don't want to leave here in your life, fall into my hands, I won't make you feel better. Get out now, no more than 1 second in 30 minutes, or I'll see how I clean up you. GG, I definitely won't take another second. Cletus said with a sneer, and walked out directly. When I came to the window of the visit, a woman with an enchanting figure sat there with a strange smile. Seeing Cletus come out, the woman's face was full of distress. Have these goddamn fellows treated you? I'm fine, I'll definitely leave here in a few days, Cletus said confidently. Hearing his words, the woman smiled slyly and said, it won't take a few days, you will be able to come out today, I brought you a good thing. Cletus looked stunned, not understanding what the woman meant. At this moment, the woman stretched her thin hand into the small window under the bulletproof glass. Seeing this, Cletus was stunned for a moment, and curiously stretched out his fingers and collided with the woman's fingers. At this moment, a red fluid substance spread like an ant colony along the woman's fingers and spread to the man's hand. In just an instant, this strange red fluid life merged into Cletus' body. Immediately, the already lawless and very evil Cletus had a strange smile that was even more of a Liao person on his face. Wait for me, I'll be out soon, Cletus said, looking at the woman outside the glass window. Then, he got up and walked directly towards his cell. Seeing that Cletus sat down for less than 3 minutes, he immediately got up and left. The prison guard who guarded him immediately became vigilant and came to him with a fierce look. What tricks do you want to play? Sit down for me. GGG, I want to go back to the room to get something, the man said with a wicked smile. No, once you leave this room it means your visit is over and you can't come out again? 35. Oh, yes, then forget it. I wanted to go inside and clean you up, but now I'll do it directly. Save the trouble? After saying that, the corners of Cletus' mouth slightly lifted, his body suddenly changed, and a scary scarlet monster appeared in front of the prison guard. There was no hesitation, just a big mouth. The head of the prison guard was directly bitten off. I said, one day I will kill you. It feels so good. Today is my slaughter day. Yes, I call it slaughter. GGG. S.H.I.E.L.D. Secret Base. Nick Fury looked at a document in his hand with a solemn expression. The cigarette butt in his hand was about to burn his fingers, and he didn't seem to know. When did this happen? Nick Fury raised his hand, shoved the cigarette butt into the ashtray, and twisted it again. Just yesterday, in a prison in suburban New York, 43 people were massacred in broad daylight. Among them, 25 prison guards and 18 prisoners. Natasha Romanoff said with a solemn expression. What is the relationship between decedent and the murderer? Except for one of the prison guards who had a grudge against that guy, the rest of them have nothing to do with him? So, is this a random massacre? Nick Fury said with a heavy sigh. Yes? Is there another devil as inhumane as that woman? What a headache. Unlike that woman, we still don't know the details of that woman. But this guy, we got his profile. Cletus Cassidy, the perpetrator of several recent serial killings, before committing this massacre. He has already carried more than a dozen lives on his hands, and he is a human demon. Natasha Romanoff presents Nick Fury with a photo of Cletus Cassidy. Looking at the photo, Nick Fury nodded silently. With a fierce face, it is indeed what a demon should look like. But compared to this guy, I'm more curious about what makes him a monster. Find him for me. This time it's time for the captain to go out, and it's time for him to adjust to the world again, Nick Fury said thoughtfully. Hearing his words, Natasha Romanoff nodded silently. With the help of Rogers, the pressure on my side will be a lot easier. Well, by the way, how is that big guy now? Still unwilling to agree to our invitation? Dr. Banner did resist a little bit, but after going through that incident, he is much calmer than before. I didn't run away without seeing us. I have taken him to our base. Let him get used to the environment here first. If he is not satisfied and wants to leave, we will not stop him. Because I have seen more terrifying monsters, have I begun to feel that I am normal? Are you slowly accepting the real me? A playful smile appeared on Nick Fury's face. I don't rule out this factor. Speaking of which, compared to that abominable kid, Dr. Banner really looks much cuter, Natasha Romanoff said seriously. As soon as Locke was mentioned, the original scene couldn't help but appear in her mind, which made her shudder. Although she can't have real hatred for that guy, she doesn't want to deal with him anymore. It was her nightmare. It seems that it was a very correct decision to find you to contact Hulk. At present, the only one who can appease Hulk is you. How did you do it? Nick Fury asked Natasha Romanoff curiously. Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, Sir, you are flattering. I can't appease that guy. The main reason why he is willing to temporarily enter our base is due to his girlfriend. Is that so, General Ross's daughter? 9. Yes? Well, I see. You did a good job. Besides Banner, you should pay more attention to Tony Stark, although this guy is a little too arrogant sometimes. But I have to say that he is a genius. In terms of technology, this guy may be the only one who has a chance to surpass Locke. Beyond that BD, is it really possible? Natasha Romanoff was skeptical. If Nick Fury said that before contacting Locke, she didn't think there was a big problem. But now, she thought in her heart that it was impossible. Although for the time being she has not found out where that terrifying woman came from. But according to the large amount of information she compiled, she guessed that the woman was probably created by Locke by means of technology. Because that woman appeared just 1 month after Locke created his private underground experiment. The timing of this is too coincidental, and based on the feedback from Tony Stark, they had met at an altitude of 10,000 meters. According to Tony Stark's own description, the other party turned off his artificial intelligence in an instant. Imagine being able to make an extremely confident, even conceited, Tony Stark take the initiative to admit that the guy's technology is stronger than his own. One can imagine how high the level of technology that man now has. In this way, relying on the means of technology to create a merciless killing machine makes sense. Just when she was still thinking, a hurried knock on the door rang. Before Nick Fury could say please, the door was pushed open first. The person here is Hill Agent? Sir, I think you should come out and take a look. The Hill Agent's expression was extremely solemn, unprecedentedly solemn. Rao's expression at this moment is that Natasha Romanoff, who has worked with her for many years, has never seen it. In the dignified, there is also a strong fear. Yes, it is an unparalleled fear. Hearing her words, Nick Fury did not speak but frowned and followed Hill quickly and walked out. Natasha Romanoff also walked out curiously. When they reached the huge command hall, a group of staff members had already stood up. Everyone's eyes were full of horror, and the entire hall was unusually quiet, and the sound of needles falling to the ground could be heard. Stunned, Natasha Romanoff also moved his gaze to the big screen that everyone was looking at. Immediately, she only felt that her scalp was numb, and her whole body became cold. An indescribable sense of oppression suddenly descended upon her, causing the data files she was holding in her hand to fall to the ground. The reason why she had such a big reaction was because the scene that appeared in front of her at the moment was too shocking. I saw densely packed anti-gravity auxiliary robots like crows in groups, flying from all directions, and then gathered over the Rockefeller estate. A piece of darkness, the number is constantly increasing, and then like a dark cloud over the city, it covers the entire sky, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if the end is coming. What the heck is this? What is that guy trying to do? What a terrifying scene. The radius of dozens of kilometers was covered, and those who didn't know it thought it was a dark cloud. Is this the strength of the Rockefeller family? It's really terrible. It turned out to be an anti-gravity assist robot. Zero seeking flowers. Anti-gravity assist robot. It's the auxiliary robot floating around the witch. The power of those anti-gravity assisted robots, we have seen it, it is a powerful metamorphosis. It can fire conventional bullets, spray flames, fire lasers, etc. It is a mobile arsenal. To have built so many anti-gravity robots, this is enough to attack a country? Is he going to start a war? I don't know what to say, and everyone took a deep breath. If what is said is true, that day is about to change. Listening to the discussion of the group of people around, Nick Fury's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know what to think in his mind. Without speaking, he picked up the private phone and dialed. This time the call was quickly connected, and a slightly old voice sounded. Hehe, what the young master said is true, you really called me. The voice at the other end of the conversation had a hint of playfulness. Mr. Mo, what does the one in your family want to do? Point 0. Such a big movement will cause panic among the people, are you crazy? Nick Fury said with a slight anger. Hearing this, Lao Mo's voice sank obviously. Xiaofu, pay attention to the tone of your speech, are you questioning me? 55. That's not what I mean, I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have the obligation and responsibility to know your purpose. 99. The purpose? Isn't it obvious? War? But don't worry, it's not you. 99. After all, before Nick Fury could react, Mo directly hung up the phone. Left alone, Nick Fury was stunned, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Scolded fake, these two lunatics. Nick Fury squeezed the phone tightly, as if to burst it. Sir, is there a result? What are they trying to do? Natasha Romanoff and Hill looked at Nick Fury with serious looks. You guessed it, he's really going to start a war. Nick Fury sat down, as if losing all his strength. What? Hearing Nick Fury's words, everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's really going to start a war? Is this a coup? Hill asked with a look of horror. Shaking his head, he said, the object is not us. When Nick Fury said it wasn't them, the group was inexplicably relieved. Sure enough, the joys and sorrows of this world are not common. When things don't happen to me and I become a spectator, I am not so afraid, and even have the mentality of watching a play. That is, don't know yet, but whoever it is, that's going to change. Nick Fury murmured. Although they are not being targeted now, but who can guarantee the future? What kind of despair would it be when the densely packed robots overwhelmed them? Just thinking about it, he felt like he was about to lose Roar's breath. There is really no problem in including the Rockefeller family as a SSS threat, and now, except for the Rockefellers. He also wants to list Locke, the 14-year-old evildoer, alone. SSSS class, the threat of destroying the Star class? Rockefeller Manor. Locke stood quietly in the huge garden. Excitedly, he looked at the millions of anti-gravity assistance robots suspended above his head. After almost a month, his $1 million goal was finally achieved. Next, it is time to move towards the goal of 10 million, then 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it even more. When it does get to that point, what will it be like? Spectacular scene? He can't imagine it. With a big wave of his hand, an anti-gravity floating throne similar to Dragon Ball Frieza's car galloped from a distance and appeared in front of him in an instant. This was specially created for this time of invasion. He sat up unhurriedly, and the floating throne slowly rose, bringing him into the air. Under the control of the Artificial Intelligence 9s, the anti-gravity assistant robot, which was covered in black, moved quickly, and Chi-Chi came behind him. Like a well-trained army. It is also like the Deep 603 abyssal beast who was convinced behind him, with a terrifying momentum. In fact, under the control of Artificial Intelligence 9s, Locke's army of anti-gravity assisted robots is far more powerful than the human army. The two are not of the same order of magnitude at all, whether it is the tacit understanding of cooperation or the ability to work together, or the disadvantage that the physical body is not as good as the ability to fight against the mechanical body. It is destined that the human army is impossible to compare with Locke's robot army. Yobakor obey orders and set off. Locke made a loud noise, and an aura that seemed to startle the sky erupted from his body, shaking the universe. Yes. Hearing the order, the three Yobakor, 2B, A2, the commander responded in unison. Immediately, the three pairs of anti-gravity mechanical flying wings quickly opened from their backs and came to Locke's side in an instant. The three of them are like three angels who fell from the sky. They are valiant, but they are murderous. Just looking at them makes people shudder. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of ordinary residents around. Everyone looked at the dark sky with horror on their faces, feeling that their hearts were being clenched, and there was an unimaginable suffocation. What is this black mass? 99. A flock of crows? That's terrifying. What a flock of crows. I just observed it with a telescope, like a high-tech flight device. Not just the flight machine, but a man and three women. There is actually a pair of wings behind the woman. Is that Angel? It's amazing, but it's too far to see their faces. Quickly take a photo. This is a shocking news. It will definitely make the headlines. A group of residents talked a lot, and immediately took out their mobile phones and started filming. But at this moment, the black army of auxiliary robots disappeared in front of their eyes at an unimaginable speed. You must know that the anti-gravity flight device and auxiliary robot built by Locke can easily break through 10 times the speed of sound, even the most advanced F-22 fighter in the beautiful country. And the moving speed of his floating throne is even more terrifying, twice the speed of the anti-gravity mechanical flying wings. Yes, the floating throne can easily explode at a speed that exceeds the speed of sound 20 times. This can also understand why a group of people hadn't reacted yet, and Locke took his robot army away quickly. However, although Locke's speed of leaving was fast, it was still not faster than the hand speed of a group of solitary dogs. A video of his robot army was still filmed and posted online. In fact, with Locke's means, he could easily shut up all the media and block news. But this time Locke didn't do it. Since it has been photographed, let them send it out. This can also be regarded as a vaccination for the people. After all, in 7 months, the Battle of New York will begin, and then it will be the real doomsday scene. The emergence of Chidori will completely subvert people's understanding of the world. So let them take a look at their robot army first, which is an eye-opener. In addition to this, there is another reason, that is, it is impossible for him to hide in the dark forever, and it is impossible to hide. After all, his genius name is going to be exposed, and since this is the case, it is no longer necessary to conceal it deliberately. Let them go crazy. This world, the era that belongs to him, is also time to open. Locke thought so. In the discussion hall of Wakanda, there was always a bad premonition in T'Chaka's heart. The time limit Locke gave them was 3 days, so during these 3 days, he was restless. Although he himself did not believe that the Rockefellers could directly send troops to attack them. But that uneasy feeling has not disappeared for a long time, instead it has a tendency to intensify, which makes him very painful. For 3 days, I haven't had a good night's sleep, it's just torture. Shuri, have you discovered anything special now? This was the 15th time Chaka asked today. Princess Shurui felt helpless when she heard her father's words. Father, I told you long ago, that guy is just a mouthful, he's just a small Chable family. No matter how lofty his position in the beautiful country is, it is absolutely impossible to command the army of the beautiful country to attack us. The words he said were nothing but slanderous words, nothing to be afraid of. Princess Shurui said confidently. Yeah, father, you don't have to take it to heart and waste your precious time. T'Challa on the side also said .0. However, just as his voice landed, a rapid alarm sounded in the huge hall, and then the air defense alarms of the entire country sounded. Warning, warning. A large number of unknown flight objects were found flying towards our national line at high speed. The intention of the other party is being analyzed, the probability of no threat is 10%, and the probability of threat is 90%. Preliminary judgment that the other party is not good, the danger level is SSS level. The voice of an artificial intelligence sounded, and the faces of the three immediately changed. King Chaka's face became even more solemn, and Princess Shurui and T'Challa went from casual to unbelievable. It's impossible. The two looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. The other ministers also had expressions of shock on their faces. Apparently they had the same idea as Princess Shurui and T'Challa, thinking that Locke was just lying. However, the sudden alarm sound at this moment shattered their beautiful fantasy, and the development of things seems to be going in the direction they least expect to see. Retrieve the surveillance footage immediately. Princess Shurui frowned and said. Immediately, the artificial intelligence retrieved a holographic image and appeared in the conference hall where they were located. With the appearance of the picture, everyone was shocked, as if they had been electrocuted, and their bodies began to tremble slightly, because they saw a terrifying scene that they will never forget in their entire lives. Just 50 kilometers away from their national line, there was a dark cloud-like thing coming towards them at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 50 kilometers was over. Suddenly, they immediately saw what the black piece was. It turned out to be a strange mechanical body that could break free from gravity. In the past 3 days, their king has deliberately investigated all the information about the 14-year-old boy of the Rockefeller family. In this way, they naturally knew what this peculiarly shaped mechanical body was. This is a terrible killer. It can fire conventional bullets, and can also breathe fire lasers, etc. It is simply a mobile arsenal. Such a terrible thing, just facing a fight is already tricky enough. But now it is densely packed, I don't know how many. According to their estimates, at least there are more than 1 million. So, how could they not feel terrified? This is simply their nightmare? Millions of mechanical killers formed a terrifying mechanical army, and the army overwhelmed the realm. Is this the method of that terrifying young man? T'Chaka felt a burst of despair in his heart. He thought about many ways for Locke to deal with them, but he never thought about this one. Because this kind of situation was not in his consideration at all, and before that, he had never imagined that Locke's methods could reach such a situation. And the person who felt more incredible than him at this moment was his daughter, Princess Shurui. As the chief scientist of Wakanda, she clearly knows how terrifying the mechanical killer that appears in front of her at the moment, and how superb the level of technology is. When she saw this kind of thing for the first time, her first reaction was that this kind of thing should not appear on their planet at all. Because this is a product whose technology level far exceeds the existing technology in their world. Row is that her mind is unable to make such a sophisticated mechanical body. There are too many technological elements in this terrifying mechanical killer, such as anti-gravity, laser weapons, artificial intelligence and so on. It is unbelievable to be able to integrate several high technologies into a small body. If she were to develop it, the volume it would create would be at least 10 times larger than what was seen now. And that's the difference between them? This is the same as making a chip. The smaller the difficulty, the greater the difficulty. It is not an order of magnitude at all. The residents living in Wakanda are also staring at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. Looking at the black army of machines, everyone fell into panic, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Fear, an unspeakable fear overwhelms them. They have never seen such a scene. This is completely the scene of the end. My God, what the hell is this? Has aliens invaded? It's terrifying. Is this going to attack our country? Why? Quick, hide in the underground bomb shelter immediately. The war is about to start. With the pressure of Locke's mechanical army, the entire Wakanda society is in chaos. Rapid sirens constantly sounded in various cities of the Wakanda country, accompanied by various screams and cries. The war has not yet begun, but Wakanda has begun to fall. In Wakanda's Congress Hall, everyone's faces were extremely solemn, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Looking at the holographic image in front of him, and then looking at the people who were already caught in a riot, King T'Chaka's face was so gloomy that water could drip. Gather all our fighters to meet the enemy, Chaka said loudly. During these 3 days, he has been feeling uneasy, and he has been planning for the worst, but he didn't expect it to happen today. Although the situation in front of him was much more terrifying than he had imagined before, his dignity as a Wakanda warrior would never allow him to surrender directly. If he wants to surrender, he can do it within those 3 days. But he did not do so, which is enough to explain his attitude. It is one thing to win or not to fight, and it is another to dare to fight. And their warriors of Wakanda never dared to fight a war? Yes. T'Challa nodded heavily, with a hint of war on his face. As the future king, his courage is no joke. He is willing to sacrifice his life for the safety of his country. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of a country is the responsibility of everyone, and even everyone has a responsibility, not to mention the future king. In an instant, a Wakanda army consisting of hundreds of thousands of soldiers gathered in front of the Wakanda capital. It was densely packed, like a swarm of ants. On the other side, Princess Shurui, relying on his own artificial intelligence, dispatched thousands of combat drones to follow him. Around the soldiers, all kinds of tanks, armored vehicles, and high-tech energy cannons were waiting in battle, aiming at Locke's mechanical legion. As long as there is movement on Locke's side, she will fire without hesitation to destroy the group of intruders. T'Challa and T'Challa, one wearing a Black Panther battlesuit and one wearing a special armor, stood in front of the army, staring at the mechanical legion above. Their high fighting spirit overflowed from their bodies. You are wider than me. You are wider than me? A peculiar roar shout came out from the mouth of a group of warriors, which was earth-shattering and deafening. Above the sky, Locke leaned lazily on his floating throne, holding his cheeks with one hand, and tapping lightly on the table with the other, relaxed and comfortable. He quietly looked at Wakanda below. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, revealing a smile of approval. An unparalleled domineering burst out from his body, making him look like a king who looks down on the world and controls everything. At the moment, he is very much like the Dragon Ball world, the Frisia who is suspended in outer space and quietly watching the S.H.I.E.L.D planet. It's just that Frisia controls the life and death of the S.H.I.E.L.D planet, and he controls the life and death of the high-tech country of Wakanda. Although the levels are different, the feeling is the same. This feeling of mastering the life and death of others is not so wonderful, but one thing is undeniable, that is, it is very cool. As expected of a Wakanda warrior, this fighting spirit is still okay. I admire it, Locke said calmly, with seriousness in his eyes. But admiration is admiration, but Vibranium is determined to win. GS, finally send them a message that as long as they hand over 70% of their Vibranium reserves, I can retire. Otherwise, once I start, what I want is not 70%, but all. Even if you destroy the entire Wakanda, you will not hesitate. Locke said coldly. As long as he can achieve his goals, he doesn't care what kind of person he becomes. Rao became a supervillain in their hearts, so what? Since it is a villain, it is natural to do what the villain does. Is there a problem with this situation now? No problem, he asked himself. Yes. 35 AI-9s, immediately connected to Wakanda's AI. Soon Princess Shurui was horrified to find that her artificial intelligence control system was directly paralyzed. At the same time, a piece of Wakanda text appeared on her smart big screen. Looking at the text on the screen, Princess Shurui looked complicated. The other party actually wanted 70% of their vibranium resources. If you don't agree, you will definitely invade, and you won't give them a cent? Father, maybe we really should surrender. We are facing a super giant, and there is no chance of winning. There is no shame in surrendering? Princess Shurui came to her father and brother with a complicated face and told them what Locke meant. Hearing Shurui's words, a touch of bitterness appeared on both of their faces. Because they themselves are very clear, if this war really starts, they have no chance of winning. Just when they were still hesitation, Locke made another move. On the floating throne, Locke turned his attention to the body of Miss A2 beside him. A2, it's time to show your strength and give them another deterrent? Otherwise, these guys thought my confidence was just because there was a mechanical army? In fact, my real confidence is Yoaba's troops, my 3 wives. Locke said with a half smile. Hearing Locke's words, the 3 of them smiled and groaned, and they were very useful for Locke's praise. Understood, A2 nodded with a smile, his figure flashed out, and he crossed Wakanda's national line in an instant. Immediately, the anti-aircraft weapons deployed on the national line automatically launched an attack on her. One missile after another, energy rays swept toward the A2 with overwhelming might. In an instant, the A2 was completely enveloped, and the explosion directly swallowed the A2. Did you make it? Seeing such a scene, the hearts of all Wakanda warriors were filled with joy. The strength of the team of invaders in front of me seems to be nothing more than that. But when the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, their hearts fell to the bottom of the valley, like falling into an ice cellar. Because the woman who was hit by the artillery fire was suspended in midair unharmed, with a disdainful smile on her face. How is this possible? Is this woman a steel and iron bone? There is nothing at all. It's terrifying. This guy is just like another woman, a devil. Just when a group of Wakanda warriors felt extremely frightened, A2's figure disappeared directly. When she reappeared in 603, she was already in front of a Taiwan air defense weapon. The long sword suspended on the back of A2 flew out automatically and fell into her hands. Silver light suddenly appeared, like a meteor piercing the sky. In an instant, all the anti-aircraft weapons were torn apart and exploded with a rumble, and in the thick flames, they turned into a pile of broken copper and iron. Instant spike, but okay. Seeing such a scene, the warriors in Wakanda swallowed their saliva in unison. Their hearts were shocked. Their psychological defense line collapsed suddenly. This woman was too terrifying. Not to mention the overwhelming mechanical army, let alone this woman. She should be able to slaughter all of them. After all, this woman can even resist a missile attack. And the weapons in their hands are simply toys compared to missiles, and as far as that woman is concerned, they are not at all lethal. After easily getting the anti-aircraft weapon, A2 jumped up, jumping hundreds of meters high, and landed on their energy barrier lightly. The cold-faced A2 looked at the energy barrier under him with disdain. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, but his fists were clenched tightly. Then he raised his fist high, and slammed it down with a fierce punch. Boom! The collision between the fist and the energy barrier caused a huge amount of sound, and the entire energy barrier vibrated violently. The people below were like ants who were kept in the dark, and their hearts could not help but tremble as the punch hit. What does she want to do? Break our energy barrier with her bare hands? How is this possible? There should be a limit to self-confidence? When everyone wanted to understand the purpose of A2, everyone was confused. I have seen fierce people, but I have never seen such fierce people, and they want to break their energy barrier with bare hands. How can that be? To know their energy barrier, even ordinary ICBMs can't break through. The woman in front of her actually wanted to break open with her bare hands, which, in their opinion, was simply nonsense. But just when they thought so, a click sound reached their ears. Immediately, everyone was shocked. Man, it's numb. No way. There was such a voice in everyone's heart. Looking up and looking at the sky, a crack appeared on their energy barrier. Seeing such a scene, everyone's hearts were chilled, as if they had fallen into hell, and their eyes were full of horror. This woman actually broke their energy barrier with one punch. This is so outrageous. Quick, recharge immediately, open the overload defense barrier. Princess Shurui also looked terrified, but unlike ordinary people, he quickly pressed the high-tech controller on his arm. Suddenly, the energy barrier guarding their Wakanda's last line of defense was overloaded. Electricity for the entire country of Wakanda was delivered above the energy barrier in front of it. At this moment, the entire country of Wakanda has lost power except for the energy barrier. An earth-shattering hum sounded, and the energy barrier that had been smashed by a two-punch was quickly repaired. Not only that, the defense level of the energy barrier has also increased by 1 level. Looking at the energy barrier that was quickly repaired under him, A2's face showed interest. Interesting, really good defensive ability, A2 praised. But then again, if it was smashed with one punch, it would be boring. And now, it's even more fun to watch. With a slight smile, the mechanical flying wings behind the A2 vibrated slightly, and the A2 flew directly into the sky. Seeing such a scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What's more, there was a burst of cheers. They thought that A2 was going to give up because they couldn't break their energy barrier. It wasn't until they saw that Miss A2, who flew high in the sky, turned around and began to dive down at a high speed. They were stunned again. Fake? This is not giving up at all, but launching a more violent attack. Also swooping and running, not to play like this. 7. This is what everyone has in mind. At the moment when this idea appeared, everyone was shocked to see the woman swooping down from the sky. Like a meteorite, there was a crimson fire around the body. It was obviously a flame that was rubbing against the air too fast. However, at this moment, the A2 body is wrapped in a layer of silver white metal outer armor, and it looks like a stream of light. Boom. Rumble rumble. 35. Boom. 3 sounds came out, but because the interval was too short, it sounded like one. The first is the sound of Miss A2 hitting the Wakanda energy barrier. The second is the sound of the energy barrier bursting. As for the third way, it was the sound of Miss A2 crashing to the ground after breaking through the energy barrier. The A2 lady, who is covered in adamantium armor, has become the hardest human shell in the world. After smashing Wakanda's energy barrier in one fell swoop, it fell to the ground and smashed heavily on the hard ground. Suddenly, the earth cracked and collapsed, and a giant deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in the eyes of a group of soldiers. Shockwaves swept all around like a tsunami, and the earth began to shake violently like an earthquake. Under the dual influence of shockwave and earthquake, the soldiers who were closer to the crater collapsed. From Locke's point of view, the Wakanda soldiers below are like wheat hit by a hurricane. Seeing the amazing scene in front of them, all the Wakanda soldiers swallowed and panicked. The fighting spirit just now disappeared completely, and now the only thing left is fear. Not to mention the mechanical legion deployed in the sky, the combat power shown by this woman is enough to crush them. And such a woman, there are 2 people above the sky, no one can say what their strength is. But it shouldn't be too much. Thinking of this, their hearts became even more desperate. Facing the group of guys in front of them, it is impossible for them to win, there is no chance of winning. They are not afraid of fighting, but they are afraid of such a winless war. Because for them, this is a moth to a flame, a death. It wasn't just a group of ordinary soldiers who fell into despair, Wakanda's King T'Challa and the future King T'Challa also fell into despair. With only one person's strength, they broke the energy barrier built by the whole country. Is it necessary to start such a war with disparity in strength? The answer is obviously no. There is no need. Because once they start, their Wakanda is bound to die. With that guy's means, he might slaughter their entire country. Such an outcome is something they cannot accept or bear no matter what. Princess Shurui is right, in the face of such a terrifying enemy, it is really not ashamed for them to surrender. Hopefully, he can keep his promise. Since the establishment of Wakanda, their entire country has been in a state of rapid development and has never encountered any major setbacks. By now, their technological level has surpassed that of the world's first power. According to his plan, in this development, they don't need to continue to close the country at all. They can appear in front of the world as they really are. Because he felt that they Wakanda already have enough strength to protect the security of their own country. He thought so and planned to do so. The plan for opening the country has been written in his National Development Policy Plan. But no matter how hard he counts, he never counted that Wakanda would go through this ordeal. Everything that happened today completely shattered his previous confidence and arrogance, leaving nothing left. In front of that 14-year-old boy, their self-righteous super high-tech level was simply not worth mentioning. The artificial intelligence was instantly hacked, and the energy barrier used for national defense was smashed with one punch. All of this clearly tells them how huge the gap between them and this teenager is. The young man in front of him must not be offended, or he will destroy the country. Heart ashes is the only word that can describe his mood at the moment. Scared, they are really scared. When you should be cowardly, you must be cowardly. Rao is young and energetic, and T'Challa, who just said that he will fight to the death, also shut his mouth at this moment. After all, he could die, but millions of Wakanda's citizens couldn't die with him. That's their Wakanda hope. And hope can't die. On the sky carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D agents are also afraid to come out at the moment. Although they were not the ones who faced Locke's mechanical legion, they still felt an unparalleled sense of oppression from the picture in front of them. The hearts seemed to be uncomfortably pulled by someone, and the cold sweat unconsciously wet their backs. If they are the ones facing this mechanical army, how desperate should they be? They dared not think about it any longer. Hopefully we don't stand on his opposite side in our lives, said the Hill agent standing beside Nick Fury with a complicated expression. And her words immediately resonated, and a group of people nodded in unison. The meaning is self-evident. Nick Fury didn't say a word, just stared at the screen in front of him, not knowing what was going on in his mind. After a while, he took out a retro BB machine from his pocket, looked at it and put it in again. Now even if that woman comes, maybe it can't do anything? After all, that guy is so scary. He shook his head with a wry smile, full of powerlessness. Above the height of Wakanda, Locke quietly looked at the energy barrier that had been blasted by Miss 2, with a playful smile on his face. The energy barrier that can make a 2 spend a little effort to break through is indeed Wakanda. But now, it's time for me to come and get hold of them, Locke said, and moved his consciousness. Immediately, the overwhelming army of auxiliary robots flew towards Wakanda like locusts. In an instant, time stopped at a height of 100 meters above the head of Wakanda's army. Then, the anti-gravity-assisted robots were quickly arranged and combined, and finally formed a huge amount of mechanical cube to surround everyone. Now all of them have become turtles in the urn. As long as Locke has a thought, they can easily kill them. What is the joy of violence? That's it. To win by quantity suppression, although it feels a bit incompetent, but it's cool. Isn't the fight all about firepower? The more powerful the firepower, the more exciting the battle, and it will rule all the bells and whistles. Looking at the mechanical legion that surrounded them, a group of Wakanda warriors did not dare to move at all, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out, for fear that if you move around, you will be judged as an enemy by this strange mechanical killer, and then kill them. The floating throne flew down unhurriedly, with 2B and the commander following closely behind him, like the left, the king's good, right protector. Looking at Locke slowly descending, Chaka was shocked, and the strong sense of oppression made him extremely cautious. Soon, Locke appeared not far from him, but Locke still needed to look up at the height he was at. Obviously, Locke did it on purpose. The purpose is to create a feeling of being superior to their Wakanda. In fact, this is indeed the case. They did not have the strength to have an equal dialogue with Locke. This is the essence of this cruel world, the weak eat the strong, and everything speaks with strength. As the king of a country, he is very clear. If he can stand above this height, he will also treat his opponent like this. Although he was reluctant in his heart, Chaka still bowed and showed humility to Locke. You can't beat it, you can't beat it, there's nothing to say. When it's time to admit it, you have to admit it. They have been suppressed to this point, and the face of the so-called king of a country is no longer important. Now he just wants to keep Wakanda from being wiped out by the boy in front of him. Master Locke, we surrendered and conceded defeat. What you want, I will give you. I also urge you to keep your promise and retire. Chaka sighed and said with a complicated expression. For half his life, he never thought that one day he would surrender to the hands of an underage boy. This is really incredible. Also, very Fed. REI. Don't you think it's a bit late to say you want to surrender now? Locke sat on the floating throne and looked at Chaka below with a playful expression. Hearing Locke's words, Chaka was taken aback and set off a huge wave. Could it be? As if thinking of something terrifying, he immediately fell to one knee. Father? Seeing that T'Challa suddenly knelt down, his son T'Challa tried to hold him, but T'Challa pushed him away. As the ruler of a country, it is absolutely impossible to do this kind of kneeling before people. This not only humiliates one's own dignity, but also humiliates the dignity of the entire country. However, for the monarch, the people's livelihood and the grain are the first. Everything has to be put behind the lives of the people, which has always been his attitude in governing the country. And because the Locke in front of him already had the previous ruthless means. So he was very worried that Locke would go crazy and attack his people, which he never wanted to see. So what's the point of bending your knees? As long as he can protect his country from harm, he will do it even if the 5 bodies are cast into the body. But what he didn't expect was that just after his knees fell, the young man in front of him showed a displeased expression and waved his hand at him. A gust of wind came towards him and flew him upside down and smashed into the crowd. However, because there were a lot of soldiers behind him, the King Chaka was not hurt. Seeing that Locke actually shot at his father, T'Challa, the son, turned red, and immediately wanted to shoot at Locke. But at this moment, Chaka's voice came out. Don't mess around, I'm fine, thank you Master Locke for being merciful. Chaka walked out of the crowd with a complex expression on his face. I was slapped, and in the end I had to thank others for their kindness of not killing. I can imagine the aggrieved feeling of this feeling. However, he clearly knew that the young man in front of him had indeed kept his hands on him. Otherwise, based on his understanding and the strength of this guy, he would have already died. Since the other party doesn't kill him, it means that everything has to be discussed, which is good news. But the premise is that his son can't be confused at this time, otherwise, even if the king and Lao Zi come, they won't be able to save them. Seeing that his father came back safe and sound, T'Challa could not help but let out a sigh of relief, and then released his clenched fist. But at this moment, the commander came to T'Challa's face in a flash, and pushed out with a palm. The powerful force immediately vomited blood from T'Challa's mouth, and flew backwards. Finally, his head tilted, but he fainted. Is it worthy of you to unleash murderous intent on my young master? The commander said coldly, his eyebrows full of murderous intent. My son is ignorant, please spare his life. Chaka looked at the commander pleadingly. Okay, come back. Locke's calm voice sounded. Hearing the order, the commander nodded and flew back to Locke again. His eyes turned to Chaka. You should be very clear that what I want is not your kneeling, your knees mean nothing to me. Locke said expressionlessly. I understand, I can give you 70% of the vibranium resources you want. Chaka said with a distressed expression. Vibranium is the lifeblood of their country, the source of their wealth. The reason why their Wakanda can develop so fast is because of the terrifying benefits that vibranium brings to them. Then they relied on these gains to develop their country's technology, which is how they can get to where they are today. So to put it bluntly, their Wakanda is a technology powerhouse built on vibranium. Vibranium is their foundation, and without vibranium, they will lose the super gold absorbing plug-in. This is all detrimental to the development of their entire country. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way out, they would be unwilling to let go of the vibranium ore even if they were killed. Luckily this guy just said to take 70% of their vibranium veins. Although this also caused them to bleed a lot, but breaking their arms to save their lives, they endured it when they gritted their teeth. After all, the country is important. The big deal is to raise the price of vibranium a little bit in the future, and then reduce the export volume, so as to ensure the normal development of their country. During this period, the development direction of their entire country will have to make reasonable adjustments. Economic income cannot rely too much on vibranium, and instead rely on their superb technology. But while he was still planning the future of his country in his mind, Locke's words directly plunged him into despair. Who told you that I only need 70% of the vibranium reserves? Are you confused? Locke looked at Chaka with a playful expression. What? Didn't you say that just now? Chaka looked at Locke in amazement and said. You also know that it was just now. I gave you a chance 3 days ago. What have you been doing? I just said that you surrender immediately and don't let me do it. But now I've done it, and once I do, I don't want 70%, but all. The fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop of the floating throne, and each tap seemed to hit Chaka's heart. It made him tremble uncontrollably. This feeling is really terrible. All. Hearing Locke's words, Chaka's pupils were about to dilate. This is really dying. This is to clean him up? Yes, you heard it right. It's all. Now you can lead the way. Is there a problem? Locke said unquestionably. But Chaka wanted to say something, but Miss A2 disappeared in an instant. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Chaka. At the same time, a long sword was placed around Chaka's neck. If you say one more nonsense, believe it or not, I will cut off your head. 99 A2 said with a cold expression. She was already cold and glamorous, but the momentum she showed at this moment was even more cold and ruthless. That's right, no more nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue. Miss 2B also said at this time. Hearing the words of the two female evil stars, Chaka couldn't help but hold back no matter how much he wanted to say. I'll take you there? 35 Chaka nodded and led the way. Soon, the group came to the back of a huge palace, a dozen miles away from the palace. A huge amount of crater appeared, with a diameter of several kilometers and a depth of at least several hundred meters. As we all know, vibranium is not a product of this planet in the first place. From the very beginning, it fell from outside the domain, and it was considered a kind of meteorite from outside the domain. One fell on the South Pole, and the other fell on Wakanda. It is precisely because of this that vibranium is owned by Wakanda. Then there was a situation where they rose all the way as if they were hanging up. It can be said that Wakanda is simply out of luck. Whenever this precious metal falls in another country, that country is expected to rise rapidly. However, Locke has no interest in this. No matter which country it falls in, vibranium will eventually be his. Standing quietly on the edge of the crater, Locke looked down. In the very center of the crater, there is a hill standing there. The dark mountain is like oil poured, and under the sunlight, it exudes a strange light. That hill was the vibranium meteorite that fell on Wakanda. A long time ago, Locke heard that Wakanda's vibranium reserves were amazing, but he didn't expect it to be so amazing. Preliminary estimates are at least 10 million tons. Definitely, compared with the general steel reserves, it is naturally incomparable. But know that this is vibranium, and a gram can sell for $10,000? What is the concept of 10 million tons? Just terrifying? But now this precious thing is his own. Although he is not short of money, he is still very excited to think about it. With this 10 million tons of vibranium, he can do too much. The build of several other members of Yoba's force, the build of the humanoid mech, and the full vibranium battlesuit he'd always wanted. No, it's not a full vibranium armor now, it's a super nano armor that combines vibranium and adamantium perfectly. That's right, their eyes have been put on the nano armor. He's completely ahead of Tony Stark now. Go the way of others, let others have no way to go, but it's okay. Really excited to think about it? Master Locke, although I really want to give you the vibranium ore, but it's really too big, you won't be able to take it away for a while. Why don't you keep it with us for the time being, and move it slowly later? Chaka said with a secret smile in his heart. That's what he meant to say just now, even though Locke had already captured their Wakanda. But the weight of the vibranium load is no joke. It is definitely not that easy to take away now. In his opinion, it is basically impossible. However, they didn't allow themselves to continue speaking, so he could only wait until now to speak. He really wanted to see a group of them collapsed. It should be a very interesting thing. But what he didn't expect was that Locke and his party did not appear in the expression he imagined. Instead, Chi-Chi looked at him with a playful expression. The feeling was like looking at a fool. Chaka, you are not bad, you are a good king, but your vision is too narrow. If you don't have this sentence, you seem to care, but in fact you want to watch the play. I'd really just keep vibranium with you and mine it again when I need it. But now, if I don't show you how good the young master is, I feel sorry for you. After that, Locke smiled coldly, his mind moved, and countless auxiliary robots galloped towards the vibranium vein below. At the same time, they quickly arranged and combined, and instantly turned into a huge mechanical arm. Then, he grabbed the entire vibranium mountain with one hand, and it was as simple as drinking water. Chaka was stunned, his face full of disbelief. WTF, this works too. Locke had already thought about the function of modular assembly before building a large number of auxiliary robots. Therefore, each auxiliary robot has multiple interfaces and multiple plugs. Just like Lego, as long as the number of auxiliary robots is large enough, he can assemble any desired shape through pre-programming. And this is the derivative function of a large number of auxiliary robots, and its effect is no worse than the flow of violent soldiers. In some specific cases, this function is more deterrent than the scattered mechanical legions. Just like the scene right now, it's a good proof. A giant hand composed of millions of anti-gravity assistance robots. Not to mention grabbing a 1,000-ton vibranium mine, even heavier mountains can grab it, or blast it with one punch. Yes, the power is so terrifying. This is the qualitative change caused by the quantitative change. Seeing such a scene, Chaco was already stunned. I thought I could see this terrifying young man embarrassing. Now it seems that he is the Joker. With a bitter expression on his face, he had nothing to say. The national defense energy barrier was easily broken, and an army of 100,000 people was like child's play in front of others. Now that even the tens of millions of tons of vibranium mine has been easily taken away by the other party, what else can he say? There is no choice but to surrender. A few minutes later, looking at the back of Locke leaving with the mighty mechanical legion, his heart was full of sighs. The back waves push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. This sentence is not wrong at all. It seems that I really no longer adapt to this world, old. It's time for T'Challa to take over, and it's time for him to enjoy his old age. Before vibranium was taken away, he was still very sad and heartbroken. But when the thing was determined to be taken away by Locke, his heart was calm. As the so-called common man is innocent and guilty, they Wakanda have always possessed vibranium, which is really not a good thing in the long run. After all, this thing is too precious. Keeping this thing on the body is no less than carrying a bomb. You never know when the enemy will target vibranium, much less when they will give you a stick. Just like now, before Locke appeared, he would never have imagined that they would almost wipe out the country because of vibranium. Now that this thing has been taken away, at least no one will care about it anymore, so there is one less threat. There is no way, he can only comfort himself like this now, otherwise what else can he do? S.H.I.E.L.D. on the sky carrier. Everyone gasped and looked at the pictures on the screen, all showing shock. In addition to being able to fight separately, this mechanical legion can actually be combined together, which is incredible. It's unbelievable to have formed such a terrifying giant hand in the sky. Is there really no bottleneck in this guy's technological ability? 99. But I have to say, it's really cool. Men's romance is no more than that. By the way, what is the thing that the robotic arm is holding? Is it Wakanda's vibranium? It doesn't matter. It's possible for that guy to invade Wakanda so aggressively. I can't think of anything other than their vibranium. Tisk tisk tisk, this vibranium is like a hill, the value is unimaginable. That's vibranium that costs 10,000 knives per gram? Do you think the Rockefeller family will be short of money? This guy must have a bigger and more amazing purpose for getting so much vibranium. I really wonder what he wants to do. 35. No matter what I do, I just hope not to be enemies with him, or we won't know how we will die. Agree. A group of people nodded silently, their views were surprisingly unanimous. Inside the office, Nick Fury was smoking a cigarette silently, spit after puff of cigarette rings out of his mouth. These smoke rings after another are like troubles in his heart, one less than one. Sir, it seems that our assessment of that guy is still a bit biased. This guy is not as inhuman as we previously thought. In this invasion of Wakanda, he did not harm a civilian, nor did he cause any casualties, he just took what he wanted. Hill agent stood in front of Nick Fury and analyzed it carefully. Hearing the Hill agent's words, Nick Fury's face was gloomy. So, we have to thank him. I didn't mean that, just thought, should you relax your threat assessment to Locke? A guy who starts a war for his own sake is a good guy just because he didn't cause casualties? It really answers that sentence. A good person needs thousands of merits to become a Buddha, and a bully just needs to put down the butcher's knife, and he can become a Buddha on the ground. This is really ridiculous, but the good and evil in this world are not so divided. At least not here. Nick Fury snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, got up and looked out the window. I saw a sea of clouds churning outside the window, the wind was howling, and it looked extremely uneasy. All of this is like the current world, with undercurrents surging and destined to be unstable. We should never let our guard down on Rock, the guy who can target Wakanda one day and us next time. Therefore, we must be ready at all times, and the battle plan for this guy must be arranged as soon as possible, so that we can live better. Nick Fury looked at the sea of clouds outside the window and said meaningfully, I understand. Hill agent nodded, although there was still a lot to say in her heart, but in the end she chose to shut up. What will the future be like? None of them know. But unlike Nick Fury, she has a positive attitude towards the future, or rather Locke. For all of this, Locke naturally doesn't know. At this moment, he is in the study, his consciousness is silent in his own system. Congratulations to the host, participating and witnessing the Invasion of Wakanda event, reward 35 points. Because the Invasion of Wakanda event was actively created by the host, it is estimated that an additional 10 points will be awarded, for a total of 45 points. Note, the event created by the host itself needs to have a huge influence in order to be recognized and rewarded by the system. The reward points are determined by the event file size and the scope of influence, and there is no upper limit. Looking at the system prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him, Locke was stunned. He had no idea that he would be rewarded by the system inexplicably. You must know that according to the original rules of the system, only after he participates in or witnesses various major events in this world, he can get the system's points reward. But now it seems that his host can take the initiative to create some big events to earn points. This is very interesting. This is obviously to encourage him to do things in disguise, and it can't be done in a small way, it must be done in a big way, otherwise the system will not recognize it. 0 for flowers. Events such as his previous killing of Jinbing and Pierce were not recognized by the system. So one can imagine how difficult it is for the system to make a big deal. No wonder the system did not introduce him to this function before. The system must have felt that he was not qualified to take the initiative to do things. Don't say it's a big thing, even if it's a small thing, it probably won't happen. If you are weak and weak, you really have no human rights, and even the system will look down on you. This is no one else. Although it is very difficult to take the initiative to engage in major events, it is still the saying that something is better than nothing. And with his current strength, there should be no problem with another major event that is no less than an invasion of a country. This he has to go back and plan a good plan, and then reward points again. Isn't it beautiful? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Call out your own attribute information. Host, Locke. Technology world, Neo mechanical age. Point 65. A few days ago, he encountered the symbiote by chance and fought a riot, and finally gave the riot a second. 0. Riot and Venom are also one of Marvel's big events, so after he killed the riot, he also got 10 points rewarded by the system. Although the points are few, it is better than nothing. Locke doesn't care much, after all, he has not yet reached the point where he has to rush to draw a new technological world. It's just a neo-mechanical era mission, such as the construction of other members of the Yoba troop, the construction of humanoid mechas, and the construction of the outer space base, he has not yet completed. In this way, he is naturally not in a hurry. Before drawing the new world, he must have completed these goals first. Now that Vibranium's reserves are sufficient, the remaining goal is to expand the Yoba unit. Locke thought with interest. Communication Officers 60 and 210, as well as the enchanting and sexy looks of the twin sisters, appeared in my mind. Their beauty is completely different from the 3 Yoba members that Locke now has. As I said before, none of them are better, it's just a different style. But the experience is sure to be wonderful. Just when Locke was still secretly planning what happened next, his body suddenly trembled slightly, which was a normal overreaction of the body, as long as it was controlled a little. For example, stop and take a break, or change your posture, it is okay. So Locke pulled out the commander's sister who was squatting under the desk, and then adjusted his sitting posture. My commander sister, you just said that you came to the study to discuss the next plan with me. Is this how you discuss the plan? Locke shook his head and said with a half smile. Giggle, who made you so charming, young master? I also want to discuss the plan with you, but the concubine can't do it. The commander's elder sister smiled charmingly. Immediately, as usual, she handed her back to Locke. The slender and beautiful legs habitually stretched out a long skirt with a high slit, the black silk suddenly revealed, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Master, let's play the word-making game again? I use my body to become a, you use my body to compare. Year. The commander giggled as he habitually pressed his hands on the desk. Seeing this, Locke also laughed. Who doesn't know how to compose words? Play, you must play, the deeper you play, the better.